Lu Jiangxian, having succumbed to a fatal all-nighter, found his restless spirit tethered to a fractured grayish-blue copper mirror, which drifted into the boundless expanse of the immortal cultivation realm in the treacherous and enigmatic Dali Mountain. A small village by the Meichi River stumbled upon this mirror, thus commencing an era of grand transformation as they delved into the paths of immortality and the teachings of the celestial arts. Chapter 1. The initial encounter. Lu Jiangxian experienced an exceedingly lengthy dream, one filled with images of rice paddies, flashes of blades and swords, celestial sex, enchanting women, and expansive lakes. Hand over the Tying Tunin Lianqiju and the Yuehua Jiao Mish, and we shall merely strip you of your cultivation. A melodious yet icy female voice echoed in his ears, and Lu Jiangxian vaguely discerned a hazy visage, though nothing was clear. Suddenly, a jarring sensation jolted him awake. A kaleidoscope of bizarre colors flooded his mind, and as he attempted to open his eyes and rise, his body, as if ensnared by an unseen force, remained unresponsive to his commands. That moment, a brilliant white light pierced through the thick darkness before him. Though the shadows surged like an encroaching tide, that beam of light stood resolute. Timeless like the sun, a multitude of golden incantations erupted from it, unfurling in the darkness, scattering across the sky like stars. Such beauty, Lu Jiangxian thought in a daze. As the incantations multiplied, reaching some unfathomable limit, he heard the distinct sound of glass shattering. The world brightened. Lu Jiangxian beheld a sky as vast as the ocean, a dense and boundless primordial forest, and a crescent-shaped lake not far off, where a stream of white light cascaded into the shimmering waters. Below lay a cluster of small huts fashioned from straw and expansive rice fields. In a dizzying whirl, he soared like a feathered sparrow over the tawny village and its smoky hearths, gliding above the crystal-clear river. In a fleeting glimpse, Lu Jiangxian caught sight of his reflection in the water. It appears to be a round, shimmering object, he pondered, a vague premonition stirring within him. Am I no longer human? With a violent jolt, he plunged into the water. The river was too shallow to absorb the force of the impact, and he gently bumped against the smooth stones at the bottom. The collision felt akin to a punch to his chest, leaving him breathless, yet his body, aided by the turbulent waters and the rebound, righted itself, face up, gazing at the rippling sun above. Was I not just burning the midnight oil in my rental apartment? Lu Jiangxian silently observed the sun's reflection on the water, the currents swirling and twisting the light below. He had uncorked a bottle of beer, seated before a dimly lit computer desk, feeling dizzy as the world spun around him, his heart racing, breath becoming increasingly labored. Have I passed away? This may not be so bad. I need not worry about the future, nor fret over life. Perhaps suppressed for too long, such thoughts surfaced in Lu Jiangxian's mind, and he felt a flicker of joy. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the dark green treetops with their aerial roots, agile fish darting past, and the faint sounds of splashing water. Lu Jiangxian sighed. Yet this could become maddeningly dull. Thus, he stared at the sun as it gradually descended from above, the resplendent sunset painting the sky, while the waters beneath the treetops dimmed little by little. During this time, two curious fish swam nearby, and even a crab attempted to turn him over. As the moon ascended above the treetops, its clear and gentle light caressed the river's surface, and Lu Jiangxian delightedly sensed a refreshing aura permeating the riverbed, bringing a hint of comfort. Watching the moonlight coalesce above him, forming a soft, pale halo as if awakening, Lu Jiangxian was struck with astonishment, his state of mind transforming entirely. What is this? Am I absorbing the essence of the sun and moon? Do immortals truly exist in this world, along with wondrous abilities, monsters, and spirits? He pondered in shock. What have I become? A vessel spirit. A surge of curiosity and joy welled within him, as the halo seemed to gather sufficient strength and descended upon him. He felt a chill enveloping him, descending into a state of semi-conscious meditation. Time slipped away, and he was abruptly awakened as the air grew thin. The crescent moon had waned from the sky, and the sun leaped over the treetops, casting warm morning light. Upon the river, how swift! Lu Jiangxian could hardly contain his delight upon closer inspection. He indeed felt a faint current swirling within him, tracing circular paths around his form. Even in a state of concentration, he could vaguely discern a grayish blue mirror resting quietly at the riverbed, surrounded by a mosaic of stones with a few fish foraging. Nearby, the crab was busy digging in the silt beside him. The visible range was roughly a meter around him, unclear, akin to an old television screen from his childhood. This must be who I am now, Lu Jiangxian mused with a wry smile, then deliberately commanded the current to halt at the mirror's center, causing the grayish-blue surface to emit a faint glow. Aside from glowing, I have yet to discover any utility. Let me first absorb the moonlight, perhaps it will lead to a qualitative change. He contemplated, I know not the nature of the mirror, nor how the outside world perceives sentient artifacts. I must not be discovered by any cultivator who might strip me of my consciousness. Chapter 2. The Li family. Li Mutian awoke at the hour of the tiger, his eyes fixed upon the dilapidated ceiling of his home, where a faint glow seeped through a small hole. A few days prior, the roof had developed a small aperture, and Li Mutian lacked the time to repair it. He had not slept well for 3 consecutive nights, and gazing at the woman beside him, who slumbered deeply, he let out a heavy sigh. She knows not of the dangers. Just days ago, those high-flying immortals were madly darting around Dali Mountain, as if they wished to dig 3 feet into the earth. The villagers trembled in fear, bowing down in reverence at every flash of light that passed. Li Mutian furrowed his brow, anxiety consuming him. The small villages at the foot of Dali Mountain had always lived carefree lives, yet the recent days had instilled fear in their hearts, leaving everyone on edge. The narrow mountain paths are beyond the reach of the court's authority. We do not seek to meddle. Yet when these immortals clash, a single spell could wipe out all in Li Jing village. Li Mutian turned over, unable to find sleep again, and rose to gaze out at the thick shroud of night. The child grows day by day, consuming more with each meal. Tomorrow, I shall send him to Meichi River to catch some fish and crabs. Should fate decree that we perish by a spell, so be it. The Li family has tilled this barren land for over 2 centuries. My mother cannot be moved, nor my father. Li Mutian shook his head, his gaze downcast as he stepped outside. The large yellow dog remained blissfully asleep, and Li Mutian strolled leisurely through the morning mist, observing the awakening Li Jing village with the sounds of roosters, crowing and dogs barking, and the fragrant tendrils of smoke rising from hearths. Xiangping, Li Mutian called out, his voice ringing through the house, and a cacophony of sounds erupted from within. As the door swung open, a sprightly child burst forth. "Father!" Li Xiangping exclaimed, his features relatively handsome, with a cunning glint in his eyes as he looked up at Li Mutian. "What shall we do today?" "We're off to Meichi River to catch some fish and crabs." Li Mutian waved his hand. "Today, there is no work. Go fetch something fresh for your mother." "Yay!" Li Xiangping eagerly nodded, grabbing a rope basket and long fork before dashing off. With a hearty laugh, Li Mutian made his way to the fields. Meichi River was both shallow and wide, flanked by expansive mudflats and reeds. The village had dozens, if not hundreds, of geese and ducks that required no feeding. They were released at dawn and made their way to the river. Li Xiangping arrived before the geese and ducks had been released, and the Meichi River appeared desolate. 2 small wooden rafts swayed at the riverbank. He rolled up his pant legs and sleeves, knelt in the mud, and groped in front of him. Fixing his gaze upon the river, he spotted a blue fish. What a fine catch! With determination, Li Xiangping plunged himself into the water, holding his breath. He gripped tightly with his right hand and successfully pulled the fish from the water by its gills. Li Xiangping laughed heartily as he tossed the fish into the basket. The fish in Meichi River were certainly not this foolish. This blue fish was likely a wild one that had ventured downstream, allowing the boy a fortunate find. Glancing at his feet, Li Xiangping's expression turned contemplative as he noticed an unusually smooth area at the riverbed that glimmered faintly with silver light. Just as he prepared to dive again to investigate, a loud voice called from the shore. "Xiangping go!" Instinctively, Li Xiangping hid the basket behind him and looked toward the bank, where a child of about 10 emerged from the reeds. "Yi dear, come to release the ducks." "Okay." His cousin, Li Yeshing, obediently nodded and smiled, saying, "I heard a strange tale. This morning, a large stag was bitten on the leg by a snake, and died at the village entrance. Its antlers were as large as a table, quite alarming. Listening to his cousin's chatter, Li Xiangping exhaled with relief and presented the basket forward. "Take a look at this blue fish caught by hand. What a fine catch!" Li Yeshing exclaimed as he peered into the basket, smiling enviously. Li Yeshing's father had been bedridden for years, and his elder brother was often idle, leaving him to seek food from Uncle Li Mutian's household. Li Xiangping had always treated him as his own brother. Go on, Li Xiangping, eager to explore the riverbed, urged him along. All right, poof. Wiping his face, Li Xiangping examined the object in his hand. It was approximately the size of a palm, a round disc of bluish-gray at its center, encircled by a dark metallic rim, devoid of anything remarkable. The front was shattered into several pieces, yet held together by the rim, while the back bore an oddly shaped symbol that Li Xiangping could not decipher after staring at it for a long time. That it somewhat resembles the coin my aunt possesses. His aunt's family had the largest fields, and only she could afford such a coin, while village women merely used water to check their reflections. When his aunt acquired that coin, his mother had taken him to see it. It was indeed more convenient than water. However, the coin in his hand was too obscure, shrouded in mist, rendering it indistinguishable. With a sigh of regret, Li Xiangping tossed it into the basket and turned back to continue fishing. Lu Jiangxian had been in the water for nearly half a month. From the third day, the aura of the moon had stagnated and ceased to grow. He had exerted himself for a week, yet made no progress, unable to achieve anything beyond emitting a faint glow. One morning, while he was lost in thought, gazing at a large blue fish beside him, a large hand suddenly pressed the fish into the mud, causing a tremor around him, and the hand swiftly grabbed the fish by its gills, lifting it away. Still grappling with the complexity of encountering another being, Lu Jiangxian watched as a handsome face appeared before him. For a moment, he felt a surge of nervousness as the individual chattered away and tossed him into a basket, where he found himself staring eye to eye with the blue fish. In an instant, Lu Jiangxian recognized a significant issue he could hear, but he might not comprehend. The dialect of this region bore a resemblance to the accents of the Minja area from his previous life, leaving him utterly bewildered. This implied that even if he could articulate sounds, the other party would not understand him, greatly hindering his integration into this world. As he observed fish being tossed into the basket, Lu Jiangxian focused his energy to gauge his surroundings. He noticed a boy carefully lifting a wooden fork, and with a soft gasp, he sensed the boy's thoughts, realizing he was fixated on a particular fish at the riverbed. With the aid of this newfound perception, every time the boy caught a fish, he would mutter to himself, and before long, Lu Jiangxian grasped the pronunciations for the numbers. 3 to 6 in various fish species, point one step at a time. He mused as he watched the boy stand and depart. Sighing, he reflected that the child appeared to be from a farming family and would likely bring any bronze-like objects to his parents first. Engaging more with others might help him gradually learn the dialect of this land, allowing him to discover methods to enhance his lunar power while ensuring his own safety. Chapter 3. Jianzi Li Xiangping cast a playful glance at the girl and turned to offer the basket of fish he had caught. "This is too much," Tianyan chuckled, lowering her head. The girl, having matured early, was already taller than the 13-year-old Li Xiangping at the tender age of 11. In Li Jing village, the customary age for marriage was around 13 for both genders, and the girl had already designated the boy before her as her intended spouse in her heart. "No, take it," Li Xiangping insisted, pressing 2 fish into Tianyun's hands without a second thought, as he held a fondness for Uncle Tian, the most benevolent man in the village, and felt it only right to look after his daughter. After bidding farewell to Tianyun, Li Xiangping hurried into his home, placing the basket by the small pond. He contemplated for a moment, took out the jianzi, polished it gently, tucked it into his pocket, and then picked up 3 wooden boxes from the table before heading to the fields. There, his 2 older brothers were laboring alongside their father. The Li family comprised 4 brothers: Li Changhu, Li Tongya, Li Xiangping, and Li Qijing. In Li Jing village, none could deny the commendable reputation of the Li brothers, and Tianyun's father often expressed envy, exclaiming how fortunate Li Mutian was. However, Li Mutian himself did not share the sentiment. As the only one in the village who had ventured far beyond its confines, he felt a deep anguish watching his children toil in the fields. A good man should study and serve in the army, not languish in the fields. He scolded, pointing at Uncle Tian. Upon reaching the field's edge, Li Changhu, the eldest at 17, was already waiting in the shade of a tree, a hint of facial hair beginning to show. "Do not rush, third brother," he advised with a gentle smile, ruffling Li Xiangping's hair. "I heard from Uncle Tian that you had a bountiful catch today." "Indeed, brother. Tonight, we shall feast." Li Xiangping laughed heartily. "You." Li Changhu wiped the sweat from his brow and called out to his second brother. "Second brother, come here." Li Tongya, wielding a hoe, approached quickly. After greeting Li Changhu, he turned to Li Xiangping with a smile. As the jianzi lay in Li Xiangping's basket, he felt an inexplicable pull drawing him closer to it. The closer he got to the Li household, the more intense this sensation became. Passing by the large locust tree at the village entrance, the feeling peaked as he entered the village, leaving him breathless. The jianzi trembled slightly, emanating a faint red glow. "That is a part of me, or perhaps something vital to my existence," he realized with a sudden clarity. To the north, in the direction of that great lake. As Li Xiangping distanced himself from the village entrance, the allure gradually faded, yet he silently noted the direction. Having wandered around the village with Li Xiangping, and combining his perceptive psychological insights with his observations of the people's actions and tones, he could discern the conversations around him. It appeared to be an ordinary small village, devoid of any martial masters or wandering immortals. The villagers lived in a structured manner, rising with the sun and retiring at dusk, utilizing tools and cultivating fields that were unremarkable. This place truly seemed like a typical village. Even the finest house was merely a two-story wooden structure. Li Jiangxian pondered, if there were any immortals, would they reside in a humble earthen dwelling? Such formidable power should yield substantial productivity, yet this village felt too antiquated. He began to formulate a plan for what lay ahead. That evening, the Li household bustled with activity. Their mother and two younger brothers were busy preparing vegetables. At the age of 14 or 15, they were in their growth phase, and the dishes on the table hardly made it past a few mouths. Li Mutian merely sampled a bite, while their mother, Lu Linyan, watched her four sons with a radiant smile. Only the large yellow dog beneath the table anxiously weaved between their legs. After dinner, as the moon slowly ascended over the great Li Mountain, Li Xiangping leaned against the wall, chewing on a long stalk of grass while his father, Li Mutian, furrowed his brow, gazing into the sky as if searching for something. "Father," Li Xiangping said, tapping his father's pant leg and producing the jianzi from his pocket. "I found this early this morning by the river." "Ah." Li Mutian took the jianzi, squinting as he examined it closely. "Neither iron nor copper, what a fine item." The cold moonlight gradually descended upon the front of the house, seemingly alive as it gathered above the mirror-like surface, creating a delicate halo. Li Xiangping could not help but rub his eyes, for it seemed that the most exquisite moonlight he had ever seen in 13 years manifested in that soft halo. "Father," he called softly. "Hush," Li Mutian exclaimed, startled, forcing himself to divert his gaze from the halo. Trembling, he thrust the jianzi back into Li Xiangping's embrace and whispered urgently in his ear, "Hide it, and tell your brothers to fetch their weapons." For the first time, Li Xiangping witnessed a fierce intent in his father's expression, his eyes narrowing like a poised eagle. "Yes," he stammered, his legs weak as he cautiously stepped towards the door. The night was still pleasant as Li Xiangping pushed open the door. "Brothers, father says to grab the weapons and head to the entrance," he nearly shouted, his voice quavering as he spoke in hushed tones to his two brothers leaning against the bed. "What?" Li Changgu exclaimed, rising in shock, grasping Li Xiangping's shoulders with concern. "Is father in danger? What has happened?" Meanwhile, Li Tongya quickly retrieved two knives from under the bed and grabbed the rattan clothes and a long stick from the wall, casting a grim glance outside as he murmured, "It must be an enemy at the door." He passed the long knife and rattan clothes to Li Changhu and held the stick firmly, patting him on the back. "Brother, no need to ask further. Third brother, take mother and fourth brother to the back courtyard." "Understood." Li Xiangping hurried off to find their mother, while Li Changhu swiftly composed himself, donning the rattan clothes and heading towards the door. Outside, Li Mutian stood at the entrance, quietly surveying the melon field in front of the house. Once the two young men stood behind him, he signaled with a hand, accepting the long knife. "You two, check the front and back of the house, ensuring the surroundings are clear." They complied promptly, moving to investigate. Meanwhile, Li Mutian boldly walked into the melon field, bending down to pull someone up from the ground. Chapter 4. Li Yishengunke, Spareme. The man, terrified, fell to the ground, pleading for mercy, curling up before Li Mutian. Spare me, uncle, spare me. Li Yeshing could not have anticipated that in his moment of attempting to steal a melon for a taste, he would find himself face to face with the very uncle he dreaded most, paralyzing him with fear, especially with Li Mutian still wielding the long knife, sending chills through his spine. Yeshing? Li Mutian squinted, furrowing his brow, his expression shifting as he stroked his chin thoughtfully while gazing at him. Li Yeshing was the elder brother of Li Yeshing, their father having been bedridden for years, while Li Yeshing squandered his days idly, begging for scraps. The two younger brothers soon arrived, with Li Tongya pressing the long stick firmly against Li Yeshing's arm, causing him to weep uncontrollably. Li Changhu lifted his head to look at him, astonished. Cousin. Li Changhu exhaled in relief, questioning with confusion. What are you doing here? Inside the house. Li Qijing and Li Xiangping sat dazed at the table, the Jianzi hidden within Li Xiangping's embrace, who dared not move. Fortunately, it was not long before their father and second brother entered the room. Where's the eldest? He inquired, glancing behind them. You want to see off a guest? Li Mutian replied, shaking his head. I am aware that Yeshing often comes to beg, but I fear that tonight's events may lead to dire consequences for the entire family. Li Tongya found a small stool to sit upon, casting a sideways glance at Li Xiangping, who was about to speak. The door creaked as it closed, and Li Changhu, looking puzzled, took a seat on the stool and addressed their father. Father, was this truly necessary? He shook his head. Yisheng merely stole a melon. Yet you refused to extend a favor, deliberately offending his family. What family? There's only the Li family, and I am of the legitimate and illegitimate lineage alike. Li Mutian leaned against the window, listening intently, gesturing to the woman and her young child. You two, go to the front and back doors. If anyone calls, you will know. The pair complied and exited. Li Mutian turned to shut the door and window securely, patting Li Xiangping and saying, Speak. Li Xiangping, Nudda Biguruzli. His voice barely above a whisper. Today, I went to Meichi to catch fish and found something in the river. After a glance at his father, Li Mutian gave a slight nod, prompting him to produce a coin from his pocket. Li Changhu looked at his younger brother, then at their father, taking the grayish-blue coin and scrutinizing it, but unable to discern its significance. Li Mutian took the coin from his eldest son, moved a stone stool beneath a small hole in the roof, placed the coin underneath, and squinted at his two sons. The moonlight shimmered like flowing water, gathering above the coin, revealing a pale halo akin to a gem. Li Changhu abruptly stood up, fixated on the halo on the coin, while Li Tongya was equally astonished, contemplating the coin intently. For an entire tea's worth of silence, the Li family stared at the coin, each with varying expressions. This was the second time Li Xiangping had witnessed such a scene, yet he too was taken aback, murmuring, I have never seen such a beautiful sight. Do not speak of you. I have never seen anything like this either. Li Mutian chuckled softly, though his expression remained stern. This must be a celestial object. Li Tongya spoke quietly, continuously polishing his long knife, his seemingly calm demeanor belied by his trembling hands. If word gets out, it could lead to our family's extermination. Li Changhu paced anxiously in the hall, a mix of worry and excitement on his face. If this is truly a lost treasure of the celestial beings, how shall we protect ourselves? He said, his gaze fixed on his father with concern. Li Xiangping nodded, his brow furrowed in a muted tone. What could the celestial beings bestow upon us? Our family would benefit immensely. Nonsense, Li Mutian waved his hand dismissively. I have heard that celestial beings are often bloodthirsty. We must not invite danger. This coin has been submerged for who knows how long. If it were meant to be retrieved, it would have been taken long ago. That celestial being has likely met with misfortune. Such sacrilegious words sent a shiver down Li Changhu's spine, leaving him furrowing his brow in contemplation. Yet Li Tongya suddenly realized, speaking in a low voice, could it be that Li Yisheng saw it? I showed this item to my father outside, and at that time, Yisheng was in the fields, Li Xiangping said, lowering his gaze. I will kill him. Li Tongya's expression hardened, and without hesitation, he donned a vine garment and grabbed his knife, heading for the exit. This was the first time Li Xiangping had seen such a look on his brother's face, prompting him to stare a moment longer. Father, Li Tongya finally exclaimed, his tone insistent. Li Yisheng is treacherous and ungrateful. If he speaks carelessly and brings about our family's demise, it is better to eliminate him first. It seemed that the second brother had learned quite a bit from the village scholar. Li Xiangping thought silently, feeling a sense of shame as he lowered his head. Their father had sent the three of them to study, and both of his brothers had won the scholar's favor, while he had been young and mischievous, now unable to comprehend the idioms in his brother's words. If your younger brother were to betray us and speak carelessly, would you kill him too? Li Muqian laughed heartily, countering his second son's sentiment. Our family has no such cowardice, Li Tongya replied indifferently. Li Muqian shook his head, repositioning the wooden table, leaping lightly onto it, and retrieving a wooden box from the rafters. He placed the box on the table and addressed his three sons earnestly. There are matters you should know. I left home at 13, journeying along the Guli Road in Tuanli County. General Yang received imperial orders to attack the Mountain Yu, conscripting troops on the Guli Road. At that time, I had nowhere to turn, so I became a soldier. General Yang was strict in his military conduct, yet he treated us as kin, sharing the same meals and living quarters. He imparted the strategies of the Yu warriors to us, urging us to train diligently. These tactics are widely known, easy to learn but hard to master. Even an ordinary person who achieves them exhibits only agility and no supernatural prowess. Li Mutian Siga, observing that his sons listened intently, and continued, within this box lies a wooden slip, a talisman, and various trinkets of silver and glass. In the years of conflict with the Mountain Yu, there were many shamans among them who commanded pestilential creatures. Our army distributed such talismans to counteract their sorcery. And one such talisman saved my life. It has since lost its divine light, reduced to mere paper, and that is the second item. The Mountain Yu also favored animal bones, feathers, and glass. I killed a man and scavenged these valuables from the corpse, which is the third. Tomorrow, I will take this piece of glass and tell your second uncle that it was found by Xiangping in the river. Regardless of whether Li Yixing saw it or not, we shall firmly assert that it is merely a shard of glass, glimmering in the moonlight. Li Mutian retrieved a piece of broken glass, tidied the items, and spoke softly to Li Tongya. Father is quite thorough in his considerations. Li Chang'e nodded. Second uncle is generous and understanding. He will not nitpick over trivial matters. Unfortunately, Li Yisheng is a good-for-nothing, Li Tongya remarked quietly, turning to look at his father. Li Muqian placed the coin on the wooden table and shook his head. Now we must see how this treasure can be utilized. If not, it may all be in vain. Lu Jiangxian, observing from the mirror, began to devise a plan. Unable to move within the mirror, whether to protect himself or to escape, he realized that to find a path through the celestial realms that he could traverse, he must rely on the resources and manpower of this land. Coming from an agricultural background, the Li family was of humble origins, yet all its members were exceptional. Father Li Mutian possessed remarkable courage and insight. Eldest son Li Changhu was diplomatic and generous. Second son Li Tongya was brave and decisive, while Li Xiangping and Li Qijing were also clever and nimble. They were indeed a formidable combination. Moreover, he had no limbs, unable to walk or run. Could he be discarded like refuse back into the river, remaining silent like a prisoner for 100 years? Regardless, he resolved to venture northward, even if only to catch a distant glimpse. With this thought, Lu Jiangxian stirred the currents within him toward the upper left corner of the mirror. Inside, the Li brothers had been fiddling with the coin for quite some time, without success, cautiously ensuring not to damage it lest they lose their celestial fortune. The moonlight felt as cool and soothing as water, yet it neither blew nor absorbed. It was not until Li Xiangping picked up the coin and gently stroked its surface that Lu Jiangxian activated his energies, causing the upper left corner of the mirror to suddenly illuminate. Startled, Li Xiangping trembled, uncertain whether to hold it or let it go. Li Tongya leaned in to inspect, and the upper left corner glowed with a bright arc of light, thin on the sides and thick in the middle, quite striking. After a few breaths, it gradually dimmed. Brother, it lit up. Li Xiangping whispered excitedly. Li Tongya took the coin, mimicking his brother's actions, and indeed, a beam of white light emerged. He handed the coin back to their father, signaling him to do the same. Li Mutian and Li Changhu both stroked the coin, expressing their admiration. However, Li Tongya suddenly noticed something, taking the coin from his elder brother and, turning his back to the others, stroked it. Father, no matter where it is touched, the light always points north, Li Tongya stated gravely, gazing at the coin. Akumpas, Li Mutian nudda. Lu Jiangxian within the mirror could not help but applaud. This boy was truly clever, quick to understand. Let us head to the village entrance. Li Mutian stroked his beard and turned back into the house, calling for the children. Fetch a string of cured meat. We shall visit the scholar. Li Yisheng, wiping his eyes, entered his front courtyard, cursing as he kicked stones along the path. What treasure might he possess? A few melons he considers precious? A handful of turtles at midnight, brandishing knives? He is surely guilty of something. He sat upon a stone, a stirring in his heart. Li Muti had spent 20 years wandering, accumulating numerous treasures. Indeed, he possessed quite a few precious items. He quietly calculated in his mind. Yet those obstinate individuals were as stubborn as ever. They could not even scrape together a handful of dirt. The old man was both aged and obstinate, refusing to utter a word. Otherwise, upon Li Muti's demise, we would all deserve a share of his possessions. Li Yesheng timidly entered the courtyard. While Li Yesheng glared at him and bellowed, "You rascal, come here." He seized his brother's clothing and hurled him towards the front of the house, causing Li Yesheng to tumble awkwardly on the ground, fearfully curling into a ball. "I heard you have a good relationship with that scoundrel Li Xiamping. Tomorrow, go steal a couple of melons from his home to eat," he scolded fiercely. Li Muti led 3 children from the edge of the village to the village center. Villagers resting on the threshold greeted him with smiles. "Uncle Muti, where are you headed?" Delivering something to the teacher. Li Muti responded with a grin, lifting the cured meat in his hands. Upon reaching the village entrance, he glanced around, patted the shoulders of Li Tongya and Li Xianping, and whispered, "Let us go." The two understood, bending slightly before swiftly disappearing into the dense reeds. Li Muti gazed into the distance with concern as his eldest son reminded him, "Tongya knows his limits." Li Muti squinted, all calculations flitting through his mind like shadows. He understood that tonight he might lose 2 children, yet he still had Li Chonghu as a successor. However, the children might return safely, bringing with them opportunities for the Li family to soar to great heights. He felt a deep anguish and guilt, clenching his fists. For 200 years, the Li family had toiled on this land, facing the possibility of fortune. Li Muti rationally made a choice in line with the family's interests. Yet emotionally he suffered greatly. "Brother Li," the courtyard door suddenly swung open, interrupting Li Muti's thoughts. Teacher Han Wenshu stood there, holding a small bowl, gazing at him blankly. "Teacher," Li Muti's face broke into a cheerful smile as he strode to the platform and placed the cured meat on the wooden table. "How can I accept this?" Han Veng Sufuk lid, nodning in acknowledgement. He took the cured meat, sliced a piece finely, and also prepared some stir-fried pickles in a small dish. The two arranged a small table, poured 2 tiny cups of rice wine, and began to converse in front of the door. The immortals soaring high above have finally ceased their visits. Li Muti sighed, revealing a relaxed expression. Han Wenshu shrugged, then replied enviously, "The immortals. When I was 12, a celestial being visited our town." He pursed his lips, speaking wistfully. He claimed to seek enlightened individuals. Out of over 1,000 children in the town, only 3 were found to be enlightened, and he took them away. Perhaps among those immortals soaring high above is someone from my hometown. Such celestial connections are rare. After a long silence, Li Muti consoled. Indeed, such celestial connections are rare. Han Wenshu gazed blankly at the moon, repeatedly murmuring this phrase. Both men harbored their own concerns, enveloped in a heavy silence. Chapter 6. Jade and Stone. Meanwhile, Li Tongya and Li Xianping entered the reeds, parting the dense layers to take a look. The azure-gray mirror felt warm and emitted a soft white light. Li Xianping glanced toward the direction and whispered, "This is the direction of Wangwell Lake. We can reach it by walking along Gully Road for half an hour." Li Tongya shook his head, stating, "We cannot take Gully Road. We must pass through the reeds." Li Xianping quietly acknowledged, and the brothers crouched down, making their way through. Lu Jiangxian felt the pull of the mirror growing stronger, and as they ventured deeper into the reeds, a vague scenery emerged before them. A cool, clear lake where dozens of white gulls stood resting on the shore. As Li Xianping progressed, the azure-gray mirror grew increasingly hot in his hand, causing him to feel anxious. He looked up at his elder brother, who remained silent, his face cold, yet his eyes were filled with worry. Is such a celestial connection truly something mortals can attain? Li Xianping pundarat, unaware of the heat emanating from the mirror. "Good mirror, obedient mirror, we are almost there," he murmured, cradling the azure-gray treasure. Before long, the two emerged from the dense reeds, and the shimmering Wanhua Lake and a flurry of startled gulls came into view. Lu Jiangxian fixed his gaze upon a rocky shoal in the lake, where a piece of jade, glimmering white, was wedged tightly between the stones. The hot azure-gray mirror emitted a faint white moonlight, and before Li Tongya and Li Xiangping, the shoal and the jade, shining brightly between the stones, materialized in a hazy vision. The two exchanged glances, astonished and elated. Li Xiangping nodded vigorously, stripped off his clothes, and was about to wade into the lake. Wait! Li Tongya caught him, shaking his head. He pointed toward the sky. Li Xiangping, unawares, felt a lump in his throat, wiping away his tears as he gazed at his elder brother. Li Tongya chuckled, shedding his garments to reveal his muscular arms, then turned and swam toward the lake, leaving Li Xiangping behind to gaze blankly at his brother from the reeds. Cautiously, he navigated among the many stones, and after a moment, he had thoroughly explored the shoal. Nothing. Li Tongya frowned, meticulously checking once more, revealing 5 or 6 small river crabs. It was then that he felt a cool sensation between his fingers, brushing against something smooth. With a firm grip, he extracted a piece of jade about 2 fingers wide. The jade was elongated, engraved with intricate patterns. Li Tongya discerned in the moonlight, Tai Wichi Yang Luan. He could only recognize a few characters, having learned to read at a teacher's place in his youth. He could identify most characters, yet the ornate and ancient writing on this jade was challenging to interpret. Calmly observing the shore, he held the jade in his hand and swam back to the bank. Third brother. Upon reaching the shore, he called softly into the reeds, and Li Xiangping peeked out. Just as Li Tongya was about to reveal the jade, it transformed into a beam of white light, shooting into the mirror with a swish. The two were startled, watching the white light swirl on the mirror's surface, as the moonlight also transformed into luminous halos, cascading into the mirror. Lu Jiangxian felt as if struck by lightning, a white beam crashing into him, an overwhelming torrent of knowledge rushing into his mind. He cried out in pain and swiftly lost consciousness. Li Tongya and Li Xiangping watched as the mirror slowly calmed after swallowing the jade, the white light gradually dimming. Golden-red dawn climbed into the sky, casting light upon Li Tongya's bare upper body, highlighting his golden contours. He looked down at his brother and said, Li Muti sat at a red lacquered wooden table, listening intently as his 2 sons recounted the events, nodding in approval at Li Tongya. Well done. He and Li Changhu had tossed and turned all night, and now seeing his 2 children return safely, his anxious heart finally found solace. Our front yard and backyard are not small. The backyard is adjacent to the rear mountain. I'm considering building 2 houses in the front 2 melon fields, creating a large courtyard with walls on both sides, allowing us to close the front gate and prevent prying eyes. Li Muti spoke slowly, having harbored this thought for years. As the children grew, it was evident they would soon establish their own households. Li Jing village was blessed with fertile land. The reeds and mudflats were treasures for survival. If cultivated properly, 20 acres could sustain over 10 people in a bountiful year. The Li family was already at a level where they could close their doors and live as landlords. It was precisely because the Li family had grain and land that his 4 children could receive an education. Li Muti had always been averse to the idle rich, insisting that his children must diligently study and farm, so that when they eventually established their own households, they could lead prosperous lives. Now, this family could not be divided. They must also find suitable spouses. Li Muti recalled the grandeur of the wealthy families he had seen in the city, large courtyards with close kin, studying, serving in government, practicing martial arts, leading a splendid life. Meanwhile, the impoverished farmers were left to divide their meager resources cleanly, with no ties to one another. So be it. Li Mutian's eyes brightened as he called out to the 2 children. Good. Li Xiangping, who had toiled all night yet remained spirited, dashed out at once upon hearing this. Li Tongya glanced at his father, pondered for a moment, and finally spoke. Father intends to learn the ancestral laws from the texts, establish ancestral halls, open a clan house, pursue studies for an official career, and practice martial arts to command troops. Our Li family has accumulated wealth for 2 centuries. It is indeed time. Li Mutian chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. As for studying and practicing martial arts, the ancient Li region is perilous beyond measure. Entering and exiting the Great Dali Mountains is fraught with danger, and such pursuits would not earn favor with the Emperor of the Yu Kingdom. It is merely a quest for the inheritance of family legacy and self-preservation. Li Tongya nodded, softly stating, There may be matters more splendid than studying and practicing martial arts. Do not speak such nonsense here. Li Muqian laughed heartily, patting Li Tongya on the shoulder, and strode out with his head held high and hands behind his back. Chapter 7. The Law of the Mind in the Morning. The dazzling rays of the sun leaped from the great Dali Mountains, caressing the golden expanse of Wanhua Lake. The wind swept through the layers of endless reeds, bringing with it the laughter of children playing by the Meichi River. Chun Erniu sat on the ridge, deeply troubled as he gazed at the crops in the field, his mind preoccupied with his ailing wife. Chun Erniu was born at Lichuankou, on the eastern side of the Great Dali Mountains. Over 20 years ago, a sudden drought struck Lichuankou, not a drop of rain fell, and the ground emitted white smoke, sending the villagers fleeing in terror. At that time, he was merely a half-grown child, dazed and confused, escaping to Jiangxian village. After much pleading, the farmer Li Jinshui took him in, even renting him an acre of land to survive. As he grew older, he rented another acre of paddy field, built a mud house, and married Li Gunshui's daughter, firmly establishing his roots in the village. However, his wife suddenly fell ill. Fortunately, he had managed to save some money over the years, and he brought her to the village entrance to see Mr. Han, who assured him it was just a minor ailment that could be cured with a few doses of medicine. He settled his wife with the doctor, but his heart remained heavy with worry, fearing the illness could impoverish them for generations. Uncle Chun Erniu was lost in thought when a bright voice startled him. A handsome young man with a warm smile approached him, greeting him cheerfully. "Ah, Li Changhu, you flatter me." Chun Erniu bowed repeatedly, feeling undeserving of the title, as he had merely married a concubine from the Li family and was but a tenant. Li Jinshui was shrewd and industrious, not only marrying a wife, but also taking in 2 women as concubines. His wife bore him 2 sons, while the concubines had 3 sons and 4 daughters. When Li Jinshui grew old and was nearing death, his only legitimate son passed away unexpectedly, leaving behind several robust, illegitimate sons who eyed the family's 10 acres of land greedily. Li Mutian and his brothers dragged a bloodied cart carrying a corpse, leaving a trail of crimson from one end of the village to the other. Every household closed its doors, gripped by fear. Li Mutian's younger brothers were terrified, believing their land would be lost with the arrival of the main heir. Seeing Li Changhu's gentle smile somehow reminded Chun Erniu of Li Mutian's cold, blood-splattered visage, causing him to shiver under the scorching sun. He respectfully inquired, "What brings you here, Changhu?" "Uncle, you are too courteous," Li Changhu smiled gently. "I heard Aunt is ill, and my father thought you might be too busy to cook, so he sent me to invite you and Xiao Zhe to our home to sample my mother's cooking." "This is too much of an imposition," Chun Erniu said, forcing a smile, caught between the desire to accept and the urge to decline. "It is settled then. Mother has already prepared the meal," Li Changhu said, patting Chun Erniu on the shoulder before taking his leave. "Good." Chun Erniu chuckled, shaking his head as he called out to Xiao Zhe, "Get ready. We are going to your uncle's house for dinner." The Li family had renovated their residence 2 years prior, expanding it several times over. The entire estate faced south in a rectangular shape, with the front courtyard paved with stone bricks, resembling a training ground. Chun Erniu admired the heavy stone locks, exclaiming, "Could it be that the Li family possesses a method for martial training? What a splendid stone lock." Entering the main courtyard, he found a pond at the center, with a few blue fish swimming within. The grand hall, surrounded by blue stone, was flanked by the residences of Li Changhu and Li Tongya, with stone or stone steps leading to the main and secondary gates, giving an imposing appearance. Li Tongya entered the main courtyard, now 18 years old and yet unmarried, while Li Changhu had recently married the second daughter of the Rin family in a splendid ceremony. After dining with the Li family, Chun Erniu engaged in casual conversation in the courtyard when he noticed Li Qijing hurriedly entering the front courtyard, whispering a few words in Li Mutian's ear. Li Qijing, only 9 years old, was remarkably handsome and possessed a clever demeanor that endeared him to his uncles and cousins. Li Mutian was leisurely watching the younger generation converse when he heard Li Qijing whispering, "Father, the mirror has lit up." Unfazed, he patted his thighs and addressed the group. "I'm getting old and cannot sit still. I shall take my leave to rest. You all continue your chatter." With that, he turned and headed to the back courtyard. The others quickly responded, and Chun Erniu bowed, intending to take his leave. The back hall contained several side rooms, and Li Mutian entered the central and largest ancestral hall. Upon entering, he found offerings of fruits and vegetables before the ancestral tablets of 6 generations of ancestors, which had been unearthed from the village records. Li Mutian pressed against the wall, revealing a hidden compartment behind it. The compartment had a skylight, and the moonlight illuminated a stone platform crafted from blue stone. On the platform rested a grayish-blue bronze mirror, gleaming with a watery white light. For 3 years, Jing, go summon your brothers, Li Mutian said, frowning at the mirror. Yes, Li Qijing nodded vigorously and exited to find his brothers. When Lu Jiangxian awoke, his mind was filled with a heavy influx of information. After a while, he began to calmly absorb the knowledge inscribed on the jade stone. Taintana, Yangluan Jing. This method primarily instructs how to manipulate the earthly spirit energy through the body's orifices, drawing upon the light of the Taiyin moon, ultimately cultivating the 6 cycles of the fetal breath. By achieving these 6 cycles, one can enhance longevity and vitality and perform various spells. Once the 6 cycles are nourished to the fullness of a full moon, one may enter the qi refining stage. Additionally, a few minor techniques were included, such as Jing Guang Shu, Jing Yi Shu, Bai Shu A Fa, Chu Xie Shu, and Xian Luo Shu. As long as one cultivates the 6 cycles, one can activate the spirit energy according to the method. The text also delineates the 6 realms of immortality cultivation: fetal breath, qi refinement, foundation establishment, purple mansion, golden dan, and yuaning. The jade stone recorded the fetal breath nourishing wheel method of the Yu Kingdom's Xianfu, Yuehua Yuanfu, designated for the disciples of fetal breath at Yuehua Xianfu to learn and practice. After absorbing the jade stone, Lu Jiangxian felt an intangible enlightenment wash over him. His spiritual awareness expanded to a radius of 20 zhang, and the upper limit of his Yuehua power increased exponentially. As long as he had sufficient Yuehua power, the minor techniques recorded in Taiyin Tana, Yangluan Jing, could also be performed within a distance of 10 zhang from the mirror. Most importantly, the mirror revealed a spell from its memory, known as Xianzhu Si Ling Shu. Chapter 8. The method of guidance to Xianzhu Si Ling Shu is far more extensive than Taiyin Tana, Yangluan Jing. It primarily elucidates how to use the mirror to attract the Taiyin moonlight to condense the Xianzhu talisman seed. By planting this talisman seed within another's dantian, it aids in their cultivation, and when that person achieves success or passes away, it can return the benefits to oneself, cultivating the Taiyin Xianguang. There's also a Jiayin Fa, which teaches the recipient how to extract the Xianzhu talisman seed from the mirror and nurture it within their dantian. Lu Jiangxian was momentarily taken aback, feeling that Xianzhu Si Ling Shu had an ominous nature, akin to the demonic arts described in books. Upon closer examination, he meticulously read through the method and confirmed that the Xianzhu talisman seed posed no harm to the recipient and offered numerous benefits. Xianzhu Si Ling Shu is the mirror's awakened, innate method, and the number of condensed Xianzhu talisman seeds depends on his spiritual awareness. Currently, he could only bear 6 Xianzhu talisman seeds. Considering this, Lu Jiangxian's consciousness stirred as he swept through the Leaf family from top to bottom, inside and out, and could not help but exclaim, "What a significant transformation!" After sleeping in the mirror for 3 years, the Leaf family had dug ponds and constructed a grand courtyard, bustling with prosperity. Li Changhu had even taken a wife and grown a beard, embodying the image of the new steward of the Leaf family. He urged the incantation, scanning over the members of the Leaf family, only to find, much to his disappointment, that none possessed spiritual apertures. This indicated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the members of the Leaf family were destined to be forever estranged from the celestial realm, their lives bound to the mundane world, fortunate to achieve a mere 70 years before passing away. Looking at the Leaf family members around him, Lu Jiangxian let out a deep sigh and activated the incantation. "Father, quick look!" A few brothers of the Li family had already gathered around, with Li Qijing, sharp-eyed, calling out. Li Mutian quickly focused his gaze, and the mirror flashed with white light, revealing tiny characters. He patted Li Qijing on the shoulder, urging, "Bring cloth and ink." The brothers hurriedly dispersed to fetch them, fortunate that the Li family had built a study equipped with the literary essentials discarded by their teacher. Otherwise, they would have had to go to the village head for supplies. Before long, Li Changhu returned with cloth, and Li Tonya stubbornly carried a wooden table with the ink. Thankfully, Li Qijing had already been waiting by the mirror, memorizing the text that appeared and flickered on the surface. Among them, Li Qijing, the youngest, had read the most books, so Li Mutian assigned him to write down all the tiny characters. The Jane Fa was quite lengthy. Li Qijing held the brush for the duration of an incense stick, his wrist aching, and had to pass it to Li Tongya to continue copying. The others watched closely, anxious not to make any mistakes. Lu Jiangxian, fearing they might misinterpret the incantation, manifested the text 3 times, along with detailed annotations on some secret phrases and several diagrams of auspicious currents. After they meticulously compared the text, he gradually retracted the brilliance. Li Xiaoping gazed at the small characters on the cloth and recited slowly, Xian Zhu Zhendan. At the beginning of the first turn, the elixir descends into the heart's network. Hence it is said that the elixir cave is in the central palace. After the elixir descends for 1 turn, one must close the breath for 9 cycles, and until 9 times, 81. Thus, it is called the heavy 9 number. This is celestial magic. Li Changhu was both surprised and delighted, wishing he could embrace the mirror and kiss it. The group suppressed their excitement, passing the incantation around to read carefully. Memorizing the annotations from the scroll, Li Xiaoping's gaze swiftly traversed the cloth, landing on the final few lines. In accordance with time, work diligently, do not betray faith. As the talisman is burned, the body bids farewell to the moon. He repeated softly. Li Mutian, observing the quiet child with his head down, comfortingly patted his head and calmly spoke. The deity of fate calms the spirit. We cultivate in accordance with the way. In the early morning, wisps of smoke curled from the rooftops of the village, and a mist akin to thin silk enveloped the air. Uncle Li, is there some joyous occasion today? Li Mutian ambled through the fields, hearing the cheerful inquiries from the workers. Looking down, he saw his nephew Yi Qingfu, a simple and honest lad whose words were quite charming. The green ears of grain are pleasing to behold. Li Mutian laughed heartily in response. Among the 4 great surnames of Li Jing village, Yi, Tian, Li, and Lu, the Yi surname was the most prominent, accounting for over 30% of the village's population. If they could unite, they would be a force to reckon with. You got quite the way with words. The old man understood he was referring to Li Changhu's wedding a few days prior. Ren was lovely, clever, and devoted to Li Changhu. Li Mutian intended to reveal some news after Ren had given birth, for she was discreet, and living under the same roof, excessive secrecy could breed resentment. However, Tongyao was reluctant to marry, while Xiaoping had reached an age of consideration. Li Mutian stroked his beard, counting the households in the village. Only he, an old man, felt his years weighing him down, his thoughts less sharp than before, so he forsook celestial practices to tend to the fields. For one, the mundane affairs of the world required someone to oversee them. Otherwise, the essentials of life would have no foundation. For another, it was to guard against any uninvited eyes that might sneak around. Today, Li Mutian was in high spirits, leisurely sitting on the ridge and engaging in casual conversation with the village elders. Lu Jiangxian's consciousness settled upon the 4 individuals seated cross-legged in the courtyard, their eyes closed. Above their heads, faint white radiance began to manifest. Li Qijing's white hair was the longest, approximately 8 inches, shining brightly, while Li Tongya and Li Xiaoping measured 6 and 5 inches, respectively. Li Changhu had merely 3 inches. The white hair displayed during the initial practice of the Jane Fa represented the individual's affinity with the Xianzhu talisman. Those with a foot of white hair could ingest the talisman and possess the abilities of one with spiritual apertures. Li Qijing's 8 inches allowed him to achieve 80% of the cultivation speed of a person with spiritual apertures, while Li Changhu's 3 inches meant his cultivation speed was merely 30% of that of an aperture bearer. In other words, Li Changhu's entire day of cultivation could not match that of another's 4 hours. As the moon ascended above the willow branches, Li Qijing suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Li Mutian, who was sitting nearby, sipping tea while recording the Jane Fa. Go ahead and try. Li Mutian nodded, speaking softly. Li Qijing was overjoyed, and his 3 brothers were equally hopeful, assisting in lighting incense and bathing, setting up an altar in the courtyard. Li Mutian then respectfully presented the talisman. Supported by the dragon-patterned mirror frame he had carved himself a few days prior, placing 9 incense sticks and offerings of fruits before it. Lu Jiangxian couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. This altar with incense and offerings seemed akin to worshipping him, a mere spirit. Before the altar, Li Qijing bowed 3 times and knelt, respectfully speaking. I, Li Qijing, disciple of the Li family, respectfully invite the wondrous celestial law, calming the spirit of fate, cultivating in accordance with the way. I shall work with time, not betray faith. As the talisman is burned, I bid farewell to the moon. Having spoken, he emptied his mind and activated the incantation, repeatedly consuming the natural essence of Taiha. Simultaneously, Lu Jiangxian focused his thoughts, and the mirror immediately shimmered with vibrant colors, like glistening water waves. Their SA response. Li Mutian and the others were greatly invigorated, intently watching the altar. They beheld the gray talisman humming, and a white sphere leaped forth from the mirror, round and luminous, casting a brilliant light that filled the courtyard, blinding them momentarily. Li Qijing felt his mind go blank as a resonant voice suddenly echoed. Here, the offspring of the Li clan, abstain from emotions, cease to harbor grievances, eradicate evil roots. Bestow upon them the wondrous celestial law, enabling them to embark on the path of cultivation, from mundane to sacred, from beginning to end, starting with the precepts, thus ascending to the truth. Bestow the Taiyin Tana Yangluan Jing, a volume of golden light technique. Li Qijing hurriedly rose from the ground, sitting cross-legged as the white sphere soared into his mud pill palace, causing his entire being to tremble, inundated with a flood of intricate information. The white sphere, having imparted the incantation, gently rotated within the mud pill palace, traveling through the meridians, eventually settling in the lower Dan Tianchi Sea. Li Mutian and the others watched as the Xian Zhu talisman merged into Li Qijing's head, their anxiety palpable as they anxiously observed him sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Remaining thus until dawn. As the moon set and the sun rose, Li Qijing finally awoke with a start, glancing around at his brothers, who were filled with worry. Father, brothers, I have obtained the Xian Zhu talisman. I have stepped into the realm of cultivation. Li Qijing exclaimed, leaping up in excitement and embracing his father. Li Mutian joyfully twirled Li Qijing around, while Li Tongya and the others exhaled in relief, their expressions now filled with excitement. I have received an incantation called Taiyin Tana Yangluan Jing, Li Qijing declared. However, as he prepared to recite the essence of the incantation, he found the white sphere in the Qi Si stirred slightly, and to his shock, he lost his voice, unable to utter a single word. Startled, he instinctively covered his mouth, then called out, "Father!" Seeing he could speak again, Li Qijing sighed in relief and, against his better judgment, attempted to recite the incantation's essence once more, only to find himself unable to express it verbally or mentally. This celestial magic could neither be written nor spoken. It was truly remarkable. Li Qijing's expression shifted, revealing a look of distress. Do not be anxious. As the summer solstice approached, a few of us decided to invite the spirits. However, my elder brother, Li Qijing, interrupted hesitantly, saying, "It seems there are only 6 talismans available." "Only 6? Li Tongya, who had been meticulously reading the Jane F.A., turned to him with a puzzled expression. After acquiring the Xian Zhu talisman, my mind has been filled with many concepts, such as the 6 realms of immortal cultivation and the nurturing of the embryonic breath. This method appears to only yield 6 talismans, Li Qijing candidly admitted. Li Xiangping nodded in agreement, reassuringly stating, "Such a wondrous object, capable of seizing the essence of heaven and earth, is indeed rare in number." My elder brother, Li Changhu, yawned and waved his hand at the others, saying, "Are you worried about your sister-in-law?" Li Xiangping chuckled heartily, teasing him. "You rascal." Li Changhu, in good spirits, playfully pointed at Li Xiangping and whispered, "I think Tianyun is quite splendid." With laughter, Li Changhu made his way into the front courtyard. "This is promising," Li Mutian mused, stroking his beard. That night, the moonlight flowed like water. Li Qijing closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, hands forming seals as he drew a stream of energy from his qi hai, allowing it to flow through his meridians. The energy surged past the 12 levels of the throat and emerged from his brow. In an instant, Li Qijing's vision brightened as the moonlight glided towards his brow, converging with the ethereal energy. The speed at which he absorbed the moonlight was rather slow. Once he refined the Xianjinglan, he would be able to manifest spells. Gazing at the moonlight collected in the talisman, Li Qijing blinked, suddenly inspired, and began to meditate by the stone platform. Lu Jiangxian, half awake in the mirror, was passing the time in a drowsy state. Having already absorbed sufficient moonlight energy, the time in the mirror felt long and tedious. Lu Jiangxian, akin to a university student enduring a monotonous lecture, dozed off, occasionally losing an entire day with a mere blink. Li Qijing's spiritual power leaped from his brow and fell into the moon halo in the mirror, instantly awakening Lu Jiangxian, who couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the young boy before him. Quite clever, he thought, invigorated, and resumed his practice. As dawn broke, several brothers arrived in the backyard, reluctantly concluding their meditation. Upon seeing his father and brothers present, Li Qijing recounted the events of the previous night, eliciting both surprise and joy from them. Li Mutian sighed, lighting incense for Lu Jiangxian, and led the children out of the secret chamber. Chapter 10. Engagement. As Li Mutian approached the Tian family courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, Tian Yun, who was squatting and selecting vegetables while humming a tune, looked up and, upon recognizing him, smiled shyly and said, "Uncle Li." She quickly set down the vegetables and called into the house, "Father, Uncle Mutian has come." "It's me," Li Mutian replied with a smile, surveying Tian Yun from head to toe. Over the past 3 years, the girl had blossomed, her figure curvaceous and well-proportioned. While not exceptionally beautiful, her features were pleasing, and her smile held a unique charm. "Not bad, not bad," Li Mutian said, lifting his hand to reveal a large goose. "Uncle, you are too generous," Tian Yun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. After a closer look, she gasped, "Is that a goose?" According to the Li ritual of marriage, the groom presents a goose as a token of courtship. In the country of Yu, when a man desires to marry a woman, he brings a goose to her family, known as the NCI ceremony. For humble households, elaborate customs are often beyond their means. In Lijing village, many suitors arrive empty-handed. This was Tian Yun's first experience with a formal proposal, and she was only just processing it. "Is my xiamping truly so precious to you?" Li Mutian laughed, teasing her. Tian Yun, her ears flushed crimson, stammered in embarrassment, attempting to conceal her feelings yet fearing Li Mutian's sincerity. "Indeed," she finally managed to reply. Just as Tian Shoshui stepped out of the house, he breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy weight on his heart lifted. How could a father not see that his daughter had already set her heart on the xiamping? Yet, this boy was notoriously discreet, making it difficult to discern his intentions. Tian Shoshui, concerned for his daughter's dignity, had remained silent all this time. "Brother," Tian Shoshui called out with a hearty laugh. Having followed Li Mutian since he was 5 years old and served alongside him in the military at 12, the three had forged a bond stronger than brotherhood. Tian Shoshui felt as closely tied to the Li family as if they were his own. How could his daughter suffer any disadvantage by marrying into their family? Unaware of her father's complex thoughts, Tian Yun retreated as if in flight, prompting another hearty laugh from Li Mutian. "Brother, aside from this marriage, there is another urgent matter," Tian Shoshui said, shaking his head in resignation. "What is it?" Li Mutian asked, puzzled. "Are there still surviving members of the Yuan family?" Li Mutian's brow furrowed as he spoke darkly. "I suspect there may still be relatives daring enough to conduct clandestine rituals." Tian Shoshui felt a twinge of anxiety and quickly reassured himself. "Indeed, your words make sense." Li Mutian gradually relaxed, nodding at Tian Shoshui. "I have indeed inquired in the past. There were 5 members of the Yuan family, and none were overlooked. Brother, I should not speak of such ominous matters on a joyous occasion." Tian Shoshui berated himself, eliciting a light laugh from Li Mutian. As Li Mutian stepped out of the Tian family home, he walked calmly along the dirt path, deep in thought, gazing towards the great Li Mountain. Young Li Qijing was diligently meditating in his room. Although the moonlight was thin during the day, hindering his progress, he committed himself to his practice, wasting no time. In the courtyard, Li Xiamping was flipping through the Jane Fa, the fabric worn and creased, ink smudged. "Third brother, do take it easy with that," Li Tongya chided playfully, his hands never ceasing their work on the wooden tablet. Elder brother Li Changhu was meticulously calculating accounts with Tian Qi when he raised an eyebrow at the conversation, remarking, "He has been at it all morning." Li Mutian stepped over the threshold, took a cup of tea from the table, and casually sat on the steps, nonchalantly saying, "I want to propose to the Tian family." Upon hearing this, Li Xiamping leaped from his seat, his face filled with urgency as he stared at his father. What do the Tian family say? Tian Yun said she treasures you, Li Mutian replied, sipping his tea and letting out a contented sigh. Wonderful, wonderful, Li Xiangping nudda acceptably. The two elder brothers couldn't help but laugh. Listen up, Li Mutian said, his thoughts shifting as he set down his cup, adopting a serious tone. Though the path of immortality is indeed wondrous, who knows what horrors and dangers lurk within? Our Li family is thin in numbers. Should anything happen to you, who would carry on our legacy? Observing the seriousness on the faces of the young men, Li Mutian waved his hand. This talisman is both our fortune and our potential misfortune. I hastily arranged a marriage for Changhu, hoping he will quickly bear offspring, so that our family might have a sliver of hope should misfortune arise. You too, he added, pointing at Li Xiangping, then glancing at Li Tongya with a sigh. As for Tongya, I'm getting old. I cannot press you anymore. While you may not be interested in the women in the village, you must leave behind some descendants. Li Tongya nodded silently, taking a moment before responding. Rest assured, father, I am mindful. That is for the best. Li Mutian wiped the white strands from his temples, troubled by his concerns. Approaching 60, though he was in good health and lacked for nothing, the unpredictability of life compelled him to arrange matters at home sooner rather than later. Father. A clear voice interrupted the somewhat oppressive atmosphere in the courtyard as Li Qijing rushed out, standing before his brothers. I am on the verge of refining 81 strands of moonlight to condense the Xianjing Luan, Li Qijing declared proudly, lifting his head. My Qijing is impressive. Li Mutian had long listened to his youngest son babble about the mysterious Tixn and the Su Njln, and could not help but embrace him joyfully, gazing at the child with hearty laughter. A few brothers were also swept up by the joyous atmosphere, their faces breaking into smiles. Li Changhu even pinched Li Qijing's cheek until the child cried out in protest before releasing him. The next opportunity to gather the guiding symbols would not come until the summer solstice. Li Tongya observed the joyful scene in the courtyard and smiled. Pondering, the new moon had not been prepared in time, but the summer solstice is approaching, just a few more days to wait. As he embarked on the path of cultivation, Li Tongya quietly engraved the GYNF onto a wooden slip, though his heart surged with excitement. Chapter 11. Summer Solstice. The summer solstice brought rain worth its weight in gold. The misty raindrops fell upon the fields, the bare earth exuding the scent of soil. In the south, the wheat was ripening early, with the new harvest already bundled and placed across the fields. Farmers greeted one another along the ridges as oilseed, vines, and large mustard seeds were prepared for planting, awaiting the autumn harvest. In the Li family, Li Tongya and Li Changhu eagerly awaited the summer solstice, counting the days with anticipation. As dusk descended, the two set up the altar and knelt before it alongside Li Xiangping. The FGN was supported by the dragon-patterned mirror frame, and on the altar lay the first sheaf of newly harvested wheat, several types of fruits, and 3 cups of tea brewed from summer rain. The three exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Disciples of the Li family, Li Changhu, Li Tongya, and Li Xiangping, respectfully request the profound and wondrous teachings to stabilize the spirit and dedicate ourselves to the path of cultivation. We shall honor our words with diligence, not failing in our faith, and with the incantation, we offer our essence to the great Een. The mirror shimmered with colorful lights, and 3 white orbs suddenly emerged, soaring toward the trio. They quickly settled into a meditative position, guiding the symbols according to the receiving the teachings. With the mirror's refinement, 81 strands of moonlight were successfully cultivated as the summer solstice heralded a time of vitality, illuminating the path for breakthroughs. With youthful audacity, Li Qijing summoned his thoughts, hands forming seals, the energy within him surging as the 81 strands of moonlight swiftly gathered, intertwining in a dance within his energy center. As they coalesced into a singular entity, the essence of life arose, manifesting within the palace of the mud pill. He then silently recited the method from the TiyntnYing to gather the moonlight soared over the 12 layers, converging within the palace of the mud pill, transforming into liquid and flowing downward, forming a tranquil pool within his energy center. Rise, he exclaimed, as a bright silver arc emerged from the pool like a moon reflected in water, its crystalline form resembling an exquisite crescent moon, captivating in its beauty. The 12 layers connected to the energy center and the tranquil pool revealed the. Witnessing such a sight, Li Qijing could not help but marvel, and he urged the technique to solidify the, striving to maintain its form. However, as time passed, there remained elusive, the crystalline crescent floating gently, shimmering and unstable, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Exhausted, Li Qijing struggled to maintain the shape of the beads of sweat cascading down his handsome face, dampening his light blue robe. Just as he found himself in a precarious position, the tranquil pool within his energy center surged, and a white symbol orb suddenly soared upwards. The orb, radiant and round, stabilized the crystalline crescent, gradually calming the power within the pool. Li Qijing exhaled a sigh of relief, channeling his energy to conclude his efforts. With the successful formation of the moonlight energy within him transformed into moonlight power, marking Li Qijing as a cultivator at the Tixing. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the mirror on the altar, partially obscured by the moon's halo, and bowed deeply. Bestowed with celestial teachings and refined moonlight, the success of the filled the Li family with immense gratitude, ensuring that for years to come, their incense offerings would never cease. With a voice still youthful yet remarkably solemn, the boy, who had always been sheltered under his brother's wings, had now grown into a young man. Yingya, Li Mutian stood quietly under the moonlight, gazing warmly at his youngest son. Father, I have gathered. The Li Qijing stood up smiling at his father, opening his left hand to reveal a milky white power floating within. The first step of cultivation, known as, required the gathering of 6 wheels, namely, and served as the gateway to the path. Excellent. Li Mutian expressed his heartfelt relief, repeating the word several times. Dispersing the power, Li Qijing resumed his seated position to consolidate his cultivation. What a remarkable technique! Li Xiangping was the first to open his eyes, stretching lazily before rising to take a hearty sip from the teapot on the table. I obtained the Wying Lnjing in a technique called Bishu F. No sooner had he spoken than Li Tongya awakened from his meditation, raising an eyebrow and contentedly declaring, I acquired a technique called Q11sh. After a short while, Li Changhu opened his eyes and, observing his 3 younger brothers, helplessly said, the technique I received is called JingYsh. Once all 3 brothers were awake, Li Qijing, who had been holding back his excitement, finally exclaimed, I have gathered the. So soon? Li Xiangping gasped in astonishment, tilting his head in curiosity. It was all thanks to the power of the mirror, Li Qijing remarked, glancing at the mirror on the altar, genuinely expressing, this mirror naturally gathers moonlight, making the refinement of moonlight power remarkably efficient. Realization dawned upon Li Tongya and the others, as Li Changhu affectionately ruffled Li Qijing's hair and said with a smile, I have heard that the human body possesses spiritual orifices, and when the power flows through, one can discern their location. Jinger, could you help us see? However, Li Changhu felt that his own attempt at gathering was exceedingly laborious, unlike his 2 younger brothers, and he began to doubt his own aptitude for cultivation. As his gaze swept over his 3 brothers, Li Qijing placed his left hand on Li Xiangping's shoulder and closed his eyes to seek out the spiritual orifices. His energy surged, and his breathing intensified, akin to a fish leaping. He silently recited the descriptions from the breathing technique, as the power revolved through Li Xiangping's meridians. After a moment, he opened his eyes in shock, murmuring, there is none. He hesitated, quickly placing his hands on his other 2 brothers' shoulders to probe their energies. None? How can that be? Li Qijing's complexion turned pale, and he sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes in meditation. Channeling his power throughout his body, he confirmed that there were indeed no spiritual orifices. The clearly stated that spiritual orifices were the foundation of the Tao. Without them, no magical technique could be realized. This. Li Qijing's mind was tumultuous, unable to maintain his meditation, his lips trembling as he gazed at Li Mutian, who was fiddling with the tea leaves, and softly said, Father, you were right. This mirror is indeed the calamity that befell our family. Should a true cultivator learn of this object, not only would we face death, but our souls would be trapped in the hands of others. And the entire Li Jing village and all the small villages within the ancient Li Dao would meet their demise. I have successfully formed and my power flows freely throughout my body. Unless I forfeit my cultivation, Those Qi practitioners cannot perceive the location of my spiritual orifices. Li Qijing stood resolutely, earnestly advising, as for the disciples of the Li family, those who have received the must never flaunt it. Precisely, Li Mutian sipped his tea, his expression serious as he regarded the others. Initially, I believed Jing could cultivate due to his remarkable talent. Han Wenxu once said that those with spiritual orifices are incredibly rare. Perhaps Jing is one of them. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued, yet now it seems. This mirror is indeed an extraordinary celestial object, capable of transforming the mundane into the miraculous. With this symbol, even ordinary mortals can catch a glimpse of the Tao. The others felt both fortunate and fearful, gazing silently at their father. Enough, you may continue your cultivation. I will go check the fields. Li Mutian finally said after a long silence. Understood. Chapter 12. Golden Light Technique. Li Changhu awoke for the 6th time from his meditative state, gritting his teeth and settling back into a cross-legged position to calm his mind. It was exceedingly difficult. After more than 3 months of cultivation, he had merely condensed a few strands of moonlight, while Xiangping had already attempted to condense the Xianjing wheel, and Tongya had gathered over 70 strands of moonlight. Only he, Li Changhu, remained stagnant at a single-digit count, in stark contrast to the effortless and graceful practice of his 2 younger brothers. Li Changhu struggled immensely to guide the spiritual energy across the 12 levels, with even the talismans in his Qi Si appearing listless and dim. He could hardly sense moonlight, not even on nights when the moon was less than bright, and the few strands he had were only gathered with the aid of the Fajian. Sigh. Li Changhu had come to realize that he lacked talent in the path of cultivation, feeling immense guilt each time he relied on the Fajian for practice, convinced that he was obstructing his brother's paths. Upon awakening for the 7th time, Li Changhu wore a gloomy expression as he glanced at his companions, Li Tongya and Li Xiangping. He quietly rose and made his way outside. Li Mutian was in the backyard, bent over as he polished a long knife. He held the back of the blade with his right hand, while his left thumb and index finger pinched the blade's body, steadily working the knife against the whetstone. Li Changhu steeled himself and spoke. Father, what is it? Li Mutian replied without looking up, his tone indifferent. Then you will not cultivate? Li Mutian lifted his head, gazing coldly at him. It is not that I will not cultivate. Li Changhu had prepared his words in advance, explaining to his father, my talent pales in comparison to Tongya and Xiangping, let alone Jing. I can barely cultivate with the Fajian. It would be better to help you manage the family affairs during the day and take a stroll in the fields to avoid raising suspicions. Very well. After pondering for a moment, Li Mutian's expression softened considerably as he shook his head and said, tomorrow, you may set aside cultivation. Focus on preparing for Xiangping's wedding, but do so discreetly. Just invite some relatives and keep it low-key. Understood. Li Changhu nodded earnestly and hurried towards the main courtyard. As he entered, he spotted his wife, Rin Shi, sitting in the courtyard, sewing while chatting with Tianyan. The women could not enter the ancestral hall in the backyard, so they had to wait here. What is it, Ping Li Changhu asked gently, his expression softening upon seeing his wife. Changhu, Rin Ping graceful and dignified, her eyes sparkling with joy, whispered, I am with child. What? Li Changhu was taken aback, his previous feelings of frustration evaporating. His face flushed with excitement as he responded, is it really true? Would I deceive you? Mother-in-law has seen it. It is true. Ping Ping shyly nodded, scolding him lightly. Father, Ping is with child. Li Shanshu lauga heartily, filled with joy, and rushed towards the backyard. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed as Li Mutian abandoned the knife and hurried to the main courtyard. His expression filled with excitement as he asked, what did you say? Ping is with child. Li Changhu exclaimed like a child, grinning broadly. Wonderful, wonderful. Li Mutian laughed heartily, patting the blushing Rin Ping on the back. He turned to Li Changhu and said, I will go invite the teacher. You take good care of her. Li Changhu nodded repeatedly, pulling Rin Ping down to sit, attentively inquiring about her well-being. In the backyard, Li Xiangping completed a hand gesture and slowly awakened from his meditation. He reached for the wooden tablet standing before him, untying the cloth binding and unfurling it with a rustle. Under the bright moonlight, the large characters at the top read, Golden Light Technique. The Tying Tana Yang Luan Jing could neither be recited nor written down, yet this accompanying technique could be orally transmitted and recorded. Li Tongya and the others had copied the spells they acquired and exchanged them for review. This scroll of golden light technique was obtained by Li Qijing, and Li Xiangping had mastered the Xianjing wheel in the preceding nights, utilizing this spell for practice. The golden light technique was not difficult. After reading it and comparing it for 2 nights, Li Xiangping comprehended all the key points. He flipped his left hand, and a radiant stream of golden light emerged from his palm. Golden light technique. This was a technique for offense and defense. By forming a hand gesture, one could condense a beam of golden light, exceedingly sharp. This golden light could be attached to swords to attack enemies or thrown as a projectile, showcasing formidable power. Dispelling the spell with a wave of his hand, Li Xiangping exited the courtyard, where his brothers were seated in meditation. He found a piece of blue stone by the entrance, embraced it with both hands, and softly commanded, "Rise." To his surprise, Li Xiangping lifted the blue stone with ease, even stumbling backward a few steps due to his excessive force. With a lifespan of 120 years, his spiritual energy circulated through his meridians, rendering him light, strong, with keen hearing and clear sight. Forming hand gestures to cast spells was unlike ordinary methods. He positioned the blue stone correctly, retreated 3 paces, and performed the spell. A beam of golden light leaped from his palm, slicing through the blue stone. With a flash of bright sparks, a shallow cut appeared on the stone's surface, having pushed it back a full palm's length and leaving faint white scratches on the ground. Excellent technique. Li Tongya, who had already awakened from his meditation, remarked with a smile at Li Xiangping. Jing finds this technique most useful. Just a few days ago, he used it to slice the crooked rockery in the backyard. I did not dare to inform father. In terms of cultivation, we truly cannot compare to Jing. Li Xiangping pouted, repositioning the blue stone as he estimated the amount of spiritual energy within him, concluding that he could still cast spells 4 to 5 more times. Jing entered the Xianjing in less than a month. Although he had the Fa Jian's assistance, it is still astonishing. Li Tongya shook his head. They had 6 stages known as Xianjing, Chengming, Zhouxing, Qingyuan, Yujing, and Lingchu, with Xianjing, Zhouxing, and Yujing being particularly arduous, referred to as the 3 gates of. Li Qijing and the others had easily breached the gate with the aid of the Fa Jian, but there was no shortcut for the subsequent Chengming stage. They could only diligently cultivate and gather the nurturing energy. 9 months for Xianjing, breathing and cultivating, 3 months for Chengming, deemed as excellent root and bone. Sitting beside his second brother, Li Xiangping recited the descriptions from the and said to Li Tongya, with external assistance, the standard for Xianjing cannot be deemed valid. However, this 3-month Qingming can certainly be compared. Indeed, Li Tongya nodded slightly before whispering. As for the eldest brother, he may be even worse off than you and I. Li Xiangping spoke somewhat gloomily, quietly gazing at the Dali Mountain under the night sky. I will adjust for a few more days before attempting to condense the Xianjing wheel. If successful, the Fa Jian can be fully utilized for the eldest brother's cultivation. Li Tongya contemplata. Gazing at Dali Mountain, Li Xiangping suddenly squinted, abruptly standing up and shouting towards the back mountain. You rogue, how dare you? Chapter 13. Killing Li Yisheng lost his father last year, and all the family land and wealth were inherited by him as the eldest son, which brought him great satisfaction. He quickly sold a piece of land to acquire some money and indulge himself in the village's small shop. For the next few days, he idled about, wandering through the village and the mountains, brazenly engaging in mischief and theft, feeling unafraid of anyone in Li Jing village, save for his uncle, Li Mutian. Poor Li Yisheng, despite being the same age as Li Xiangping, had followed the teacher in his studies since childhood, while he was left alone, suffering from hunger and cold. A boy of merely a few years lost his father and had to tend to ducks and watch over cattle daily. If it weren't for the constant support from Li Mutian's family, he would have likely starved to death at home. Li Yisheng paid no heed to his brother's plight. When idle, he felt a burning jealousy, watching Li Changhu and his family come and go from their grand courtyard made of blue bricks. Why is it that we share the same surname, yet you're legitimate while I am not? Why did you purchase fertile land and build a grand estate? He raged inwardly. Are you just a big family in the village, flaunting your status as if you possess treasures? Suddenly, he straightened up, recalling a night from years past. The tense expressions of several people, and the knife in Li Mutian's hand. Li Mutian must possess treasures. Li Yisheng, with a dogtail grass in his mouth, watched Li Changhu chatting cheerfully with the tenants in the fields, feeling increasingly dissatisfied within. Is it just because you were born lucky? Under the shade of a tree, Li Yeshing napped for a while. As night deepened, he spat out the dogtail grass from his mouth, rolled up his pant legs, and stealthily made his way toward the Li family courtyard. After circling the perimeter of the courtyard, Li Yeshing found not a single gap in the walls. Even after scratching at the surface, it remained smooth and solid, making it seemingly impossible to scale. Cursing under his breath, Li Yeshing spat on the wall with determination and turned to dash toward the back mountain. I refuse to believe you can set up a watch on a roof. The Dali Mountain range was winding and extensive, with the back mountain of Lijing village being just one of its peaks. The villagers, lacking the inclination to name it, simply referred to it as the back mountain. Crossing over the back mountain to the south led to Meichi Peak. And further south at the foot of the mountain lay Jiangxian village, where the two villages exchanged goods via a small path through the hills. Li Yeshing pushed through the thicket and climbed the narrow path for about 15 minutes until he found a protruding spot with a broad view of the small courtyard below. Rubbing his eyes, he discerned several indistinct figures moving about, seemingly seated in a meditative posture. One figure was pacing while clutching a blue stone, though their purpose remained unclear. It was rumored that the courtyard housed stone locks. Could it be that Li Muqian had acquired some martial arts techniques and was secretly teaching those figures? Li Yeshing glanced up at the sky. The mountain air was already dim, and the bright moon was obscured by dark clouds, casting the land into a pitch-black shroud where even the outlines of figures began to blur. The night was late, and the sound of high-pitched howls from the monkeys and the growls from wolves echoed through the mountains. A chilling breeze swept under Li Yeshing's trousers, causing him to clamp his legs together and sit down on a large rock. This is quite eerie. After sitting for another moment, the cold made his nose run, and he silently concocted rumors to spread throughout the village. What ancestral treasures! Li Yeshing was just as much a member of the Li family. Why should he be left out? If it were martial arts techniques, he wouldn't bother to cultivate them. Selling them for money would allow him to live a much more carefree life. He peered cautiously, and to his astonishment, he saw a familiar face with delicate features gazing down at him. His cousin, Li Xiangping. Li Yeshing's eyes widened in surprise, and he was about to unleash his frustration when he noticed Li Xiangping forming a hand seal. What? A radiant golden light appeared before him, and a sharp pain shot through his throat, making the world spin around him. One moment he caught sight of the bright moon, and the next, he glimpsed the indistinct, small courtyard under its glow. Li Yeshing's head suddenly jerked upward and crashed heavily onto the narrow path, leaving him with a fading consciousness. Bewilderedly staring at Li Xiangping's cold smile, feeling an unfamiliar distance from this cousin. Behind the stone, a headless corpse gushed blood from its neck. The warm crimson staining the blue stone, the dirt path, and the dried leaves, flowing down to Li Xiangping's feet. Disdainfully stepping back, Li Xiangping watched as Li Yeshing's body crumpled to the ground, contemplated for a moment, then formed another hand seal to summon forth a golden light. Having completed his task, Li Xiangping stood and surveyed his surroundings. The shadows in the forest were now filled with numerous green eyes. He clapped his hands and softly said, "Enjoy, everyone." In the Li household, Li Changhu awoke from his meditation, only to find both of his younger brothers missing. The expansive courtyard was silent except for the chirping of insects. Confused, he quickly made his way to the main hall, where he finally encountered Li Tongya. Looking at Li Tongya, who was seated at a wooden table perusing the methods of cultivation, Li Changhu asked with a hint of curiosity, "Where is Xiangping? He went to wash his hands." Li Tongya replied leisurely, rolling up the bamboo slips. "Tongya, are you preparing to condense the Xianjing wheel?" Li Changhu pressed his hands against the table, a tinge of envy in his voice. "In a few days, I will be able to condense 81 strands of moonlight. We are far inferior to Qijing. I feel we should wait a bit longer and prepare a few more days." "Brother, who among us four resembles our father the most?" Li Tongya suddenly asked, fixing a serious gaze upon Li Changhu. "Naturally, it's you," Li Changhu blurted out, then paused, finding a seat to sit down, and continued with a smile. "I am too gentle, Xiangping is too restless, and Qijing is too shy. Only you, Li Tongya, are composed and unflappable, most resembling him." "Ah, Li Dunya Shukladligli." Waving his hand in a serious manner, "Brother, do not flatter me. In my opinion, Xiangping resembles him the most." "Why is that?" Li Changhu asked, puzzled. Li Tongya slowly explained. When we were young, during our play in the courtyard, our father once said, when one first takes a life, one may experience ear ringing and a flushed head, unable to retreat or advance, trembling uncontrollably, or roaring incessantly, unaware of the world. Only Li Mutian, upon taking a life, sheathes his blade and drinks, conversing with ease. After speaking, he laughed heartily, brimming with pride. Xiangping resembles our father the most, Li Tongya whispered, leaning closer to Li Changhu, because he is sufficiently ruthless. In Chapter 14, Changhu and Xiangping, it is because he is sufficiently ruthless. As Li Tongya's words faded, a chill crept up Li Changhu's spine, his pupils dilating as the hairs on his body stood on end. He fixed his gaze upon his brother's smiling face, feeling an ominous dread within. Ha ha! Pushing Li Changhu's shoulder, Li Tongya lightly tossed the wooden slip in his hand and chuckled at Li Changhu. You child. Li Changhu sighed, assuming Li Tongya was joking, and waved his hand lightly, saying, I will go prepare for Xiangping's wedding. After finishing his words, Li Changhu adjusted his clothing and stepped out towards the Tian family. However, Li Tongya's smile faded as he sat quietly at the wooden table, saying, Father. At that moment, Li Mutian had already appeared, standing on the stone steps with a solemn expression, lost in thought. Hearing this, he turned to look at Li Tongya. Last night, Li Mutian sat at the door, gazing at the moon, when he saw Li Xiangping rushing toward the back mountain in a flurry. Concerned, he quietly followed the child up the mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Li Tongya was likewise worried about his brother and stealthily trailed behind, leading to an awkward encounter as they both witnessed Li Xiangping commit murder and then saw the beast devour the remains before Li Mutian finally descended the mountain. Xiangping acted out of concern for the family's safety. There was no need for father to be angry, Li Tongya reassured. I'm furious, Li Mutian replied, suppressing his feelings and speaking without restraint. He squinted, adding, that brat did well to kill that useless one. If he had merely threatened him, I would have jumped down to slice that useless one myself. Good kill. What is there to be angry about? Do not shield Li Changhu. Li Tongya sighed deeply. Speaking somberly, eldest brother is kind-hearted. The villagers and tenants respect him greatly, and he can protect the family business. Nonsense. Li Mutian slammed the table with rising anger. They respect Li Mutian. The ones surrounding your brother are merely Li Changhu's tenants. These people have always feared power over virtue. Look at him. If I were to die today, Li Yesheng would dare to roll up to my door tomorrow. Would Li Changhu kill him? Seeing Li Tongya remain silent, Li Mutian's tone softened considerably as he spoke quietly. In the past, I was unafraid, with both of you brothers by my side. Li Changhu's kindness was the best. With both grace and might, the future looked promising. But now it is different. The Li family bears the weight of guilt, walking on thin ice. If the one in charge is not ruthless enough, we could easily fall. Moreover, Li Mutian took a breath, his eyes filled with worry. For the past few days, I have felt an incessant unease, fearing for my life. Li Changhu had gone to the Tian family to finalize the wedding arrangements. Sitting there in a daze, his expression complex. He had walked through the village, but had not seen Li Yesheng. Recalling his younger brother's low shout from the previous night and Li Tongya's hint, Li Changhu understood that Yesheng had most likely been killed by Xiangping. A pang of anguish struck Li Changhu's heart. In their childhood, Yesheng and Tongya were always obediently following him to the river to catch fish. He vaguely remembered Yesheng holding a large catfish, grinning and calling out, Brother, brother, look at me. Tongya, clearly envious, would always turn away, pouting and refusing to look at him. The three of them, exhausted from playing, would stand by the river to relieve themselves, competing to see who could urinate the highest and farthest. However, shortly thereafter, the matriarch passed away, and the second uncle fell gravely ill. Yisheng underwent a profound transformation in a mere few months, no longer resembling his former self. Such a fate seemed too harsh. Tears welled in Li Changhu's eyes as he felt a persistent urge to persuade him once more, to guide him towards righteousness, to diligently protect his younger brother Yisheng, and to urge him to live well. Changhu, a voice called out, startling Li Changhu from his reverie. He quickly lowered his head to wipe his eyes and turned to the source of the sound. It was an elderly farmer, white-haired and possessing a kind demeanor, with dark skin clad in coarse clothing and wide trousers. Subo, Li Changhu stood up, brushing off his trousers, and inquired with genuine concern. Is there enough grain at home? Yes, yes. Su Leiahan's tears flowed as he beheld Li Changhu. Although aging, he remained relatively healthy. Yet his only son was bedridden and unable to tend to the fields. Li Changhu had reduced his rent and provided grain, enabling him to barely scrape by. Su Laoan had watched Li Changhu grow and regarded him as a child, and after this ordeal, he felt immensely grateful. Please, no need for formalities. Li Changhu quickly emerged from his sorrow, stating earnestly, "My father instructed me a few days ago to look after Su Laohan's fields, so here I am." Su Laoan, wise with age, recognized that Li Changhu was merely doing a favor for Li Mutian. With a smile, he cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Please convey my thanks to the head of the family. This kindness will be remembered by the Su family." "Ah, there's no need for such gratitude. It is merely my duty." Li Changhu waved his hand. As the two conversed in the fields, Li Xiangping approached the edge of the reeds. Quietly observing Li Yisheng, who was counting on his fingers, muttering to himself, "A few days ago, I visited my third uncle, the day before that my eldest uncle, and yesterday my fourth uncle sent me away. Today, I can only boil some wild vegetables and catch a few shrimp for soup." He gazed at the reeds swaying in the wind, the land that had nurtured him. Had it not been for this generous expanse of reeds, he would have long since perished in some forgotten corner. He pondered about his uncle's family, when suddenly he noticed a figure emerging from the reeds. "Xiangping!" Li Yisheng exclaimed joyfully, rising to his feet. Ever since the main family had built a high courtyard, Li Xiangping seldom ventured out. As it was said, he spent his days reading in the courtyard. Li Yisheng could only encounter him during meals at the main house. Come, Li Xiangping smiled, retrieving a white bun from his cloth bag and handing it to him. Li Yisheng eagerly accepted it, devouring it with great haste, mumbling, "You treat me the best." Ha. Li Xiangping and Li Yisheng had grown quite close, having shared many secret snacks as children, often unnoticed by Li Mutian. Here, Li Xiangping's expression turned somewhat complex as he pressed the cloth bag into Li Yisheng's hands, saying, "These are my reading materials from when I first began studying. You can read them while you tend to the ducks." "Thank you, Go." Li Yisheng was deeply moved, washing his hands in a nearby river before carefully storing the cloth bag. "In a few days, I will ask my father to speak with the teacher about you. During your free time, you should visit him to read more. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us." "I can't accept that." Li Yisheng felt a mix of surprise and anxiety, repeatedly declining with gestures of his hands. "I've heard that studying requires fees. My brother won't give me any money." Li Xiangping scrutinized him for a moment before calmly stating, "There is no need for such formalities between us. When I approach my father, it will be as if I am paying the fees for you." Li Yisheng wanted to say more, but upon seeing Li Xiangping's calm demeanor, a sense of reverence inexplicably arose within him, and he mused, "Xiangping seems akin to my uncle." Chapter 15. Refugees Lu Jiangxian had become well acquainted with the powers of the Jade Stone after several months, enabling him to employ the minor illusion techniques recorded in the Taiying Yang Luan Jing to communicate with the Li family. However, he believed the timing was not yet ripe, and thus refrained from revealing his consciousness, lying quietly in the ancestral hall like a lifeless object. After all, the Li family was not foolish. While this mirror might possess high status, Lu Jiangxian was merely a novice in the realm of cultivation. Fortunately, his spiritual awareness now enveloped the entire Li family, and during his idle moments, awakening felt akin to watching a television series, a rather pleasant existence. Only the occasional aura passing overhead from the ancient Li road would startle Lu Jiangxian, prompting him to draw in his awareness. Although the Li family had imagined Lu Jiangxian to be some sort of divine artifact, he was aware of his own combat capabilities. He was at the second level of the fetal breath stage, with the Ming Luan as his foundation, and the fourth level, the Qing Yuan Luan, was the utmost he could achieve. Comparing himself to the overwhelming auras that made him feel like a thorn in their side while hidden in the mirror, he resolved to exercise greater caution, contemplating survival for another 180 years before making any moves. Yet, he wondered himself, why were there refugees on the ancient Li road? Li Shangshu, along with a group of villagers wielding torches, pitchforks, and hoes, stood at the village entrance, confronting a group of ragged refugees. After recently completing the marriage arrangements for Xiangping and Tianyun, Li Changhu had taken time practice, but was soon alerted by a tenant from the Li family, who rushed to inform him of the arrival of refugees at the village entrance. Refugees? The last time Li Changhu encountered refugees was over 3 years ago. A group from the Chun family who had crossed the Meichi Mountain. The good weather and fertile Meichi River had ensured that no families in the upper and lower reaches were unable to survive. How could this be? After pondering for a moment, Li Changhu waved his hand and stepped outside, stating, "My father has already gone to bed. There is no need to trouble him. Bring along Uncle Tian and Uncle Run. Let us investigate." Upon reaching the village entrance, he found Lu Linfeng, the steward of the Lu family, waiting there with a pipe in his mouth. Upon seeing Li Changhu, he greeted him with a smile. "Changhu has arrived." "The Jiao?" Li Changhu nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Linfeng was the elder brother of his mother, Lu Linyan. Years ago, after Li Mutian had killed the wealthy Yuan family and redistributed the land, Lu Linfeng's father had immediately favored this young man, pushing through opposition to marry Lu Linyun into the Li family. Li Changhu and Lu Linfeng called out to the refugees 3 times, and finally, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. Despite his grimy appearance and tattered clothing, he carried himself with a certain dignity. With a bow, the middle-aged man spoke with a bitter smile. "I'm the manager of a merchant caravan on the Xiali Road. The kingdom of Wu has captured Jiangxian city to the south, and chaos has erupted throughout the Xiali Road. We were ambushed on the way and fled among the refugees. I have been recommended by many to speak on our behalf, and we hope you too can provide a shelter." Lu Linfeng inquired with concern. "How many perished?" "Many lives were lost, including the elderly and children." The middle-aged man replied with a painful smile. While the representatives of the 2 prominent families were exchanging information, Su Laoan, clutching a handmade grass cricket in one hand and a hoe in the other, squinted at the refugees, living at the village entrance. He had been awakened early by the noise, and, upon learning that Li Changhu would also be coming, he had eagerly prepared the grass cricket he had made a few days prior to present to the unborn child of the Rin family. Now, however, he was captivated by a young man among the refugees, who wore ragged clothing and had a strip of animal hide wrapped around his waist. His fiery eyes intently fixed on Li Changhu and Lu Linfeng. Those eyes seemed oddly familiar. Su Laoan stroked his graying beard, struggling to recall where he had seen them before. "Everyone, listen to me," Lu Linfeng called to the refugees, stepping forward to announce. "I am the clan leader of the Lu family in the village. There is still a vast expanse of uncultivated land in Li Jing village. If you are willing, my Lu family can provide food and tools for this year, and the cultivated land will be rented to you, charging only a 30% rent." As a younger member of the family, Li Changhu stepped back slightly, mirroring Lu Linfeng's commitment. "My Li family is also willing to assist." The young refugee, upon hearing these words, abruptly turned his head, fixating his gaze on Li Changhu's face. His eyes blazed like flames, staring intently for several seconds before he quickly lowered his head in satisfaction. Old Su, straining with all his might, finally squeezed his way to the front of the crowd, scrutinizing the refugees, but could not find the young man. Turning around, he saw that the youth had already pushed his way to the very front of the group, mere paces away from where Li Changhu and Lu Linfeng stood. A middle-aged man, bending slightly beside the two, cast a glance at him, pondering in astonishment. Such sharp eyes. Is there such a figure among the refugees? Having shared meals and lodgings for 3 months, I have yet to meet this person. You may drink and feast in Li Jing village, marry and have children, but theft and debauchery are strictly forbidden, Lu Linfeng was advising the crowd. Yet old Su's unease grew stronger. He watched as a young man suddenly leaped forward, kneeling before Lu Linfeng, weeping bitterly. "My family has perished in war, and I am the sole survivor. After a long journey, I am grateful to meet 2 great gentlemen who have taken me in. I would never dare commit such shameless acts." His cries were so heartfelt that the other refugees, stirred by their own sorrows, began to wail in unison. The sound of lamentation filled the air, and even Lu Linfeng could not help but feel moved. A wave of familiarity surged within Lu Linfeng's mind. His face flushed as if intoxicated, and he cautiously scrutinized the youth. Behind him, Li Changhu could no longer contain himself. He looked compassionately at the kneeling young man and stepped forward to help him up. Old Su was still a tenant of the Yuan family, with golden rice fields swaying in the autumn breeze. A woman holding a child approached the fields, and he bent down, speaking auspicious words. Looking at this mole on the child's foot, he must be destined for great things. "Wait," Old Su shouted, straightening his back, which had been hunched for over 20 years, glaring with intensity. "Wait." But he soon heard another voice from nearby, echoing his words, a middle-aged man, chosen by the refugees. was staring at the youth with a puzzled expression, attempting to intervene. Before either could finish their words, the young man suddenly raised his head, and Li Changhu found himself unexpectedly locked in the gaze of those fierce, predatory eyes. In Chapter 16, titled Fateful Bond, Li Changhu witnessed the youth draw forth a glint of cold steel from beneath his hide. Those sharp, beast-like eyes remained fixed on Li Changhu, unblinking, as the cold gleam shot forth like a lightning bolt, aiming directly for his throat. In a state of panic, he could only step back hastily, raising his hands to block the attack. It was too swift. This thrust had been practiced for 22 years, having torn through countless bundles of straw, harboring years of suppressed hatred. That cold gleam, which appeared as a silver flash, deftly evaded Li Changhu's defensive hand and plunged straight into his throat. He barely managed to emit a few blood-curdling gasps before collapsing heavily to the ground, his vision blurring as he faintly heard the screams and shouts around him. "Beast!" cried Tian Shui, standing behind Li Changhu, his heart wrenching in despair. He was shorter than Li Changhu and had been completely blocked from view until the moment of the attack. His eyes bulged with rage, veins protruding on his forehead as he reached for the young man. The youth, having struck successfully, abandoned his dagger and rolled away. Slipping through the crowd of refugees like a nimble deer, Tian Shui pursued, but the refugees scattered like startled birds, allowing him only a fleeting glimpse of the young man as he darted into the reeds at the village's edge, swiftly disappearing from sight. "Damn it! Curse dog!" The crowd soon grasped the situation. The middle-aged man was pinned against the wall by the villagers, crying out and cursing. "This has nothing to do with me. I don't know that youth. He must have mixed it on the road." "Shut up," Lu Linfeng scolded, his face pale as he gritted his teeth, supporting the fallen Li Changhu, casting a furious glance at the middle-aged man, temporarily losing his composure. Watching his nephew spewing blood, on the brink of death, his mind was clouded. How would he explain this to his sister? How to account for this to Li Mutian? His nephew was dying right before his eyes. Ren Pingyan sat in a daze on the ground. His daughter, Ren Shi, had only just married Li Changhu and was now pregnant. To see the child he had watched grow up perish like this was unbearable. The crowd was thrown into chaos. As Li Changhu lay with his eyes wide open, staring at the sky, feeling the warm blood flowing from his chest, his consciousness fading. Apologies to Xiang Ping, he thought, for turning a joyous occasion into a funeral. With his remaining awareness dimming, the pain and suffocation finally plunged him into an abyss of darkness. Amidst the turmoil, unbeknownst to the onlookers, a silver light quietly soared from his dantian, trailing like a fledgling swallow's returning to the nest, spiraling upwards before darting towards the Li family's backyard. Not far away, old Su stood trembling, hunched over, witnessing the youth drive the dagger into Li Changhu's neck, the tip even slightly protruding from the back of his neck. He felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his vision darkening, nearly losing consciousness. What a fateful bond! Tears streamed down his face as he clutched tightly a string of grasshoppers he had intended to bring to Li Changhu, feeling an agonizing ache in his heart. "Beast!" Old Su gasped, wiping away his tears, and began to run towards the back mountain, muttering to himself, "I have outlived my wife, witnessed the fall of the master family, and seen more characters than the dung left by your wild wolf. Just wait, just wait. I shall meet you at the Li family ancestral hall." Lu Jiangxian sighed silently. He had awakened when Li Changhu was attacked, but the distance from the village head was too great for him to intervene, leaving him to watch helplessly as events unfolded. Gazing at the silver light swirling like a butterfly at the edge of the mirror, he thought that with a mere thought, this talisman seed could transform into pure essence to nourish his spirit. However, as Li Changhu had not yet cultivated the Xianjing, the benefits were minimal. With a sigh, Lu Jiangxian reversed his spell, utilizing the Xian Zhu Si Ling Shu to activate the consciousness within this talisman seed, drawing forth magical energy that extended towards the Li family members in the courtyard. Li Mutian had been lying down for over an hour, barely dozing off, when he noticed the moonlight pouring through the windows and door cracks like water, illuminating the room as bright as day. His eldest son, Li Changhu, stood quietly by his bedside, gazing at him. "What happened?" Li Mutian croaked, inquiring about his son. Li Changhu pressed his lips together in silence, intently studying Li Mutian's face, as if trying to imprint it in his memory. Coughing vigorously, Li Mutian furrowed his brow and asked, "Changhu, what is wrong?" Li Changhu bowed respectfully to his father. choked with emotion as he replied, "Father, take care." No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Changhu's figure scattered like sand in the wind, the moonlight fading, and the once bright courtyard dimmed. Li Mutian, filled with unease, reached out to grasp at the fading image, crying out, "Speak, child!" "Changhu! Li Changhu!" He suddenly awoke from his bed, staring blankly outside. In the adjoining room, Li Qijing, with tear-streaked cheeks, opened his eyes and rose to walk outside, where he found Li Tongya sitting at the wooden table. Upon seeing his brother emerge, Li Tongya quickly wiped his tears and forced a smile, asking, "What is the matter?" Li Qijing, however, stared blankly at his elder brother and asked, "Where is big brother? He was called out by a tenant early this morning. Perhaps there is something to attend to in the fields." As the door creaked open, Li Mutian stood at the threshold, his face etched with anxiety as he called out. Hastily donning his shoes, he ventured into the front courtyard, only to be taken aback. A large crowd of villagers had gathered outside, all holding torches, their eyes brimming with tears. At the foot of the stone steps knelt 3 individuals, surrounding a form concealed beneath a white cloth. The sight of Tian Shoushui and Ren Pingyin's expressions of shame and sorrow plunged Li Mutian into a profound unease. Trembling, he descended the steps, pushing aside the tearful Lu Linfeng who approached to lend support, and gently lifted the white cloth. Darkness enveloped him, nearly causing him to faint. The brothers who followed behind were equally troubled. Li Qijing stepped forward, collapsing to the ground with a thud, crying out, "Brother!" He leaned over Li Changhu, checking for signs of life. Suddenly, he raised his head, tears streaming down his face as he glared at the surrounding villagers, shouting, "Who? Who dares?" His roar was akin to a tiger's roar, sending the crowd recoiling in fear. Chapter 17. Fateful Entanglement, seeing Li Qijing's youthful face marred by a fierce expression. Yi Chengfu in the crowd paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He mused that the 4th son was likely not one to be trifled with the leader, Liang Lu, deceased. The remaining 3 were akin to wolves, one cunning, the other ferocious. In less than a decade, Li Jia would certainly dominate Li Jing village. Changhu was killed by the refugees. Li Xiangping, holding back tears, knelt beside Li Changhu and turned to Tian Shoushui, stammering, "Uncle Tian, what happened?" "It is likely the remnants of the Yuan family." Li Mutian squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, casting a glance at the shame-faced Tian Shoushui, who bowed his head in silence. He then called out, "Li Tongya." Hearing his name, Li Tongya wiped away his tears, stepped forward, and cupped his hands to the villagers, proclaiming, "I apologize for disturbing everyone tonight. Please disperse. There is no need to linger here." After bowing to assist Lu Linfeng, he whispered in his ear, "Please, uncle, take charge of the refugees to prevent any chaos. We shall join you shortly." Understood. Lu Linfeng, already timid before Li Mutian, felt a surge of relief upon hearing this, repeatedly agreeing as he departed with his companions. Tian Shoushui and Ren Pingyin carried Li Changhu's body to the Li family's backyard, where they were met with the sounds of weeping from the main courtyard. Ren's family had succumbed to the news and fainted. Tian Yun and Lu Shi, holding back tears, took turns caring for her, while one hurried off to find a teacher. Brother with tears in his eyes, Tian Shoushui laid down Li Changhu, but before he could speak, Li Mutian gestured for silence, wearily saying, "Pingyin, check on Ren Shi. Shoushui, you stay with Lu Linfeng and keep an eye on the refugees. Without my family's statement, he may not act decisively." "Yes." Tian Shoushui hesitated, wiping his tears as he retreated, while Ren Pingyin nodded absently, moving to care for Ren Pinger. In the backyard, without outsiders, only the Li brothers remained, weeping softly. Li Mutian could no longer contain himself, resembling a wounded lone wolf as he sat beside his eldest son, mourning quietly. Changhu in the dead of night. Chaos enveloped Li Jing village. Old Su, alone with his hoe, made his way to the rear mountain, navigating the winding path until he stumbled upon a sprawling cemetery hidden within the overgrown weeds. Pausing to scrutinize, he was not surprised to find a disheveled youth, clad in tattered clothing and a beast-hide coat, leisurely seated beside a small tombstone, speaking to himself. Upon hearing the rustle, the youth sharply lifted his gaze, and upon seeing only an elderly farmer, he clapped his hands, grinning as he asked, "Where do you come from, old man?" Old Su chose not to respond, deliberately moving slowly, trembling as he approached the youth, feigning vigilance. He knelt beside the grave, embracing the tombstone, and began to weep softly. The youth listened intently, picking up on murmurs of vengeance and peace for the deceased, stirring something within him. Orphaned as a child, he had endured hardship, serving as a tenant for others while training with a dagger, yearning for the day he could exact revenge on Li Mutian. Now that his vengeance had been partially fulfilled, he felt a surge of satisfaction, yet there was no one with whom to share his joy. Perhaps he could speak with this old man, and then silence him, achieving a dual purpose. With this thought, the youth smiled and remarked, "You weep at the Yuan family grave, unafraid that the Li family might trouble you?" "Old Su has little time left," he replied, wiping away his tears. He glanced up at the youth, startled, and fell to the ground in reverence, exclaiming, "Young master." Eh? The youth was taken aback, thinking to himself that perhaps the old man had seen him at the village entrance. Maybe it was best to kill him and escape to avoid complications. Yet old Su continued, "The mistress often held you in her arms while visiting the fields. So I recognize you. I still remember the 3 black moles on your foot, which can serve as proof." Having lived over 70 years, old Su was shrewd, causing the youth to reconsider his murderous intent. He blinked in surprise and quickly asked, "Do you remember my mother's appearance?" "Of course," old Su replied, retrieving a stick from a nearby haystack and using his hoe to loosen the soil, meticulously beginning to draw. The youth, filled with excitement, frequently glanced down at old Su, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts, whether to kill him or to bind him and inquire further about his mother. Before long, old Su completed his drawing. Although a farmer, he had spent years painting door gods and auspicious symbols for the villagers, and his skills had developed over time, leading to a remarkably lifelike portrayal. "Mother." The youth fell to his knees, gazing at the familiar features he had only glimpsed in dreams, and began to weep softly, as 22 years of grievances and suppression surged forth. Old Su sighed deeply, lamenting the mistress's virtues, which only intensified the youth's tears. The old man remembers the mistress's appearance. "I will draw it for you." Having listened to old Su's words, the youth believed him to a significant extent, wiping his tears and silently agreeing. As old Su raised his hoe to continue his work, his eyes glinted with malice. The hoe was lifted high, its silver blade shimmering briefly in the moonlight before it came crashing down towards the youth's neck. Having spent an exhausting day fleeing with the refugees, the youth had already weakened after successfully killing Li Changhu and evading Tian Shoushui in the reeds. Overcome with joy and despair, his legs had turned to jelly, leaving him unable to evade the blow, which landed squarely on him. Old Su, strong from years of labor, delivered a crushing blow that shattered bones, causing the youth to collapse to the ground, his head tilting at an unnatural angle, eyes rolling back, limbs convulsing, and foam escaping his mouth. However, seizing the opportunity, old Su struck again, this time with the hoe directly to the youth's head, ensuring he drew no more breath. Not satisfied, he struck several more blows, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. When he finally turned the youth over, he found him lifeless, still wearing a sorrowful expression. Only then did old Su feel the weight of exhaustion, collapsing to the ground and covering his face with his withered hands, crying out in anguish, "Fateful entanglement! Fateful entanglement!" Chapter 18. 3 years the previous night's turmoil in Li Jing village lingered into the early hours. As dawn broke, the villagers rose to find the air crisp and sweet with autumn dew, yet the village was draped in desolation. The Liu and Li families had distributed some dry rations, and the refugees huddled at the village entrance to eat. The leader among them surveyed the 20 or so individuals beside him with concern, thinking to himself, "Truly, there is no way to voice our suffering. Having killed their leader, we cannot remain, nor can we escape." A commotion arose among the refugees as they looked up the mountain road. Someone shouted, "There is someone coming. Look at that old man." As I gazed upon the winding path, an elderly farmer with graying hair approached, his clothing and arms stained with blood. With great difficulty, he dragged along a bloody corpse with his left hand, while his right hand bore a hoe from which hung a disfigured head, scattered with hair. It was the assassin. Those with keen eyes recognized the attire of the headless body, sending chills down their spines, having escaped during the night, only to lose its head by morning. The old man was unknown to them, yet the power of the Li family was evidently formidable. As Su Laohan drew near, the onlookers hurriedly parted ways, creating a path for him. Su Laohan's complexion was pale, his eyes void of life, as he walked with a heavy heart, paying no heed to the crowd surrounding him. Upon reaching the Li family's courtyard at the village's end, a tenant had already reported his arrival. The Li family opened the gate, and Li Muqian, wearied in countenance, came out to greet him along with his family. Su Bo, it is the remnants of the Yuan family that compelled me to kill. The bodies are here. Summon Lu Linfeng and Tian Shushui to verify. Su Laohan, stooped and trembling, set the corpse down on the ground and sat, gasping for breath. Li Tongya hastily brought tea from within, but the old man was so weak that he could hardly hold it, relying on Li Tongya to bring it to his lips. Before long, Lu Linfeng and Tian Shushui arrived, accompanied by the eldest son of the Su family. Su Laohan recounted the events before the gathering, and after multiple confirmations, it was established that this indeed was a remnant of a Yuan family. Su Bo, the great vengeance has been fulfilled. The Li family is immensely grateful, Li Tongya said. His eyes reddened. Su Laohan, with great effort, waved his hand, tears streaming down his face as he replied, "You need not thank me. I have received a favor from Huer, and thus I avenged him. I shall never leverage this for your family's wealth and power. My days are numbered. Should you wish to express your gratitude, bring that child to see me once he is born." After speaking, he struggled to rise and, disregarding the pleas of the Li family, departed with Su family's eldest son. The Li family mourned for several days, draping the courtyard in white mourning cloths. Li Xiangshu, known for his kindness and righteousness during his lifetime, elicited tears from every household. Amidst the flurry of activities, Li Tongya's preparations were postponed repeatedly, until 2 months after Li Changhu's burial, when he finally stabilized his emotions, coalesced the Xianjinglin, and stepped into the realm of cultivation. 2 years later, the bright morning sun poured into the courtyard, casting intricate shadows upon the sparse trees. Beneath the trees sat a handsome young man, engrossed in the practice of breath control. Soon, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air, concluded his technique, and cheerfully gazed around the courtyard. Just then, a boy of about 2 years old, clutching a handful of wildflowers, bounded into the backyard, radiating joy as he exclaimed, "Uncle, hold me." Li Qijing, smiling, lifted the child high, resting the boy's head against his own, eagerly asking, "Did Xian behave well today?" The child, ignoring his uncle, giggled and twisted in his embrace. "Xuania, come out." Ren Shi, hesitant to enter the backyard, called softly from the entrance. After setting the child down, Li Qijing watched as he gleefully leaped into his mother's arms. Li Qijing spoke gently. "The Zhouxinglun truly is difficult to cultivate. After a year and a half, I am finally on the verge of success." "Jinger, you are quite insatiable." Li Xiangping, standing behind, chuckled in reproach. "We have only just achieved the second layer of the Taishi breathing technique, and you lament the pace of your cultivation as if it were a waste of time. Tonight, I shall begin to cultivate the Zhouxinglun so that you may witness the flow of magical energy, the unending cycle." "You foolish child," Li Xiangping laughed heartily, noticing Li Mutian entering the backyard with his hands behind his back. "Father." Li Mutian had indeed changed over the past 2 years. His hair had turned gray, and deep lines etched his face. He often wore a stern expression, appearing to have aged significantly. This child, Xian, is truly mischievous. A smile finally graced Li Mutian's face upon seeing his grandson. For since Li Changhu's passing, the old man had been consumed by sorrow, neglecting food and sleep. The birth of this posthumous child undoubtedly revitalized him. As soon as Li Xianxian was born, Li Mutian rose from his bed, gathered the family, and instructed Li Xiangping to select 3 phrases from the Jane method to establish the lineage order of the Li family. After careful consideration over several days, Li Xiangping chose 3 phrases describing the Taishi technique: Xianjing Yuanqing, Xia Qingming, Zhouxing Jiangke, Suiyu Qingyuan, Yujing Ingxiang, Weijian Lingshu. The sons of Li Tongya and Li Xiangping were named from this Xianjing, with boys taking the name Xian and girls taking Jing. Following this pattern, Li Mutian then consulted Ren Shi, who pondered overnight and selected the character Xian, thus naming Li Changhu's posthumous child, Li Xianxian. "Surely, it is the father's excessive indulgence." Li Mutian feigned annoyance, puffing out his cheeks before seriously stating, "I wish for Yishang to stay by my side and learn more." Li Yazeng. Li Tongya mused for a moment before replying, "That is indeed a good idea. Li Yeshing is solitary and closely related to our family. While we cultivate our techniques and gather spiritual energy, we lack the time to attend to worldly affairs." Li Yeshing. being of the Li bloodline, is perfectly suited. Yet I fear, with time, he may develop selfish motives and engage in opportunistic behavior. Li Qijing inquired, furrowing his brow. I can still live for another 10 years. At the very least, I can keep him in check. Li Mutian asserted firmly. When a decade passes, our descendants will have grown. He will not dare to harbor any ill intentions. To govern, one must balance grace and authority. Once Li Yexing marries and has children, everything will be manageable, Li Xiaoping added calmly. Precisely, Li Qijing remarked, retrieving a wooden tablet from the shelf, dusting it off with a gentle breath, and chuckling softly. 10 years of cultivating immortality is something to eagerly anticipate. Chapter 19. The cultivator. That night, the moonlight was resplendent. Li Qijing sat cross-legged in the courtyard, concentrating deeply, preparing to condense the third Zhouxing Luan. The human body is a marvel, possessing 12 meridians and 3 dantian. The Taiyin Tuna Yangluan Jing states, the lower dantian is the abode of essence. The middle dantian is the abode of qi. The upper dantian is the abode of spirit. The 3 wheels of Taishi, Xianjing, Zhouxing, and Yujing, are particularly arduous. The crux lies in the need for these 3 wheels to coalesce from nothingness within different dantian. The remaining 3 wheels are relatively easier. Just as the Xianjing Luan forms in the lower dantian's qi high point, it merely requires focused breath control for the Chongming Luan to naturally emerge from the qi high point. The Zhouxing Luan resides in the Juek courtyard, which serves as the body's qi reservoir. Once condensed, the magical energy flows tirelessly, circulating throughout the body. When the energy is directed to the eyes, they can see 1,000 miles. When directed to the feet, one can traverse walls with ease. After meditating for a quarter of an hour, Li Qijing sensed his qi high point was full, with 2 spiritual wheels intertwining in a perpetual dance. He performed the necessary hand seals, channeling his energy through the Sherman, Guanyuan, Shunke, and Mingmen points, gathering it within the Juek courtyard, attempting to coalesce the spiritual wheel. Lu Jiangxian, observing Li Qijing with his divine sense, cast a calming spell upon him while standing guard alongside Li Tongya and Li Xiaoping. As Li Qijing prepared to break through, Lu Jiangxian suddenly felt a prickling sensation, detecting a formidable aura approaching from afar, heading towards Dali Mountain. Assessing the strength of both parties, Lu Jiangxian resolutely withdrew his divine sense, like a retreating tide, into the mirror, even refraining from absorbing the moonlight streaming through the window, appearing as lifeless as the bronze mirror resting in the ancestral hall. Within mere breaths, a streak of azure light streaked across the sky above the Li family. And as the aura receded, Lu Jiangxian was about to exhale his relief when he noticed the light gracefully reverse direction, slowly hovering above the Li family. Si Yuanbai emerged from Qing Sui Peak, having advanced in cultivation, intending to seek the misfortune of the pig demon in Dali Mountain, stepping onto his flying shuttle and heading south along the ancient Li path. The great battle rendered the northern slopes of the Dali Mountain devoid of spiritual essence and thrown into chaos. Now, 3 centuries later, the spiritual energy is gradually returning, and many demon creatures have begun to thrive. Approaching Dali Mountain, Si Yuanbai discovered numerous villages nestled at the foot of the mountain, particularly along the banks of an unnamed river, where settlements were scattered, exuding a vibrant vitality. The battle had cleared the land of demons and severed the spiritual essence, inadvertently creating a haven for these mortals. As Si Yuanbai gazed down, he was suddenly struck by the flicker of magical energy emanating from a small village below. Piquing his curiosity, initially suspecting a minor demon at work, he activated his magical vision and, under the moonlight, beheld a striking young man seated in meditation, flanked by 2 similarly handsome youths who also appeared to possess magical prowess. How intriguing! This youth had broken through a bottleneck without any elder to safeguard him. Si Yuanbai gently scanned the village with his spiritual perception, but found no further traces of magical fluctuations. Surprised, he chuckled softly and mused aloud. Perhaps this is the legacy of a wandering friend. Meanwhile, Li Qijing, blissfully unaware, found himself inspired as he continued to refine his skills. The doubts within his magical incantations began to dissipate, and streams of magical energy swiftly converged within the grand hall, forming crystalline spiritual wheels as if he had practiced tirelessly for countless iterations. What a remarkable youth! Si Yuanbai stroked his beard in admiration. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and the spiritual aperture is merely the foundation. Fortune, comprehension, willpower, and lineage also play critical roles, alongside sect affiliation and the profundity of techniques. This youth demonstrated commendable talent and insight, yet in this remote village. How much cultivation resources and secret texts could he possibly acquire? Ultimately, he would only achieve the stage of chi refinement, destined to fade into obscurity after 200 years. The journey of cultivation is long and arduous. Countless heroes have perished, and many gifted individuals have met their demise along the way. Gradually descending on his flying shuttle, Si Yuanbai performed a concealment spell and perched upon a rockery in the courtyard, leisurely observing the villagers. Suddenly, an elderly mortal approached from outside, prompting the protective youth to speak. "Father." Upon hearing this, Si Yuanbai's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Those possessing spiritual apertures are exceedingly rare, and this man seemed to have three. Could he be the father of that mortal elder? Observing the purity and richness of his magical energy, it was evident that he possessed profound teachings, undoubtedly the unintentional offspring of a fellow cultivator. Rarely does a practitioner have children, yet unable to bring them home. They must nurture them in a village to begin their training. However, all three children bore spiritual apertures, indicating that their father's cultivation level likely exceeded the foundation establishment stage. Although it is increasingly difficult for higher-level cultivators to have offspring, the probability of children possessing spiritual apertures significantly rises. Chi refinement practitioners can achieve this in about 10 to 12 cases, while foundation establishment cultivators have a 50% chance. The presence of three children with spiritual apertures implies their father is indeed a foundation establishment practitioner. As for the Zifu, aside from the venerable ancestors of various celestial sects, there are scarcely two in the entire Yu Kingdom. How could a figure of such stature descend to this humble village, even if he fathered a child out of wedlock? Who would dare to criticize him? He would undoubtedly be revered as a cherished ancestor. Observing the young man below, who had just concluded his practice and wore a joyful expression, he exclaimed, "Father, I have broken through." The Li family erupted in joy, while Si Yuanbai felt a stirring in his heart and contemplated, perhaps these individuals could be affiliated with a sect to guard this place, leveraging the prestige of that foundation establishment elder to subdue the local demons. By utilizing medicinal pills and magical artifacts to compel the noble families to cultivate raw materials and support lower-level cultivators, and then annually recruiting outstanding disciples to strengthen the sect. This approach is widely acknowledged as effective in the cultivation community. The Jiangxian sect has been employing this strategy for over 500 years since its establishment. It would also foster a good relationship with that foundation establishment practitioner. With this thought, Si Yuanbai performed the necessary incantations and revealed himself, lightly descending into the courtyard. Li Qijing, filled with joy as he experienced the continuous flow of magical energy, was startled to see a figure in blue robes materialize before him. The man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, had an attractive visage and a gentle smile, his waist adorned with a radiant sword that seemed to float effortlessly. Instantly, Li Qijing and the others felt as if they were facing a formidable adversary, swiftly shielding Li Mutian behind them. Li Tongya whispered, "Who might you be, sir?" Upon witnessing the ethereal figure of the blue-clad man materialize in the courtyard, Li Xiangping felt a pang of dread and silently cursed. Damn it. Surely the master of the Jinzi has come. Instantly, a wave of anxiety washed over him, sensing the man's extraordinary nature and inscrutable depth. He glanced at Li Qijing and Li Tongya. Although their expressions remained composed, a flicker of unease betrayed their shared concerns. "I am a master of Qingqi sect's Qing Sui Peak. There is no need for you to be alarmed. The Guli Dao falls under my Qingqi sect jurisdiction, and as you pursue the path of immortality, you are naturally subject to our oversight." Upon realizing that the man was not there to seek the Jianzi, Li Tongya and the others felt a wave of relief, their hostility towards Si Yuanbai diminishing significantly. Li Tongya clasped his fists respectfully and said, "We are mere rural folk, lacking in knowledge, and have unknowingly come upon the Xinjing. We are unaware of the greatness of your sect and have inadvertently shown disrespect." Si Yuanbai was taken aback, quickly understanding that, as no one had come to collect taxes from the Guli Dao for hundreds of years. These villagers were completely oblivious to the name of the Qingqi sect. He then performed the incantation, and a lifelike map of the Yu kingdom materialized before them. This display left the Li family in awe. Though Li Qijing and the others had learned incantations to summon magical energy, they struggled to shape even the simplest forms, let alone create a detailed map. This is the Yu kingdom. With a flick of his mind, Si Yuanbai conjured a greenish patch on the southern part of the map, which represented about a quarter of the kingdom's territory. This is where my Qingqi sect resides. Realizing it was the Qingqi Immortal sect, Li Mutian clasped his hands and remarked, "In my youth, I fought alongside General Yang against the Shangyue. The talismans must have been issued by the Qingqi Immortal sect. I could never presume to claim the name of the Immortal sect." Si Yuanbai waved his hand dismissively and addressed the 3 Li family members. "Now that you have entered the realm of Xianjing, the villages along the Guli Dao shall be under your governance. You need only remember to provide the resources required by the sect annually. There are several families along the Guli Dao, and your family has a shallow foundation. It would be wise to yield in disputes and not engage in excessive contention. Every 5 years, the sect will send someone to recruit disciples to ascend the mountain. If your clan can produce an exceptional individual, it will greatly benefit your family." Li Tongya's expression shifted slightly, and he quietly inquired, "May I ask what the resources entail?" "Every 5 years, you are to provide 10 Baiyuan fruits and 200 jin of spirit rice." Si Yuanbai replied solemnly, "These resources are absolutely essential. It would be best if you could have a disciple join the sect, otherwise there will be consequences." Understanding the gravity of Si Yuanbai's words, Li Tongya exchanged glances with the others, and Li Muqian thought to himself, "This person has come at just the right moment, especially since Qi Jing has just broken through. He likely desires Qi Jing to join the Qingqi sect. This is indeed fortuitous, as Qi Jing's talents are exceptional. It would be a disservice to keep him in this remote mountain. Instead, he should go to the Immortal sect to showcase his abilities, where the family would also receive support." With this in mind, Li Mutian subtly nodded to Li Qijing, who understood his father's intentions and respectfully bowed to Si Yuanbai, saying, "Though my talents are lacking, I admire the demeanor of the peak master and hope to serve as a humble disciple, listening to your teachings. Indeed, you are meant to join my Qing Sui peak." Si Yuanbai, unreserved, smiled and nodded, then patted his waist, causing 2 bundles to materialize on the ground. Observing the astonished expressions of the others, he explained, "These are storage bags. Once you have cultivated the Yujing wheel, you will be able to use them. The larger bag contains the seeds of the spirit rice, while the smaller one holds the cores of the Baiyuan fruit." Gracefully revealed several wooden slips with a flourish of his left hand, continuing, "There is no need for the sweeping and tidying by the young acolyte. Since you have pledged yourself under my tutelage, you ought to know my name. I am Si Yuanbai, the master of a peak in the Qingqi sect, and I shall not do you any injustice." These 3 volumes contain the cultivation methods of the scattered practitioners from the state of Yu, which may be referenced by your family. The other volume details the cultivation techniques for Ling Dao and Baiyuanguo, which you must study diligently. The group responded in hushed tones, and Si Yuanbai chuckled, "No need to be so tense. What cultivation method do you practice?" Li Xiangping and the others suddenly appeared as if facing a formidable foe, exchanging glances, and for a moment, none dared to speak. Observing their hesitance, Si Yuanbai realized the reason and waved his hand repeatedly, saying, I understand. Surely, that senior has given you some instructions." Si Yuanbai had only successfully established his foundation last year. Thus he naturally regarded the individual who had established their foundation a decade ago as a senior. Li Muqian, upon hearing this, coughed lightly and stepped forward from behind the group, speaking softly, "Many years ago, I saved a senior who spent a few years recuperating in my home, leaving behind this technique and instructing me never to disclose it." Si Yuanbai nodded thoughtfully, feeling quite pleased with his own astuteness, contemplating, "It is merely a method for nurturing the wheel of life. It cannot possibly be some celestial technique for drawing in the essence of moonlight. There is no need to press for details, as it might hurt the sentiments of my disciple." Casting a compassionate glance at the old man, Si Yuanbai turned his palm over to reveal a pale blue jade seal. Gently stroking the seal, it began to emit a golden light, revealing several golden characters. Qingqi Jixia. Si Yuanbai addressed the assembly. "This is the proof of my authority under the Qingqi sect, and I have inscribed the law seal upon it. With this, you may delineate boundaries with your families and seek aid from a sect. Take good care of it." With his left hand cupped, the jade seal descended slowly into Li Tongya's hands. After ensuring that Li Tongya had safely stored the seal, Si Yuanbai turned with a smile to Li Qijing, saying, "My dear disciple, bid farewell to your family." With teary eyes, Li Qijing embraced her two elder brothers and bowed several times before Li Muqian, tearfully expressing, "I am an unfilial child. I can no longer serve my parents at their knees. I hope you both take care of your health." Li Muqian coughed a few times and quickly assisted Li Qijing to her feet, advising, "Leave the matters at home to your two brothers. Do not worry. Focus on your cultivation in the sect, as you will be our Li family's pillar." After bidding farewell to her brothers, Li Qijing reluctantly approached Si Yuanbai, replying, "Master, I have said my goodbyes to my family." Si Yuanbai nodded repeatedly, disregarding Li Tongya and the others who were bowing deeply, and with a hearty laugh, he mused, "Today I have taken on an excellent disciple. I shall spare that pig demon." With that, he took hold of Li Qijing and waved his hand, summoning a flying shuttle that gradually materialized before them. With a swift hand gesture, he elongated the shuttle several times, and the two ascended upon it, departing northward like a shooting star. Chapter 21. Consolidating power. Li Xiangping observed as Si Yuanbai and the flying shuttle vanished into the horizon before rising to grasp the wooden slips on the table. Unwrapping the cloth binding, he spread it open. Qingyuan Yangluan method, grade 1. He skimmed through it hastily. This technique was a cultivation method for the... And while furrowing his brow in concentration, he heard Li Tongya exclaim softly, "This breathing technique requires only daily practice. There is no need to refine the moonlight. It certainly cannot compare to the techniques of our family." Just as Li Xiangping intended to mention the Jianzi technique, fearing Si Yuanbai's return, he hesitated and changed his words. Was Si Yuanbai truly the peak master of the Qingqi sect? It seemed rather hasty for Qijing to follow him. Li Tongya sighed bitterly, stating, "What can we do? If he were a malevolent practitioner, he could easily abduct people. There is no need for such idle chatter, leaving behind techniques and credentials." Li Xiangping nudda, picking up the second wooden slip from the table and unfolding it. Tianyuan Lianqi method, a cultivation technique for the qi refinement stage, grade 2. Li Tongya also took up a slip, reading to himself, "Li Xia secret manuscript." As he continued reading, his expression brightened, and he turned to Li Xiangping, saying, "This manuscript records numerous cultivation insights, the distribution of forces in Lixia County, and the trading markets for scattered practitioners. It is precisely what we urgently need." It turned out that cultivation methods were categorized into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 the highest. The techniques, pills, and artifacts corresponded to their respective realms, but they were uncertain of the grade of their family's technique. Noticing his brother engrossed in the manuscript, Li Tongya took the pale blue jade seal left by Si Yuanbai and quietly activated its power. Qingqi Jixia. Instantly, several large characters appeared in a light golden hue on the seal, which then gradually faded, replaced by a bright white character for Li and a small map. Lijing Village, Lichuankou, Jingyang Village, Li Daokou. Li Mutian squinted, recognizing the names of these villages, which were precisely those mentioned by Si Yuanbai as lying beneath the great Dali Mountain. With the Qingqi Immortal sect as our backing, my Li family now possesses sufficient strength, and there is no need for further concealment. We shall cultivate our power openly. These villages now belong to my Li family. Suddenly, Li Xiangping raised his head, his expression calm as he spoke. "Let us commence from tomorrow night." Early one morning, Chun Erniu awoke to see the tenants of the Li family flitting about the village like fish, going door to door to gather people. "Aunt Li, please tell your son Li Gu that after finishing in the fields tonight, Uncle Tian has important matters to discuss." "Ah, certainly, Lu Gu. The Li family has summoned you." In an instant, chaos ensued, filled with clucking chickens and bewildered murmurs. Finally, after enduring the day, Chun Erniu finished his meal and hurried to the back of the village. As one of the largest households in the village, the Li family held significant influence. Chun Erniu looked around and saw that all the prominent families had gathered, including Su Wanshan, the former leader of the refugees, standing respectfully behind Li Xiangping. "Curse it, I'm late," Chun Erniu muttered under his breath. Now, Su Wanshan had also become a tenant of the Li family, speaking sweetly and adept at socializing, bringing along a dozen or so refugee families to bond together. gradually supplanting Chun Erniu as the leading tenant, which made him grit his teeth in frustration. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed the absence of Li Mutian, but saw Li Xiangping step forward with a smile. Addressing the crowd, "I apologize for the interruption, but I have some wonderful news to share." Observing everyone listening intently, Li Xiangping continued, "Last night, an immortal from the Qingqi sect passed through here, and, noticing my younger brother Li Qijing's extraordinary talent, took him to the Immortal Mountain to study the celestial arts." As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, startling everyone present into shock. They exchanged glances, staring at Li Xiangping in disbelief, as if they were listening to a tale. "Congratulations!" It was Master Han Wenxiu who sighed deeply and exclaimed in celebration. Having come from the city and being well informed, upon hearing Li Xiangping mention the Qingqi sect, he understood that this matter was nearly certain. Qijing had most likely been taken away by a cultivator from the Qingqi sect due to her possessing a spiritual aperture. Each person has their own destiny. Han Wenxiu murmured softly, then spoke on behalf of Li Xiangping. Qijing's entry into the Immortal sect is indeed a blessing for the entire village. Having lived in the village for over 20 years, practicing medicine, helping others, and imparting knowledge, Han Wenxiu had already become an authority in the village. When he spoke, Li Xiangping's words gained some credibility, though most villagers still could not help but whisper to one another. Li Xiangping maintained the calm, producing a jade seal in his hand. As he activated its power, four gleaming golden characters emerged. Qingqi Jixia, an immortal. Li Xiangping watched as the character fully materialized, then retracted the jade seal. Addressing the crowd below, the immortal also bestowed upon us celestial techniques, commanding my Li family to guard Lijing Village, Lichuan Ko, Jingyang Village, and Li Dao Ko. With that, he gently squeezed his hand, and brilliant golden light radiated from his palm. With a swift flick of his wrist, the golden light surged forth, crashing into the distant mountains, causing a cacophony of startled birds to take flight. As the golden light of the Jingguang Ju unfolded, a multitude of individuals promptly fell to their knees below, including the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Linfeng, who trembled in reverence, gazing at him in astonishment. "There is no need for such formality, my relatives and fellow villagers. Xiangping is unworthy of this honor," Li Xiangping stated calmly, surveying the kneeling crowd below. Chen Erniu, hearing Li Xiangping's voice, pressed his forehead tightly against the ground, overwhelmed with shock, his mind racing with a singular notion. A change was imminent. Li Tongya slowly emerged from Lichuan Ko, with Li Yesheng behind him, one hand gripping cloth and the other holding a charcoal pencil, awkwardly jotting down notes. Lichuan Ko had yet to recover from the drought that struck over 2 decades ago, now reduced to a mere 100 households. An unfortunate sight indeed. As he walked, Li Tongya turned to Li Yesheng and remarked, "Brother, we have cleared the major households in Lichuan Ko and redistributed the land. The villagers are no longer burdened with rent, and the agricultural tax is quite lenient. Ultimately, we will need someone to oversee matters, but our Li family lacks individuals of scholarly merit," he continued. "Do not worry. Father and Xiangping will make the necessary arrangements." Chapter 22. Xianzong Li Jing Village had 229 households. Lichuan Ko had 101. Jingyang Village had 297, and Li Dao Ko had 158, totaling 785 households and 4,280 individuals. Li Tongya and his companions sat in the main courtyard of the Li family, while the youngest, Li Yesheng, stood in the courtyard reading aloud from a piece of fabric inscribed with charcoal characters. For 1,280 individuals, with 3 able-bodied men per household, we should be able to muster 1 or 2 individuals possessing spiritual apertures, Li Xiangping observed, leaning against a wooden table. Last night, the elders of the Yi clan visited, hoping to restore their ancestral surname. Li Yesheng remarked with a wry smile, glancing at the individuals seated above him. Ancestral surname? Li Tumya Inkirat Pujlat. Seeing their confusion, Li Mutian cleared his throat and explained the Yi clan was originally a branch of our Li family, but they committed a grave error and were subsequently expelled, changing their surname to Yi. Upon hearing this, Li Yesheng nodded, having learned of this long-standing secret from the elder's lamentations the previous night. The elder had wept bitterly, expressing that if not for the Li family's fortune in acquiring celestial opportunities, he would not have sought their favor. Father, as for the leaders of these villages, Chun Erniu is astute and capable, having fled to Lichuan Ko, We should send him there. Jingyang village has the largest and most prosperous population, so we need someone trustworthy to oversee it. Let Uncle Ren take charge. Li Mutian sipped his tea and continued. Li Daoko is adjacent to the ancient Li Road, with many refugees, making the situation quite complex. Su Winshan is clever. Let him take along his group of refugee brothers. Father has thought this through, Li Xiangping acknowledged. Perusing the scroll containing the methods for cultivating spiritual plants. The immediate task is to employ the spirit-seeking technique from the scroll to examine the ley lines of the villages, allowing us to locate the spiritual fields and promptly plant the spiritual rice and buy yuan fruit. Li Qijing stood atop the flying shuttle, observing the vast expanse of land below, where houses appeared as tiny ants and magnificent cities faded into the distance. The worries of home were swiftly cast aside, and his heart surged with excitement. A true man should ride the winds and seize the moon, wielding his sword across the world. After approximately 2 hours of flight, Li Qijing beheld a towering mountain range, adorned with pavilions and terraces, exuding an aura of celestial elegance. Groups of cranes and white birds flitted among the mountains, and the previously meditative Siyuan waved his hand, casting a token and quietly awaiting something. A white crane gracefully landed before Li Qijing, holding the token, and curiously inquired, "Who is this lad?" It was Li Qijing's first encounter with a speaking celestial beast, leaving him speechless with anxiety. Siyuan chuckled. He is a newly admitted disciple of Qing Sui Peak. Congratulations, Uncle Master. The crane congratulated, then fluttered its wings, gently parting a translucent veil before the two. Li Qijing then realized that a nearly transparent dome enveloped the mountain gate of Qing Qi Zone, effectively isolating the spiritual energy within. Upon entering the mountain gate of Qing Qi Zone, Li Qijing felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment, while high concentration of spiritual energy. Observing Li Qijing's astonished expression, Xianbai smiled lightly, explaining, "This is the Tianyuan one-path spirit array of Qing Qi Zone, remarkably intricate. It seals the interior and exterior, ensuring that the spiritual veins of Qing Qi Mountain are exclusively enjoyed by Qing Qi Zone, with the power of the array. As long as a foundation-building cultivator is stationed here, even Zifu cultivators would find it difficult to breach." Truly marvelous, Li Qijing agreed, secretly contemplating whether he could learn this array to set up one for his family's rear mountain as well. Noticing Li Qijing's trance-like state, Siyuan assumed he was merely in awe and continued, "Cultivating immortality encompasses myriad arts, formations, elixirs, magical tools, talismans, beast taming, and vein probing, each with boundless mysteries. It is best to focus on one path." "Master, which path do you practice among the myriad arts of immortality?" Li Qijing inquired with curiosity. Qing Sui Peak has always been renowned for its sword techniques among the 36 peaks of Qing Qi, Siyuan replied. "Ah, I see." Li Qijing nodded in realization, glancing at the sword at Siyuan waist. "Therefore, my master practices the talisman path." Siyuan observed Li Qijing's slightly dazed expression and awkwardly continued, "Your great-grandfather passed away early, and I have yet to delve into the sword immortal path. However, Qing Sui Peak has been in need of financial support, so I had to first study talismans, only to discover I became increasingly proficient in them." "Oh," Li Qijing nodded repeatedly, indicating his understanding. "Now, let me introduce you to several senior brothers." Siyuan led Li Qijing through the peaks until they reached the modest Qing Sui Peak, where they were greeted by a young man and woman. "You rank 7th among my disciples. This is your 3rd senior brother, Xiao Yuanci, with a cultivation level of Qi refinement 7th layer. And this is your 4th senior sister, Yuan Tuan, with a cultivation level of Qi refinement 3rd layer." Li Qijing respectfully bowed to the young man and woman. Xiao Yuanci, appearing dashing and charismatic, presented a jade slip, stating, "This is a sword technique I fortuitously acquired during my travels. I present it to you as a greeting gift." Yuan Tuan also smiled gently, offering a jade pendant and adding, "This pendant can calm the mind and aid in meditation. It is a useful tool for the... and I give it to you as well." Li Qijing graciously expressed his gratitude and curiously asked, "Are the other senior brothers and sisters in seclusion?" "Your eldest senior brother is exceptionally gifted. He achieved complete mastery of Qi refinement last year, but tragically passed away during his attempt to break through to foundation building. As for the others, some met their demise at the hands of monsters, Others perished in disputes over treasures or fell victim to bottlenecks and demonic obstacles, all buried among the peaks. You shall accompany me to pay respects to them. Seeing Li Qijing's somber expression, Su Yuanbai chuckled coldly and remarked, cultivating immortality is inherently a path of great contention. One must strive to win, and strive to prevail. Should you fail to succeed, you perish. What is there to lament? You, Li Qijing, must struggle. If you cannot win, you shall meet your end. Your Li family must contend. If you fail, your clan shall be extinguished. Meichi Sui Peak must also contend. Should we falter, we shall face annihilation. The world is a realm of the survival of the fittest. There is no need for pretense. Chapter 23. Ling Xiao Li Tongya formed a series of hand seals, watching the delicate spirit rain cascade upon the dark soil. His complexion pale as he pondered, the spirit rain technique within the method of cultivating spiritual plants is truly taxing. Even after achieving the Chengming Lin, I can barely release it once. This spiritual plant requires daily care, and we truly need more hands. Li Xiangping and Li Tongya surveyed the spiritual fields of the various villages, all woefully inadequate. The spiritual fields in Li Jing village were fragmented, but fortunately, the largest plot could barely accommodate 10 by yuan fruits. Thus, Li Tongya decided to construct a small courtyard at the foot of this previously barren land, where he could cultivate and tend to the fields as supplies would be sent regularly, a rather pleasant arrangement. Li Xiangping, on the other hand, selected a plot of spiritual field in Jingyang village to sow the spiritual rice, leading the villagers to bow and worship outside his courtyard daily, which was quite amusing. As the cycle of the week had yet to commence, Li Tongya closed his eyes and meditated for nearly half an hour to restore his magical powers. Upon checking the time, he noticed that Li Yeshing and the others had been waiting outside for quite some time. Hearing the creak of the wooden door, Li Yeshing promptly bowed and inquired, "Are all the children from the villages gathered? Shall we proceed now?" "Indeed," Li Tongya replied softly. With a measured gait, he walked toward the village's entrance, greeted warmly by Li Yeshing and the smiling man behind him. Under the sprawling branches of the large locust tree at the village's edge, representatives from each village had assembled, led by a steward dispatched by the Li family, accompanied by several villagers and a throng of children. The stewards appeared relatively at ease, engaging in hushed conversations beneath the tree, while the villagers from other areas exhibited signs of anxiety and restraint, remaining silent and standing still. The children, too, seemed to absorb the tense atmosphere, obediently sitting on the ground. Chun Erniu, recently buoyed by fortune, found himself unable to sleep from excitement. After generations of toil in the fields, he was finally living a life befitting a man. Upon learning of his appointment to oversee Lichuan-ko, Chun Erniu bowed deeply in front of the Li family estate, fervently expressing his gratitude to the elderly patriarch, vowing, "With your trust, I shall ensure the villagers of Lichuan-ko are well governed." His escape from hardship had been aided by the Li family, and he owed them much, from the acquisition of his wife and land to the funds for her medical treatment. Such indebtedness firmly tethered Chun Erniu to the Li family's chariot. Furthermore, with boundless benefits before him, he would even swallow his pride. However, Chun Erniu had long been at odds with Su Wenshan since their tenant days, which often led to friction between their villages. Only Rinpingen held a transcendent position among the three, managing his village affairs independently. Suddenly, a voice called out urgently, startling Chun Erniu. Turning around, he recognized Chun Changhu, a fellow villager from Lichuan-ko. The Chun clan dominated Lichuan-ko, and Chun Changhu, as the eldest, was held in high regard within the community, hence his recommendation to lead the group. "Is it true that the Immortal from the Li family truly wishes to accept our Chin children?" The usually composed elder now appeared anxious as he gazed toward the village entrance, softly querying. "They say one must have a connection to the divine. For children aged 7 to 13, as long as they possess the spiritual aptitude, the Li family will take them all." Observing Chun Changhu nodding repeatedly, Chun Erniu felt a pang of envy, lamenting that his own 2 children were either too old to seize the moment or too young to participate in the assessment. The Immortal has arrived. As Li Tongya appeared at the village's entrance, Chun Erniu hurriedly approached him with a smile, secretly wishing to know which of the village children would be blessed with divine favor today. Li Tongya offered a gentle nod and smiled at Chun Erniu before turning to Li Yeshing, saying, "Let us begin." Beside the locust tree, a wooden platform had been prepared. Li Tongya took his seat upon it, and the names began to be called. Li Chuanko, Chen Lifu, a member of the Chen family, led a trembling child forward. Li Tongya placed a hand upon the child's shoulder, channeling his magic through the boy's body, then waved his hand, saying, "You may go." Next, before long, all the children from Li Chuanko had passed, and Chen Changhu's expression dimmed as he cast a pleading glance at Chen Erniu. Chen Erniu rolled his eyes and shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. The crisp autumn air felt cool despite the midday gathering, yet the villagers were drenched in sweat. Disheartened at the lack of divine favor for Li Chuanko, their hearts heavy with worry. Jingyang Village, Lu Rochuan, as the name was called. A girl of about 13 or 14 stepped forward, her bright eyes timidly biting her lip. At 14, she was at the upper limit of the age threshold. Li Tongya sighed and pretended not to notice, placing his left hand on the girl's shoulder to channel his magic. As he navigated through her meridians, he was surprised to find a steady stream of energy within her sea of qi, pulsating like a breath of air. "Excellent," Li Tongya exclaimed with a smile. His eyes, sparkling as he instructed, "Stand behind me." Lu Rochuan stared blankly into Li Tongya's eyes, seemingly unable to process the joyous news, before finally snapping back to reality and excitedly taking her place behind him. The crowd from Jingyang Village erupted in hushed murmurs of joy, while Li Chuanko remained despondent, and the other two villages felt increasingly anxious. Soon, both Jingyang Village and Li Daoko had completed their assessments, revealing no further children with spiritual aptitude. Lijing Village. Li Tongya's gaze swept over the children below, knowing that Li Jiangxian, merely 3 years old, was not among them, as a child of that age would need to wait until 7 to determine their potential. Finally, it was time for his own village's children. Li Yesheng raised an eyebrow and began calling names. Had it not been for Tongya's earlier assessment, he would have eagerly volunteered himself. Yi Qiuyang, the boy's father, Yi Chengfu, tensed up, his legs trembling as he fixed his gaze on his son, who appeared around 8 or 9 years old. He reassured himself, the Yi family is at least a branch of the Li family. Surely we have some connection to the divine. Watching Li Tongya place his hand on Yi Qiuyang's shoulder, Yi Chengfu closed his eyes and, overwhelmed, sank down onto the sand, listening intently. "Good. Another one, and from our Li lineage." Hearing Li Tongya's gentle voice, Yi Chengfu sprang to his feet, excitement coursing through him as he gazed at his son, who appeared lost and bewildered, wishing he could laugh joyously at the heavens. "Since you bear the surname Yi, who is your father?" Li Tongya asked with a smile. "Yi Chengfu," the boy replied. "Congratulations, brother Chengfu," Li Tongya said, glancing down at the child and greeting him warmly. "Thank you, master." Yi Chengfu, brimming with gratitude yet humble, responded with a bow, unable to suppress his joy. Li Tongya shook his head with a smile and proceeded to assess the remaining children, announcing their results. The crowd stirred with a mix of disappointment and chatter, and after some time, they began to disperse in various directions. Li Yesheng then stood up beside Li Tongya and said, "The 3 stewards should accompany me to the Li family estate to review the land contracts and accounts." Chen Erniu and the others readily agreed, following Li Yesheng toward the Li estate. As Li Tongya descended from the platform, he observed the ecstatic Yi Chengfu and the elder from Jingyang Village, speaking softly, "Please, come with me." Yi Chengfu nodded eagerly, holding his child close, tears streaming down his face as he murmured, "Good, good." As the eldest direct descendant of the Li family, Li Muqian sat prominently at the head of the courtyard. Following tradition, the 2 first offered tea to Li Muqian and knelt before him, listening attentively. Since Qiuyang is also a child of the Li family and possesses spiritual aptitude, he must inherit our teachings. Li Muqian accepted a wooden tablet and continued, "The clan bestows upon you the Qingyin nurturing wheel method. You must diligently cultivate, honor the clan, foster kinship, and never disclose the secrets of our divine methods, lest you attract envy." Now, Li Qiuyang, having bowed deeply as a youth, replied with unwavering determination, "I will heed the elders' teachings." "You will accompany Xiang Ping to the spiritual fields in Jingyang Village and train under him. Do not venture out until you have mastered the Xianjing wheel," Li Muqian instructed, nodding in affirmation. "Yes." Li Qiuyang rose and took the wooden slip from his hand. After all, he was merely a child of 8 or 9 years. Turning around, his voice trembled slightly as he choked back tears while addressing his father, Li Chengfu, "Father, that child will go to cultivate with the master." "Very well. You must not worry about matters at home. I shall take your clothes and supplies to the Jingyang courtyard tomorrow. Focus on your cultivation. Focus on your cultivation." Li Chengfu replied, nodding repeatedly, his eyes reddening with emotion. "Come, Qiuyang." Li Xianping smiled gently, taking Li Qiuyang's small hand, nodding at his father, Li Mutian, before stepping outside. "Chengfu, you should tidy up as well. In a few days, we will move the family to the village," Li Mutian said, coughing lightly and furrowing his brow. Li Chengfu responded affirmatively, glancing at the two of them before hastily taking his leave. As he saw Li Chengfu hurriedly exit, Li Mutian spoke in a deep voice. "Take that girl from the Lu family with you, and teach her in the Li Jing courtyard. If she reaches the Xianjing stage, do not teach her any spells yet. Father has made good arrangements. The Lu family's Jingyang village will be watched over by our Li family, and their cultivators will be transferred to Li Jing to keep them in check." Li Tongyao exclaimed in awe, filled with admiration. "It is still early." Li Mutian narrowed his eyes, taking a gentle sip of tea, and continued, "These children have no assistance from a mentor and lack any resources for cultivation or elixirs. To achieve the Xianjing stage will take at least a year, if not longer. It will take far more than that." Li Tongyao shook his head and explained, "Having read the Qingyuan Yonglun formula, I fear the magical power cultivated will be insubstantial and burdened with many unnecessary complications. Achieving the Xianjing stage will require no less than 3 years. Then it is settled. Since the Qingyuan Yonglun formula is inferior in both efficacy and speed, there is no need for excessive precautions. Merely maintaining a backup plan will suffice." "You speak wisely, Father," Li Tongyao nodded, gently placing his cup down. Observing Li Mutian lost in thought as he gazed into the distance, he offered a wry smile and took his leave. Alone, Li Mutian sat quietly in a high seat within the courtyard, and after a while, he sighed softly. Not ruthless enough. Su Wenshan had managed to lead Daoku for over 4 months, having arranged several assistants, effectively bringing the village's residents under control. As someone originally from a management background in a transport team, overseeing a small village was certainly within his capabilities, though the Li Daoku was a mix of various surnames. Creating a complex situation, the absence of constraints from large families allowed Su Wenshan to grasp the village dynamics within a month. Yet with newfound leisure, Su Wenshan began to ponder how he could achieve merit before the master, aiming to surpass Chen Erniu. Merely sitting in the village to collect rents and accounts was an underestimation of his capabilities. Bored, he flipped through the map in his hands, lost in thought. Speaking of Chen Erniu, the daily disputes over land and water boundaries between the two villages were incessant, and Su Wenshan was more than willing to engage in a rivalry with him. It was well known that the villagers of Li Daoku spoke of Chen Erniu with gritted teeth, wishing to deliver a punch. "Having an enemy is beneficial. It brings people closer to me, Su Wenshan," he thought with satisfaction. Furthermore, during his time managing the merchant team, Su Wenshan had always preferred to avoid excessive friendliness among his subordinates, often instigating conflicts. He could hardly believe that the Li family had no eyes and ears in these villages. Naturally, he would engage in a rivalry with Chen Erniu, ensuring that the master remained pleased. "I have already outperformed Chen Erniu too many times." He slapped his thigh in delight, thinking, "The villages are trapped within the ancient Li Dale, where goods cannot circulate, and everyone farms and weaves for self-sufficiency. I have been in this trade for over 20 years. Why can't I do so here?" With that thought, Su Wenshan could no longer sit still. He called upon several companions who had fled with him and shared his plan, and they all immediately cheered in agreement. "I will discuss this matter with the master." Su Wenshan laughed heartily, leading his companions out. Chapter 25. The Fruit? Li Xianping lifted his head, looking curiously at Li Qiuyang, who sat cross-legged. "Yes," Li Qiuyang responded, appearing somewhat anxious, his hands tightly gripping the hem of his clothing. After several nights of cultivation, he had condensed a wisp of spiritual energy, but felt that his progress did not match the descriptions in the scroll, fearing he had deviated from the correct path. He hurriedly presented the method to Li Xianping for guidance. Upon hearing of Li Qiuyang's cultivation speed, Li Xianping was taken aback and examined the Qingyuan Yonglun method repeatedly. After a full TS worth of time had passed, Li Xianping finally looked up and inquired whether he had consumed anything unusual. Years ago, several companions insisted on testing their courage and agreed to climb the back mountain. In the end, I was the only one who made it up, and I lost my way without realizing it. As I walked, I spotted a small green tree bearing 6 or 7 bright red fruits that looked utterly delicious. After listening to Li Qiuyang's account, Li Xianping was momentarily speechless. He patted Li Qiuyang on the shoulder and remarked, "At this rate, it seems you will condense the Xianjing wheel in just over a year." Noticing the hopeful expression on Li Qiuyang's face, Li Xianping continued, "However, there is one important matter." Li Qiuyang was taken aback, looking up at Li Xianping. "Take me up the mountain to search for that spiritual root." As Li Tongya entered through the door, Lu Rochuan stood up from the stone bench, her head bowed as she glanced at Li Tongya, timidly saying, "Immortal Master." "No need for such formality." Li Tongya waved his hand, his gaze quickly passing over Lu Rochuan's delicate features, smiling as he said, "I'm only 6 or 7 years older than you. You may call me Tongya." Seeing Li Tongya's amiable demeanor, Lu Rochuan relaxed considerably and pondered before responding, "Brother Tongya." Li Tongya nodded, rising to retrieve a wooden slip from a rack within the room, presenting it to Lu Rochuan, saying, "This is the formula for the called Qingyuan Yangluan method. Memorize it in the courtyard, and be sure not to disclose it." "Understood." "Meals will be delivered at the hours of Chun and Shun daily. If you need anything, you may speak to the deliverer to have it brought to you." As Li Tongya poured tea, he continued, filling 2 small cups. "I will not often be in this courtyard, but I will come at Shun and Shun to bestow spiritual rain on the spirit fields. If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, do not hesitate to ask." Observing Lu Rochuan nodding repeatedly, Li Tongya smiled and gently inquired, "Have your household supplies and clothing been delivered?" "They have arrived," Lu Rochuan replied. "Then you may settle in the East Room. Focus on your practice diligently, and do not venture outside until you have achieved the Xianjing stage." "Have you received any education?" Li Tongya asked suddenly. "I studied a bit in my childhood and learned some characters." "Then you need not have me teach you everything. Just read through it. And if you have questions, come to me." Lu Rochuan nodded repeatedly, embracing the wooden slip as she began to read word by word. Watching Lu Rochuan immerse herself in the Qingyuan Yangluan method, Li Tongya sipped his tea, lost in thought. This child has just arrived in Lijing village, unfamiliar with her surroundings, and is confined within this courtyard. For the next few years, I need not worry about the leaking of cultivation methods. While he pondered, a hearty laugh broke the silence as someone pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. "Third brother, what brings you here?" Li Tongya exclaimed in surprise, noticing Li Qiuyang following behind Li Xianping, looking apprehensive. Li Xianping shared the matter regarding the spiritual root, and Li Tongya was naturally astonished, keeping a closer watch on Li Qiuyang. After a brief discussion, they decided to take Li Yexing and a few strong villagers up the back mountain. With abundant resources and vibrant reeds, the villagers of Li Jing had little interest in the back mountain, relying on reeds for sustenance. Why venture into the deep mountains to wrestle with wild beasts? Thus, generations of Li Jing villagers merely harvested firewood from the few patches of forest at the foot of the back mountain, using materials like juniper or June snow to cook. As these low-growing trees grew rapidly and were easy to collect, only when building houses did they venture up to cut timber. The narrow path on the back mountain was overgrown with thorns and tangled vines, and Li Qiuyang could hardly recall the general direction. Several villagers wielding machetes forged ahead, while Li Xianping and Li Tongya followed closely behind. "Elder brother, I have some doubts," Li Xianping remarked, grasping Li Qiuyang's hand and glancing towards Li Tongya. "What is it?" "You mentioned that Si Yuan by delineated boundaries for our family, indicating that the land beyond belongs to others. Before the rise of the Li family, those households only needed to send a single descendant here. Who would dare defy that? Yet, why has our family cultivated this land for 200 years without a single cultivator willing to come? Do they truly disdain these mortals?" Li Tongya stroked his chin, a solemn expression crossing his face as he spoke. "I have pondered this matter as well. From what I gathered, Si Yuan Bai implied that this place has been devoid of spiritual energies for centuries. Thus there is a complete lack of resources for cultivation, leading to no cultivators wishing to waste their time here. Additionally, the proximity of the Dali Mountain, with its endless expanse and multitude of monsters and spirits, makes it far less comfortable than the county city." Li Xianping nodded in agreement, his expression darkening as he quietly confided to Li Tongya, "Brother, there exists an even worse possibility. Although the Qinshi sect is immensely powerful, it occupies merely a quarter of the Yu Kingdom. Are there not formidable adversaries nearby? I fear that our Li family lies right on the periphery of Qingqi sect's influence. The competition for resources among villages means no one wishes to plant crops on the outskirts. It is a simple truth. According to Su Wenshan, to the south lies the Wu kingdom, where conflicts between Wu and Yu are incessant, and the underlying relationships with the immortal sects are likely no better. A shiver ran through Li Tongya as his countenance darkened. This oversight must be rectified. Tomorrow, we shall dispatch someone to thoroughly investigate the surroundings of Gully Road. Understanding the circumstances of our Li family is of utmost importance. Let us hope that we are not merely crops sown at the whim of the Qingqi sect. Li Xiaoping let out a bitter laugh, just as Li Yeshing and several sweaty villagers called out ahead. Immortal Master, such a large serpent. Chapter 26. The Serpent, adorned with deep brown patterns, was as thick as a child's waist and coiled around a large banyan tree, its yellow slitted eyes coldly observing Li Tongya and the others. What an enormous serpent! As they marveled, Li Tongya swiftly formed seals with his hands. Just as his words fell, a faint golden light shimmered in his palm. The serpent hissed, flicking its crimson tongue, and opened its maw to unleash a cloud of dense black mist. The golden light surged forward, striking the serpent's chin and causing its head to tilt, the black mist instantly spilling onto the nearby banyan tree. In an instant, the tree creaked ominously, its lush foliage corroding away completely, dripping blackened sap onto the earth. Even the trunk, thick enough for two men to embrace, was eroded by a significant layer. Hiss! Li Yeshing and the others, witnessing this, stumbled back in shock, nearly fleeing. Focus on it, and back away slowly. Having rescued Li Yeshing and the few villagers from the serpent-esque grasp, Li Tongya shook his head gravely and murmured, "We should retreat." As the group began to back away, the serpent made no effort to pursue, remaining coiled on the banyan tree, coldly watching them. Once the banyan tree vanished from view, Li Qiuyang timidly spoke. "The fruit is just behind the tree. Patience." Li Tongya waved his hand and instructed Li Yeshing, "Gather the villagers and bring long iron poles and shovels from every household. If anyone has bows, all the better. Bring them along with arrows and come back up the mountain together." "Understood," Li Yeshing replied and hurried down the mountain with the other villagers. Li Xiaoping patted Li Qiuyang's shoulder and said, "Seeing you drenched in cold sweat, let us head down." Li Xiaoping found a piece of blue stone to sit upon and turned to Li Tongya. "That serpent possesses remarkably tough scales. My golden light technique only managed to shatter a few of its scales. Judging by its appearance, it seems merely a minor beast, lacking intelligence. No matter how tough its scales, what use are they?" Before long, the strong villagers from Lijing village arrived on the mountain. Excited yet anxious at the prospect of slaying a monster, stealthily following Li Yeshing, Li Tongya assessed the terrain and approached Lu Linfeng, asking, "Uncle, I heard the Lu family set traps for wild boars last year. How large should the pit be for such a serpent?" Lu Linfeng hesitated for a moment, carefully replying, "I have heard that this serpent is a monster and cannot be judged by common sense. What if it can fly?" "It certainly cannot fly. Just double the size based on past experiences," Li Xiaoping interjected, muttering to himself, "If this serpent could fly, we would surely be lost by now." "Very well." Lu Linfeng, reassured by Li Xiaoping's words, confidently directed the villagers to dig the pit, giving instructions with great flair. Lu Linfeng had been harboring frustrations for quite some time. Although the Li family held significant power, they had at least given the Lu family some respect, often consulting them on village matters. This situation was untenable. The Lu family must find their own foothold under the protection of the Li family, or they would inevitably decline. As he directed the work, Lu Linfeng thought to himself, while Li Tongya and Li Xiaoping busied themselves in fusing their arrows with golden light. If they did not use it, the technique would likely last for 6 to 7 hours. Ample time to deal with the serpent. Each of them could infuse their arrows a dozen times before their spiritual energies waned, at which point they would meditate to recover. When the villagers finished digging the pit and concealed the fresh earth with dry leaves, both men had just completed their recovery. The villagers formed a line. Those wielding long poles stood in front, while those carrying bows held arrows imbued with golden light, cautiously advancing towards the serpent. As the front line approached the banyan tree, they gasped in unison, "What a fearsome serpent!" The serpent coiled around the banyan tree, its bright yellow eyes instilling terror, and opened its mouth to release a thick black mist. The front line, having been warned, quickly discarded their poles and retreated, while the black mist merely corroded the dry leaves and a few long poles. A series of arrows, shining with faint golden light, surged forward first, piercing the serpent's brown-scaled body. After repeated disturbances, the serpent finally became enraged, hissing and flicking its tongue as it abandoned the banyan tree, slithering towards the crowd. The onlookers scattered, and Li Tongya and Li Xiangping quickly formed their seals, unleashing golden light techniques that struck the serpent, causing it to shriek in pain as it turned its golden eyes towards them and rushed forward. Rather than feeling alarmed, the two felt a surge of excitement, shouting, "Prepare yourselves!" As the serpent slithered, it felt a sudden weight beneath it, nearly crashing into the deep pit below. However, its lengthy body prevented it from falling in immediately. Its head shot up, poised to escape from the other side of the trap. A group of villagers then emerged from the cliff above, pushing a large blue stone and shouting in unison now. The stone fell, striking the serpent's back with a resounding thud, breaking its bones and sinews. The brown-scaled serpent hissed and was instantly pinned at the bottom of the pit, its head raised high yet unable to move. "Ha ha!" Lu Linfeng laughed heartily from the crowd, satisfied with his handiwork. "Go!" Li Yesheng commanded, and the villagers eagerly picked up sharpened bamboo poles, relentlessly stabbing into the pit. Although the serpent's scales were tough, they could not withstand the combined might of several strong men. After half an hour of vigorous thrusting, the bamboo poles were stained crimson before they ceased. Leaving Lu Linfeng to oversee matters, Li Tongya, Li Xiangping, and a few trusted companions stealthily circled around to the rear of the banyan tree. Upon encountering the dense thicket littered with white bones, Li Yesheng sighed and spoke. Li Xiangping nodded in agreement, while Li Tongya gazed solemnly at a small tree adorned with 5 red, glistening fruits. He turned to Li Yesheng and instructed, "Keep watch here with the others and prevent anyone from approaching." Chapter 27. Chengfululin Peak stood before a roaring bonfire in the village clearing where everyone gathered, laughing and discussing the fearsome long serpent. The men boasted proudly, their faces aglow in the firelight. As evening fell, Li Yesheng enlisted 10 men to drag the serpent down the mountain, painstakingly removing its scales. The flesh was brought to the village women, who meticulously sliced it into 3 large bowls, marinated with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine, and set aside by the fire. Each household contributed their own meat and vegetables. Chatting amiably around the fire, Li Muqian, typically averse to such revelries, remained reluctant to leave his courtyard. Thus, Li Xiangping and Li Tongya, having summoned others to guard the spiritual route, descended the mountain first. Our understanding is limited, and we are unfamiliar with this spiritual route and its effects. It is prudent to leave it be for now and seek information in the marketplace tomorrow. Seated by the fire, Li Xiangping turned to his brother and said, naturally. Li Tongya nodded, gazing at the 3 wooden bowls. Picking up a slice of serpent meat, he observed its thinness, glistening like a cicada's wing, and smiled, stating, "The Li Xiaomi Jin asserts that serpentine beasts, birds, and insects can become extraordinary entities, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, their blood and flesh nurturing vitality. Consuming it strengthens the body and replenishes energy." He added, "It would be wise for our father to consume more. It has already been sent to the courtyard." Li Xiangping replied, spearing a piece of serpent meat to roast over the fire. He continued, "The serpent gall is also substantial, already sent to the courtyard for infusion in liquor." As they conversed, Li Yesheng approached with Su Wenshan. Li Tongya raised an eyebrow, signaling for them to speak. "Do you wish to engage in commerce along the ancient Li Dao, selling surplus goods from the villages?" After hearing Su Wenshan's earnest description, Li Xiangping and Li Tongya exchanged contemplative glances, recognizing that Su Wenshan's ambitions aligned with their own. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tongya stated, "Indeed, you and Lulin Peak shall oversee this matter. Remove those associates of yours from the task, and we will temporarily draw personnel from the Li family." Seeing Su Wenshan's delight, Li Xiangping cautioned, "There are several immortal families along the ancient Li Dao. If we are to trade, we must consult them. You should dispatch someone to cautiously probe and label areas with inhabitants along the ancient Li Dao, creating a preliminary map." "Understood," Su Wenshan replied attentively, then confidently declared, "Rest assured, I, Su Wenshan, have traversed the Li Xia Dao for over a decade, mastering the intricacies of the routes. Had I not been to the ancient Li Dao, I could draw this map immediately. Uncle is quite idle at home, he might as well contribute. Su Wenshan is shrewd, and though he has placed many of the Li family members in strategic positions, you, Yexing, must remain vigilant to prevent Su Wenshan from gaining too much influence. I understand. Li Xiaoping nodded. Tomorrow, I will gather some trustworthy individuals to encircle that banyan tree within the small courtyard, preventing anyone from peering in. As he concluded, Li Xiaoping waved his hand, and Li Yexing stepped back, while Li Tongya sighed softly, stating, "Were it not for the Li family's inability to muster enough manpower to maintain order, we would not need to devise such intricate precautions. We should have ventured to the marketplace to procure a map. It would have been quite straightforward. However, our limited cultivation prevents us from navigating the marketplace safely." "Do not fret," Li Tongya chuckled, noticing Li Xiaoping's dejected demeanor. "With Jinger entering the sect, our family's spiritual seedlings flourishing, and a disciple with spiritual potential emerging, coupled with the discovery of this spiritual root, our Li family is thriving. If we are overly discontent, we may invite calamity." Li Xiaoping paused, contemplating his brother's words, and smiled, saying, "I shall heed your counsel." As he walked through the village, Li Chengfu was not one to act tyrannically. He commanded respect, and anyone who encountered him would greet him with deference. The elders of the Yi family surely eyed him with envy. Even Lulin Peak, who typically ignored him, now greeted him with a smile. Nevertheless, despite his pride, Li Chengfu was cautious around Lulin Peak, as he was the maternal uncle, albeit currently in decline. One could never predict a resurgence. Indeed, after only a few months of Lulin Peak's misfortune, a command from the family head restored his authority over dozens of individuals. Bustling about the village, sketching maps, Li Chengfu savored a drink in a small village tavern, watching Lulin Peak labor tirelessly like a whirling top, chuckling to himself. "I observe that your task is hardly easy, Lulin Peak. It pales in comparison to my leisurely existence." Addressing the curious onlookers surrounding him, Li Chengfu huffed and declared, "Silence. Clear out." Li Chengfu was no fool. The Li family had few members, and as a recognized illegitimate son, he was indeed a confidant. He and his two children were constructing a small courtyard on the mountain, and since Li Yexing had instructed that it remain confidential, he was not foolish enough to compromise his family's interest for the sake of attention. This middle-aged man understood that his children possessed spiritual potential and were of the Li lineage. Apart from the three who currently held power, Li Tongya, Li Xiaoping, and Li Yexing, the fourth seat was assured. Li Rochuan, being an outsider, could not interfere. Now, as he and his three children adopted the Li surname, the family's interests were intertwined with his own. He could not afford to jeopardize them. Off to work, Li Chengfu waved his hand, finishing his drink, and strode confidently away from the idle onlookers, for he had little time to waste on frivolity. Chapter 28. Wanjia, atop King Swifing, a cloud-windowed pavilion stood, adorned with intricate carvings. The gentle morning light flowed over the pavilion, casting a golden hue within. Seated before the pavilion on a slab of green stone, Li Qijing exhaled slowly, gazing out at the boundless sea of clouds. His handsome brows raised in realization, he mused, "This Qingyuan will have been successfully cultivated. The technique for my family is remarkable. What I have cultivated is not merely ordinary Qingyuan power, but rather the moonlight Qingyuan, which not only solidifies the power, but also surpasses the typical techniques in potency." Rising to adjust his azure robe, Li Qijing entered the pavilion and retrieved a gleaming sword from the wall, twirling his wrist to create a flurry of sword blossoms. The Xian Shui sword technique gifted by my senior brother has also been mastered, while third-tier techniques typically require one to be in the Qi refinement stage to wield them. This technique is relatively easy to learn. I wonder how my father is faring. Have my brothers completed the Zhou Xinglun? I've heard rumors of unrest at the Tangjin Gate to the west, and our Li family, sharing a border of thousands of miles, may be affected. Pondering these concerns, Li Qijing lost his motivation to practice swordsmanship, idly perusing the jade slips on his desk, his thoughts drifting far to the Li family. "Junior brother." A cheerful voice interrupted his reverie as a robust man with thick brows and bright eyes approached. It was his senior brother, Xiao Yuanzi. He smiled at Li Qijing and exclaimed, "Guess what wonderful news I've brought." "Senior brother, please do not jest," Li Qijing replied with a wry smile, putting away the jade slip and adopting an attentive posture. "The master has sent me to handle affairs in Lixia County." Xiao Yuanxi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Do you have any letters to bring home?" "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, senior brother. You are truly wonderful." Li Qijing was instantly filled with excitement, repeatedly expressing his gratitude as he fetched ink, brush, paper, and an inkstone and began to write fervently. Xiao Yuanxi chuckled softly and said, "Take your time. You may present it to me tonight." As dawn approached, Li Xiangping slowly awakened from his meditation, contemplating that he had already filled his qi si, and with another 6 months of cultivation, he could attempt to condense the Zhouxing Luan. It dawned on him that he had been stuck at this Zhouxing Luan for nearly 4 years, with an astonishingly slow rate of cultivation. At this moment, Jing'er was likely already beginning to break through to the Qing Yuan Luan. Exiting the room, he found Tianyun basking in the sun at the doorway. Upon seeing Li Xiangping approach, she attempted to rise. Wait, Li Xiangping said, waving his hands as he supported Tianyun gently. "You must be cautious now that you are pregnant. Do not risk harming the fetus." Since her pregnancy, her body had been rather uncooperative. Yawning slightly, she spoke with a hint of worry. "I have heard that child, Qiu Yang, is progressing rapidly in his cultivation. I often think, if our child lacks that spiritual aperture, it may lead to a situation where the branches are weak and the roots strong, which would not bode well for the Li family." Li Xiangping was momentarily taken aback by her words. Affectionately ruffling her hair, he laughed heartily and reassured her. "Do not worry. Our child will possess a spiritual aperture as well. I will handle the matters of the family, and you need not be concerned. As for Li Qiuyang, he has merely attained the Xianjing Luan earlier, is not worth worrying about." Seeing her husband's earnest expression, Tianyun gently leaned into his embrace, murmuring, "As long as you are assured." While they were enjoying this tender moment, Lu Linfeng hurriedly rushed into the front yard. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he abruptly halted, his face flushing red, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Tianyun chuckled softly, allowing Ren Shi to assist her in departing. Li Xiangping, sumawat surpresa, fixed his gaze on Lu Linfeng and inquired with a smile, "What brings you here in such haste, uncle?" Lu Linfeng, panting heavily, quickly addressed Li Xiangping. Just as Li Xiangping frowned and was about to respond, another figure rushed in from outside. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Yeshing. Li Yeshing's face was also flushed, breathless, as he appeared to have hurried from the village's entrance to its end. Without taking a moment to catch his breath, he exclaimed, "Head of the family." At the Lichuan entrance, a report has come that a celestial being, claiming to be a cultivator under the Qing Qi, has come to pay a visit. "Oh no, they must have come following that child." Lu Linfeng slapped his thigh in frustration, giving himself a hard slap on the face. Li Xiangping rubbed his forehead, exhaling deeply, and said in a measured tone, "Do not panic. The visitor is also under Qing Qi, and they are unlikely to act aggressively." Looking around at the gathered crowd, Li Xiangping called out, "Where is second brother?" "The celestial master went up the mountain early this morning and has yet to descend," Lu Linfeng replied. "Uncle, please head up the mountain and inform him of the situation, telling him to remain at the back mountain and not to come down. Yeshing, you will accompany me to the Li Dao entrance." Lu Linfeng acknowledged and hurriedly ascended the mountain. Li Xiangping, along with Li Yeshing and several villagers from Li Jing, hurried along the countryside path toward the Li Dao entrance. Upon arriving, they encountered a servant of Su Wenshan. As they walked, Li Yeshing asked the man, "What do the persons say?" "The celestial master is quite serene. He is sitting in the headman's courtyard without uttering a word, merely resting with his eyes closed." Just as he spoke, Li Xiangping and the others arrived at the entrance. Straightening his clothes, he stepped forward to gaze at the person seated in the lead. The boy appeared quite youthful, perhaps in his teens, with a fair complexion, dressed in a flowing moon-white robe. At this moment, he opened his eyes and looked at Li Xiangping. "Under Qing Qi, I am Li Xiangping." Since Li Xiangping had not yet cultivated the Yujing Luan and had not attained spiritual awareness, he could not discern the boy's strength, and humbly clasped his hands in greeting. To his surprise, the boy seemed to breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Quickly rising to his feet and respectfully saying, "Under Qing Qi, I am Wan Jiao Wan Yuan Kai, honored to meet the head of the Li family. Do not mention it. I am merely a minor cultivator of the Li family, while the head is my father." Li Xiangping waved his hands repeatedly, noting the boy's humility, which eased the weight from his heart, bringing a smile to his face. A few days prior, his father had heard that the individual stationed to guard west of the Guli Dao was from Qing Sui Feng, and he had been quite pleased. sending a minor cultivator to explore the West in hopes of making acquaintances. By chance, I encountered someone from your esteemed village, hence my unannounced arrival, and I beg your pardon for that. Wan Yuan Kai was elated, politely apologizing while smiling lightly. My father instructed me to bring a congratulatory gift. Li Xiangping was taken aback, observing Wan Yuan Kai's beaming countenance, and thinking to himself, this Wan family is excessively warm. One must be cautious. Maintaining his smile, he bowed slightly and repeatedly shook his head, saying, your esteemed father is too courteous. This cannot be accepted. Wan Yuan Kai shook his head and from his sleeve produced a small box made of pine wood. Upon opening the polished lid, Li Xiangping beheld, nestled within fabric. The fruit's surface was adorned with a smooth, scale-like sheen, showcasing a harmonious blend of green and white, reflecting a dazzling light under the sun. Truly an exquisite sight. Yet, Wan Yuan Kai's expression turned slightly awkward as he observed Li Xiangping examining the fruit. He quickly explained, you simply need to slice open the skin with a small knife and drink the juice within. Li Xiangping regarded the fruit, his mind racing with calculations, silently pondering. The Wan family is in dire straits. Why would they divulge this to me? Would it not invite covetous eyes? Ultimately, he resolved, regardless of their intentions, let me first assess the situation. He then smiled broadly, observing Li Yeshing step forward to carefully accept the box. Shifting the conversation, he stated seriously, there's one matter I must trouble you with, Wan Xiong. Just call me Yuan Kai. Please proceed, Wan Yuan Kai insisted, waving his hands. As our Li family has recently arrived, we are utterly unfamiliar with the surrounding families. Would you be willing to enlighten me? Of course, Wan Yuan Kai nodded. As Li Yeshing retrieved paper and pen, rolling up his sleeves to sketch a thin line on the paper, explaining, this is the Gu Li Dao. He then circled the middle of the Gu Li Dao and inscribed the character Li. Li Xiangping nodded, took the pen, dipped it in ink, and drew a circle above and below the character, labeling them Wang Yu Hu and Dali Shan. My Li family is backed by Dali Shan and faces Wang Yu Hu, with Gu Li Dao running through the middle. Then Yiwan Kai nodded, drawing a small circle to the right of the Li family and explaining, to the east is my Wan family. He then drew a large circle above the Wan family. Speaking earnestly, this is the Tangjin Gates Ji family. The Tangjin Gates Ji family? Li Xiangping's heart tightened, and he asked in disbelief. Indeed, the Tangjin Gate is the celestial sect of the northern region, with strength comparable to our Qingqi sect. Wang Yuhu is vast. Traveling north across the lake leads to Tangjin Gates Mountain, Tangdao Mountain, and the Ji family operates under its jurisdiction. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Xiangping gestured for him to continue, while internally he sighed, it seems that what one fears most inevitably comes to pass. For over a decade, the Tangjin Gate and Qingqi sect had been at odds, and although war had not yet broken out, more than 10 families on the border had perished, leaving countless mortals displaced. Both sides were merely testing each other's resolve. Wan Yuan Kai appeared uneasy as he articulated his long-held concerns. The Ji family has repeatedly struck, infringing upon our Wan family's territory, causing us great suffering. The Ji family head, Ji Dangqi, has cultivated to the point of refining qi. While my father has only recently advanced to Yujing, we cannot compete with him. Every time our spiritual rice matures, the Ji family members don veils, masquerading as loose cultivators, and raid our village. For years, we have been forced to hide in the mountains, allowing the Ji family to pillage our spiritual rice. At this point, Wan Yuan Kai's eyes grew slightly red, his fists clenched tightly. Li Xiangping, having grasped Wan Yuan Kai's intentions, felt a frown form on his face as he spoke. My Li family is weak and lacks the strength to provide much assistance. Observing Wan Yuan Kai's expression of sorrow and indignation, Li Xiangping quickly inquired, how many cultivators remain in the Wan family? At that moment, WNUNK, I hesitated, glancing at L. Xing before resolutely stating, my father has reached the peak of YJ-ing-LN, while I have merely attained the Q-ing-U-N-L-N. There are 2 younger members of my family who have just reached the Su-Nj-ing-L-N level. As for the J family, aside from that old rogue who has achieved Q refining, they also have 2 at the ZHUX-ing-L-N level and 1 at the CH-ing-M-ing-L-N level. There should be several at the Su-Nj-ing-L-N level as well, but they come from different backgrounds to plunder. Upon hearing this, L. Xing perplexed, inquired, I was once told by someone within the sect that in the event of an enemy attack, one could seek assistance from the sect using the YYN. A foundational cultivator would be dispatched to resolve your urgent predicament. We could never summon a foundational cultivator. WNUNK, I exclaimed angrily, gritting his teeth with clenched fists, appearing deeply aggrieved. If we activate the YYN, it will take at least 2 hours for the cheer-refining cultivators from the city to arrive. By then, it will be too late. Not only will we have lost all our spiritual rice, but repeatedly seeking help would also unjustly offend the arriving cultivators. As he finished speaking, noticing L. Xingping was about to respond, WNUNK, I quickly continued, my father sent me to visit you all, hoping to form alliances to leverage your noble power. L. Xingping sighed quietly. Since WNUNK, I had already spoken. He abandoned his intent to extract more information, managing a bitter smile as he said, it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I cannot. My L family is sparse in numbers. We only recently entered the realm of cultivation. My father has 4 sons. My elder brother passed away early. And although my younger brother has a high cultivation level, he has gone to the Xi'an for training. Both my elder brother and I are of limited cultivation, not even comparable to you. So how can we contend with the J family? Isn't your esteemed father still alive? WNUNK, I looked at L. Xingping with hopeful eyes, filled with anticipation. To be frank, my father is merely immortal. L. Xingping replied, shaking his head. It is impossible. How could a mere mortal father 3 children with spiritual apertures? My father, at the YJLN level, had to bear 17 children before I was born. WNUNK's expression turned skeptical. And L. Xingping, startled, quickly added, my father lost his cultivation due to an altercation in his early years. WNUNK's face changed. And with a hint of shame, he responded, I was indeed rash. Your esteemed father must have attained the foundation of the Tao. I was too presumptuous. L. Xingping also felt a shiver of fear. WNUNK's earlier exclamation had nearly caused him to lose his composure. It turns out that the higher a cultivator's level, the greater the probability of their offspring possessing spiritual apertures. He had almost revealed a crucial detail in this seemingly trivial matter. Observing WNUNK's somber demeanor, L. Xingping steadied his mind and began, what is the situation west of my L family's territory at the end of the GLDO? WNUNK, I paused, staring at the map with contemplation, and replied, what have you heard? L. Xingping eagerly questioned, what did you hear? My father mentioned that our ancestors explored westward, and there were mountains that emerged from the LDO. WNUNK, I mused. Chapter 30. Discussion. Thanks to the continuous annual tax contributions from various villages, the L family could support more craftsmen. These artisans primarily constructed small courtyards in the rear mountains and were also responsible for the repairs in LJing village during their lighter work periods. After more than half a year of renovations, LJing village had transformed, with polished bluestone slabs seamlessly joined together, extending from the L family's front gate all the way to the village entrance. This served as the main thoroughfare of LJing village, expanding the influence of this regional power hub. The wealthy households in the village began to emulate the L family's blue brick and tile houses, renovating their own earthen homes and thatch cottages. Li L Nfing and others did not dare to use blue bricks, but opted for inferior white bricks, applying mortar to outline the walls. Although not as visually striking as the blue bricks, their homes still exuded a sense of grandeur. From a distance, the clusters of buildings behind the village, with white brick courtyards surrounding the main houses of blue bricks and gray tiles, began to take on the charm of a small Jiangxian town amid the drifting rain and mist. At present, LMTN did not manage affairs directly, yet no one dared to underestimate this old man. Although merely immortal, he commanded more respect from Li Yshing and others than from LTing Y and L Xingping. L Xingping exclaimed as he caught the flying L Su In in his arms. The child was now of school age, and the L family had hired HNWNX as a tutor. L Su In was bright and clever, making teaching him a breeze. Today, I went to the reed marshes with Wn. He said Uncle Ysh used to herd ducks there when he was little. L Su In laughed as he clung to L Xingping, speaking in a childlike voice. The L family had arranged a marriage for Lysh and she was a child, only a little over 2 years old, always following Su around energetically. Indeed, Shi chuckled, instructing Lysh to retreat as he gradually moved away, before turning his attention back to Su. At that time, I was beside you catching fish. They were so plump, with blue scales, slippery and smooth. Those fish were the best I have ever tasted. They were like celestial beings among fish. What about the WN family? LMTN interjected, casting a glance at the clear tea in his hand before placing it on the table, interrupting Xing. Their strength surpasses that of my L family. With a long lineage, the clan has a head with YJ L in cultivation, and they also have WNUNKI, who achieved QNUN at such a young age. Xing replied, patting Sun to let him play on his own. Just then, Ly entered the courtyard with a serious expression, found a seat, and attentively listened to Xing's narration. Xing recounted all that WNUNK I had said, then lifted his tea bowl, drinking deeply while observing the two men. If the WN family truly faced internal and external pressures, it would be advantageous for us to offer assistance. The J family is close at hand, and if the WN family were to fall, the next likely target would be our L family. Ly silently listened to Xing's words, examining the rough sketch. The WN family needs saving, but the method must benefit our L family the most. Sinung, pay attention. LMTN narrowed his eyes, raising an eyebrow as he quietly gazed at the tea in his cup, then spoke again precisely. Xing nodded, clearly in agreement with his father's thoughts, and stated seriously, however, the J family is well aware of the WN family's spiritual fields. Their internal situation has likely become a sieve. WNUNK, I must handle this discreetly. At this moment, our L family must not confront the J family directly, but rather support the WN family quietly from behind. Indeed, LMTN praised with a nod, taking a gentle sip of tea before continuing. Both families are far stronger than ours. For now, we must remain low-key, conserving our strength. The J family is aggressive, their intentions are malicious. And although the WN family is also under the jurisdiction of QNCH, we must remain vigilant beside them. Ly gazed at the rough sketch for a long while before suddenly speaking. Does the J family depicted in this map border on our L family territory? Yes, Xing confirmed, pointing to the entrance of LDO, and stated gravely, the GLDO forks here. One path heads north into the J family's domain, while the other leads east into the WN family's territory. After a pause, observing Ly deep in thought, Xing continued, I inquired with WNUNKI, and he mentioned that over 100 years ago, a demon gathered several lesser demons and built a demon cave along the path leading to the J family, thus severing that route. The J family abandoned that land, though it is still nominally under their control. Now I understand, Ly responded. In that case, we need not fear the J family encroaching here. As long as the WN family stands, the J family poses no threat to us. That demon was indeed clever, choosing the border between QNCH and TNJN to settle in its cave, diligently cultivating without causing trouble, Xing said softly. Turning to LMTN, WNUNK, I mentioned that there are mountains to the west of my family that have appeared before. Father, when you fought against those mountain dwellers, did you glean any information? LMTN waved his hand and replied, in terms of appearance, those mountain dwellers are not much different from us. They merely have shaved heads and tattoos, and their speech is incomprehensible. Furthermore, the mountain dwellers are skilled in combat and possess great strength. Their tribe includes shamans adept in curses and beast control, making them quite formidable. The efficacy of your exorcism technique remains uncertain. As long as it can counter that curse, the balance of power between the village and its foes is not insurmountable. There is no rush. Li Tongya spoke, lightly tracing a circle around the Li family's territory on the map, and remarked, the Wan family has suffered multiple squeezes and cuts from the Ji family. The territory delineated for my Li family by Si Yuan Bai is quite expansive. Currently, the land held by the Li family may even surpass that of the Wan family. With ample land, yet sparse population, and the Li family's strength being rather feeble, it is merely a facade of robustness. As long as the mountains do not approach us, we need not provoke them. With the Wan family at the forefront to hold the line, we shall allow the Li family a few years to develop and thoroughly grasp these territories before discussing further matters. Chapter 31. Wan Tiansong Wan Xiaohua sat at the table, unable to mask his fatigue. The Yu Jingluan cultivators had already coalesced their spiritual wheels in Shenyang Prefecture. Theoretically, one could remain awake for 3 days and nights without fatigue. Yet recent troubles had weighed heavily upon him, and Wan Xiaohua felt he could scarcely endure. How do you perceive the letter sent by the Li family, Yuan Kai? He rubbed his temples and wearily glanced at the others present. Before Yuan Kai could respond, a burly man beside him boisterously interjected. What else is there to perceive? The Li family's strength is lacking. They must be dreaming if they think that with just 2 individuals from the Li family, their head can force us to yield all those spiritual fields to the Wan family. The man with bushy brows and bright eyes fixed a fierce gaze on Wan Xiaohua. Fool! Wan Xiaohua silently cursed, then retorted. The Li family has individuals practicing in the sect. If they are questioned, how shall we respond? Seeing that the burly man was momentarily at a loss for words, Yuan Kai stepped forward and spoke. If the Li family demands 30%, we shall concede to their request. Our household's stock diminishes yearly, and it is evident we may not meet the offerings. Everything must prioritize survival. Wan Xiaohua nodded and softly added, 30% is surely negotiable. The Ji family is powerful, and in the face of mutual destruction, the Li family would not press us too hard. When discussing the Ji family, Wan Xiaohua's expression darkened. He gently set down the letter in his hand and continued. A few years ago, we were still delineated by Yubu Mountain. Now we have retreated to Gully Path. That Ji Dengqi old scoundrel has been excessively oppressive. Our strength is insufficient, and we have repeatedly retreated over the years, leaving us no opportunity to catch our breath. Yuan Kai gritted his teeth and nodded, sighing. Fortunately, we found a glimmer of hope amidst despair. The spiritual veins of the northern foothills of Dali Mountain are gradually recovering, providing the Wan family with a thread of survival, but regrettably, it is not in our hands. Wan Xiaohua chuckled coldly and said, It is the best we can achieve at present. Even if our Wan family occupies the northern foothills of Dali Mountain, we still require manpower to defend it. Who will guard our ancestral home in Jiangxian if we dispatch you all? Moreover, this matter is significant and will alert the Ji family. Can Ji Dengqi tolerate witnessing the expansion of the Wan family? Ji Dengqi secretly dispatched individuals to engage with the side branches under our family's control, causing divisions among us. Engaging with the Li family or sending people over must be done discreetly. We must ensure Ji Dengqi remains unaware. I have instructed my younger brother to feign death and slip away to the Li path. Ji Dengqi spies are mere mortals and will not discern the truth. Tiansong is articulate and prudent. I trust him to handle this matter. After speaking, Wan Xiaohua lightly marked the map before him, his gaze cold, murmuring, A dull knife cuts flesh. Yet we must be cautious of a potential counterattack from the Wan family. Li Tongya adjusted his breathing, feeling the surging power within him, and chuckled lightly, reflecting. The cycle has persisted for nearly 4 years. It seems I have finally succeeded. Congratulations, Brother Ya, on achieving a new milestone and refining the Zhouxing wheel. Beside him, Lu Rochuan smiled brightly, tucking her loose hair behind her ear, her dark eyes fixed on Li Tongya. As she cheerfully remarked, It is merely a minor advancement in the Taishi realm. There is no need for celebration. Seeing Lu Rochuan giggling beside him, Li Tongya could only shake his head helplessly, glancing at the sky before speaking. After a day and night of seclusion, I shall first go meet Xiangping. Yes. Lu Rochuan nodded vigorously, smiling. As Li Tongya exited the small courtyard of Li Jing and approached the front yard of the Li family, he faintly heard sound from the main courtyard and paused in his steps. Mother, why does everyone have a father but I do not? Rin Shi was quietly sewing in the courtyard, while Li Xianxian, with a hint of a cry in her voice, knelt on the ground clutching Renping's dress. Speaking pitifully, even Li Xiaowen has a father. Where has my father gone? Father has gone to a very far place. Mother is lying to me. Mother is lying to me. Li Xianxian struggled to break free from Renping's embrace, crying out, How could someone go far away without sending letters home? They all say father is dead. Renping was momentarily speechless, glancing at the crying Li Xianxian with uncertainty. Li Tongya felt a pang in his heart, sighed deeply, and stepped into the main courtyard, gently lifting Li Xianxian. Upon seeing Li Tongya, Li Xianxian quickly wiped her tears and cried, "Second uncle, where is my father? Your father is a good man, a kind and generous elder brother." While comforting Li Xianxian, Li Yeshing knocked on the door and entered the front yard. Seeing him, Rinshi hurriedly took the sobbing Li Xianxian away, leaving just the two of them in the courtyard. "What is it?" Li Tongya collected his emotions and spoke solemnly. "A man dressed as a hunter is seeking an audience at the door, claiming to be someone from the Wan family here, as arranged. Let him in." Li Tongya was momentarily taken aback, stroking his chin and waving his hand to Li Yeshing. Li Yeshing then brought the person inside. The man was of ordinary appearance, clad in leather armor, with a longbow slung across his back. His eyes, however, were quite bright. Approaching, he clasped his hands towards Li Tongya and said, "Wan family Wan Tiansong, greetings to the young clan leader." Li Tongya raised an eyebrow. Feeling that this man far surpassed Yuan Kai, he might not be easy to deal with, and thus he smiled and replied, "I am unworthy of the title of young clan leader. I merely manage the trivial matters of the village." After speaking, he gestured for him to enter. Wan Tiansong raised his eyebrows, inwardly contemplating. "I have heard that the Li patriarch seldom makes an appearance, and these two brothers jointly manage the Li family without distinction. It seems that Li Tongya speaks with caution. I wonder what kind of person Li Xiamping is." He pondered continuously, but his lips curled into a smile. "You are too courteous." As Wan Tiansong entered the main courtyard, the elder was seated at the head, sipping tea. His eyes lowered as he regarded Wan Tiansong with a mere nod. Wan Tiansong observed Li Mutian's extraordinary demeanor and calmness. Secretly astonished, this must be the elder of the Li family. No wonder he was once a foundational cultivator. His presence is unlike ordinary folk. He quickly bowed, and as he stood up, tears streamed down his face as he choked out, "Greetings, elder." Li Mutian set down his teacup and said solemnly, "Why such formality?" Wan Tiansong wiped his tears and replied, "Upon witnessing your esteemed presence, I am reminded of my father, who fell victim to the treachery of Ji Dongqi, resulting in the loss of 900 pounds of spiritual rise from our clan, nearly causing us to fail in our forthcoming offerings." 900 pounds? Li Tongya exchanged glances with Li Mutian, both understanding the implications. Li Tongya thought to himself, "This man intends to encroach upon our family's share of 30%. Chapter 32. The visitor Wan Tiansong, with tears streaming down his face, recounted the brutality of the Ji family and the precarious state of the Wan family, emphasizing how the fortunes of the Wan and Li families are intertwined. Even Li Yeshing, who stood by, was moved, while Li Mutian remained pensive, gently sipping his tea, his demeanor unchanged, and asked, "Has the Wan family's situation truly become this dire?" Indeed, Wan Tiansong looked at Li Mutian, biting his teeth, understanding that he was dealing with someone who would not act without assurance. He retrieved a scroll from his robe and stated, "Before departing, my clan brother specifically instructed me to remind you that in the future, the Li family should be mindful of our needs, and he entrusted me with the formation to repay your family's kindness." Li Mutian waved his hand, prompting Li Tongya to step forward and accept the scroll. Wan Tiansong continued explaining, "This formation is called the Misty Obscuration Formation, bought from a market by my grandfather 100 years ago. It can be set up using the array flags crafted in the process. My grandfather had a fondness for formations, and the mountain formation of our family was arranged by him. This formation was originally purchased by him to validate his own understanding of the formation path. After his passing, no one in the clan remained proficient in the art of formations." Wan Tiansong expressed his deep regret and reluctantly handed over the bee-skin scroll to Li Tongya. Upon seeing Li Tongya nod, Li Mutian smiled and said, "There is no need for such politeness. The Wan family and the Li family are both under the governance of Qing Shi, naturally assisting each other. Now that the Wan family is in distress, how could the Li family take advantage of the situation? We shall only take 1.5 portions of the harvest." "Thank you, senior," Li Mutian replied softly, and Li Tongya, along with Wan Tiansong and Li Yeshing, exited. As soon as they left the courtyard, Wan Tiansong looked at Li Tongya with hope and inquired, "May I ask where your esteemed clan has arranged the spiritual fields? I would like to see their quality." "That is only natural." Li Tongya nodded and began to walk along the bluestone path. While speaking, my Li family has 2 villages along the ancient Li road. One is called Li Dao Ko, which is the direction Brother Tiansong is coming from, and the other is called Li Chuan Ko, situated by Wanghua Lake. The rented spiritual fields are located at Lichuankou. I have already instructed someone to build a small courtyard, and the fields are quite intact, yielding around 70 jin per year. Wan Tiansong nodded, indicating his understanding, and then turned to comment on the scenery of Lijing village along the way. The road is well constructed. The common folk come and go, and the path is surprisingly clean and tidy, which is indeed rare. You flatter me, brother Tiansong. Li Tongya chuckled softly and continued. I have heard that there is a celestial marketplace nearby. My Li family is still in its infancy and does not know much about it. However, brother Tongya, you must gather more information from our side. Wan Tiansong laughed heartily, teasing Li Tongya, and then replied seriously. I have only cultivated to the Xinjing wheel and have not yet visited the marketplace. However, my clan brother and the clan leader have been there together and shared quite a bit of information. The marketplace is located on a small islet in Wanghua Lake, established by a peak chi refining loose cultivator. When the moon is full, large ships come to the shore to transport loose cultivators or small clans like ours to that islet. According to the clan leader, it is best to reach the islet after achieving the Yujing wheel to avoid any mishaps along the way. Wan Tiansong was concerned that the Li family might send someone to meet their demise and quickly advised against it. We understand, Li Tongya nodded, committing this important information to memory, and casually chatted with Wan Tiansong. Before long, they arrived at Lichuankou, where Chun Erniu, having heard that Li Tongya brought other cultivators, hurriedly came to welcome them, cautiously trailing behind Li Tongya while whispering to Li Yexing. Wan Tiansong assessed the size of the fields, measured the spiritual energy and soil quality, and nodded at Li Tongya to indicate his approval. Li Tongya smiled and waved his hand, saying, Brother Wan must be tired from your journey. I still have family matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. The back mountain of Lijing village had become quite lively. The villagers referred to this mountain as Lijing Mountain, and the patches of dense forest were now interspersed with several small courtyards made of green bricks, which were quite pleasing to the eye. The winding stone path stretched from the foot of the mountain to its peak, with villagers watching at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing Li Tongya, they respectfully greeted him, saying, Welcome, Immortal Master. Nodding casually, Li Tongya ascended the stone path for a while before a small courtyard came into view. Mr. Han Wenshu was teaching there, surrounded by a group of children, approximately 50 or 60, all sitting neatly under the trees listening to his lecture. Not only children from Lijing village and Jingyang village, but also from farther afield like Li Daokou and Lichuankou came to seek education. Only families with some savings could afford to send 1 or 2 children to school, and naturally, they could only send them to Lijing village. Gazing at Li Jiangxian, who was among those studying, Li Tongya pondered. In a few months, when the child reaches 6 or 7 years of age, he will be able to test his spiritual channels. I still have 3 Xian pearl talismans left, so I need not worry about Xian or lacking spiritual channels. Calculating the days, in a few months, Tianyan's pregnancy will also come to term. For some reason, the image of Lu Rochuan suddenly flashed in Li Tongya's mind, startling him into shaking his head repeatedly and standing still for a few seconds, before continuing to walk up the mountain with a wry smile. Uncle Tian, Li Tongya. Observing Tian Shoshue happily wielding a small hammer while working on a half-finished wooden horse, Tian Shoshue nodded with a smile, somewhat bashfully scratching his head and gesturing to the wooden horse in his hands. This is for Yun as she is about to give birth. I thought to make something for the child to play with. The elderly man, having endured many injuries in his youth, now appeared a decade older than his actual age, which was similar to Li Mutian's. Take your time, Li Tongya said respectfully to this elder, akin to a father figure, and then entered the courtyard. Li Xiangping was slowly waking from his meditation, exhaling a breath of stale air, and looked at Li Tongya, saying, Second brother, have you achieved the Zhouxing wheel? Yes. I'm still a step ahead of you, Li Tongya replied. Li Xiangping feigned annoyance, but couldn't help but smile as he stretched his limbs. After discussing Wan Tiansong's matters and placing the formation on the table, Li Tongya picked up the tea bowl from the table and drank, noticing Li Xiangping deep in thought. Li Tongya then asked, What is it? Wan Tiansong is much more formidable than Wan Yuankai, Li Xiangping replied calmly. Li Tongya chuckled softly, about to speak, when Tian Shoshue's voice called out, Lin Feng has arrived. The two exchanged puzzled glances, and soon saw Lu Lin Feng hurriedly entering the courtyard, wiping sweat from his brow, and looking at them, saying, A celestial master has come from the mountain, claiming to be from Qing Sui Peak. Chapter 33. Xiao Yuanci. Qing Chi Sex Qing Sui Peak? Li Tongya and Li Xiangping exchanged looks of surprise. After hesitating for a moment, Li Tongya said, "The celestial sex envoy must be related to Jing." Li Xiangping promptly stood up and led everyone down the mountain. However, as they stepped out of the courtyard, they encountered a figure clad in a moon-white robe, adorned with a series of brocade pouches at the waist. The cultivator had a handsome face and an ethereal demeanor, standing quietly at the entrance of the courtyard with a gentle smile directed at them. "Xiao Yuanci from Qing Sui Peak, greetings to all fellow Taoists," he said with a slight bow and a smile. "Li Xiangping of the Li family. I pay my respects to the envoy of Qing Chi sect." Li Xiangping did not dare to act presumptuously and quickly bowed with the others. Xiao Yuanci slightly inclined his body to avoid the gesture, smiling as he said, "You are all family members of my junior brother. There is no need for such formalities. I have come merely as an individual, not as a representative of the celestial sect." The group responded in unison, and Li Xiangping respectfully invited, "Immortal Master, please come in." In the presence of the esteemed cultivator from Qing Chi sect, Li Tongya and the others felt no different from ordinary mortals, and the title of Immortal Master was uttered with genuine feeling. Xiao Yuanci stepped into the courtyard, found a place to sit, and said softly, "I came here to address a matter for my sect, to subdue a demon in Lixia County. However, my junior brother has been yearning for his family, so I allowed him to write a letter, which I brought with me to Dali Mountain. Recently, while pursuing the demon, I lost quite a bit of time, and I only managed to slay it yesterday, so I came uninvited. I hope you will not take offense." "Not at all, not at all. The Immortal Master has traveled a great distance to deliver family news. The Li family is immensely grateful," Li Xiangping replied respectfully. Noticing Xiao Yuanci handing over a green bamboo tube, roughly the thickness of a thumb, which he promptly accepted. "Please take a look at this first," Xiao Yuanci said, taking a sip of tea brought to him by a servant. "You may take your time." Li Xiangping and the others quickly nodded, and Li Tongya gently removed the wax seal from the bamboo tube with his thumb, pouring out a curled, pale white letter, which he promptly unfolded to read. "Jing Dun Shou, having been away from home for over a year, wonders about the health of his brothers and father. Jing Er is well within the Xian zone, having successfully forged the Qing Yuan Luan with Yu Jing in sight. He has also advanced in his swordsmanship. His senior brother, Xiao Yuan Si, has reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, excelling in alchemy, and is known for his kindness and gentleness. Should there be any uncertain matters at home, one can seek his counsel. If anything is needed, do not hesitate to ask him. Upon my return, I shall replenish him within the sect." Accompanying this letter is a jade slip containing a sword technique called Xian Shui Jianju. "I have practiced some spells, all transmitted within the sect, and are not to be shared outside. Only this Qi refinement sword technique is a gift from my senior brother. I inquired with him, and he permitted me to send it home, for the difficulty of this technique is manageable, and it can serve as a means of self-defense. Hearing of the frequent border conflicts at Jiangxian, it is best for the family to exercise patience for now. I have already informed my senior brother to communicate with the defending cultivators of Li Xiajun, should any issues arise. The jade seal can be used to call for help. I find great ease within the Xian zone, and there is no need for concern. The efficiency of cultivation here far surpasses that of Dali Mountain. Are there any significant matters at home? Is Xian still obedient? Are there any unusual occurrences? Please respond to me." Li Xiangping, after reading this letter, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, and his eyes grew slightly red. He clasped his hands in respect toward Xiao Yuan Si and remarked, "I apologize for the oversight. I have kept you waiting, esteemed Immortal Master." Xiao Yuan Si smiled and waved his hand, placing a jade slip upon the rosewood table. "There is no need for excessive formality. It is merely human nature. This is something my junior brother asked me to bring along." Seeing Li Tongya approach to take the jade slip, Xiao Yuan Si gently added, "If there are any difficulties or uncertainties at home, feel free to bring them forth." Li Tongya and Li Xiangping exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "We do have some queries. Esteemed Immortal Master, please accompany us." The group dismissed those around them and ascended the stone path through the courtyard. Soon arriving before a grand banyan tree, they carefully navigated around the tree, behind which stood a small tree adorned with 5 fruits. Xiao Yuan Si lowered his gaze, formed a hand seal, and his hands suddenly glimmered with a soft white light. He reached out to touch the fruit, examining the leaves for a few moments before explaining, "This spiritual root is known as Shi Jiaogua. There should be 6 fruits on a single plant. As one ascends along this spiritual route, the fruits higher up mature sooner. When the first fruit ripens, only then can it be picked to allow the fruit below it to continue ripening. The maturation of the second fruit occurs approximately 5 years after the first. Thus, it can be viewed as bearing fruit once every 5 years, one fruit at a time. Judging by the quality of this first fruit, the previous one must have been harvested over 4 years ago. This one is also nearing maturity. Xiao Yuan Si parted the lower branches and leaves of the Shi Jiaogua, revealing a small, tender green fruit, the newly grown 6th one. What purpose does this fruit serve? Li Tong ya invited attentivity. Speaking respectfully. At Xing Qizong, we have over a dozen of these plants, which take centuries to yield a golden fruit to nurture new plants. The red Shi Jiaogua is primarily used to concoct Shi Yuan Dan, awarded to those disciples in the Qi refinement realm for their contributions to enhance their cultivation speed. Li Tongya and Li Xiangping exchanged glances, both expressing dismay. For the Li family was currently impoverished, lacking an alchemist. Having cultivated for so long, they had not even consumed any medicinal pills. Observing their troubled expressions, Xiao Yuan Si chuckled softly. If consumed raw, this fruit is likely sufficient to shorten one person's cultivation time. Noticing their hesitation, he suddenly understood and continued. I can prepare a batch of pills for you using this fruit. Given my current alchemical skills, I can produce around 7 to 8 pills from the Shi Jiaogua. However, according to protocol, I shall provide you with 6, and the surplus will belong to me. Li Tongya and his companion readily expressed their gratitude, and Xiao Yuan Si nodded, tapping his waist pouch, for which a jade box materialized. Utilizing a strand of his spiritual energy, he touched the base of the fruit, gently guiding it into the jade box. Aside from certain unique herbs and spiritual fruits, most must be contained within jade vessels to preserve their spiritual essence, ensuring they are harvested with care. Tomorrow, I shall commence alchemical work. He lightly tapped the pouch, causing the jade box to vanish from his hand, leaving Li Tongya and his companion envious. Is there anything else of importance? Xiao Yuan Si inquired with a smile. Thank you, esteemed Immortal Master. Li Xiangping and the others expressed their gratitude before producing a roll of animal hide, offering it to Xiao Yuan Si with both hands. He accepted the roll, untied the white cord binding it, and gently unfurled it to examine. A maze formation? Chapter 34. The foggy maze formation. Xiao Yuan Si scrutinized the formation diagram for several moments before shaking his head. I expected something novel, yet it is merely a variation of the foggy maze formation. He collected the diagram and handed it back to Li Xiangping, continuing, while I am not deeply versed in formation techniques, this diagram is overly simplistic, merely designed to deceive those in the... Once one reaches the Yujingluan, escaping should be effortless. Should one encounter a Qi refinement cultivator, dismantling the formation and seizing the flag would be exceedingly simple. Our Li family is destitute. Possessing this formation can provide some reassurance. Li Xiangping replied with a wry smile. Xiao Yuan Si regarded Li Xiangping, who had merely attained the Chengming Luan, and Li Tongya at the Zhou Xingluan, unable to suppress a chuckle. For you too, this is indeed a decent choice. With a gentle tap on his pouch, Xiao Yuan Si produced 6 small flags, each adorned with intricate runes on a blue and white fabric, and the poles crafted from a reddish-brown wood, looking quite appealing. These are the formation flags I used during my Yujingluan phase. The fabric is made from the skin of a white pattern carp, and the poles from red birch. They are considered fine items in the and are compatible with your formation. Since I no longer require these flags, I shall leave them with you to set up the foggy maze formation. Should you discover a superior formation diagram in the future, you can use these flags to establish it. Xiao Yuan Si smiled, halting the grateful words of Li Xiangping and Li Tongya, saying 12 spirit stones. Li Xiangping fell silent, a sheepish smile appearing. I am unaware of this spirit stone's significance. Do you not possess spirit stones? Xiao Yuan Si asked, momentarily taken aback. Spirit stones among cultivators are akin to gold and silver among mortals. In markets or shops, transactions are typically settled in spirit stones. Larger families also require spirit stones for tributes. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangping's interest was piqued, and he quickly inquired, how many spirit stones can the Bai Yuan Gua and Ling Dao be exchanged for? 10 Bai Yuan Gua should suffice for 1 spirit stone, while 100 gene of Ling Dao would be needed for another. Li Xiangping and Li Tongya stood speechless, inwardly lamenting. 100 gene of Ling Dao could compel the Wan family to send cultivators to rent our field for farming. 12 spirit stones equate to a staggering 1,200 gene of Ling Dao. Surely, selling our Li family would not even cover that expense. Noticing Li Tongya and Li Xiangping lost in thought, Xiao Yuanxi understood and gently remarked, "Very well, consider this maze formation a gift from me, valued at 2 spirit stones. The remainder shall be noted for now. Once your family gathers the required amount, you may send a junior brother from Li Xiajun to deliver it to Qing Sui Feng." Li Xiangping sighed with a wry smile and bowed in thanks, only to see Xiao Yuanxi perform a hand seal, causing the 6 formation flags to rise into the air. Now, Xiao Yuanxi gently lifted, and 5 of the flags, trailing faint white flames, soared upward, seemingly animated, scattering into the bamboo grove at the mountain's base. In an instant, thick gray mist enveloped the base of the mountain, completely shrouding Li Jing Mountain. Before long, the gray mist gradually dissipated, and from a distance, the figures on the mountainside vanished, as if the entire mountain had been frozen in time, ceasing all movement. Done. I have laid down the foggy maze formation for you, which is somewhat superior to that maze formation. Xiao Yuanxi retracted his hand and firmly planted the last array flag into the ground, instantly revealing a palm-sized array eye. This array eye was divided into 2 layers, inner and outer, shimmering with a faint white light. The outer array indicated that someone was attempting to breach the formation from the foot of the mountain, while the inner eye signified that an individual had successfully entered. Xiao Yuanxi clapped his hands and pointed at the array eye, explaining to the others, "Once you have mastered the Yujing wheel, you can refine the array eye with your spiritual awareness, allowing you to manipulate the formation at will. Currently, with only the Zhouxing wheel cultivation, you can merely drip your blood onto the array flag, and the formation will recognize you." "Thank you, Master." Li Tongya and Li Xiangping quickly stepped forward to shed their blood. The array eye flickered, and both felt a subtle connection forming with it. Observing this extraordinary scene, Li Xiangping, initially burdened by debt, felt a considerable lightness of heart. He mused, "This foggy maze is far better than anticipated. It conceals the mountain gate and obstructs the prying eyes of mortals. This array flag is reusable, making those 10 spirit stones seem worth the expenditure. Once the younger generation grows, the spiritual fields in this village can be utilized, and it's merely a matter of waiting a few more years. The mountain gate remains paramount, especially regarding that Jianzi." Xiao Yuanxi concluded his spell, smiling as he inquired, "Do you have any lingering doubts?" Seeing the group shake their heads in unison, he let out a hearty laugh and softly remarked, "I bid you farewell, esteemed master." Li Xiangping and the others promptly responded, watching as Xiao Yuanxi summoned a flying shuttle and gracefully ascended into the air. Once Xiao Yuanxi had distanced himself, Li Tongya turned to Lilinfeng and said, "Uncle, the academy is not suited for the mountains any longer. We shall move it down to the foot of the mountain tonight. I will take care of it." Lilinfeng acknowledged and departed, while Li Tongya turned to Li Xiangping and said, "Tomorrow, let us discuss that Jian." Li Xiangping, naturally suspicious, interrupted, concerned that Xiao Yuanxi might still be within earshot. Understanding the unspoken cue, the two exchanged glances and seated themselves to meditate. Although Li Jing Mountain was not renowned, it was a remnant of the Dali Mountain, having nurtured spiritual roots like the Shijiao fruit, with the formation isolating the inner and outer flow of spiritual energy. The spiritual pulse of the land flourished, and the concentration of spiritual energy gradually increased until it surpassed the external levels by about 10% before tapering off. The 2 cultivators were filled with delight, their satisfaction with the formation growing deeper. They engaged in their breathing exercises until the brilliant golden light rose from the east, gradually dispersing the mist in the mountains, which condensed into dewdrops on the treetops. Only then did Xiao Yuanxi descend from the sky, impeccably attired, landing gently in the courtyard. "Let us commence alchemical practices," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, retrieving a tall, black alchemical furnace from his storage bag. He settled cross-legged and addressed the 2. "Although the Shiyuan Dan bears the name of the Shijiao, it possesses a gentle nature. Though it is a pill for the qi refinement stage, it can also be consumed during the tai chi stage, greatly benefiting you both." Casting a wooden block into the furnace, Xiao Yuanxi extracted the jade box, using his magical power to retrieve the Shijiao fruit and cast it into the furnace. Chapter 35. departure once the shijiao fruit completely dissolved in the furnace, transforming into a crimson medicinal liquid that floated above the alchemical flames. Xiao Yuanxi added several auxiliary herbs one by one. Finally, he continuously refined the concoction with the alchemical flames. After approximately an hour, the mountain mist dissipated entirely, and the dew evaporated cleanly, resulting in 8 pale red spiritual pills being expelled from the furnace's mouth. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Yuanxi summoned the 8 pills, which immediately flew into his glowing white palm. He retrieved 8 small, white jade bottles and carefully divided the pills, keeping 2 for himself and handing the rest to Li Xiangping, explaining, "These Shiyuan Dan should also be stored in jade bottles. Handle them with care, and only open the wooden corks when ready to consume. If not sealed properly, the medicinal potency will gradually dissipate, resulting in wasted pills. If sealed well, these pills can be preserved for around 20 years, so there is no need for concern." Li Xiangping and the others naturally accepted the pills with caution. Li Tongya then exchanged glances with Li Xiangping and produced 3 bottles of Shiyuan Dan, stating, "Please take these 3 bottles of spiritual pills to my younger brother, so he may cultivate diligently. Indeed, your Li family values loyalty. UNC will certainly deliver them." Xiao UNC nodded approvingly, collecting the 3 jade bottles and, with a heartfelt gesture, remarked, "The Li family's ascension to immortality has only been a few years. The foundation remains somewhat shallow. The clan's alchemy, formations, and artifact refining arts require successors. It is essential to attract more individuals with spiritual potential into the family, lest the Li family, unlike the more formidable immortal families of the Li Xia and Guli Dao, falter over generations. Seize this opportunity wisely." Xiao Yuanxi's heartfelt words moved Li Tongya, who sighed deeply. Master's words resonate profoundly. My brother and I began with nothing. Currently, there are merely 20 to 30 Li family members, and the branch family, the Yi clan, counts just 200 to 300. Jing'er cultivates alone within the sect, and we cannot provide him with sufficient resources for his immortal pursuits. Noticing Li Tongya's continuous sighs, Xiao Yuanxi furrowed his brow and softly replied, "My alchemical skills were imparted within the sect, bound by the Xianjing spirit oath. The recipe for Shiyuan Dan cannot be shared externally. You might search the marketplace. Perhaps you will find some gains." Upon hearing this, Li Xiangping, who had been waiting patiently, promptly inquired, "May I ask, Master, what is this Xianjing spirit oath?" Xiao Yuanxi paused momentarily before explaining. Within the clan and sect, the Xianjing spirit oath is used to secretly transmit techniques. The practitioner swears by the Xianjing wheel, with the oath stemming from the heart. Should the oath be broken, the Xianjing shatters, causing the practitioner's cultivation to flow away like water, reducing them to immortal within a brief span. They will suffer from diminished vitality and spirit, succumbing to the oath's consequences. The Xianjing spirit oath proves invaluable for the transmission of teachings. Its worth is immeasurable. Li Tongya quickly interjected, and Xiao Yuanxi gestured for him to cease speaking. "It is merely a trivial technique, common knowledge to all. I shall inscribe it for you." Taking the paper and brush, he swiftly penned the details, and after a brief tea session, he gently cautioned, "However, do note that this spirit oath is not an infallible means of divine insight into all things. It is effective for safeguarding secret techniques or confidential matters, but it holds little efficacy in preventing ill intentions from others. After all, the nature of humanity's good and evil remains elusive even to the heavens. A mere spirit oath cannot decipher such complexities. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. The Li family shall remember this kindness." They both expressed their gratitude, and the long-standing weight on Li Xiangping's heart finally lifted, leaving him in a considerably lighter mood. He mused, with the Xianjing spirit oath in place, the final piece has been secured. Once those 2 children master the Xianjing wheel and establish their vows, they can be trusted completely. My junior brother possesses commendable cultivation talent. Though his roots are only average, he excels in swordsmanship, so there's no need for concern. Farewell, everyone, until we meet again. With that, he mounted his flying shuttle and soared into the sky amidst their thanks. As Xiao Yuanxi departed, Li Xiangping carefully concealed the remaining 3 bottles of pills within his robes and smiled at Li Tongya. Jing'er truly has an excellent senior brother. Li Tongya nudda, engrossed in memorizing the Xianjing spirit oath while passing the jade slip to Li Xiangping. signaling for him to take a look. Li Xiaoping promptly accepted the jade slip, unfurling it gently. Upon gazing at the densely packed characters, he momentarily froze, struggling to read a few dozen words before exclaiming in disbelief. Is this truly called easy? Li Xianxian, lost in thought during class, stared blankly at Han Wenxiu, who was eloquently speaking at the podium. Han Wengsu, Nearning 50, had begun to show strands of white in his hair. In his 20s, he had worked as an apprentice in a pharmacy in the county, but, in a fit of rage, committed murder and had to flee into the Dali Mountains for refuge. For over 20 years, he had tended to the villagers' ailments and taught children, leading a life that could be deemed quite fulfilling. Gazing down at the children diligently engrossed in their studies, Han Wenxiu's face adorned a hint of joy. He had no offspring of his own, but had nurtured the children of the Li family, those who had grown within the walls of his academy. Akin to his own kin. Is it foggy? Han Wenxiu observed the thin veil of mist beneath him, pondering uneasily. Why is the fog rising at this hour? Li Xianxian, who was feeling a bit drowsy, suddenly perked up, his sharp eyes catching sight of the peculiar fog. He tugged at the sleeve of his equally sleepy cousin, Li Xiaowen, and whispered, "Wendy, look outside. The mist was too strange. My elder is atop the mountain. We should inform the teacher and ascend the mountain together to alert them." Though Li Xianxian had not yet reached 6 years of age, he spoke with the gravitas of one several years his senior, his small brows furrowed in concern. As Li Xianxian spoke, his uncle Lu Linfeng entered the classroom and murmured something to Han Wenxiu. Han Wenxiu nodded promptly and declared, "Children, pack your clothes and bedding. We shall have a 3-day holiday starting today." The two exchanged glances, and amidst the cheers of the children, they hastily began to gather their belongings. Lu Linfeng, having notified Han Wenxiu, sat upon the steps in front of the house, feeling an itch in his mouth as he reached for his beloved pipe. Glancing up, he faintly discerned a shadow, peeking curiously from within the mist, crouched among the trees, observing quietly. Lu Linfeng startled, leaping up, causing his cherished pipe to break upon the ground. Without a moment to lament, he trembled and shouted, "Who goes there?" Chapter 36. Why bother? Lu Miaotu had wandered in the mountains for a day and a night, and not only had he failed to find any celestial treasures, he had not even caught sight of a single hair. Infuriated, he sat upon a large stone, cursing the idle men of the village, a bunch of plague-ridden layabouts, claiming there are treasures atop the mountain. Utter nonsense. As the fog enveloped the mountains, Lu Miaotu shivered, contemplating, though the wolves and tigers had been driven away years ago. Who knows if any remained? This fog is suspicious. I should descend the mountain. Lu Miaotu rose and walked along the mountain path for nearly an hour. Yet the mist remained thick and opaque, obscuring any exit. This is truly strange. How can I still be here? Looking back at the large stone where he had previously sat, a chill ran down his spine as he exclaimed, "Impossible." This was indeed the very stone where he had rested. How could he still be in the same place after an hour's walk? Damn it, I can't get out. As night descended, Lu Miaotu, dressed too lightly, succumbed to the cold wind and fainted amidst his agitation. When dawn broke, Lu Miaotu awoke, his body ablaze with heat, faintly hearing shouts nearby. Raising his head, he discerned a figure sitting not far off. As he attempted to rise, he heard a loud shout. Who? Lu Miaotu, still dazed, felt his knees buckle and slipped, rolling helplessly to the feet of that figure. Lu Linfeng recognized him as a street urchin from the Lu family, suddenly understanding everything. A surge of anger welled up within him, his face flushing red as he bellowed, "What the hell are you doing here?" "Just came to gather firewood." "You're talking nonsense." Lu Linfeng cursed vehemently, pointing his finger at Lu Miaotu's nose, continuing his tirade. "How dare you come to this mountain without informing the family? Is this place suitable for you?" As he finished his reprimand, Lu Linfeng himself was startled awake. A chill crept up his spine as he pondered. How did my Lu family produce such a useless person? We are truly unfortunate. My nephew is both vicious and suspicious. I cannot let him live, but I must ensure that my Lu family is not implicated. Observing Lu Miaotu kowtowing fervently before him, Lu Linfeng's expression shifted, growing cold as he said, "Come with me. I will at least spare your life." Lu Miaotu hurriedly followed him into the courtyard, where Lu Linfeng produced a thick hemp rope and bound Lu Miaotu's hands behind his back. "Elder, what is this?" Lu Miaotu questioned, trembling with uncertainty. "I am taking you to apologize. This shows sincerity." Lu Linfeng waved his hand, discreetly attaching a knife to his waist, and coldly commanded, "Let us go." "Yes, yes. Thank you, elder." Before long, they arrived in front of the courtyard, where Lu Linfeng pointed to the muddy ground beside the road and instructed, "Kneel there." Having said this, he went to summon Li Tongya and Li Xiangping, entering the courtyard and bowing to the two, lamenting, "The Lu family has been lax in discipline. Please forgive us." This sudden kneeling startled the two, who quickly came to assist them. Li Tongya spoke in a deep voice that is utterly unnecessary. How could it come to this? Lu Linfeng smiled wryly as he recounted Lu Miaodu's misdeeds. Li Xiangping merely replied gently, "Handle it as you see fit. There is no need for such formalities. Please follow me." Upon seeing the three, Lu Miaodu began to weep, but unexpectedly, Lu Linfeng stepped forward in a swift motion, bending low and delivering a strike to Lu Miaodu's throat. Lu Miaodu let out a couple of pained cries, blood gushing forth like water from his neck. He coughed violently, spewing forth a spray of blood before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Uncle is indeed meticulous. Li Xiangping clapped his hands, observing Lu Miaodu's fall, and smiled at Li Tongya, saying, "I chose a muddy spot to avoid staining my family stone steps." Li Tongya sighed deeply, turning to Lu Linfeng, "Please take care of this." "Of course." Lu Linfeng replied promptly, dragging the corpse into the woods. The two then turned back to enter the courtyard, where Li Tongya remained frowning, while Li Xiangping patted his shoulder. Speaking in a low voice, he brought this upon himself. Li Tongya offered a bitter smile, gazing into his brother's eyes and explaining, "I do not pity him. I merely reflect. It is because of your management that father is willing to let things be. We are ultimately not ruthless enough. You Li Tongya would also kill, but it must be witnessed by the villagers, enumerating his 8 major crimes, publicly executing him, to ease your conscience. Why complicate matters in such a way?" Standing before the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain, Li Tongya contemplated Li Xiangping's words, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. "If I do not kill him, the Li family will become the next one family, infiltrated inside and out like a sieve." Shaking his head, he cast this minor episode from his mind, gently pushing open the courtyard door, only to find Lu Rochuan meditating quietly, absorbing spiritual energy. This Qingyuan nourishing will technique relies solely on inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy to condense the Xianjing wheel. The efficiency of this method is remarkably low, which explains why Rochuan, after nearly 2 years of practice, remains an ordinary person, while Li Qiuyang, having benefited from the power of the Shijiao fruit, has made rapid advancements and is on the verge of condensing the Xianjing wheel. Day after day, Lu Rochuan greeted him with a cheerful smile, rarely seen in such a serious state of cultivation. Li Tongya couldn't help but gaze at her a moment longer, noticing her eyelashes fluttering and her nostrils gently flaring, as if she were about to awaken from her trance. He quickly averted his gaze. "Brother Ya," Lu Rochuan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Li Tongya. Li Tongya lowered his brow, responding softly, feeling a twinge of guilt. Lu Rochuan observed him from the side, her expression suddenly growing somber as she said, "I am already 17. My peers in the village are likely already married with children, yet I have not even a companion." Upon hearing this, Li Tongya shook his head gently, replying, "Once you have entered the path of immortality, there is no need to dwell on such matters. You are unlike them. Focus on your cultivation. Achieving the Xianjing wheel should be your foremost priority." "I am serious. I train for 8 hours a day." Lu Rochuan pouted, offering a lowly defense, then looked up at Li Tongya, asking, "Is it because you're also focused on cultivation that you remain single?" Upon seeing Li Tongya, Lu Rochuan gently nodded. Her face slightly flushed, and with a breathless whisper, inquired, "Does Tongya Gu still hold me in regard?" Li Tongya felt his heart skip a beat, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He quickly turned his gaze to the light blue Lingdao swaying gently in the field and softly replied, "You should wait until you cultivate the Xianjing Luan before discussing anything further." Lu Rochuan giggled, leaning closer to Li Tongya's face, her graceful brows delicately unfurling. She whispered into his ear, then, "Tongya Gu, do not run off with anyone else first." Li Tongya's face instantly turned crimson, a mix of embarrassment and indignation swelling within him. He stood up and declared, "You should focus on your cultivation." After uttering those words, he fled the courtyard, retreating into the distance. Surely, he had fallen for this girl. His second brother truly harbored feelings for Lu Rochuan. Their father was indeed a step ahead. Li Xiangping, sitting on the bank with a smile, remarked to Li Tongya, "Father arranged for you to accompany Lu Rochuan back then. You only see the superficial strategy of exchanging places to prevent larger schemes. Yet you're too close to the situation to recognize the internal strategy aimed specifically at you." Li Tongya, do not mock me. Third brother. The more he observed their father, the more he felt there was much to learn from the elder. Indeed, Li Xiangping nodded earnestly, stating, "The 3 snake yuan pills left by Xiao Yuanxi are intended for you and me to use when we advance to the Yujinglun. The Misty Maze has already cost Father and Yisheng dearly. I will personally take the Fa Jian quietly to the small courtyard on the mountain. As for the Xian Shui sword technique, I fear I lack the talent for it. Second brother, please study it more." Qi Jing has been in the Xian zone for nearly 3 years, and the first batch of Ling Dao he planted is now ripe. In the coming days, we shall be quite occupied. This year, the snow in Li Jing village is thicker than in previous years. The Ling Dao in the fields has matured, with light blue ears of rice encasing grains as white as jade, standing tall amidst the snow that cannot bend their stalks. Unlike ordinary rice, the blades of Ling Dao are sharp as knives, and the stalks require an axe for harvesting. Li Tongya and the others had to imbue their sickles with Jingguang technique to successfully reap the Ling Dao. As they observed the bundles of Ling Dao stacked together, Li Qiuyang, while stepping on the snow, clapped his hands and said, "Xianpingge, this Ling Dao looks quite delightful." Having recently cultivated the Xianjing Luan last month, Li Qiuyang stood in the family shrine and established the Xianjing Ling oath, learning a few spells. Now 10 years old, he appeared quite handsome and mature. He had accumulated 81 strands of spiritual energy a year ago, but unfortunately, he fell short during the condensation of the Xianjing Luan and had to recuperate for a year, almost allowing Lu Rochuan to catch up with him. Indeed, Li Xiangping beamed, his own magical energy circulating continuously, having already achieved the Zhou Luan. Li Yuhuan was expecting twins, bringing forth a pair of children for the Li family, much to his delight. The old man repeatedly admired the children, naming the boy Li Xianfeng and the girl Li Jingtian, in accordance with the clan's generational naming convention. The village workers had already cut the sharp leaves of the Ling Dao with shears and bound them with coarse ropes, cautious in their efforts, as the leaves were indeed treacherous. Upon reaching the foot of Li Jing Mountain, a thin mist began to envelop the area. Li Yesheng warned the others behind him sternly, "Stay close. Be wary of your lives if you fall into this formation." The village workers promptly acknowledged him, and the group ascended the stone path to the summit, placing the bundles of Ling Dao in the courtyard. Li Xiangping then gestured, "Take them down." To harvest the Ling Dao from the stalks requires magical energy, followed by specific incantations to remove the husk and preserve the spiritual essence of the rice. Third uncle, cousin, Li Xianxian stepped out from the courtyard, greeting Li Qiuyang and Li Xiangping with a nod. Now over 7 years old, he was growing taller, resembling the late Li Changhu. "Xianxian, come here." Seeing Li Xianxian approach Li Qiuyang, Li Xiangping's expression changed, and he quickly beckoned him over. Once Li Xianxian settled beside him, he smiled. This child has shown signs of spiritual acumen and is cultivating rapidly. I estimate that in a few months, he will be able to refine the Xianjing Lun. Li Xianxian, hearing this, was taken aback, his mind swirling with doubts. He pondered, "The family has not assessed my roots, nor share any techniques. Why would third uncle say this?" Yet, Li Xiangping maintained a cheerful demeanor, nodding towards Li Qiuyang, who looked at him with envy. "Xianer is truly impressive." Li Qiuyang couldn't help but praise, reflecting on his own journey to condense the Xianjing Luan over 2 years, feeling a pang of shame. After a casual conversation, when Li Tongya arrived at the mountain, Li Xuanxuan withdrew. The group spent several hours harvesting the Ling Dao, removing the husk, and Li Muqian packed it into bags. Gently lifting one, he announced, 120 pounds of lingmi and 40 pounds of lingmi husk. In 2 years, we will be able to harvest again. This offering should suffice. Li Xiangping bid farewell to Li Qiuyang and placed the 2 bags of lingmi and husk on the table, noting the grains that gleamed like polished jade. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After placing the rice inside the house, he softly remarked to Li Tongya, "Xianxian is now 7 and his physique is set. It is time for him to begin cultivating." Li Tongya was momentarily taken aback but nodded thoughtfully, following Li Xiangping into the house. Inside, the room was warmed by a charcoal fire. The elderly man, prone to winter slumber, had already gone to bed, leaving only Li Xianxian leaning by the stove to bask in warmth. As Li Xianxian gazed at the snowflakes drifting down the mountainside, captivated by the silver-clad Li Mountain, he quickly stood when he saw the two enter and asked, "Third uncle, why did you tell cousin that I am close to mastering the Xianjingluan? If I do not possess the Lingxiao, would that not be embarrassing?" Li Xianping carefully secured the doors and windows, signaling for silence. He said solemnly, "Follow me." Li Xianxian immediately fell silent, obediently trailing behind Li Xianping to the innermost part of the courtyard, before a brick-and-tile house. Li Xianping retrieved a key, unlocked the door, and gently pushed it open, whispering to Li Xianxian, "Come in." Noticing Li Xianping's grave expression, Li Xianxian felt a twinge of anxiety. Inside, the room was spacious, with a gray stone platform at its center, upon which rested a grayish-blue mirror. The room was fragrant with incense, creating a calming atmosphere. Li Xianxian glanced at Li Xianping, who was intently staring at the mirror, and hesitated to speak. "Several months ago, I secretly assessed your roots." Li Xianping paused for a moment, turning to look at the eagerly expectant Li Xianxian, and continued, "There is no Lingxiao in your qi si." Li Xianxian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His mind blank, a wave of despair washing over him. His eyes turned red, his lips pressed tightly together, struggling to accept this revelation. He had not understood the rarity of the Lingxiao, but given that there were so few cultivators in the village, and with two elders in his family practicing cultivation, including a branch member like Li Qiuyang, he believed that even with poor talent, he should at least possess a Lingxiao. Now, learning that he was without one, destined to remain an ordinary person, his heart sank into darkness, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "This mirror is a treasure I found while fishing in the river as a child." Li Xianping pointed to the grayish-blue mirror on the stone platform, observing Li Xuanchuan's expression. He gently patted his head and chuckled softly. "Do you know its wondrous use?" Li Xianxian was unaware. Its marvelous ability allows those without a Lingxiao to still cultivate. Upon hearing this, Li Xianxian froze, staring blankly at Li Xianping's face, a surge of hope blooming within him like the sun. He could not help but break into a smile, his voice trembling as he said, "Third uncle is teasing me." Afterward, observing Li Xianping's somewhat amused expression, Li Xianxian pondered deeply, a shiver coursing through him, and he exclaimed, "Could it be?" "Indeed." Li Xianping nodded solemnly and stated, "Your father lacks spiritual apertures, as do your second and third uncles. Even your fourth uncle Li Qijing, who is cultivating in the Xianzong, similarly possesses no spiritual apertures. The rise of our Li family entirely depends on this mirror. Were it not for this mirror, you and I would merely be humble farmers in the fields." Li Xianyuan was momentarily stunned by this revelation and could not find his voice, feeling as if the world was spinning around him. He dryly uttered, "So, simply picking up a mirror from the river could elevate my family from mundane existence to immortality?" "Precisely. This mirror can refine moonlight and bestow upon individuals the Xianzhu talisman seed. It is exceedingly miraculous. If this secret were to be revealed, our Li family would undoubtedly face annihilation." Li Xianping cautioned, observing Li Xuanyuan's astonished expression. He paused for a moment. "Now it makes sense. No wonder my grandfather has always refrained from discussing the foundational cultivation. Our family's 3 spiritual apertures are not derived from my grandfather's prior cultivation, but rather from this treasure. Earlier, my third uncle forbade Li Qiuyang from approaching me to conceal the secret of my lack of spiritual apertures. The Lu family members who ascended the mountain were swiftly eliminated by our family, not because my third uncle is ruthless, but because he is filled with fear." As Li Xianyuan contemplated this, a chill ran down his spine, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He respectfully clasped his hands towards Li Xianping and said, "People often perceive my third uncle as cruel and suspicious, but they have misjudged him. Our Li family possesses such a treasure. How can we not be cautious?" Li Xianping was taken aback, gazing at Li Xianyuan, who seemed entirely different from the child he remembered. He looked at him more closely and gently inquired, "What did you mean when you said to Li Qiuyang that you would soon become a Xianjingluan? It is likely that this mirror has a remarkable effect on the refinement of the Xianjing." My third uncle, fearing that Li Qiuyang might grow suspicious, claimed that I began my cultivation months ago. "Excellent." Li Xianping nodded with satisfaction, patting him on the shoulder. "You are indeed a child of the Li family. Following your grandfather day by day, you have learned quite a bit. Having said that, he bent down and gently knocked on the base of the stone platform, retrieving a wooden slip from the side and placing it in Li Xuanyuan's hands. He then quietly explained, "This secret method is called Jiangxian Fa, a marvelous technique for guiding the Xianzhu talisman seed. You must study it carefully in this courtyard throughout the month, and on the winter solstice, you can receive the talisman seed. For now, you should sleep in the adjacent room. I will have someone bring you meals." Understood. Li Xuanyuan nodded earnestly, watching as Li Xiangping closed the door and his footsteps gradually faded away. He lowered his head and began to read attentively. "My father is in good health. My elder brother is already cultivated to the Zhou stage, and he has sent 3 Shi Yuan Dan along with this letter. I hope Jing will strive diligently in his cultivation and achieve the Qi refinement stage soon. All is well at home. Do not worry." Li Qijing carefully tucked the letter away, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. The 3 bottles of Shi Yuan Dan were neatly arranged on the shelf. He turned to Xiao Yuanxi and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother. My family has greatly benefited from your kindness. I am deeply grateful." "Do not mention it." Xiao Yuanxi shook his head and replied, "Among fellow disciples, we are akin to family. There is no need for such formality." Li Qijing gently nodded and quietly said, "With this Shi Yuan Dan, along with the Ming Shun San bestowed by my master, I am now 90% certain of condensing the Yu Jingluan." After a moment's contemplation, Li Qijing softly asked, "My master once said that to enter Qi refinement, one must first inhale a breath of heaven and earth spiritual energy. What is the key to this?" Xiao Yuanxi took a sip from his teacup, moistening his throat before explaining, "To refine Qi, one must first inhale a breath of heaven and earth spiritual energy. This spiritual energy can be the subtle spiritual energy refined from the mountains, the earth's malevolent energy, or the morning mist gathered from the clouds. In essence, this breath should ideally harmonize with your cultivation method to ensure its purity and strength, laying the foundation for your magical powers. Most wandering cultivators outside utilize the subtle spiritual energy from the mountains, which is compatible with various methods, neither excelling nor falling short." "Oh," Li Qijing, intrigued by this, eagerly inquired, "Which Qi refinement method is best suited for our family as cultivation? What sort of heaven and earth spiritual energy should we use? While I am unfamiliar with your family's method, I can observe that your magical power is clear and bright. Within the sect, there are several Qi refinement methods that would suit your transition." Xiao Yuanxi smiled as he set down the teacup and continued under Li Qijing's curious gaze. "Firstly, there is the Yuan Qing Yu Ju, our Qingqi sect's most renowned secret technique, utilizing the rain and mist refined from the spiritual mountains. It excels in cloud riding and rain manipulation, employing gentleness against foes. Secondly, there is the Shanin Lin Wu Ju, which employs the Yin energy from the mountains and is rarely perfected within the sect. Lastly, there is a rather difficult method known as the Yuehu Ingxiu Ju, which has not been mastered since the 3rd peak master of Yuehu peak achieved it. Perhaps there is a key to it, but that individual perished over 300 years ago, leaving no one to inquire." Li Qijing was aware that his magical power was closely linked to the moonlight. Hearing the name of this method brought him joy, but upon hearing that no one had succeeded, he momentarily hesitated and quickly asked, "Why is that?" The Yuehu Ingxiu Ju was a technique passed down from the Immortal abode, exceedingly miraculous. It requires 2 types of heaven and earth spiritual energy. One is called Taiyin Yuehua, and the other is known as Hu Zhong Jin Xiu. While there are some reserves of Hu Zhong Jin Xiu within the sect, the Taiyin Yuehua has not been seen for hundreds of years since the Immortal abode withdrew from the world. The peak master from hundreds of years ago obtained it as a reward from the Immortal abode and managed to cultivate this technique. After his death, no one has been able to master it. Li Qijing had also heard of the Immortal abode, rumored to be a colossal entity spanning several nations, but it had not appeared for hundreds of years. He sighed softly in his heart and nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude. "I understand now. Thank you, senior brother, for clarifying my doubts." Lu Jiangxian's consciousness projected through the mirror, observing the child diligently practicing the Jiangxian Fa. The boy's head shimmered with a faint white light, approximately 7 inches long, radiating a soft glow. The child's compatibility with the Xianzhu talisman seed seemed quite promising. However, it remained uncertain how his innate talent for cultivation would manifest. Li Qijing had broken through to the Yu Jingluan, A mysterious and profound force surged through the connection between the Xianzhu talisman seed, spanning thousands of miles, and gently fused with the grayish-blue mirror on the stone platform. Jiangxian felt his spirit lighten, and a stream of moonlight flickered into existence. Previously, when Li Tongya and Li Xiangping broke through, a slight force feedback had reached Jiangxian's mirror. Coupled with Li Qijing's repeated breakthroughs, he finally managed to condense the Taiyin Xianguang. This Xianguang possessed the power equivalent to a full strike from the Yujing Luan's cultivation, but its attack range was vast, even extending beyond his current consciousness coverage. Having attained the Xianguang, Jiangxian's consciousness range expanded to encompass the entirety of Lijing village. He was filled with excitement as the mirror began to warm slightly, a vague sense of attraction resurfacing in his heart. With the expanded consciousness range, he could now sense things from a greater distance. Jiangxian carefully focused on this newfound direction, contemplating it appears to be above the Wangyuel Lake, yet much farther than before. Should I signal the Li family members to go take a look? No, Jiangxian's heart tightened as he realized, given the location, it seems to be in that lakeside market. It would be best to wait until the two brothers of the Li family have cultivated to the Yujing Luan before we investigate. The door creaked open, and Li Muqian, along with the two brothers of the Li family, entered the room. Li Xiangping patted Li Xuanyuan's shoulder and solemnly asked, "Are you prepared?" "Ready," Li Mutian observed as Li Xiangping stored the wooden slip before respectfully placing the mirror on the table, lighting several incense sticks. Li family disciple Li Xianyuan humbly requests the Xianming marvelous method to govern fate and calm the spirit in dedication to the path of cultivation. May the words spoken here bear fruit, honoring the faith entrusted, as the talisman is burned and the Taiyin is expressed. As soon as Li Xuanyuan's voice fell, Jiangxian activated the method, and the mirror's surface radiated vibrant colors, pulsating like breath, suddenly releasing a white pellet. Li Xianyuan quickly sat cross-legged, guiding the method to receive the talisman seed. Lu Rochuan had already achieved Xianjing the previous night, and in a few months, Xianyuan would also reach Xianjing. By that calculation, our Li family would soon have 6 cultivators. Li Tongya gazed at Li Xianxian, who lay on the ground, and turned to tighten the door, speaking softly. "There are 2 Zhou Xingluan and 3 Zuanjinglan. Jinger must have reached the Yujinglan level in the Xian zone." Li Xiangping observed the azure-gray mirror on the table, which was radiating colorful light, and continued, "My Li family is still lacking in higher-level cultivators. Not to mention the Qi refinement stage, cultivator Ji Dangqi. Even a neighboring Wan family has a peak Yujinglan practitioner. Once a practitioner reaches the Yujinglan level, they can cultivate spiritual awareness, refine pills and tools, set up formations, and safely use storage bags for market transactions." Lu Jiangxian, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura approaching from the west. Wandering restlessly not far away, Lu Jiangxian's perception operated on 2 levels. The first, known as Shurji, had an extensive range, even subtly encompassing the entire Li family's influence from Li Chuankou to Li Daokou. This type of perception was akin to Immortal sight, allowing only for general observation and knowledge of the surroundings, but the advantage lay in its stealth. Even the Foundation establishment practitioner Si Yuan Bai had not detected his scrutiny back then. The second layer was spiritual awareness, which could cover about the area of Lijing village, comparable to Immortal's touch. Within this range, Lu Jiangxian could scan an entire person with his spiritual awareness, but depending on the opponent's strength, they would feel a distinct sense of being watched. Similarly, within the realm of spiritual awareness, he could employ Taiyin Xuanguang to strike at enemies. At present, his Shurji felt a presence with the power of Yujinglan lurking near Li Chuankou, causing him some unease. He mused, "Why would Yujinglan practitioner be wandering here? I must alert the Li family." As his thoughts swirled, silver-white moonlight erupted from the mirror's surface, coalescing into strands of moonlit silk that gathered in the air. This sudden change astonished Li Tongya and the others, who exchanged glances as they watched the silver light gather. Li Mutian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Do not panic. Observe carefully. It seems to be a map of our Li family," Li Tongya remarked hesitantly, stroking his chin. The moonlight gradually formed into a bright white map, displaying Lichuan, Li Dao, and Jingyang villages in exquisite detail, with only Lichuankou glowing with silver light. Lichuankou, Li Xiangping murmured. Chun Erniu, who had managed Lichuankou for several years, had grown plump and sported a new beard, no longer resembling a mere farmer. During the day, he settled accounts in the fields, resolving disputes between two brothers over farmland. Content, he lay back on his bed, contemplating the next day's schedule. The few plots of land to the east of the village were decent. He planned to send a few people to clear them, hoping to acquire more land. Lichuan-ko and Li Dao-ko were adjacent, and administratively did not have the same hierarchy as the neighboring Lijing village and Jingyang village, so he, as the steward, had to argue his case vigorously. Su Wenshan initially intended to develop trade routes, but to his dismay, the Wan family was about to lose even the ancient Li Dao to the Ji family. With no path eastward, he had been irritable lately, insisting on challenging Chen Erniu at every turn. As he pondered, Chen Erniu heard a commotion outside. His eldest son rushed in, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, "Not good, not good. Father, someone has died at the village head." Chen Erniu quickly jumped up from the bed, exclaiming, "What?" Chapter 40. Monster Chen Erniu leapt from the bed, hastily pulling on his clothes, and dragged his son outside, urgently asking, "What on earth is happening?" His eldest son, Chun Sanshui, anxious and frantic, reached for the long knife on the wall, shouting, "Father, take the knife. We must hurry." Chun Erniu snatched the long knife and secured it at his waist. Striding towards the village head, a village guard, out on night patrol, had heard rustling in the fields and assumed someone was working there. He crouched down to sneak a look, only to be horrified by the sight of a bloody corpse with its skull shattered, causing him to flee in terror. As Chun Sanshui hurriedly followed his father, he spoke. How did he die? His skull was crushed, and his brain was scooped out. The scene is dreadful. Upon hearing this, Chun Erniu halted in shock and asked, "Can we notify the master?" "Not yet, you fool. Do you think this can be kept quiet?" Chun Erniu erupted in fury, frustrated by his son's naivety. "I had arranged with that man and a few families by the fields not to raise an alarm. The first murder in years happens at my Lichuan-ko, and I fear Su Wenshan will turn against our family." Seeing his father agitated, Chun Sanshui hurriedly explained, "Father, this person had his brain scooped out. Can a regular murder do such a thing? Moreover, I have been feuding with Su Wenshan for show. Both of us were satisfied with the arrangement. Would he dare harm me and risk offending over 100 households in Lichuan-ko? You brothers are as foolish as pigs. Su Wenshan is younger than I am. If I'm no longer here, what will you use to contend with him?" "Father." Chun Sanshui was chastened by his father's rebuke and fell silent, looking down. Chun Erniu, his face grim, felt a wave of frustration wash over him and coldly declared, "I fear there is a monster at work. You must personally inform a master." Chun Sanshui vigorously nodded and hurried towards Lijing village. Watching his eldest son depart, Chun Erniu's expression turned to one of alarm and sorrow as he murmured, "I wonder what kind of monster this is. Sanshui, keep your wits about you. You must ensure our Chun family has an heir." Chun Erniu had experienced the horror of the great drought at Lichuan-ko. As a child, he had played outside. Watching a massive bird engulfed in crimson flames descend upon Lichuan-ko, devouring several village guards before taking flight, leaving the fields scorched for 3 months. The surviving guards consumed every edible resource around Lichuan-ko and drew river water from Meichi River to irrigate the fields, but it all vanished. Chun Erniu's father had carried bucket after bucket of water for 9 straight days, ultimately taking his own life, holding his starved wife. Leaving behind his parents' corpses, Chun Erniu had fled to Lijing village, bloodied from knocking his head against the ground, and eventually entered the Li family. In Lijing village, every household was filled with fellow villagers who had fled from disaster days prior. Some attempted to assault the wealthy families, but were brutally beaten to death by tenants who had been comrades just days before. Most others could only flee towards Dali Mountain. "Who is that?" An elder named Yi at the village head commanded. "Gather everyone in the village, light the bonfires, and arm yourself with knives and clubs." Chun Erniu quietly instructed, but then a village guard hurriedly approached, saying, Steward Chun, the master is asking, is there anything unusual at Lichuan-ko?" Chun Erniu was taken aback, his heart racing with fear and suspicion. He thought, if there is a monster at work, I have already sent someone to inform the master. Li Xiangping silently gazed at the azure-gray mirror on the table. Its shattered surface seemed to have slightly recovered since he found it as a child, yet it still appeared fragile and on the brink of breaking. A faint silver-white glow emanated from the mirror, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. "How long has he been gone?" "It has been a quarter of an hour," Li Tongyao replied. Glancing anxiously out the window, he set down the wooden tablet in his hand and added, "We should go out. I fear if those people cannot find us, they may disrupt the order and come to the back courtyard." "Let us go," Li Xiangping said, looking at Li Xianxian, who was seated in meditation. As they stepped out of the back courtyard, they saw Li Yesheng pacing anxiously in the main courtyard like an ant on a hot pan. Upon seeing Li Tongya and the others, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly reported, "Someone from Lichuankou has come. They say someone has had their brain scooped out." "Scooped out their brain?" Li Xiangping was momentarily stunned, turning to Li Tongya and saying, "There must be a monster involved." "Indeed." Li Tongya nuda gravely, contemplating for a few moments before solemnly stating, "That creature retreated after extracting the brain marrow. It must still fear humans, indicating its cultivation level is not excessively high. It is likely still in the Taishi realm. If it were at the Qi refinement stage, it could have wiped out the entire village and vanished in a cloud of mist. I shall investigate." Li Xiangping pondered for a moment, then furrowed his brow slightly and addressed Li Yesheng, "Gather the strong men from the village and bring weapons." "Yes." Li Yesheng responded quickly and hurried off. Once Li Yesheng was out of sight, Li Tongya furrowed his brow and spoke, "We do not know the depth of that creature's abilities. It would be unwise for us to confront it. If we do not act today, the reputation my Li family has painstakingly built among the villages will be utterly destroyed, compelling me to go. Second brother, you remain here on the mountain while I scout ahead. You know my nature. I will not take unnecessary risks. Even if something goes awry, my Li family still has you, and at worst, we can abandon Lichuankou and seek aid from the clan." Upon finishing, Li Xiangping nodded at Li Tongya, readied his bow and arrows, donned a brownish-yellow vine armor, and hastily descended the mountain. Chapter 41. Wolves in the mountains. Wan Tiansong had resided at Lichuankou for over half a year, seldom venturing out. He watched with joy as the green shoots of rice emerged from the soil, and at night, he performed the spiritual rain technique on the spirit field in his courtyard. While meditating, he vaguely heard commotion outside. Curiosity piqued. He opened the courtyard door to investigate. He saw a child rushing towards him with a torch. Wan Tiansong called out, "Child, what has happened?" "Sir, Old Yi at the village head has died, claiming a monster has come, summoning the entire village." The child exclaimed, "Of all places, it had to be Lichuankou. Our spirit rice has only just been sown for half a year. We cannot afford any mishap." Wan Tiansong considered seeking out Li Tongya, but feared that the creature might covet the spirit rice in his garden. In a dilemma, he crouched down and instructed the child, "Go fetch Qin Erniu." "Yes." The child complied, and soon they saw a group of people surrounding Qin Erniu as he emerged from the woods, covered in sweat. "Xianshi, what shall we do?" he exclaimed, panic-stricken. 2 village guards have already died, their brain marrow extracted, their deaths gruesome. He was both terrified and furious, akin to an ant on a hot pan. "Has anyone seen this creature?" Wan Tiansong asked, his expression stern. "No." The deceased did not even have a chance to cry out. Qin Erniu replied. Hearing this, Wan Tiansong felt disheartened. As a mere pinnacle cultivator of the Xianjing realm, he lacked the strength to confront such a swift and elusive creature. He thought bitterly, "Li Tongya, where are you?" "Wan brother." Wan Tiansong was about to speak when a loud shout interrupted him from afar. He looked up to see a young man clad in vine armor, holding a longbow, striding towards him with an air of confidence and flashing a bright smile. "Young clan leader." Qin Erniu quickly bowed. Wan Tiansong recognized the man as Li Xiangping and hastily returned the gesture. "I am Wan Tiansong of the Wan family, honored to meet the young clan leader." Li Xiangping waved his hand, signaling Qin Erniu to rise, and turned to Wan Tiansong. "Please wait a moment." He then addressed Qin Erniu with a serious tone. "Gather all the elderly, women, and children around the courtyard. Form groups of 10 village guards to sit at the outer edge, ensuring that at least 5 groups can keep watch over each other." After speaking, he entered the courtyard with Wan Tiansong, ignoring the others. "Yes," Qin Erniu replied, feeling reassured, and quickly set about organizing the villagers. Once inside the courtyard, Wan Tiansong sighed, "Li brother, this creature's cultivation level is likely quite high. I fear I cannot be of assistance." Li Xiangping laughed heartily, saying, "There is no need for formalities, Wan brother. Your family wishes to protect the spirit rice, while my family aims to safeguard Lichuankou. We are all in this together." Wan Tiansong felt a chill run down his spine, lamenting inwardly that if the creature were not at Lichuankou, he would not care if it feasted on humans. He would relish in watching the Li family suffer. But now he had no choice but to help. Collecting his thoughts, he took out paper and pen, sat down, and began to write, explaining, "The safest course of action is to draft a letter requesting aid from my family head, ideally before dawn to resolve this matter." Indeed, Li Xiangping nodded, then continued, "Write 3 letters. I will send people from 3 directions to prevent any unforeseen incidents on the way to the Wan family's territory." Wan Tiantsong nodded repeatedly, writing for about a quarter of an hour when they were suddenly startled by screams and cries for help, creating a scene of chaos outside. Li Xiangping's expression hardened as he stepped outside, finding a crowd of elderly, women, and children gathered in the courtyard, each lighting a fire and staring into the distance in fear, some weeping softly while others gasped in shock. The village guards had gathered at the outermost edge, clutching long sticks and door planks, anxiously watching the nearby woods. "It is the wolves of the mountains," Wan Tiantsong said, standing beside Li Xiangping, gazing into the woods at a pair of glowing green eyes. A massive wolf, as large as an ox and clad in silvery gray fur, stepped forth from the forest, its emerald eyes glistening. Its long snout and broad jaws forced the assembled village guards to retreat in fright. The beast raised its head above the crowd and fixed its chilling gaze on Li Xiangping, its mouth slightly curling in what seemed like a mocking smile. This creature. Wan Tiantsong felt a cold sweat break out as he wiped his brow. From its agile demeanor, it must have absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, solidifying its cultivation to the Yujing realm. Confronting the creature, Li Xiangping's spine tingled as he stared into its cold, green eyes, detecting a hint of disdain in its slight smile. "If my family head cannot defeat this creature," Wan Tiantsong suddenly looked up, quietly observing Li Xiangping as his lips quivered, struggling to speak. Could it be a Ling Chu realm monster? Li Xiangping narrowed his eyes and replied solemnly, "We must prepare for the worst. If this creature's cultivation exceeds the Yujing realm, we shall lure it southeast, bypassing Lijing village, and ascend Lijing Mountain where my family has formations in place. Your family head can use the terrain to eliminate the creature." "Enough." Wan Tiantsong meticulously revised the 3 letters and handed them to Chun Erniu, watching him dispatch them. He shook his head and chuckled bitterly. That beast has already reached the Yujing realm, its intelligence awakened. It has likely consumed many lives and is now fixated on us. We are left with no options. "Do not panic," Li Xiangping interjected, firmly locking his gaze on the creature's eyes, allowing a smile to form at the corner of his mouth, mirroring the wolf's demeanor. He spoke softly. "When I was young, I witnessed my father hunt wolves. These creatures are exceedingly cautious. Now that it has attained the Yujing realm, it will be even more wary of its life. Its focus on us is a good sign. Simply follow my commands." "Chun Erniu," Li Xiangping called. "At your service." Chun Erniu promptly stepped forward, listening intently. "The village guards will gradually retreat, surrounding us as we move south. The elderly, women, and children must remain where they are. The creature will surely pursue us. The outer guards should cast aside the door planks and raise their torches. If the creature approaches, shout or scream. But do not show any fear. If it lunges at us, use the long poles to strike with the long swords, hitting the ground. The wolf's legs are slender. It will be particularly cautious." Li Xiangping retrieved a polished arrow from his quiver and, channeling his technique, a faint golden light shimmered at the arrow's tip. He placed the arrow on the string, his voice cold as he commanded, "Let us move." Chapter 42. Reinforcements. This 2-legged beast's flesh is the most delectable. We must not let it escape. It squinted its eyes, observing the bipedal creatures gathering hastily in the distance, pointing at itself with that radiant fire, a cold smirk forming in its heart. First, it would exhaust their strength, and when the bipedal creatures scattered, it could feast upon the beast king. Cautiously, it began to accelerate, weaving through the snow-laden forest, watching as the bipedal creatures became increasingly panicked, their formation growing more disordered, and it felt a deep satisfaction. Since consuming the injured white deer, its mind had grown increasingly clear, allowing it to evade several encirclements by the patterned bipeds, ultimately abandoning its own kin and stumbling here in flight. It had dealt with many of these bipeds and understood that their king often exhaled black mist and hurled deep green bone swords. Pressing too closely would only result in harm to itself. This particular biped bore no patterns, leaving its breed unknown. Nonchalantly, it leaped over a sweeping staff, ducked to avoid an incoming arrow, and bit down on one biped's arm, shattering it, while thinking viciously, if only my young ones had not been slaughtered by that biped. I would not have to dirty my own hands. These unmarked bipeds seemed considerably weaker. Their golden radiance lacked potency, yet persisted annoyingly. The winter night in the mountain forest was particularly serene, with snow accumulating in considerable amounts. When disturbed, the snowflakes would softly cascade down, occasionally accompanied by a crack as branches broke under the weight of the snow. Whoosh! Li Xiangping shot forth a gleaming golden arrow. Watching as the wolf ducked its head to avoid the projectile, shattering a villager's arm without a flicker of emotion, and readied another arrow to repel the giant wolf that was poised to pounce on the next villager. Witnessing the villager splattered with blood and screaming as he fell, painting the pristine snow with a vibrant crimson bloom, the villagers shuddered, weakly swinging their staffs, while Chun Erniu, with a grim expression, hoisted him up, hastily wrapping the wound with clothing, and carried him on his shoulder to catch up with the group. "How far is it to Li Jing Mountain?" Li Xiangping called out, stepping through the snow with varying depths. "About a quarter of an hour." Hearing they were drawing closer to Li Jing Mountain, the villagers felt a sense of reassurance, gritting their teeth and staring at the creature, praying that the next victim would not be themselves. Li Xiangping wiped the blood from his face. His magical power was nearly depleted. Observing the terrified villagers beside him, he bellowed. Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged glances, their expressions firming significantly, and they raised their heavy, leaden arms, pointing their torches and staffs at the beast. The beast licked the blood from its silver-gray claws, glancing at the torches and staffs aimed at it. Seemingly growing impatient, it stomped the ground and accelerated its attack, sinking its teeth into several villagers. Crack! Suddenly, a whip cracked through the air. A vibrant green vine whip lashed out, catching the creature off guard and tearing through its side, leaving a bloody mark. The beast let out a high-pitched howl, retreating several steps, glaring fiercely at the man in brocade holding the whip. Master of the clan. Upon seeing the vine whip, Wan Tianchong heaved a sigh of relief, feeling a great weight lift from his heart, a smile gracing his face. Wan Xiaohua, having landed a hit, did not pursue further. His complexion paled as he stood still, taking a few moments to recuperate before color returned to his face. Receiving a signal from Wan Tianchong, Wan Xiaohua employed 3 swift techniques to rush from the Wan family to Li Chuankou, using the magical artifact to repel the beast. Though even with his peak cultivation of Yujingluan, he felt somewhat winded, needing a few moments to regain his breath. What a formidable beast! Wan Xiaohua gazed at the shallow wound on the creature's back, inhaling sharply, his face contorting with concern. Commoners, retreat. His vine whip, originally a magical artifact from the Qi training phase, consumed considerable energy when wielded by someone at the peak of Yujingluan, capable of shattering stones. Yet, it had only left a mere scratch on the beast's back, a testament to its formidable resilience. Li Xiangping waved his hand, and Chun Erniu quickly called the villagers to carry the wounded, stepping through the snow towards Li Jing village. Observing the standoff between man and beast, Li Xiangping shouted, "Master Wan, if you cannot defeat this beast, head southwest. There's a formation on Li Jing Mountain that can offer protection and allow you to escape." Wan Xiaohua glanced at Li Xiangping, replying softly, "Understood." He raised his whip and lashed out at the beast's waist. The beast, with a slight twist of its body, evaded the whip and closed the distance to Wan Xiaohua in mere steps, lunging at him. The fierce wind rushed towards Wan Xiaohua, yet he remained composed. Forming a hand seal, a white jade shield materialized in front of him. Though it shattered under the beast's strike, it allowed him to create some distance. The creature lightly stomped the ground and lunged at Wan Xiaohua again, who suddenly saw a golden opportunity. With a brilliant glow, he whipped the vine towards the wolf's waist. But the beast did not dodge or evade. A glint of cunning flashed in its eyes, and it opened its maw, unleashing a jet of pitch-black breath directly at Wan Xiaohua's face. Not good. What a sly creature. Wan Xiaohua cursed inwardly, reluctantly releasing the vine whip and retreating hastily. The beast, having endured Wan Xiaohua's strike, let out a low growl, pawing at the ground where the vine whip lay, fixing its cold green gaze upon Wan Xiaohua. What a cunning beast. Wan Xiaohua regarded the silver-gray giant wolf, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His clan had no borders with Dali Mountain and possessed little experience in battling beasts, let alone one as formidable as this. The beast pawed at the ground, burying the vine whip in the snow, then charged toward Wan Xiaohua through the shallow snow. He hastily formed a hand seal to conjure the white jade shield once more. However, the beast soared into the air, its four limbs surrounded by dark mist, shattering the shield with a single blow and lunging for Wan Xiaohua's neck. Chapter 43. Slaying. In the small courtyard atop Jing Mountain, a grayish-green mirror radiated white light, the boiling white moonlight erupting from its surface like water. As Wan Xiaohua appeared, Li Xiangping and the others entered his consciousness range. The Tianxian light within the mirror was eager to spring into action. Lu Jiangxian suppressed the urge to intervene, wishing to observe what hidden cards this Yujing Luan cultivator possessed. It seems lacking? Watching Wan Xiaohua suffer repeated setbacks, perilously forced to unleash a pale blue talisman, racing toward the foot of Jing Mountain under the protection of a water shield, Lu Jiangxian lost interest in spectating. Silently invoking a spell, contemplating, let us test this beast. As Lu Jiangxian focused, 12 seal symbols around the mirror began to glow one by one. The grayish-green mirror, enveloped in milky moonlight, slowly levitated from the stone platform, adjusting its angle. Father, in the astonished gazes of Li Tongya and Li Mutian, the white moonlight suddenly surged forth, shattering the small house's skylight, like a brilliant meteor streaking through the sky, leaving a mess of broken stones and scattered tiles. Gazing at the debris and dust, Li Tongya found himself momentarily at a loss for words, while Li Mutian coughed from the dust and waved his hand, saying, "It's likely connected to that beast. Hurry and see how your brother is doing." Only then did Li Tongya snap out of his daze and sprint away, pondering, what more could happen? With such a spectacle, not even a fetal breath realm beast could survive. Surely, even a chi training realm beast would be turned to mush. Wan Xiaohua activated a technique on his legs, racing towards Jing Mountain as previously indicated by Li Xiangping, regretting in his heart, "This has cost me dearly." A water shield talisman and half a spiritual stone down the drain. A fierce wind swept past, and Wan Xiaohua's keen perception revealed the emergence of a small white shield behind him. Utilizing the force of a single strike, he distanced himself from the monstrous creature. As he gazed towards the mountain ahead, intending to gauge the distance, he was startled by a sudden burst of brilliant white light erupting from its summit. The light veered in midair, trailing a long tail of flame directly towards him. Wan Xiaohua nearly choked on his own blood in alarm, hastily sidestepping as the white radiance passed by him without a glance. Overcome with fear, he collapsed to the ground, watching as the beam of light effortlessly sliced through the creature's neck, departing as delicately as if it had shattered a mere piece of thin paper, leaving behind a headless wolf carcass soaring high into the air. Boom! The giant wolf's body crashed to the ground, and the white light struck down a large tree behind it, vanishing into the distance and causing the snow in the entire dense forest to fall simultaneously, nearly burying Wan Xiaohua beneath it. Coughing and spluttering, he spat out mouthfuls of dusty snow, staring in astonishment at the monstrous corpse resembling a small mountain. "Master, master!" The voice of Wan Tiantsong echoed from afar as he hurriedly scooped up Wan Xiaohua from the snow, repeatedly asking, "Master, how are you?" Wan Xiaohua stared blankly at Wan Tiantsong, murmuring, "Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken?" Wan Tiantsong, drenched in sweat, retrieved a vine whip still dusted with remnants of snow from his bosom, saying solemnly, "Very well, very well." Upon seeing the magical artifact, Wan Xiaohua suddenly regained his senses, gathered his spirits, tucked the treasure into his bosom, and hurried towards the wolf's corpse. This wolf carcass was a valuable asset that must not lose its spiritual essence. With a smile, Wan Xiaohua patted the wolf's back, which was as large as an ox, and cheerfully remarked, "Master, that creature most likely belongs to someone else." Observing Wan Xiaohua's exuberant demeanor, Wan Tiantsong cautiously reminded him. Wan Xiaohua's joy abruptly faltered. He cast a low glance at Wan Tiantsong and replied in a grave tone, "I understand." As Wan Tiantsong and Wan Xiaohua stood staring at each other, a voice rang out, causing them to turn their heads. It was Li Xiangping and Li Tongya bringing along Chun Erniu and a group of village men. "Thank you, Wan Master, for your assistance," Li Xiangping greeted with a smile, while Chun Erniu glanced at him and hurriedly signaled his subordinates to help move the corpse. "What a jest," Wan Xiaohua replied with a wry smile, shaking off the snow from his body. He then inquired, "I wonder about the white light that saved me?" Hearing this, Li Tongya stepped forward and spoke. My father still possesses several talismans he crafted in his youth. Fearing that the creature would harm you, he summoned us to use them. So that is the case. Please convey my gratitude to your esteemed father, Wan Xiaohua responded. It is us who owe thanks to the Wan family. After some polite exchanges, Wan Xiaohua pointed at the creature's corpse and remarked, I wonder how your noble family intends to handle this matter. This wolf demon's body is difficult to preserve, yet it is filled with treasures. Its bones and blood can be utilized for ink and medicine, while its hide can be fashioned into talismans and clothing. Truly a remarkable find. Li Tongya and Li Xiangping exchanged glances and smiled ruefully. Our family is lacking in resources. We struggle with talisman crafting and alchemy. Hence we find it of little use. Wan Master, you frequent the market. Perhaps you could sell on our behalf. This wolf demon is quite large, yet possesses some extraordinary qualities. It likely consumes some precious herbs. I do not wish to mislead you. It may be worth 2 or 3 spirit stones scattered in the market. Wan Xiaohua pondered momentarily, glanced at the 2 attentive listeners, and continued. I have 1.5 spirit stones on me. I shall offer that to you first, and we can settle the remainder with other items. Are you familiar with the Zaisho Mai? Upon seeing Li Xiangping and the others shake their heads, Wan Xiaohua was taken aback, contemplating, is this Li Muqian truly a foundation-building cultivator? Perhaps there is more to the story. However, he smiled and said, this secret text records some magical techniques and cultivation insights from a scattered cultivator of the Lingchu Luan stage. I acquired it for merely a couple of spirit stones in the market. How about I include it in our exchange? Li Xiangping, observing Wan Xiaohua's beaming face, stroked his chin in thought. We have no use for the wolf demon's body, as it is said to be difficult to preserve. It will be better to trade it with Wan Xiaohua, albeit with a slight loss, each party benefiting. Thus, Li Xiangping spoke with a smile. It is entirely up to Wan Master. Excellent, excellent. Wan Xiaohua exclaimed with joy, adding, I kindly ask your noble family to send someone to transport the corpse to the boundary between our 2 families. I will call for someone to retrieve it. Very well. After exchanging a few more words, Li Xiangping glanced at the sky and clasped his hands, saying, would Wan Master care to visit my Lijing Mountain for a moment? Wan Xiaohua promptly declined, aware that there were formations on Lijing Mountain. Although the atmosphere between their families seemed cordial, one could never know if they would be allowed to leave once they entered. Understanding that Li Xiangping was merely seeing him off, he exchanged a few pleasantries before taking his leave. Chapter 44. The new spring snow had fallen for 3 days, with silver-gray flakes swirling in the air as every household closed its doors tightly. The temperature had dropped significantly. Li Tongya tidied up the small courtyard of Li Jing village and entrusted it to Li Qiuyang for safekeeping before leading Lu Rochuan up Li Jing Mountain. With each step, they sank into the snow. Lu Rochuan donned a light gray long coat, cheerfully holding Li Tongya's hand and chattering, Tongya, go. We shall marry come spring. Very well, he replied, brushing the snow from her shoulder and gently tilting the umbrella in his hand to shake off the snowflakes, leaning it closer to Lu Rochuan. Li Jing Mountain was not tall. Li Tongya guided Lu Rochuan through the fog that hung at the mountain's base, stepping onto the stone path covered in snow until they reached their courtyard. Upon entering the house, they found Tian Yun sitting by the hearth, wrapped in a fur coat and smiling, her cheeks flushed. Second brother, second sister-in-law, she called out as she saw them. Li Tongya responded with a smile, while Lu Rochuan, facing her 5 or 6 years younger sister-in-law, was quite at ease, giggling by the fire as she engaged in whispered discussions with Tian Yun. Early that morning, Li Xiangping had gone out to sprinkle spirit rain on the rice fields and was now meditating in the backyard. Li Tongya shed his heavy coat and hung it on the wall, turning to see Ren Shi quietly sewing nearby. He softly inquired, where's father? The old man is slumbering in the house, as he tends to do in winter, Ren Shi replied with a smile, glancing at Tian Yun who was waving at them. She set down her weaving and joined them, inquiring softly about Lu Rochuan. Li Muqian had personally widened the skylight yesterday, working late into the night, and was still asleep in the house. Li Tongya stared blankly out the window at the snow blanketing the entire mountain, silently wishing, how wonderful it would be if elder brother were still here. As winter gave way to spring, last year's beginning was prosperous. The spring rains were gentle, avoiding drought, while the autumn was dry, free from floods, and there were neither hail nor locusts. All households paid a mere 10% of a land tax, a significant relief compared to previous years, leaving every family with surplus grain, ensuring that no one froze to death over the winter. The second batch of spirit rice planted in Li Jing village 2 years prior had matured, yielding 170 pounds of spirit rice and 50 pounds of rice bran after milling. Together with the previous harvest, a total of 290 pounds of spirit rice and 90 pounds of spirit rice were sufficient to meet the 200 pounds of spirit rice required for tribute. With Li Qiuyang and Lu Rochuan's assistance, Li Tongya and Li Xiaoping found their burdens considerably lighter, delegating the care of several spirit fields to them, allowing them to focus more on their cultivation. The Baiyuan fruit tree bloomed with white and pink blossoms, and Li Tongya estimated that in a few months, the Baiyuan fruit would ripen, ensuring it would be ready in time for the envoy from Qingqi Zone to collect the offering. After Li Tongya had just sprinkled the spirit rain, he noticed Wan Tiansong entering the courtyard with a furrowed brow, lamenting to Li Tongya that Jidenki came mass last night, crossing borders to attack many of our Wan family spirit fields. The spirit rice at the mountain's base was burned beyond recognition, and many commoners perished. We nearly faced an assault on Hua Qin Mountain. Fortunately, my family's main host was vigilant, remaining ever alert during the maturation period of the Lingdiao. When the Qi Dingxi and his entourage besieged us throughout the night, they retreated begrudgingly at dawn. Li Tongya placed his teacup down, expressing his astonishment. The formation of the nobles is indeed formidable, capable of withstanding an entire night of assaults from Qi refinement practitioners. Wan Tiansong waved his hand, offering a wry smile. It is merely a clever trick. 2 centuries ago, our Wan family produced a master of formations who constructed this grand array using a spiritual spring atop Huaiqin Mountain. As long as the spring flows, the formation can continuously replenish its spiritual energy. What impressive formation! Li Tongya praised, secretly contemplating that the formation on his own Lijing Mountain paled in comparison. However, Xiao Yuanxi had previously mentioned that one could still utilize the array flags to establish superior formations if encountered. It was a pity that his family lacked a legacy of formation techniques. Wan Tiansong cast a low glance at Li Tongya, noting his contemplative expression, and continued, "It is a pity that he was overly ambitious and hastily sought to forge a foundation, ultimately perishing on Huaiqin Mountain." To forge a foundation? Li Tongya could not help but lament, speaking solemnly. He was indeed a predecessor at the peak of Qi refinement. Wan Tiansong sighed deeply, speaking with a hint of longing. That was the most glorious era for our Wan family, with 5 Qi refinement practitioners in our midst. After that ancestor passed away over a decade ago, we lost 3 painstakingly cultivated peaks and 4 Qi refinement practitioners in battle. Had it not been for certain connections within the sect, our family would have been utterly destroyed. As the elders departed one by one, the only one left in the clan focused on preserving the Wan lineage, neglecting other matters. This led to a gradual decline, until over a decade ago when the family head broke through to the Yujing wheel, allowing access to several ancestral storage bags, only to find them filled with mere spiritual stones and talismans, devoid of any substantial aid. So as Li Tongya sighed deeply, refilling Wan Tiansong's teacup. Observing his sighs, he offered a few words of comfort. Wan Tiansong took a sip of tea, slammed the table in frustration, and exclaimed, "How infuriating is that Qi family!" Back in the day, our Wan family was engaged in constant warfare with the Yu family to the north, while the Qi family was merely a small clan caught in the middle, lacking even a Qi refinement practitioner. Now, they have flourished to this extent, nearly driving our Wan family to the brink of annihilation. Glancing at Li Tongya, Wan Tiansong inquired softly, "What of your esteemed elder at home?" Li Tongya understood Wan Tiansong referred to Li Mutian and grew wary. Fortunately, the 2 brothers had already agreed on their responses. Taking a sip of tea, he replied, "My father left home in his youth to serve in the army on the Guli Road, fighting alongside General Yang against the Shanwei." Wan Tiansong had heard of this. General Yang had attained foundation establishment and led troops eastward to battle the Shanwei, resulting in many casualties. Wan Tiansong adjusted his teacup, expressing confusion. "I heard that your esteemed father returned as immortal." Li Tongya offered a bitter smile, explaining, "My father received guidance from an immortal while at home, achieving Qi refinement, and during his military service, he encountered opportunities to forge a foundation. As for why he abandoned his cultivation, it is not suitable to disclose." "I was too hasty," Wan Tiansong acknowledged. He clasped his hands and mused inwardly. Perhaps he achieved foundation establishment at a young age, brimming with youthful arrogance, which offended the offspring of major clans. Those major clan members, unafraid of retaliation, revel in such tales of a fallen immortal. He voiced a lament. What a pity. Observing Li Tongya's silence, Wan Tiansong gritted his teeth and finally spoke, without concealing anything from you. Brother Li, I hope to exchange my family's formation legacy for a talisman of Qi Refinement Peak or Foundation Establishment to eliminate Qi Dengqi. Li Tongya was suddenly enlightened, realizing Wan Tiansong's intentions for his visit. Chapter 45. Delay. Li Tongya regarded Wan Tiansong before him, feeling immensely awkward. If only his family possessed a few talismans for Qi Refinement or Foundation Establishment, he would genuinely consider trading them for the formation legacy. However, the white light that saved Wan Xiaohua was not a talisman, but an attack emitted from a legal mirror when confronted, leaving Li Tongya at a loss for words. Brother Wan, it's not that I am unwilling to trade. It is simply impossible. Li Tongya managed to utter a statement he himself doubted, sighing internally. Wan Tiansong, naturally skeptical, furrowed his brow and urged him, detailing the pros and cons while internally questioning why this was clearly a mutually beneficial arrangement, and yet Li Tongya seemed reticent and disinterested. Observing Li Tongya's troubled expression, Wan Tiansong suddenly realized, confidently stating, Fear not, Brother Tongya. Aside from the critical formation concerning our family's legacy on Huaiqian Mountain, which cannot be disclosed, the remaining 10 formations of the fetal breath stage and 3 from the Qi refinement stage will be entirely intact. Not a single one will be altered, and they will be fully entrusted to your noble family. Seeing that Wan Tiansong's words had reached this point, Li Tongya felt a stir of excitement and decided to employ a delaying tactic, nodding in agreement. Of course. Wan Tiansong promptly nodded, feeling certain that the matter was nearly settled, and he relaxed with a sigh, continuing, Such a significant matter naturally requires your father's consent. I will await your good news. Brother Tongya. After a few more exchanges, Wan Tiansong took his leave. On the summit of Lijiang Mountain, Wan Tiansong possessed quite the eloquence. The power of the Tianxian Guang was equivalent to a single strike from a peak practitioner of the Yujing Wheel, making it evident that even a newly initiated Qi refinement practitioner would suffer greatly upon impact. It was no wonder Wan Tiansong sought this. As for the Li family, Lu Jiangxian was exceedingly satisfied as the entire family stepped into the immortal path through his Xianzhu talismans. Each Xianzhu talisman condensed their entire cultivation, placing their fortunes in Lu Jiangxian's hands, providing him with a profound sense of security, while he could potentially recover more rapidly among those cultivators. There was nothing more comfortable than nurturing his growth in this mountainous refuge. Each Xianzhu talisman he sent out served as an extension of his senses, relaying information and seeking treasures, with every breakthrough further enhancing his magical power and consciousness. Where else can a master be as comfortable as at home? Lu Jiangxian muttered to himself, observing the vibrant vitality of the Li family under the protection of his cultivated talismans, feeling immensely satisfied. Yet, from another perspective, if he were a member of the Li family, possessing all their cultivation under the control of an entity with its own will, he would undoubtedly be unable to tolerate such a situation. He would seek ways to seize control. Although the Li family members were intelligent and capable, they were also suspicious and cunning. For this reason, Lu Jiangxian never revealed his consciousness, instead acting solely on instinct. As for the Wan family's formation legacy, Lu Jiangxian was also intrigued, pondering what effects would arise from using his mirror spirit as a medium for formation. The question remained, how could the Li family acquire this legacy? Formation legacy? Li Xiangping furrowed his brows, glancing at Li Tongya and shaking his head, saying, Our family possesses no talismans to offer him. However, the allure of the formation legacy was undeniable. Even he felt tempted, slapping his thigh and quickly rising. Let's consult father. In the back courtyard, Li Mutian was sweeping the floor in a small room. The elder had few interests, neither smoking nor gambling. In his spare time, he would play with his grandson or chat with Tian Shoushui, wandering about in this room where the mirror was kept, seemingly fearful that it might fly away through the window if he lost focus. Li Xianxian was in the side room practicing. The child, harnessing the power of moonlight from the mirror, had condensed 70 strands of lunar essence, falling just short compared to Li Qijing's achievements back in the day, much to the delight of Ren Shi and several elders. Upon hearing Li Xiangping's words, Li Mutian set down his broom, gazing at the mirror on the stone platform, and spoke solemnly. This matter is not easy to resolve. Upon seeing the expressions of his two sons filled with regret, Li Mutian narrowed his eyes and continued, recently. That monster was slain by the white light of the Jianzi. What are your thoughts on this matter? Li Tongya and the others were momentarily taken aback, furrowing their brows in contemplation. Such spiritual artifacts are inherently designed to vanquish evil and eliminate monsters. Perhaps the creature was simply too close and thus met its demise at the hands of the Jianzi. After pondering for a few moments, Li Tongya voiced his thoughts, which made sense. Li Mutian nodded slightly and murmured, if we are to assist Wan Tian-song, we can certainly tell him that this talisman must be wielded by a member of my family. From a distance, we could use the method of Jian to ambush that Jidongqi. However, Jidongqi is neither evil nor a monster. How can we provoke the mirror to attack? Li Xiangping remained silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. The path of cultivating immortality begins with the Xianjing. Whether it be alchemy, forging weapons, or drawing talismans and setting up formations, even storage bags require the Yujing Luan to possess spiritual awareness before they can be utilized. Perhaps once we cultivate the Yujing Luan, we might unravel some mysteries surrounding the Fa Jian and harness the power of the Jianzi to vanquish our foes. Indeed. Li Tongyan nodded, calculating the time. He remarked, the spirit rice of the Wan family has just matured. It will take at least 2 to 3 years for the next harvest. Jidongqi will inevitably invade during that time, so we have ample opportunity. Seated upon a stone bench, Li Mutian poured tea into several cups before leisurely stating, let us delay for now. Once my Li family has produced the Yujing Luan and our strength is comparable to the Wan family, we shall address these issues. Until then, we shall allow Jidongqi to keep Wan family in check. Agreed. Li Xiangping took a delicate sip of tea and inquired of Li Tongya, how goes your progress? Second brother, I have already grasped the edges of the Qingyuanlin. I merely await a few months of cultivation, seeking auspicious weather to attempt a breakthrough. Li Tongya smiled gently, gazing at the moonlight that flowed like water, and explained, this Qingyuanlin is considerably easier than the Chengminglin. Li Xiangping chuckled and shook his head, stating earnestly, in a few months, the emissaries from the Immortal sect will come to collect offerings. We should also inquire about various matters concerning the Wan family. Chapter 46. Offerings the essence of magical power, solidified, transforming into Qingyuan. Li Tongya waved away the pale, white moonlight of the Qingyuan in his hand, his heart brimming with excitement. Although the Qingyuan Luan cannot be deemed a formidable barrier, it is nonetheless the fourth cycle of the, and his steady progress over the past 6 months in solidifying his magical power brought him immense satisfaction. Yet, this Qingyuan power appears somewhat extraordinary. Its considerable growth seems akin to the cultivation level described in the Qingyuan Nourishing Luan method. It appears that our family Tain Tunin Nourishing Luan scripture is indeed remarkable. Li Tongya lifted the Qingfeng sword in his hand, meticulously wiping it with a white cloth. Most individuals along the Gu Li Dao wielded knives and sticks, yet it took him 4 villages to acquire this treasured sword from the Lu family of Jingyang. This Lu family was the maternal home of Lu Rochuan, and upon hearing that Li Tongya was in search of a sword, they eagerly presented this treasured blade, refusing any payment, claiming it was Lu Rochuan's dowry. After practicing for over half a year, he finally reached a level of proficiency, able to wield this Xian Shui sword light with stability. Bringing his 2 fingers together, he slowly glided them across the Qingfeng, which immediately emitted a faint gray sword light, delicately resting upon the sword's edge, appearing remarkably sharp. Exiting the courtyard, Li Tongya sought an isolated spot in the mountains and quietly began to dance with the sword. It truly was sharp. Observing the smooth tree stump before him, Li Tongya felt that his previous strike encountered almost no resistance, cleanly severing the large tree in 2. He practiced his swordplay with enthusiasm for a while, then sheathed the Qingfeng at his waist, restored his magical power through cultivation, and made his way to Li Jing's small courtyard. The Bai Yuan fruit in Li Jing's small courtyard had ripened, hanging on the top of the pale yellow seedlings, looking incredibly tempting. Harvesting these Bai Yuan fruits was considerably easier than the spirit rice. Utilizing magical power for the harvest and subsequently storing them in jade boxes sufficed. The courtyard yielded a total of 15 Bai Yuan fruits, and after borrowing 2 jade boxes from Wan Tian-song, they fit perfectly. Brother Tian-song, regarding the offerings. Traveling along the ancient Li Dao towards the east, one would reach the Guanyin Peak of the Shao family, where the families of Lixia County gathered to present their offerings, each bringing their own locally abundant or surplus goods for trade at the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing Li Tongya inquire about the offerings, Wan Tiansong waved his hand and carefully explained, "The market beneath the mountain is guaranteed by the Shao family. Generally, there will be no incidents of treasure theft or murder. It is simply a matter of cash and goods being settled, and once you leave the stall, you are solely responsible for your own discernment." "I see." After discussing this matter with Li Xiangping and Li Muqian for a while, Li Tongya took the scent by the Wan family along with several techniques and spells, gathered the spirit rice and spirit fruits from his home, and quietly made his way to the Wan family. The Wan family's carriage was parked by the side of the Guli Dao. Having only sent out Yuan Wan Kai, a cultivator of the Qingyuan, along with a driver to wait for Li Tongya, in order to prevent the Ji family from discovering their plans and launching a surprise attack. After preparing his belongings, Li Tongya placed the spirit rice and spirit fruits onto the Wan family's carriage, swaying gently towards the east under the cover of night. In the golden autumn of the lake, one must seek out a 3,000-mile-wide lake. Once the shore is adorned with golden autumn hues, the sky clear and the night bright, one can practice the Bingzi Huojiao method to gather energy overnight, thus obtaining a portion of autumn essence. After 81 nights, one would acquire a wisp of the lake's golden autumn essence, requiring a decade, also referred to as a 10-year lake autumn essence. Li Qijing flipped through the book in his hands, silently noting the methods recorded within, pondering to himself, "The July Qi cultivation true formula given by my master is indeed detailed. I wonder if there are any methods for refining the tiny moonlight." After carefully flipping through the book several times, Li Qijing murmured to himself, tiny moonlight, here it is. Tiny moonlight, pure white as frost, flowing like water, bright when the moon is full, and dark when the moon wanes." Li Qijing dazedly flipped a few pages back and exclaimed, "Is this it?" Li Qijing had recently attained the Ling Chu Lun, only needing a bit more time to accumulate before reaching the Qi cultivation phase. Therefore, he began studying the key techniques of Qi cultivation early, and without the clue about the tiny moonlight, he would have had to practice the Yuan Qin Yu. Raising his head, Li Qijing noticed that a particular task outside the Bu Wu pavilion had suddenly vanished. The pavilion doors opened, and a figure slowly emerged. Li Qijing had waited outside the Bu Wu pavilion for 3 days before finally seeing the task for collecting offerings from Lixia County being taken down. As the person lightly stepped onto the flying shuttle to leave, he hurriedly called out, "Excuse me, fellow Taoist." The individual paused and looked down, softly replying, "What is it?" Only then did Li Qijing notice that the person was a strikingly beautiful young woman, clad in a light green long dress. He awkwardly smiled and explained, "Did you accept the task to collect offerings from Lixia County?" "Indeed." The gentle young woman glanced at Li Qijing and, seeing that he was merely a boy of around 16, softened her tone and spoke kindly. "Do you have family in Lixia County?" "Exactly. I am Li Qijing from Qing Sui Peak. May I ask for your name?" "Fair maiden." "Ningwan from Yuehu Peak." Ningwan nodded, signaling Li Qijing to continue. "As you're going to collect offerings in Lixia County, I hope you can look after my family a bit. I will be most grateful. Since we are all fellow disciples, it is only natural to look after one another." Ningwan lightly inclined her head, somewhat puzzled as she replied, "If you were born by Wanwell Lake, which is under my Yuehu Peak's jurisdiction, why have you not joined my Yuehu Peak?" Ningwan huffed in dissatisfaction, murmuring, "Si Yuan Bai should stay in his mushroom grove and not come to Wanwell Lake to poach people. It makes no sense." Li Qijing could only force a smile, pretending not to hear her words. "Very well." Ningwan pursed her lips and softly asked, "Is there anything you would like me to take with me?" "Yes, indeed." Li Qijing was overjoyed at this opportunity, exclaiming, "Thank you, fair maiden." After speaking, he presented a small pouch, which Ningwan accepted. Upon weighing it in her hands, the crisp sound of spirit stones clinking together reached her ears. It appeared to contain 4 or 5 spirit stones, leaving her somewhat perplexed. She inquired, "Is it customary for your sect to send resources home rather than receiving them?" "My family has sent medicinal pills, and everything is available at the peak. For the time being, spirit stones are rather extravagant for cultivation. It would be more prudent to send them home to assist with household expenses." Understanding her perspective, he acknowledged her sincerity. Upon hearing this, Ningwan's heart softened, and she felt a burgeoning fondness for the young man. She smiled and replied, "I will certainly deliver it." Chapter 47. Donko the spring chill was biting as Old Man Wu, wrapped in a cotton coat, sat on a grayish-yellow wooden chair, catching his breath. The wine flag, flapping high in the cold wind, danced momentarily like a loach before drooping helplessly. Today should bring a fair amount of business. The state of Yu, located in the south, was characterized by a humid and warm climate, with snow being a rare occurrence in winter. Last year's heavy snow was particularly unusual, as it had rendered the ancient Li road impassable for carriages, and Old Man Wu had only received 3 batches of guests throughout the entire winter. Now, with spring upon them and the snow melting, a lingering chill remained, making it an ideal time for drinking. Leaning lazily against his chair, which creaked under him, he squinted through the window and noticed a cloud of yellow dust rising along the distant road. He promptly stood up, limping toward the entrance, and called out, "Meat, wine, lamb." As the cart approached slowly and came to a halt, Old Man Wu eagerly exclaimed, "Good sirs in front, my humble establishment has some fine meat wine, and the sour and spicy appetizers are quite delightful." At that moment, 2 men clad in fur coats emerged from the carriage. The first, appearing to be no older than 17, was strikingly handsome, wielding a long knife, with a youthful face adorned by a bright smile as he gazed at the tavern. The man behind him seemed to be around 25 or 26, sporting a sword at his waist and bearing a relatively handsome countenance, with sharp eyes that regarded Old Man Wu with vigilance. It appeared that the elder was accompanying the younger, who seemed to possess some experience in the world, thus displaying a cautious demeanor. The sword indicated they were likely heirs of affluent families, suggesting a profitable day ahead for Old Man Wu. Having formulated a plan in his mind, he greeted them with a flattering smile, saying, "Please, gentlemen, step inside. Our tavern specialty, the snowflake meat wine, is a true delicacy of this region." Turning to call out loudly, he announced, "New guests are here." As the 2 settled at a table, 2 other young men hurried down the stairs, bowing and smiling ingratiatingly as they positioned themselves behind Old Man Wu. "Bring a jug of snowflake wine and a few dishes." Wan Yuan Kai placed his long knife down and, seeing the old man instructing the others to prepare, cheerfully explained to Li Tongya, "This snowflake wine is made by slicing lamb meat into thin pieces and boiling it in excellent wine until tender, then finally grinding it into a paste. The lamb marrow and kidney fat are melted in oil, mixed with the meat paste, and served warm for drinking." Wan Yuan Kai swallowed, his mouth watering, and whispered, "After days of bumpy travel and eating dry rations, this is making my appetite stir." As they chatted, a commotion erupted outside, and a group of men dressed in cotton coats burst in, loudly taking their seats. "Old Man Wu, serve the wine." One bellowed, "Ah, my friends have arrived." Old Man Wu quickly welcomed them, showering them with flattery. "This spring chill is unbearable. We stood guard at Donko all night, and even the birds are nearly frozen." The burly man at the forefront, with a robust physique, laughed heartily, continuing, "Recently, who knows what has transpired? The roads have become heavily policed, and several prominent families in the county have sent their men to patrol, making it so that even the birds dare not make a sound." "Ah, my friend, you misunderstand. This happens every few years. One simply gets accustomed to it." A voice from the table interjected lazily. Wan Yuan Kai perked up his ears, chuckling softly. "This place is near Guanyun Peak. I suspect these men are the Sure family's mundane attendants." Li Tongyan nodded, subconsciously conjuring the image of Xiao Yuan Si in his mind, which caused him to harbor a bit more fondness for the group of men. A young attendant soon brought a jug of hot wine, accompanied by several small dishes and a bowl of pure white lamb fat. Wan Yuan Kai eagerly took a small spoon, scooped some of the fat into his bowl, and poured wine over it. The moment it mingled, an alluring aroma of lamb wafted through the air. The burly leader sniffed, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "What a delightful fragrance! It is indeed snowflake wine." Wan Yuan Kai, not engaging in further conversation with the man, savored the taste, gesturing for Li Tongya to try as well. Li Tongya chuckled helplessly, smiling politely at the man before preparing his own cup of snowflake wine. After a sip, he found the exquisite blend of the wine's rich flavor and the lamb's freshness, complemented by a hint of creaminess, to be utterly delightful. He unknowingly finished his cup, laughing lightly. Indeed, the taste is exquisite. Noticing that Li Tongya and Wan Yuan Kai were ignoring him, the burly man awkwardly pursed his lips and mumbled, "It's merely a few trifling coins." casting envious glances at the adjacent table. He swallowed hard and turned to chat with his companions. Having taken only a few sips, one Yuan Kai heard another ruckus outside, and a group of people approached, surrounding a young man dressed in luxurious garments and a fur coat as he entered the tavern. Cousin, do not be misled by the shabby appearance of this tavern. The snowflake wine here is unparalleled. In this desolate area, it is one of the few places to enjoy a good time. A flamboyantly dressed man was bowing and gesticulating before the elegantly attired youth, who appeared to be around 35 or 36, but was posturing as if he were a younger cousin, creating a rather comical scene. Indeed, the young man in splendid attire, with narrow eyes and a snowy white fox coat, adorned with a golden pouch at his waist, was handsome, yet seemed to embody an air of pampered privilege. He merely acknowledged the speaker with a light response. "Oh no, the steward of the family has arrived." The burly man, named Hu, immediately changed his expression, turning his head to feign ignorance, while the entire table of men lowered their heads, trembling in silence. The young man in luxurious attire was likely a direct descendant of the clan, and the steward, who usually held a commanding presence, resembled a submissive dog in the face of this individual. Hu discreetly glanced at the group, recognizing a couple of them as prominent figures among the Sher family's guards stationed at Donko, who stood respectfully behind the steward, not daring to speak a word. Upon surveying the tavern surroundings, the young man in elegant attire frowned slightly, causing the middle-aged steward to tremble in fear, unable to utter a word. After pondering his words for what felt like an eternity, the steward, in a daze, heard the young man laugh, instantaneously striking terror into his heart. This cousin, possessing spiritual acumen and having entered the path of immortality, was known for his arrogance, having been stationed in Donko for over 10 days without a smile. The steward feared he might be enraged to the point of laughing. However, the young man in splendid attire maintained a courteous demeanor, offering a slight bow with a warm smile, softly saying, "I did not expect to encounter two fellow Taoists in this remote establishment." Chapter 48. Xiao Yonling, the middle-aged steward's mind went blank as he lifted his head, only to find two plainly dressed men in ordinary fur coats sitting in the tavern, drinking together, while his pompous cousin stood respectfully beside them. "Fellow Taoists, you possess keen insight," Wan Yuan Kai remarked with an appreciative glance, smiling. "Why not join us for a few drinks?" "That is precisely my intention." The young man in fine attire, unfazed, took a seat on the rickety wooden stool, which creaked ominously, as if on the verge of collapse, leaving the middle-aged steward in a state of shock. "I am Xiao Yonling from the Xiao family in Jiangxian. Honored to meet you both." The young man offered a polite smile, accepting the cup of wine handed to him by Li Tongya with gratitude before inquiring, "And you too?" "In Qingshi, I am Wan Yuan Kai," he replied. Under the jurisdiction of Qingqi, Li Tongya from the Li family of Lijing stands at the precipice. Upon hearing of the Lijing Li family, Xiao Yonling, with an unwavering smile, was taken aback and repeatedly exclaimed, "Could it be that Li family by the banks of Wanghua Lake?" "Indeed it is so. It is surprising that our Li family, having just embarked on the path to immortality with humble beginnings, has reached the ears of such esteemed noble families." Li Tongya was equally astonished, secretly recalling Xiao Yuanci, while Wan Guankai felt particularly awkward, pondering, it is quite normal for a prestigious family like the Xiao family to be aware of the Wan family. Yet how has the Li family, having just begun their journey a few years ago, come to the attention of the Xiao family? "Haha," Xiao Yonling chuckled lightly, politely explaining, "My clan uncle is indeed Xiao Yuanci of Kingswifing. Both our families reside beneath Kingswifing, so it is only natural that we have heard of one another." "Now it makes sense." Wan Guankai's heart skipped a beat as he recalled that there was indeed a disciple from the Li family under the Qingqi sect. Feeling a mix of emotions, he turned to Xiao Yonling and spoke, "My friend, you are quite young, yet have achieved the realm of Yujing. Truly remarkable cultivation." However, Yonling only possessed the cultivation of Chengminglan, as the prominent lineage of the Xiao family had bestowed upon him treasures that allowed him to identify those with true cultivation, rather than possessing the innate recognition of the Yujinglan. "I was indeed rash." Wan Guankai felt a wave of embarrassment and repeatedly bowed in apology. Xiao Yonling dismissed his concerns with a wave of his hand, a pleased expression on his face, saying, "You all have come to contribute your offerings, I presume?" "Indeed." Li Tongya and Wan Guankai exchanged glances, amused by Xiao Yongling's gossipy demeanor, assuming a posture of eager listening. Wanghua Lake and the surrounding areas of Lixia County are all under the jurisdiction of Yuhufeng. Currently, there are only 4 disciples left at Yuhufeng. Do you know which envoy has come? I do not know. It is the Autumn Lake Fairy, Ningwan. Xiao Yongling, beaming with pride, noticed the puzzled expressions on the faces of the two and paused, explaining. Ningwan has refined the Songlin Shuo wind into qi and is especially skilled in formations. She just broke through to the 8th level of qi refinement at the age of 24. It is said she is a stunning beauty, who typically does not concern herself with matters below, had it not been for the other disciples of Yu Hufeng being unable to take on this task. She would not have accepted the duty of collecting offerings. Xiao Yongling continued his explanation with fervor before abruptly stopping, casting a curious glance at Wan Guankai and inquiring. Speaking of formations, does your Wan family have any lineage in this regard? The name Huaqian from the Wan family sounds somewhat familiar. Indeed, we do have a lineage. Wan Guankai, having held back for a long time, instantly brightened at this remark and proudly explained. Our Wan family produced a master of formations 200 years ago, named Wan Huaqian. This Huaqianshan is named after him. I see. Xiao Yongling nodded in agreement, saying, I have read the family history, which mentioned Wan Huaqian. It is speculated that he inherited the teachings of a fallen cultivator from that great battle. Upon hearing something of interest, Li Tongya, fearing the conversation might again shift to Ning Wan's beauty, quickly asked, What about this battle? Xiao Yongling shook his head, pondering for a moment before softly saying, The family has vague accounts of that battle, but it is said that someone under the banner of the sect Yuawa Yuanfu commanded the 3 sects and 10 doors to obey him. Ultimately, he was attacked by the 3 sects and perished above Wanghua Lake. What arrogance! Wan Guankai gasped, feeling a tinge of respect for that individual. The battle had disrupted river flows and severed the spiritual veins, resulting in the deaths of 15 foundation-building cultivators and dozens of qi refinement practitioners from the 3 sects, and even 2 high-ranking Zifu cultivators perished, leaving only 7 of the 10 doors intact. Li Tongya sighed deeply, as if envisioning the scene from 300 years ago when the mountains collapsed and rivers flowed backward. You speak of Zifu cultivators living for 500 years. How much effort they expend to reach such heights, yet they squander their lives in futile struggles against others. Wan Guankai sighed, lamenting the loss. Ha 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 ha. We minor cultivators seek only the path of qi refinement in our lifetimes, and naturally cannot comprehend the struggles of those lofty, great cultivators. Xiao Yongling laughed heartily, took a sip of snowflake wine, glanced around the small dishes on the table, then awkwardly set down his chopsticks, inwardly reflecting, In this place, only the wine is worthy of consumption. Brother Xiao, do you know what the Songlin Shuo wind is? Li Tongya, aware of his family's modest means, seized the opportunity to inquire further, following up on Xiao Yongling's comments. To advance to qi refinement, one must absorb a breath of the world's spiritual energy, and the Songlin Shuo wind is one such source. One must seek the pine forests in the cold, snowy terrain. And when the Shuo wind blows, it can be collected using a unique method. A single strand can be obtained in June, and after 5 years atop a snowy peak, it can be refined. If one waits for the snow each year, it may take more than 10 years. Xiao Yongling explained with a slight smile. I see. After chatting a bit longer, Xiao Yongling waved his hand and remarked, It is getting late. I shall not delay you both from proceeding to Guanyin Peak. Let's part ways here. If you both happen to visit Lixia County in the future, do not hesitate to seek out Yongling, and we shall drink and share stories once more. That is only natural. Xiao Yongling bid farewell to the two with a smile, and, flanked by a retinue, strolled eastward. After walking a few paces, Xiao Yongling appeared lost in thought, and the middle-aged steward did not dare to disturb him, trailing behind respectfully. The middle-aged steward, observing Xiao Yongling's demeanor, heard someone behind him whisper, Isn't this gentleman known for his arrogance? Why today does he exhibit such restraint and humility? Even we're taken aback. Fool! The middle-aged steward stepped back, delivering a sharp slap to the back of the speaker's head, and then whispered in his ear, Do you mortals think you count as people in this gentleman's eyes? Who would speak kindly to a dog? Chapter 49. Great Vessel. As the spiritual energy gradually returned to the northern foothills of Dali Mountain, the number of demonic creatures increased. After only 2 months, a bear demon appeared at Ladeaku. Fortunately, it was merely at the level of Zhuanjinglin. Li Xiangping was on the verge of breaking through to Qinjiwanlin. rallying the villagers to shoot a few golden arrows, swiftly resolving the threat. Mother Lu, along with Tian Yun and Rin Shi, tended to the young Xianfeng and Jing Tian in the main courtyard. Li Xianxian had achieved Xuanjinglin and joyfully descended the mountain a few days ago with his third uncle to exterminate demons, leaving Li Mutian alone in the backyard. The elder could not remain idle. He crafted a set of furniture and placed it outside the stone platform, spending his days sitting at the entrance, watching the brisk spring breeze swirl in the courtyard. Li Mutian was nearing 70 years old. The pains from his youth still lingered, and the life of a farmer ages one quickly. Now, with hair completely white and energy markedly diminished, he sat in the courtyard, preoccupied with thoughts of his two children who had left home, reflecting on the affairs of the household. Xiangping and Tongya were both sources of reassurance, promising prosperity for the Li family. Yet Jing'er was far from home, uncertain of the depths of the Immortal sect, with no one to support him. He could not help but wonder how he was faring now. The elder stroked his white beard and turned to gaze at the mirror on the stone platform, muttering to himself, "One prosperity brings prosperity to all. One loss brings loss to all." Guanyin Peak of the Shao family lay shrouded in clouds, a thin mist cloaking the courtyards, said to be impenetrable even to spiritual senses. Li Tongya and Wan Guankai followed the Shao family's servant as they walked for some time, arriving at a flat area atop the mountain. Estimating the distance, Guanyin Peak was not much higher than Lijing Mountain. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld a large courtyard, filled with a gathering of 30 or 40 individuals, all adorned in exquisite garments, engaged in low conversations. Among them stood an elderly man, calmly seated at the head, engrossed in reading. This elder was none other than Shao Shooting, the true ancestor of the Shao family, a genuine foundation-building elder. Li Tongya heard Wan Guankai speak softly and quickly averted his gaze from the elder, fearful of inadvertently offending him. The esteemed Elder Shao is indeed a figure of considerable legend. Over a century ago, the Shao family was merely a minor player within the county, and tragically, the clan's patriarch, who had reached the pinnacle of Qi training, perished at the hands of a demon. In the face of this calamity, Elder Shao was entrusted with a monumental task, turning the tide against impending doom. With his unparalleled alchemical skills, he steadfastly preserved the Shao family. Soon after refining a celestial foundation that elevated the clan to the status of a prominent family. In the courtyard, Wan Yuan Kai observed the gathering, softly explaining the situation when suddenly his gaze brightened. He stepped forward and respectfully greeted, "Brother Lu, it has been quite some time. How have you been?" The man donned a stone blue embroidered cloak with a broad forehead that suggested a simple demeanor, yet his face bore an air of haughtiness. He frowned and addressed Wan Yuan Kai. "Ah, it is you, Brother Yuan Kai." Wan Yuan Kai momentarily faltered, managing a couple of awkward smiles. He noticed a gray storage pouch at the man's waist, which stirred a sense of astonishment within him. He mused, has the Lu family become so prosperous that they can't afford a storage bag for him? Suddenly, Wan Yuan Kai's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "Have you broken through to the Qi training stage?" "Indeed, my family possesses a modest supply of pure spiritual energy," the man replied with a slight nod, casting a glance at the onlookers who were now turning their attention towards them, lifting his chin slightly. "Congratulations to you," Wan Yuan Kai offered, his face pale as he quietly added, "Thus, the aristocracy now boasts 2 Qi practitioners." Li Tongya, aware of the Lu family, noted that beyond Wan's territory lay the Lu family. Wan Yuan Kai had previously mentioned that the Lu family also had a Qi practitioner, his tone tinged with envy. How did the Lu family produce yet another Qi practitioner? Wan Yuan Kai lamented to Li Tongya. "Lu Pingyuan once visited my family, providing some resources to help us fend off the Ji family. At that time, he was merely at the Yujing cultivation level, and now he has reached Qi training. Pure spiritual energy sounds impressive, but in reality, it merely derives from the common breathing practices of the mountains. With 7 or 8 years of diligent cultivation, anyone could achieve it. This is merely run-of-the-mill. 8 out of 10 Qi practitioners use the same pure spiritual energy." Wan Yuan Kai's disdain was palpable, though deep down, envy gnawed at him. As the two conversed in hushed tones, a brilliant glow began to rise in the east, capturing the attention of the surrounding practitioners. They gazed upwards, engaging in scattered discussions. "What grand display! Is that the glow of the cloud ship?" The radiant light from the east slowly approached, revealing its true form. A magnificent cloud ship adorned in golden light, with a pair of mist-like wings that cut through the clouds, coming to a halt atop the mountain in mere moments. Welcome, envoy of the Immortal sect. The practitioners at the summit bowed respectfully. Even the elder, Xiao, shooting rose to greet. From the cloud ship emerged several streaks of azure light, descending to the mountaintop, revealing a woman clad in a jade-green gown, draped in a dark blue cloak, her features obscured by a veil, rendering her visage indistinct. She was accompanied by several attendants clad in simple azure robes. Stepping forward, Xiao Shooting smiled and said, "Greetings, esteemed envoy. There is no need for such formalities." The celestial maiden's voice rang clear and melodious, imbuing a sense of nobility. "I shall not delay. These are the tributes from the Xiao family this year." Xiao Shooting chuckled softly, gesturing, and the Xiao family members promptly began transporting items to the front courtyard. Numerous bags of spiritual rice were stacked, appearing to weigh several thousand pounds, along with a dozen boxes of various spiritual items, all open for display. This includes 5,000 pounds of Ziyu Ling Dao, and all spiritual items have been allocated according to past year's quotas. The envoy may inspect them at her leisure. That will not be necessary. I trust the Xiao family's integrity. Ningguan replied, shaking her head gently. Xiao Shooting clasped his hands in acknowledgement, while the attendants began transporting the spiritual items onto the ship. Given that ordinary storage bags could not accommodate 5,000 to 6,000 pounds of goods, the use of the cloud ship was warranted. The other families quickly followed suit, presenting their offerings to the attendants of the Immortal sect, each announcing their names in turn. The Wu family of the Southern County, the Qian family of the Lu family, the Wan family of Hua Qian, the Li family of Li Jing. Wan Yuan Kai and Li Tongya approached to present their tributes to the attendants. This year, the Li family offered 10 by Yuan fruits and 200 pounds of spiritual rice. As Li Tongya glanced at the remaining 90 pounds of spiritual rice and 5 by Yuan fruits, he felt a pang of regret when a clear, melodious voice rang out beside him. "Are you from the Li family of Li Jing?" "Indeed, I am from the Li family by Moon Viewing Lake." Ningguan inquired, her ruby lips parting. The onlookers displayed varied expressions, whispering amongst themselves. Who is this Li family of Li Jing that the envoy would personally inquire about? Who knows? Xiao Shooting also cast his gaze downward, nodding at Li Tongya and smiling. "Is Li Qi Jing your relative?" "He is my younger brother," Li Tongya replied. Ningguan pursed her lips, raising her left hand to release a small pouch that gently landed in Li Tongya's palm. "This is a gift from your brother." "Thank you, esteemed envoy." Li Tongya quickly accepted it, noticing the surrounding individuals gazing at him in astonishment, causing him to smile wryly. He was not one to seek attention and suddenly found himself the center of focus, prompting him to express his gratitude hastily. Ningguan nodded at him, engaging in light conversation with Xiao Shooting. The attendees completed their offerings, and the attendants meticulously counted the items before respectfully addressing Ningguan. "All is well," Ningguan acknowledged with a nod. Turning to Xiao Shooting, "I have pressing matters to attend to. Since the tributes have been duly submitted, I shall take my leave." "Safe travels, esteemed envoy," Xiao Shooting replied, bowing as he watched Ningguan ascend the flying vessel. As the radiant cloud ship gradually ascended and vanished into the eastern horizon, Xiao Shooting turned to the gathered attendees, speaking with a calm demeanor. "You are all old friends now. The scattered cultivators have already descended the mountain. The market has been open for several days, and you may proceed with your transactions. As is customary, the Guanyin market is a property of the Xiao family. I kindly ask you all to show me some consideration. Should anyone engage in robbery or coercive transactions within this market, it would reflect poorly on my family." "Understood." The gathered individuals responded in unison before descending the mountain. A few approached Li Tongya, eager to converse, but Wan Yuan Kai, enviously eyeing him, was about to speak when Xiao Shooting cleared his throat and said with a smile, "Young friend Tongya, would you care to engage in a discussion with this old man? Your kindness is overwhelming, elder. It is an honor to converse with such a venerable cultivator." Li Tongya replied with gratitude. Xiao Shooting chuckled, leading Li Tongya into the main courtyard, where they sat beside a stone table. Attendants promptly served them tea, and after taking a gentle sip, Xiao Shooting remarked, "I seldom visit Guanyin Peak. I apologize if my hospitality is somewhat humble. Please do not mind." Li Tongya took a sip from his cup, instantly feeling a refreshing sweetness spread across his palate. clearing his mind. He resisted the urge to gulp it down and quickly shook his head, repeatedly expressing his reluctance. My grandson has been cultivating alongside your brother at Qing Sui Peak for several years and has spoken fondly of you, Xiao Shooting remarked with a smile. Younger brother is exceptionally gifted in swordsmanship, with the peak master, Si Yuanbai, declaring him the finest in hundreds of years, treating him with utmost care. Jinger has not mentioned this to our family, Li Tongya replied. Your brother is a good lad. Have you seen the pouch? Xiao Shooting observed Li Tongya's expression. A hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, as if recalling distant memories. It contains 5 spiritual stones, the allowance your brother has saved over the past 5 years. The spiritual rice and elixirs he likely consumed himself, while these stones were all preserved. Li Tongya was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of sorrow as he murmured, My Li family has made this child suffer. Do not dwell on such thoughts. It is a matter of shared fortune and misfortune, Xiao Shooting replied, waving his hand. He then gently caressed the table, summoning a small, white jade vial. I perceive you are still in the embryonic stage of the Qing Yuan wheel. Here is a Mingshun sand for you to utilize in your breakthrough to the Yujing stage. Li Tongya was taken aback by these words and quickly got to his feet, waving his hands repeatedly as he exclaimed, Senior, this is unacceptable. Take the elixir and leave. Do not make a fuss. My home does not even have a Yujing Luan. It would disgrace the Qing Sui Peak. Xiao Shooting spoke calmly, a frown creasing his brow as he rose and walked toward the back courtyard, leaving behind 2 words, see off. At the foot of Guanyun Peak, Li Tongya forced a smile as he tightened his grip on the elixir in his arms, glancing at the complex expression on Wan Yuan Kai's face. He inquired, Brother Yuan Kai, do you know the location of the Fengshe? Wan Yuan Kai finally snapped out of his daze. Pointing to a small path ahead, he explained, Just follow this road. There's an illusion array around the Fengshe that blocks ordinary people. Do not wander off. After walking for a while, they indeed found themselves in a bustling area where once desolate mountain paths were now filled with people coming and going, engaged in lively discussions. Wan Yuan Kai clasped his hands in greeting, smiled at Li Tongya, and then hurried toward the east. Watching Wan Yuan Kai disappear into the distance, Li Tongya shook his head and turned his gaze to a small stall by the roadside. The stall owner was engrossed in a book, his face bearing signs of difficulty. With a few talismans, some unknown spiritual items, and a few small flags displayed on the counter. Are these formation flags? Li Tongya cautiously observed the grayish-white flags and refrained from touching them, instead asking, Are these formation flags? Yes. The flag bodies are made from the skin of the Yujing Lin demon beast, and the flagpoles are crafted from white jade wood, priced at only 8 spirit stones. Li Tongya couldn't help but recall the 6 flags Xiao Yuanxi had sold him and asked, I have heard of formation flags made from the skin of the Baiwen Jiu fish and flagpoles from the Chihuahua wood. What would their price be? The stall owner was momentarily taken aback, his gaze toward Li Tongya now filled with eagerness, and his tone more respectful as he replied, Esteemed senior. While the Chihuahua wood is relatively good, the Baiwen Jiu fish skin is a material for the Qi refining stage. These magical tools should be sold in the shops to the east. This stall only has items for the Taishi realm. I see, Li Tongya realized, pondering that the price Xiao Yuanxi had offered him was indeed cheap. If the Taishi realm's formation flags cost 8 spirit stones, then a flag worth 12 spirit stones was not overly expensive. Chapter 51. Purchasing 5 spirit stones, 5 by Yuan fruits, 90 pounds of spirit rice. He still owed Xiao Yuanxi 10 spirit stones. Li Tongya felt a headache coming on, reflecting that he had wandered around the street twice, but had yet to find any inheritance of the 100 arts of cultivation. He crouched down to rummage through the stall in front of him, and the stall owner, whose face was covered by a black veil, spoke up. What are you looking for, friend? The voice was soft and melodious, revealing that it was a woman. Li Tongya forced a smile and asked, Do you have the inheritance of the 100 arts of cultivation? This is your first time at the Fengshe, isn't it? She chuckled lightly. Indeed. The woman continued, the talismans, elixirs, and formations around Lixia County come from 3 sources: Qingqi sect, noble families, and scattered cultivators. With a cheerful smile, she gazed intently at Li Tongya and explained, Qingqi sect is the largest supplier, continuously harvesting cheap materials to manufacture these products for sale to us. Qingqi sect has always prohibited any Fengshe under its jurisdiction from selling the inheritance of the 100 arts of cultivation. As for the noble families, who would sell their own means of livelihood, They and Qingxi sect tacitly collaborate to restrict the circulation of these arts to share the spoils. Are there so many scattered cultivators in Lixia County? Li Tongya asked, intrigued. The woman shook her head slightly and leaned in to explain. The country of Yu has tens of millions of people, with 600,000 to 700,000 residing in just one county. Qingxi governs 5 counties. There must be at least 3,000 to 4,000 with spiritual apertures, not to mention those from noble families with long bloodlines, likely over 5,000 cultivators. You seem to see things quite clearly. Li Tongya observed the stall and noted that the few talismans were of little use, hesitating to buy. 3 talismans for 1 spirit stone, the woman announced. Hearing this, Li Tongya quickly shifted his gaze away from the talismans and focused on a pale blue magic sword before him. Crafted from Jiangxian stone and tempered with the cold of the snowy lands, it not only strikes swiftly, but can also bring frost upon enemies. The woman became animated, smiling brightly as she said, "This sword is quite effective. If not for my recent acquisition of a magic weapon, I wouldn't part with it. It only costs 10 spirit stones." Feeling financially constrained, Li Tongya reluctantly scanned the stall again as the sky began to darken. He picked up a black bow, an arrow, asking, "How about this bow?" "Ah, forged from Qingwu wood, using the tendons of the Qingyuan Luan demon beast. With infused spiritual power, it can attach sharpness to the arrows. It sells for 4 spirit stones. 2 spirit stones. Not enough." The woman shook her head. Li Tongya pointed to the bowstring and said, "This bow looks like it has been used for quite a while. 2 spirit stones plus 5 by yuan fruits, and we have a deal." Agreed. Li Tongya exchanged the spirit stones and fruits with the woman, hoisting the bow as he tightened the remaining 3 spirit stones in his pocket. Noticing that some nearby stalls were starting to pack up, he hurriedly resumed his exploration of the Fengshe. The shops ahead sold items for the qi refining stage, which Li Tongya could not afford, so he lost interest and kept his head down, searching through the stalls. After walking a few steps, he spotted a youth dressed in coarse clothing and a beast skin coat standing by the roadside, next to a large iron cage containing a dozen furry canine beasts. "Friend, would you like to take a look at these Suolin beasts?" The boy, who appeared distressed, brightened upon seeing Li Tongya's interest and continued. "These beasts are gentle in nature, reaching the Taixi's second round of cultivation when mature. With sharp teeth and claws, they can easily overpower dozens of ordinary people. Simply feeding them some spirit rice will suffice." Upon hearing this, Li Tongya understood that the boy had likely not sold anything all day, and spoke sternly. "What use is it to overpower ordinary people? These beasts are quite intelligent. They can track scents and identify demonic energy. How much for one?" "1 spirit stone each." Li Tongya turned to leave, causing the boy's face to flush with embarrassment as he grasped Li Tongya's clothing and pleaded, "1 spirit stone for 2. Just 2. Reluctantly, Li Tongya halted, shaking his head in resignation as he explained, "These beasts look decent, but if they encounter a cultivator, a few spells would easily deal with them. Moreover, feeding these beasts requires spirit rice and demon meat. I barely have enough supplies for myself. How could I afford to feed these creatures?" The boy was momentarily stunned, pondering his words before he pouted and said, "Please wait a moment. I have some other items." He then retrieved a small silver box from his pocket, his eyes full of expectation as he said, "This is called Wu Jia Chong. It can produce Wu Jia spiritual silk. It only requires some spiritual bran or other spirit-infused items to feed it. These worms are not picky eaters. They will consume spiritual rice leaves or straw. And if there's no spiritual food, they can survive on animal meat without starving." Li Tongya's interest was piqued. He took the silver box and saw several grayish-green worms wriggling inside, resting on a few mulberry leaves. What is the use of this Wu Jia spiritual silk? It can be woven into spiritual garments and silk, which are difficult to damage by ordinary weapons, and can be sold as well. Remembering that he still had some batches of spiritual leaf straw at home, Li Tongya felt tempted but wore a troubled expression as he said, "I fear I may not be able to keep them alive. If you are willing, I will include a manual on their care along with these worms." Selling the entire package for just 2 spirit stones. The boy pressed eagerly. "Very well." Accepting the silver box and the wooden slip from the boy, Li Tongya noted that it was getting dark and bid farewell to him. He leisurely walked over to the cart, where the driver was dozing off. Li Tongya chuckled softly and waited quietly. When 1 yuan kai arrived, looking dusty but with a hint of joy on his face, he smiled at Li Tongya, who was leaning against the cart with the bow in hand, and asked, "What treasure have you acquired, Tongya?" A mere bow of the level hardly qualifies as a treasure. Li Tongya smiled and boarded the carriage, handing the bow and arrows to Wan Wukai. After he tested the string, Li Tongya inquired, "How does it feel?" "It is crafted from Qingwu wood and cow tendon. At most, it is worth 3. Anything more would be a loss." Hearing this, Li Tongya chuckled and nodded. The two exchanged a few words, each lost in their own thoughts beneath the dim night sky, and soon fell asleep in the swaying carriage. Chapter 52. Deng Xiaoji Li Xianping had only just broken through to the Qingyuan will yesterday, like his brother Li Tongya, becoming part of the 4th round. Having arranged matters at home, he was in the courtyard studying the Xian Shui sword technique when he heard footsteps approaching from outside the courtyard. "Brother?" Li Tongya entered the courtyard, appearing travel-worn, his clothes damp with dew, mud clinging to his shoes. He placed a cloth bag on the table and immediately embraced Li Xianping warmly. Li Xianping sighed in relief and smiled. "Li Tongya lauga faratili," cautiously retrieving a silver box from his bosom and inspecting it. Noticing that the wuxia insects appeared lethargic, he could not help but sigh softly. He then removed the long blue-black bow from his back and playfully handed it to Li Xianping. "Give it a try. Is it comfortable to use?" Li Xianping was taken aback with joy, adjusting the bowstring and gently caressing the bow's body. As he channeled his spiritual power, the string illuminated with a shimmering white light. "Is this a magical artifact?" he exclaimed. Li Tongya chuckled softly and explained, "I purchased this from the market. It cost 2.5. "How extravagant! Where did you acquire such?" Li Xianping asked, a twinge of concern evident in his voice as he turned to his elder brother in confusion. Li Tongya recounted the various events at Guanyin Peak, and Li Xianping nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Jinger has grown up." Before long, Li Xianxian and Li Qiuyang arrived upon hearing the news. Li Tongya entrusted the wuxia insects and the insect book to Lu Rochuan, stating seriously, "This is our family's first attempt at raising wuxia insects. Read this book carefully, find a few elderly women skilled in silkworm cultivation from the foot of the mountain, and seek out an appropriate courtyard for proper care. I will immediately summon Li Yeshing to send you leaves and straw. These spirit insects have endured a rough journey and are in poor condition." "Understood." Lu Rochuan, having missed her husband Li Tongya for several months, was naturally eager to see him, yet she recognized the importance of the task at hand. She carefully accepted the silver box and made her way down mountain. "Uncle, the Jiangxian sect is indeed extravagant," Li Qiuyang remarked, seated on a wooden chair, his face alight with interest as he gazed at Li Tongya. At 11 or 12 years old, Li Qiuyang had been primarily responsible for the cultivation over the past few years, maintaining a low profile in the village, while their father, Li Chengfu, was a sensible man, ensuring that his sons focused on farming and home building without engaging in any disgraceful acts of bullying. That celestial vessel gliding through the clouds, with crimson rays illuminating the sky, is truly magnificent. Indeed, quite impressive. Li Qijing placed his left hand on at his waist, suppressing the urge to draw his sword, and spoke coldly. "I have been in seclusion for several years, and was unaware that Qing Sui Peak had new disciples." The young man before them tossed a jade orb lightly in his hand, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor. He was quite handsome, though the narrow spacing between his eyes detracted from his overall grandeur. Dressed in a fox fur coat with a storage pouch at his waist, he presented an imposing figure. As he approached, several companions gradually surrounded Li Qijing, cornering him along the narrow path. "Do not panic, junior brother. Simply test your mettle. You are a Qi refining period cultivator, yet you dare to encircle one at the pinnacle of the... Do you not feel embarrassed?" As the group closed in, Li Qijing slowly retreated until his back pressed against the cold stone wall. Gripping it tightly, he focused on the movements of the young man. The young man smiled faintly, and the golden orb in his hand burst forth with brilliance, striking towards Li Qijing. Furrowing his brow, Li Qijing conjured a deep blue spiritual net before him, lowering his body to evade the golden orb and swiftly closing the distance. "Yu Qing Sui Peak truly excels in all areas, except swordsmanship." The young man scoffed, but when he saw Li Qijing advance, he could not help but praise. What determination! With the sword sheath in his left hand and the hilt in his right, Li Qijing endured a blow from the opponent's magical artifact, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet, he lunged forward, reaching the young man in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Li Qijing finally drew the, unleashing a brilliant crescent-shaped sword light that surged forth from his left hand, culminating in the shallow white sword drawn from his right. hurtling towards the young man's neck. Impossible. The young man felt a chill run down his spine, his thoughts racing as he failed to form the necessary hand seals. The talisman around his neck emitted a radiant glow, erecting a golden barrier just in time to ward off the incoming sword light, forcing him to stagger backward. Not good. Despite the turmoil in his energy center, the young man hastily changed his hand seals, managing to halt the golden orb that was headed for Li Qijing's nape. He then regarded the sword-wielding Li Qijing with a complex expression. A cultivator at the Qi refining stage can control magical artifacts from a distance in battle. Only by closing the distance and delivering a decisive blow can one hope to survive. Li Qijing's sword strike, honed through relentless practice of the Xian Shui sword technique, was exceptionally potent. You have bested me. The young man, who had initially intended to intimidate the new disciple of Qing Sui Peak, now wore a complex expression, pondering deeply as he bowed slightly to Li Qijing. Thank you for your restraint. This sword is my first time in combat, and I struggle to control my strength. The young man produced several bottles of healing ointment from his pouch and placed them before Li Qijing, speaking softly. My subordinate inadvertently harmed you. I am Deng Xiuji of Yuanwu Peak. I will personally come to apologize in the future. Tomorrow, accompany me to Qing Sui Peak to apologize. The man lowered his head, feeling aggrieved, and could not help but mutter inwardly. You sought to provoke them first. Unexpectedly, Deng Xiuji suddenly seized the man by the neck, lifting him high as he asked with a complex expression, he does not hold a grudge against me, does he? Young master, you even provided him with healing ointment. Surely not. The man, terrified, pleaded repeatedly. Deng Xiuji listened to him ramble for a moment, then narrowed his eyes, coldly stating each word. You do not harbor resentment towards me, do you? The man was instantly filled with dread, his legs trembling as he stammered. I do not. That is good. Deng Xiuji casually set him down, lost in thought as he murmured to himself. Qing Sui Peaks Li Qijing. Chapter 53. Meichi Mountain Formation when Li Qijing awoke. The light before him flickered dimly, and he found himself on a soft bed. His senior sister, Yuan Tuan, was gently applying medicinal ointment to his back, providing a cool and soothing sensation over his wounds, which had lessened in pain. He struggled to lift his head, observing the shelves filled with medicinal jars and pill books, realizing he was in his senior brother, Xiao Yuanxi's loft. He hoarsely inquired, Where's my senior brother? He has gone to Yuanwu Peak. Yuan Tuan replied softly, her hair cascading down like a waterfall, the dark ends brushing against his neck. You are merely at the stage and cannot tolerate those healing pills. I use spells to treat your injuries, and with this ointment, you will be well by tomorrow. Li Qijing, however, was still anxious about Xiao Yuanxi and asked urgently, Did my senior brother go to Yuanwu Peak alone? With our master, Yuan Tuan smiled and clarified. Even if Deng Xiuji is from a prominent family, he cannot bully us at Qing Sui Peak. There is something amiss with that individual. Li Qijing lowered his head. Speaking in a subdued tone, the members of the Deng family are all capricious and unpredictable. There is no need to pay him any mind. Yuan Tuan finished tidying the ointment and added softly, The Deng family's cultivation method is inherently flawed, known as Yi Yulin Qi. Over generations, their ancestors have endeavored to refine it, and in the past century, they have finally managed to practice it, yet it leaves behind mental repercussions, causing them to be fickle and act solely according to their preferences. Li Qijing was taken aback, asking, What rank is this technique that the Deng family insists on practicing? 5th rank. Upon hearing the news back then, I was utterly astonished. Not counting the secret transmissions within the sect, even the most renowned Yuan Qing Yu Ju of the Qingqi zone is merely of the 4th rank. Yet, a family under its jurisdiction possesses a technique of an even higher grade. After carefully placing the medicinal ointment on the shelf, Yuan Tuan continued, I have heard that their technique originates from the upper sect, Yuehua Yuanfu. Centuries ago, the Yuehua Immortal Mansion frequently bestowed this night Moon Lin Qi. Our Qingqi zone possesses a similar technique, known as the Yuehu Ingqiu Ju, which is also of the 5th rank. Yet due to the Immortal Mansion's seclusion, it too has become deficient in its essence, and no one has managed to cultivate it since. I am aware, I acknowledged. My senior brother has mentioned to me that the missing essence of this technique is called Taiyin Yuehua, and I have only heard that someone on Yuehu Peak obtained it through fortuitous circumstances. At Wanghua Lake, Yuan Tuan softly replied, a hint of envy gracing his features. For centuries, The 5 strands of Taiyin Yuehua acquired by the 3 sects and 7 schools have all come from Wangwell Lake. Whether as remnants left by predecessors, or from the ruins of cave formations, or secret realms of inheritance. Li Qijing, however, stared blankly at the pillow before him, a sudden thought stirring within, yet he swallowed it back before it could escape his lips. Is it true? My brothers mentioned in their letters that Father S. health has been deteriorating over the years, and my junior brother wishes to see him a few more times. I remarked, in a few months, I shall head to Xuanlin Yuan to collect offerings. Dali Mountain lies to the west of Xuanlin Yuan, making the journey quite convenient. Very well. Thank you, senior sister. Li Qijing smiled in gratitude, lying down and silently contemplating. The Li family has possessed the mirror for over a decade now, and the new generation of laborers in the villages has begun to grow up. The people have gradually accustomed themselves to the rule of the Li family. They fear Li Xiangping, respect Li Tongya, and feel close to Li Xianxian, who has grown up alongside them. Few young people remember the recluse, Li Mutian, hidden away in the mountains, except for a few stewards who occasionally report back, harboring deep reverence. Only the elders gather under the eaves to reminisce about old tales, recalling the old soldier. After a while, Li Xianxian entered the courtyard and saw a tall lacquered wooden platform resembling a large bed in the yard, adorned with scattered straw and dried rice leaves. It was amusingly shaped, with small nests made of shavings and earth. Aunt, he cheerfully greeted Liu Xian, who was observing the platform closely, and inquired, "Where are my 2 uncles? Your uncle Zhong has taken the Ming Shan San and the family S. Shi Yuandan, retreating to break through to the 5th layer of Tai Shi Jinglin. He should be emerging soon," Liu Xian explained with a light laugh, gently patting Li Xuanxuan's head. "The spiritual fields in several villages have all been utilized, and your uncle intends to seek out some spiritual fields on the neighboring Meichi Mountain." "I see." Li Xianxian nodded, about to speak when a gentle knock sounded at the courtyard door, followed by a voice calling, "Is the clan brother in the courtyard?" "The young clan leader has some instructions." Li Xianxian quickly opened the door to find Li Qiuyang and Li Yeshing outside. "What has happened?" he asked, walking alongside them. Li Qiuyang took his hand, apologized to Liu Xian, and hurried with Li Yeshing up the mountain. The young clan leader noticed something unusual on Meichi Mountain and summoned Uncle Yeshing to call us, having heard there is a formation up there. "A formation?" Li Xianxian paused, incredulity filling his voice. "Meichi Mountain has long been abandoned. Surely this formation has existed for centuries?" "Indeed," Li Qiuyang nodded, replying softly. "It would be best if it were an immortal's cave, allowing our family to reap some benefits." Li Xianxian, at merely 8 or 9 years of age, found it a struggle to keep up with the 2 youths. Furrowing his brow, he cast a spell of swift movement, a white light flashing in his palm that enabled him to easily follow in their footsteps as he added, "We must be cautious of any traps. The teacher has always said that there is no such thing as a free lunch." After climbing for about an hour, they saw Li Xiangping sitting on a large blue stone, resting. Upon noticing the 3 approaching, he smiled, watched closely. With that, he stood, took down a grayish-blue longbow from his back, stepped on the blue stone, knocked an arrow, and narrowed his eyes at a small slope not far off. Whoosh! A white flash shot forth, poised to strike the slope, yet ripples appeared in the air, indicating it had collided with something, clattering to the ground. "What a swift arrow!" Li Qiuyang exclaimed before pondering the slope. "This bow is a magical artifact, known as the Qingwu bow," Li Xiangping explained, his expression growing serious. "There must be an illusionary formation beneath that slope, perhaps even a defensive spiritual formation. This formation appears robust and difficult to breach. It likely surpasses the realm of Tai Shi," Li Xiangping continued, releasing 2 more arrows, observing the formation remain unperturbed, and sighed softly. "Youth clan leader, our Li family lacks a tradition in formation arts, and breaking the formation would be quite challenging. It is better not to share this with the Wan family." Li Xiangping shook his head and added quietly, "My second brother is about to break through to Yujing, so there may still be hope. There is no need to share with the Wan family, for whether we succeed or fail in breaking the formation, we would have to share the spoils with them. If any valuable spiritual items were to emerge, it could lead to enmity between our families, so why take such a risk?" "Indeed, the family head is correct." Li Qiuyang apologized calmly, stepping back. "I summoned you here to make some arrangements." Li Xiangping waved his hand, speaking in a deep tone. "Yeshing, prepare the manpower from Jingyang village, and discuss thoroughly with Uncle Ping'an. In the coming years, We must commence work on this mountain to construct roads and courtyards, ensuring these lands are secured. I have surveyed the land's veins around here. The soil surrounding the slope is rich in spiritual energy, making for a vast area of spiritual fields. Planting 2 crops of spiritual rice every 5 years should yield at least 100 pounds of spiritual grain, which you will manage in the future, Qiuyang. Understood, Li Qiuyang replied quietly. And under Li Xiangping's direction, he and Li Yeshing descended the mountain to negotiate with Renpingen. With the current yield of our Li family at 300 pounds, we could also expect to have 2 or 3 spiritual stones left over every 5 years, enabling us to find some financial relief in a few years. Watching the two depart, Li Xiangping turned to the smiling Li Xianxian and remarked, "What troubles you?" "Uncle is truly at ease with brother Qiuyang," Li Xianxian replied with a beaming smile, gazing up at Li Xiangping. Li Xiangping laughed heartily, lowering his voice. Li Qiuyang's family is low-key and wise, especially his father, Li Chengfu, who knows when to advance and retreat. We can rest assured in utilizing them. Our Li family is vast, yet sparsely populated. There is no need to be stingy with our authority. We can boldly allow these individuals to act. Though Li Qiuyang may achieve Tai Chi, it is uncertain he will reach Qi cultivation, and even if he does, he may not produce offspring with spiritual apertures. He pales in comparison to our main lineage, and there is no need to be wary of him growing too powerful at this moment. As for the Liu family of Jingyang, they have already become our Li family's in-laws, with the sole cultivator now being one of our own. So there is no need for further concern. Seeing Li Xianxian deep in thought, Li Xiangping leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Moreover, how could I rest easy with him? His father and elder brother dwell at the foot of Li Jing Mountain, while Li Qiuyang is still young and inexperienced, under the management of Renpingen and Li Yeshing in Jingyang village. What kind of schemes could he possibly hatch?" Li Xuanchuan's brow relaxed at once, mulling over the words, and he smiled. "Nephew is enlightened." Li Xiangping then lifted his head, furrowing his brow, warmth glimmering in his eyes as he solemnly advised, "Stay close to your uncle and learn diligently. The Li family will sooner or later be entrusted to your hands. I began my path to cultivation at 16 or 17. I cannot outpace you. Furthermore, death and life are unpredictable, and the beasts in these mountains are growing increasingly numerous. No one knows what may occur. Our Li family must seize the moment, and you, Li Xianxian, must also hasten your pace." "Death and life are unpredictable," Li Xianxian echoed softly, his mind conjuring the image of his father, whom he had never met, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over him. The essence of the Tai Chi lies within Yujing, where the Yujing wheel resides in the Shenyang mansion, representing the 5th wheel of Tai Chi. Following this, one must condense the 6th wheel, the Lingshuan, within the Shenyang mansion to consume the ethereal essence of the universe, thereby advancing to the stage of Qi refinement. Li Tongya slowly awakened from his meditative state, his heart brimming with joy as he sensed the birth of his spiritual consciousness wandering around him. The world before him appeared entirely transformed, allowing him to perceive wisps of spiritual energy flowing nearby. His spiritual consciousness enveloped the formation flag before him, causing the misty array atop Li Jing Mountain to tremble. Li Tongya felt a newfound sense of mastery over everything above and below the mountain, easily able to erase the blood seals left by several cultivators in his family on the formation flag. With the condensation of the Yujing wheel, mortals could no longer harm him. After meticulously adjusting the layout of the misty formation, ensuring it completely covered the newly emerged paths, Li Tongya picked up a small piece of blue stone and effortlessly crushed it into powder. Within a radius of 10 feet, every detail was vividly clear in his mind. He could easily evade swift, flying arrows and wield his magical power to catch gleaming blades with his bare hands. A practitioner of the Yujing wheel could effortlessly defeat dozens of mortals and, in a guerrilla fashion, could even vanquish hundreds or thousands of soldiers. Upon pushing open the door to the backyard, Li Tongya found Li Xiangping meditating in the courtyard. Through the detection of his spiritual consciousness, he observed the 4 spiritual wheels on his brother, shining like radiant stars. This was how spiritual consciousness revealed the depth of cultivation. The 4 wheels represented the 4 layers of Tai Chi's Qingyuan wheel. Watching Li Xiangping slowly open his eyes, Li Tongya smiled and said, "Congratulations, third brother, on breaking through to Qingyuan. So this is the spiritual consciousness of the Yujing wheel, easily discerned at a glance. Li Tongya laughed heartily and exchanged a glance with Li Xiangping, both recognizing the glimmer of anticipation in each other's eyes. They traversed the backyard and entered the small room at the back, where Li Mutian was already seated, gazing at the two as they stepped in. "Father, I have birthed my spiritual consciousness and can now observe this magical artifact." Li Tongya clasped his hands respectfully, watching as the elder nodded slowly. He then cautiously approached to touch the mirror with his spiritual consciousness. As Lu Jiangxian awakened upon Li Tongya's breakthrough of the Yujing wheel, he sensed the power returning from the Xianzhu talisman and began to estimate the might of his Taiyin Shuangguang. This was equivalent to a single attack formed by the convergence of the essence of a peak Taishi realm Lingchuan, capable of slaying a Qi refinement novice if caught off guard. Feeling Li Tongya's spiritual consciousness gradually entering the mirror, Lu Jiangxian felt as if a small tendril had poked him, reminiscent of a girl in class who would stealthily prod him with a pen. With a fleeting moment of melancholy, Lu Jiangxian redirected his focus to the young man before him and, in harmony, released a dazzling white light that slowly ascended from the stone platform. Pure white moonlight continuously surged forth, enveloping the mirror. As a pale light akin to mist descended from the stone platform, flooding half the room, spilling out through the windows and doorways, and ultimately dissipating like smoke outside. Li Xiangping and the others were momentarily entranced by the flickering white radiance, the flowing moonlight astonishing them. They felt the refreshing moonlight cascading down their ankles and wrists, their minds clearing, gazing expectantly at the stone platform. Chapter 55. Breaking the formation, Lu Jiangxian activated the Xianzhu siling technique, carefully uttering several phrases from the incantation and casting them into Li Tongya's spiritual consciousness, transmitting certain information while also channeling the Xianzhu talisman. Instantly, the Xianzhu talisman within Li Tongya and the others stirred gently, and they inexplicably felt a bloodline connection to the mirror before them. Even Li Xianxian, who was meditating in the small courtyard, sensed something and quietly opened his eyes, turning to gaze at the mountain peak. Li Tongya's heart stirred as he looked up at the mirror, suddenly recalling the incantation from the acceptance of the law, bowing slowly and respectfully saying, "Li family disciple Li Tongya humbly requests the profound and marvelous methods of the Xianming to manifest the Taiyin Shuangguang, to eradicate the wicked and capture the malevolent." Only then did Lu Jiangxian slightly release control over the Taiyin Shuangguang. Li Tongya felt the world blur momentarily, and the white mist surrounding the stone platform vanished. He felt as if he were floating high above, with the entirety of Li Jing village laid out before him. The clamorous sounds of people, the crowing of roosters, and barking of dogs resonated in his ears. With a mere thought, the dazzling Taiyin Shuangguang could strike any corner of the foot of the mountain. Truly remarkable. Li Tongya guided his vastly expanded spiritual consciousness racing along the mountain paths, soaring over the small courtyard and the paved stone roads, soon exiting Li Jing village. As the world before him gradually blurred, he finally came to his senses. With a start, Li Tongya awoke from what felt like a grand dream, the surroundings slowly becoming clear. He looked at the concerned expressions on Li Xiangping and Li Mutian's faces, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, took a moment to rest, and then smiled. "This mirror of ours is certainly no ordinary magical artifact. It should now recognize our family and can summon forth that white radiance, known as Taiyin Shuangguang." After closing his eyes for a moment to reflect, Li Tongya spoke again. "The acceptance of the law should be as I mentioned before. Each invocation of the Taiyin Shuangguang requires an interval of approximately 12 days, and the 12 surrounding talismans must all illuminate for it to be used. After invoking the Shuangguang, offerings of spiritual rice and beast meat must be made to honor the mirror." "This is excellent." Li Xiangping clapped his hands, unable to suppress his joy, and remarked. After observing the discussion of offerings, Lu Jiangxian pondered, "Moreover, now that Li Tongya and Li Xiangping are still wary of this mirror of unknown origins in a few generations, this magical mirror will become a treasured artifact for annual ancestral sacrifices in the Li family, ensuring its sanctity and legitimacy, naturally fostering a sense of closeness." As his spiritual consciousness ascended, Lu Jiangxian felt the strong allure from the nearby Wangyue Lake, his heart filled with anticipation. What wonders might this bring? In the courtyard, Li Tongya and the others arranged the offerings of spiritual rice and fruits. Li Xiangping meticulously explained the formation on Meichi to Li Tongya, and they quietly deliberated. Li Tongya gazed at the 12 talismans on the mirror, noticing they all emitted a faint white glow, and mused, having previously invoked the Taiyin Xuanguang without employing it. It might be prudent to test this formation. After some discussion, they respectfully apologized and quietly carried the mirror over to the adjacent Meichi. Meichi and Li Jing Mountain were adjacent, essentially two peaks of the same mountain, though for centuries, Meichi had been governed by Jingyang Village, while Li Jing Mountain belonged to Li Jing Village, leading the inhabitants of both villages to regard the two peaks as separate mountains. Li Xiangping and Li Tongya activated their movement techniques, and within half an hour, arrived at Meichi, gazing intently at the small hillside pointed out by Li Xiangping. Li Yexing was swift in his movements. Merely a night had passed, and the hillside was already adorned with abundant timber and stones, marking out several foundations and delineating fertile plots. Li Tongya infused his spiritual consciousness into the mirror, which began to levitate slowly, a brilliant white light piercing the night, accurately descending upon the hillside. Lu Jiangxian felt the Taiyin Xuanguang collide with a thin membrane in the void, unlike the previous time when it effortlessly dispatched a demon. This time, he sensed a slight resistance, as if the Taiyin Xuanguang were locked in a stalemate. However, though the formation's spiritual power was substantial, its quality was somewhat lacking. The pure white Taiyin Xuanguang was forcibly held at the hillside, ripples continuously emerging. After a brief standoff, a faint golden formation gradually revealed itself, with several corners emitting streaks of golden light. Yet, those streaks of golden light, upon encountering the Taiyin Xuanguang, melted away like snow before the sun, unable to mount a proper defense, leading to the formation's brilliance extinguishing after a few moments. A tremor resonated through the hillside, finally revealing a stone in trance that exuded a faint glow, with glimpses of artifacts visible inside, as a powerful essence of spiritual energy surged forth, causing Li Tongya and Li Xiangping to inhale deeply, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Li Tongya cautiously glanced at the cave entrance and spoke to Li Xiangping. "I will first escort Gue Fajin, and then we shall discuss other matters." "Very well. Remember to bring a sheep," replied Li Xiangping. Li Tongya nodded lightly, performed a swift technique on his legs, and descended the mountain. Watching his brother depart, Li Xiangping sat down on the ground, adjusting his breath, lost in thought as he stared at the cave entrance. Far away, having just boarded the Shaoguanyin boat, Li Qijing felt the mysterious pearl symbol in his dantian slowly turning, and he envisioned his second brother Li Tongya standing before a stone platform with his eyes gently closed. Second brother has broken through to Yujing, he mused, raising his head to gaze through the transparent interior of the cloud boat at the distant, mist-covered Dali Mountain, a soft smile gracing his lips. Tightening the chi-absorbing jade bottle he had asked from his senior brother before leaving the sect, he tied a red cord around its neck and secured it to his waist. Such chi-absorbing artifacts typically cannot be stored in spatial bags and must be carried personally. "Jinger," Yuantuan chuckled softly. "Yes, thank you, senior sister." Li Qijing hurriedly expressed his gratitude, eagerly anticipating what was to come. Chapter 56. Exploration upon his return. Li Tongya held a bleeding white lamb as he ascended Meichi Mountain. The sky was now dark, and the two exchanged nods before he tossed the lamb into the cave. The lamb bleated for a moment, trembling as it attempted to retreat. "Go!" Li Xiangping forcibly turned it around, striking its rear with a branch, prompting it to bleat loudly as it ventured deeper into the cave. After waiting for a while, hearing the lamb's persistent bleating, they exchanged glances and cautiously entered the cave. The tunnel was wide enough for two to walk side by side, and the air was relatively fresh, though somewhat dim. As they ventured deeper, the concentration of spiritual energy began to rise. Upon entering the cave, they found themselves in a spacious hall surrounded by hewn blue stone walls, with luminous pearls hanging from above, casting a faint glow that allowed them to see the surroundings clearly. The air was thick with spiritual energy, creating a comfortable atmosphere that made one long to pause and cultivate. The ground was engraved with faint golden array patterns, with a small opening at the center exuding spiritual energy, surrounded by meditation cushions. Several blue stone racks stood empty and dust-laden. Li Xiangping surveyed the area, noting a stone table and a few jade stools, all devoid of items. He could not help but express his disappointment. This cave seemed so clean, as if it has been ransacked. Indeed, there were 3 stone doors on the wall, and the lamb gently nudged one open. Li Tongya let the lamb enter first before he and Li Xiangping quietly slipped through the first stone door. The space inside was relatively spacious, adorned with moon pearls above and several stone racks, all equally barren, save for dust and a few piles of decayed black ash. Exchanging a glance of silent understanding, Li Tongya and Li Xiangping moved toward the next stone door. The cave was utterly empty and likely not a relic of predecessors, but rather abandoned. Li Xiangping nodded, glancing at the open second stone door, and whispered, "Indeed, even if one perished outside the cave, there should be some remnants within, given how clean it is here." It appears the owner had already prepared to leave, thus packing away their jade slips and elixirs into spatial bags. Behind the second stone door, they found 7 or 8 stone platforms, each holding a few white jade bottles. They examined each bottle in turn, finding either that the elixirs had lost their potency or that they were completely empty. On one of the platforms lay several piles of black ash, indistinguishable from their former selves, while the central platform held a hexagonal jade plate inscribed with array symbols, now shattered into pieces, with pale blue shards scattered across the ground. Li Xiangping picked up a fragment, which still felt warm to the touch. Both men found humor in their situation, and Li Tongya suggested they retreat. "That jade plate resembles the array plates mentioned on the Wanyuan Kai Road," he noted. Seeing the puzzled expression on Li Xiangping's face, he explained, "Both array flags and array plates can be used to set up formations. However, while array flags depend on one's mastery of array techniques and the corresponding diagrams, an array plate can only establish a single formation, dictated by the symbols inscribed upon it. It is rather rigid, but fortunately does not require high mastery. One merely needs to adjust the input of spiritual energy. Once the formation is broken, the array plate shatters into fragments, whereas formations set by array flags can be re-established as long as the flags remain intact." "Ah, I see. This array plate must have been part of the protective formation at the entrance. We broke the formation using Taiyin Shuangguang, hence it shattered," Li Xiangping concluded. Inside, they discovered a stone bed with a severely deteriorated mattress. At the head of the bed lay a small jade bottle, which Li Xiangping carefully opened, only to find it contained nothing but a faint scent of elixir. Li Tongya, with keen eyes, found a slender green jade bottle and a piece of special fabric inscribed with fine writing. They both sighed in relief, and Li Xiangping exclaimed, "At least we haven't returned empty-handed." Indeed, the cave itself, along with the central gathering formation and that small opening exuding spiritual energy, is already a significant find. We have incurred no traps or injuries and have gained such a cave with spiritual energy nearly 40% greater than that of the outside world. "We ought to be content," Li Tongya replied. Nodding, Li Xiangping moved closer to examine the fabric and the slender green jade bottle that Li Tongya held. Li Tongya first unfolded the fabric and read it carefully. "Ji Wei bows respectfully. The individual has arrived at Wangwell Lake, and our sect has dispatched people to encircle and block him. Please act swiftly, dear friend. The fiery sun technique you require has been delivered. Once this matter is resolved, the Linyu fire crystal will be personally presented to the cave. The individual is exceptionally powerful. Exercise utmost caution. Should you encounter him unexpectedly, please fly toward the direction of our Qingqi sect and notify us immediately." Li Xiangping shook the green jade bottle, feeling its warmth, and noticed it seemed to contain nothing. He cautiously twisted the stopper, but found nothing poured out. Li Tongya's spiritual sense swept over the bottle, and he exclaimed, "This is a magical tool." After frowning in contemplation, he investigated further using his spiritual sense and uncertainly remarked, "It appears to be a specialized storage magical tool, containing a kind of fiery spiritual energy. That explains why I couldn't extract anything." Li Xiangping nodded, somewhat puzzled. Could it be the earth and heaven spiritual energy for advancing to qi cultivation? In any case, we have no use for it at present. Let us store it safely, Li Tongya suggested, tucking the green jade bottle into his robe. They meticulously checked every corner of the cave before leading the lamb out. At that moment, Li Yeshan was alongside the village workers from Jingyang village, solidifying the foundation at the hillside, cautious not to approach the cave entrance. Upon seeing Li Tongya and Li Xiangping emerge, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "I spotted this cave entrance early this morning and even sent someone to Dali Mountain to fetch my 2 brothers, but it seems I returned empty-handed. The spiritual energy in that cave is abundant, surpassing that of Dali Mountain by several degrees. We must send people to guard it. Li Xianping conversed quietly with Li Tongya as they walked. Indeed, Li Tongya nodded, responding, Chapter 57, Return. The Shaguang Yun boat traveled swiftly, soaring above the lush mushroom forest for an hour before landing on a mist-covered peak adorned with flying pavilions. Following Yuan Tuan, Li Qijing disembarked from the Shaguang Yun boat, only to see a throng of cultivators in white robes and blue garments bowing respectfully, exclaiming in unison, "We welcome the esteemed envoy of the Immortal sect." "There is no need for such formalities," Yuan Tuan replied with a gentle smile, descending the stone steps. A middle-aged man in a long robe awaited at the foot of the stairs. Upon seeing Li Qijing, he respectfully greeted, "I greet the disciple of the upper sect. I am Yuan Hu Yuan from the Zunlinyuan." As the Li family and the Yuan family belong to different counties, they typically introduce themselves by their locations rather than mountain names to avoid confusion. After exchanging greetings and observing Yuan Tuan's slight nod, he added, "This is my cousin Yuan Hu Yuan. I've already instructed him." "Thank you, senior sister." Li Qijing expressed his gratitude. Li Qijing performed a respectful gesture and stepped onto the flying shuttle of the Yuan family, bidding farewell to his senior sister before heading west. After flying for a while, he noticed that his companion remained silent, prompting him to break the ice with a light-hearted comment. "Senior, my sister refers to you as clan brother, yet you appear to be old enough to be his grandfather, do you not think?" Yuan Huan laughed heartily and replied, "The longevity of Qi practitioners allows them to age more slowly. My younger cousin entered Qi cultivation at the age of 18, and her appearance has hardly aged. She now looks just over 20. As for me, being rather dull-witted, I only began my Qi training 2 years ago, so naturally, I bear the visage of a middle-aged man." "Ah, I see." Li Qijing mused internally, unable to suppress his curiosity. It seems that younger Qi practitioners should not be underestimated. Yuan Hu Yuan responded, "Not necessarily. Although Qi practitioners can live for 200 years, they do not maintain a youthful appearance for the entire duration. The changes are simply more gradual. It is quite normal for a 40-year-old practitioner to look like they are in their 20s. However, those in their old age, often having cultivated for over 100 years, can be quite formidable. They typically remain at the peak of Qi cultivation without advancing to foundation establishment." Seeing Li Qijing deep in thought, Yuan Hu Yuan smiled gently. "Judging a person by their appearance is unwise. I learned this lesson the hard way in my youth, nearly losing my life." The cool morning breeze rustled Li Qijing's garments. Yuan Hu Yuan's flying shuttle was significantly slower than that of Si Yuanbai as from years past. The two exchanged casual conversations about recent events in the world of cultivation, and after approximately 2 hours, they arrived at the shimmering Wangyue Lake. Li Qijing instructed Yuan Hu Yuan to land at the Pear River mouth by the lakeside, then smiled and bid farewell. "I shall wait for you here on the 3rd day at the hour of the tiger." With that, Yuan Hu Yuan took off into the sky. Li Qijing utilized the wind riding technique to glide gracefully towards the Pear River mouth, where he soon spotted a 6 or 7-year-old child squatting at the village entrance, arrows at his feet, and a dark arrowhead in his left hand, carefully sharpening it on a whetstone. As Li Qijing approached, the child gazed in awe for a moment before calmly rising and respectfully saying, "Esteemed Immortal Teacher, this area belongs to the Li family of Lijing under the governance of Qing Qi, and just a few miles east is the ancient Li Dao." Li Qijing smiled softly, examining the child's features. "What is your relation to Qin Erniu?" The child's eyes brightened. "He is my father." He quickly clasped his hands together and respectfully said, "I am Chun Dongha, and I shall go fetch my father." Li Qijing waved his hand lightly, stepping forward and vanishing along the stone path. At the Chun family residence, Chun Erniu, clad in a thick fur coat, leisurely sipped tea, while Mr. Han Wenshu beside him also savored his drink. Han Wenshu smiled and remarked, "Old Chun, you are quite peculiar. Your 5 sons all have names related to rivers and lakes, and yet the Chun family is now quite prosperous, resembling a mere fishing household." Chun Erniu chuckled without reply, but suddenly, the creak of the courtyard door announced the entrance of a young man dressed in a white feather robe and green boots, exuding an air of sophistication. He first offered a slight bow towards Han Wenshu, saying, "Sir, it has been a long time." Then he turned to Chun Erniu and softly added, "It has been years, Uncle Chun, and you have grown quite prosperous." Chun Erniu was taken aback, his gaze lingering on Li Qijing's face for a moment before exclaiming, "Li Qijing, Yingya." The 4 brothers of the Li family had all studied under Han Wenshu, who naturally addressed them with familiarity. Realizing his momentary lapse, Chun Erniu lowered his head and fell silent. Li Qijing waved his hand with a smile. Take me to see my brothers. The young clan leader should be on Dali Mountain, while the immortal teacher has recently been heard of at Meichi Mountain. Li Xianping was practicing in the front yard when he suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps on the stone stairs. Frowning, he muttered, Yisheng? Suddenly, a familiar laughter rang out as a dashing young man entered the courtyard, a 3-foot green peaked sword hanging at his waist, the pale white tassel swaying gracefully. He chuckled and shook his head, saying, lost in a fog. Jinger. Li Xianping blinked in disbelief. Were you not cultivating in the sect? I shall go fetch father. Uncle Ji, Li Xianxian, having not seen Li Qijing for several years, embraced him warmly. While Li Tongya looked on with a beaming smile at his younger brother. The reunion was filled with excitement, and their mother, Lu Shi, was so overjoyed that tears streamed down her face. A feast was prepared at home, where they introduced Li Qiuyang and Lu Rochuan as new family members. And they opened a bottle of snake gall wine that had been stored for several years, drinking until late into the night. After bidding farewell to Li Qiuyang and the others, the Li family set up a tea table in the backyard, their expressions clear and serene. The snake gall wine contained spiritual energy but was not intoxicating, so they did not indulge excessively, each lost in thought. Listening to his brothers recount the changes in the family over the past few years, Li Qijing could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. He sipped the tea before him and stated solemnly, squinting at the stone platform in the room. Li Qijing softly declared, "Let us discuss this inside." Once they entered the room, Li Qijing remained silent, gazing at the enticing moonlight filtering through the skylight. He stood quietly, watching as the moonlight gradually condensed into a pale, white glow on the mirror. Flowing beside the magical mirror, Li Qijing formed a hand seal and began to discern carefully. Tainuahua, Chapter 58. Tainuahua, as pure as frost and flowing like water, brightens with a full moon and darkens with a waning moon. Indeed, it is so. The entire cultivation world of the Yu kingdom clamored for it. In 300 years, only 5 strands have been acquired, each carefully collected by Foundation establishment and even Purple Mansion practitioners. One strand enabled a Purple Mansion practitioner to become the master of Yuehu peak centuries ago. Another was refined into the supreme sword of the Qingqi sect, while 2 others were quietly enshrined in the treasures of the 3-sect war. The last strand was nearly lost to the Shueji sect among the 7 sects. Such precious Tainuahua. Li Qijing swallowed hard, whispering, "My family uses it for cultivating Xianjingluan." He tilted his head in contemplation before bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Jiangxian, overhearing Li Qijing's musings, felt a wave of unease. The Yuan mansion had avoided the world for many years. Such Tainuahua faced such rampant theft. And those claiming to be heirs of celestial mansions were brutally encircled and killed at Wanghua Lake. His magical mirror was closely connected to the Tainuahua, and he could not help but feel that a grand conspiracy lay behind it all. His determination to stay hidden in the deep mountains grew stronger. After all, a tool's spirit could not perish. Once his subordinate's strength reached a certain level and he had sufficiently restored himself, he would reassess the situation. After all, the blink of an eye could pass a month. He resolved to endure for 500 years without wavering, utilizing the Li family to gather information about the Yuan mansion, ensuring his own safety. Li Qijing laughed for a while, noticing the puzzled expressions of his family members. He lowered his voice, saying, "This magical mirror will condense Tainuahua. It is among the spiritual energies that Qi practitioners can consume, far more precious than anything like Songlin Shuofeng or Jinxiu from the lake." He meticulously described the storms of bloodshed that had surrounded the appearance of Tainuahua over the past few centuries. Only then did Li Tongya and the others grasp the true nature of Tainuahua. If, as Uncle Ji said, Tainuahua was indeed so valuable that it attracted Foundation establishment and Purple Mansion practitioners to seize it, then our family must absolutely keep it secret. We cannot take it out to sell. Li Xianxian, after a moment of joy, furrowed his brow and spoke in a youthful tone. "Exactly." Li Xianping nodded appreciatively, feeling a wave of unease wash over him as he said, "Our family lacks the techniques to refine Tainuahua for Qi cultivation. Even if we wanted to use it ourselves, we would be unable. We would merely possess a treasure while bearing the sin of hoarding it. The techniques that utilize Tainuahua for Qi cultivation are few and are all held by the 3 sects and 7 sects. I could borrow the Yuehu in Chiu technique. But I would have to swear the Xianjing spirit oath to prevent any leaks. Are you planning to refine the Yuehu in Chiu technique? Li Mutian, who had been quietly listening from the side, finally spoke up, unexpectedly raising the question. WPNG-NGFLCHJ Ng's face flickered with a hint of desire and inner turmoil. He was overwhelmed by mixed emotions, opening his mouth but failing to articulate his thoughts. LT Ingyi and the others remained silent for a while, each lost in contemplation, until L Sun Suen, ever the quick-tongued one, declared, "If that technique is so formidable, of course we must practice it." LMTI and gently stroked L Sun Suen's head and replied solemnly, "What has the Shi Nzing instructed? Just say that JF has returned from WNJH with an opportunity. What can the Shi Nzing say? If our family has produced 5 paths over the past centuries, what of it if JF acquires a 6th? El Sun Suen tilted his head and murmured to himself. El Xing slowly crouched down, caressing his head as he whispered, "Suen, dealing with the Shi Nzing is unlike commanding the village peasants. You can easily manipulate the villagers with a mere excuse. They do not comprehend the ways of cultivation. So they fear us and will comply without needing our explanations." Grasping El Sun Suen's hand, El Xing fixed his gaze upon him and continued, "To the Shi Nzing, we are but ants. A mere hint of suspicion from them could lead to our entire El family being turned upside down, as they seize whatever they desire and erase our existence. We must tread with utmost caution, considering countless possibilities, leaving no room for error. As the patriarch of a family, one must understand how to command subordinates, as well as how to serve superiors, striking a balance to navigate the surrounding interests." LCHJ Ing lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before speaking. "The credibility is about 70 to 80%. The sect will likely send someone to investigate this cave. If this cave has existed for over 300 years, the credibility rises to 80 or 90%. Back then, even SUNBI, a foundational cultivator, failed to discover the gene Z. It is improbable that QNGCHZ Ing would dispatch a ZF cultivator for mere reconnaissance." Upon hearing this, El Xing quickly inquired, "It is impossible. The sect has only a handful of ZF. During those few hundred years, the WNJU peak master achieved the TINU and cultivated the UHY Enkiju while still in the embryonic stage. And the sect only sent a QNGQ cultivator to handle the relics of our predecessors. Who would expect a gene Z that continuously gathers TINU? They would not even think that 2 sources of TINU would appear in the same location. The sect only dispatched personnel as a routine matter to seek clues about the UNF, yet we have been overly cautious. Then it is settled." LTNE nodded, retrieving a slender green jade vial from a nearby shelf and handing it to LCHJ Ing. LCHJ Ing accepted it, inspecting it carefully and comparing it with the hundreds of types of spiritual energy he had memorized. After a moment of hesitation, he explained, "This substance should be the fire's malevolent energy, primarily sourced from volcanic vents. It is not particularly precious among the various energies and is not widely circulated in Yugu, mostly utilized for refining the quality of spiritual artifacts." Removing the white jade vial from his waist, LCHJ Ing performed a chi collecting technique, extracting a stream of crimson energy mixed with brownish gray from the slender green jade vial. He directed the earth fire's malevolent energy into the white jade vial for safekeeping. And only then did he lift the empty, slender green jade vial to gaze at the TINU on the gene Z. Formulating a technique to absorb energy, the TINU on the gene Z flowed into the slender green jade vial like water. Once a complete portion of TINU filled the vial, LCHJ Ing sealed the opening with a spiritual sealing technique. Watching as the gene Z began to gather more sparkling moonlight, he softly stated, "Let us go and inspect that cave." Chapter 59. LNGZH Ing FFLCHJ Ing wandered around the cave, tracing the faint golden array in the center with his finger, uncertainly remarking, "My master has only taught me some talisman techniques, and I mainly focus on swordsmanship within the sect. I am not very knowledgeable about formations. This array does not seem to align with the mainstream of Yugu. It appears to focus on gathering and nurturing chi. As for this spiritual eye that emits energy, it seems to be a natural formation, with subsequent arrivals having layered a formation upon it to maintain its shape. With the enhancement of the spiritual eye, The spiritual energy within this cave surpasses that of the outside world by about 40 to 50%. LCHJ incautiously sketched the arrayed diagram and inspected the cave's arrangements, finding no secret passages or hidden chambers. He then stood up and approached the stone table. Gazing at the white cloth upon it, CHWI knelt, saying, "That person has reached WNJH, and the sect has dispatched individuals to encircle him. Fellow Taoist, please act swiftly. If you unexpectedly encounter that person, please flee towards our QNGCHZ Ing and urgently inform us." LCHJ Ing considered this for a moment, his expression growing complex as he spoke. It seems this individual is one of the cultivators invited to encircle and slay the heir of the Xin Fu back then. He must be aware of the extreme danger of this endeavor, hence he has tidied up everything within the cave. The great battle occurred at the foot of DLSH. After joining the sect, I have researched it extensively, uncovering many secrets. Yet the records within the sect are woefully scant. El Xiang, intrigued, eagerly asked, "What does QNGCHZ Ing have to say about this?" LCHJ Ing frowned and solemnly replied, "In the 7th month of autumn, the rogue cultivator LG obtained the rightful method from the UNF, boasting that the Xin Fu has been extinguished. The 3 sects and 7 gates were commanded to encircle him at WNJH." As these words left his lips, LTNE and the others had yet to process the information, while LJNGSHN, secretly observing from afar, was struck with shock as if struck by lightning. His mind clouded. The moonlight emanating from the GNZ dimmed and flickered, leaving him in a daze. The name LGNGQN rang in LJNGSHN's ears like a piercing scream, causing all his senses to fade away, replaced by a blinding white light. This name felt oddly familiar. In his dazed state, he glimpsed flashes of sword light, spells, talismans, and arrows, the brilliance of these artifacts and spiritual tools swirling before him, inducing a scream of despair that caused him to faint. The talisman floating in the air swayed unsteadily before slowly descending onto the stone platform. In the cave of MICHSHN, Elshing furrowed his brow, thoroughly perplexed. If LGNGQN has indeed acquired the rightful method of the Xin Fu, why would he claim that the Xin Fu has been extinguished? As the legitimate heir, who has commanded him to be encircled and slain at WNJH, LCHJ Ing shook his head, saying, "The depths of this matter are profound. It is likely tied to the murky dealings of the 3 sects and 7 gates. I fear that probing further may bring calamity upon my family. Let's not dwell on this." LCHJ Ing interjected softly, "Is there any inheritance of cultivation arts in the family?" "None," LT Ingi replied, shaking his head. "Such inheritances are elusive. Only the WN family is willing to trade for a set of formation inheritance, but it requires our family S talisman to make a deal." After pondering for a moment, LCHJ Ing retrieved a jade slip from his storage pouch and solemnly stated, "The talisman technique passed down within the sect is called Li, or NFSH. I have issued a Sioux, New Jersey Ing spiritual oath to ensure it remains confidential and cannot be utilized by the family. Fortunately, my master provided me with a rogue cultivator's inheritance for reference, which can be shared with the family for their contemplation." LT Ingi and the others were instantly elated, accepting the jade slip from LCHJ Ing. This inheritance is known as L Ing ZH Ing FF, containing the methods for crafting 12 talismans of the embryonic stage and 3 talismans of the Qi cultivation stage. Though not particularly profound, they are common techniques. LCHJ Ing smiled and produced a stack of talisman paper from his storage pouch, explaining, "To draw talismans, 3 essential items are needed: talisman paper, a talisman brush, and spiritual ink. None can be omitted. Talisman paper is typically made from spiritual plants, and it would be best for the family to seek seeds to cultivate their own, eliminating the need to purchase blank talisman paper from the markets. The talisman brush is also a type of magical tool. I do not have any spare ones, so the family should search the market for them. As for the spiritual ink," LCHJ Ing patted his waist pouch and retrieved a small jade box, stating, "I have some here, which can be reserved for family use. If it runs out, we may have to rely on the markets. If that is unaffordable, mixing cinnabar with a bit of spiritual blood will suffice for drawing talismans." Elshing took the small jade box and chuckled wryly. "The cost of drawing talismans is considerable. The family likely lacks the funds for such talismans at present." LCHJ Ing waved his hand, gesturing towards the white jade vial, saying, This fire's malevolent energy is still relatively rare in Yugu, and our family has no current use for it. Selling it will surely yield enough resources to acquire many items, perhaps even leave us with a surplus. Upon hearing this, Elshing nodded and remarked, I have heard that there is a market at W&H, which is quite convenient. The fire within thee is indeed precious, and those in my household will undoubtedly attract envy. Tomorrow marks the full moon, therefore. I shall personally venture forth as a disciple of the QNGCH Ing to procure these various items. After careful deliberation, the group finalized their plans, and given the urgency of time for Li Chj Ing, they set off immediately for W&H. Li T Ing Yi and Li Shi NGP Ing activated their speed-enhancing techniques, creating gusts of wind as they walked, while Li Chj Ing moved with even greater grace, gliding effortlessly on the breeze, surpassing the speed of the other two, who watched with envy. After traveling for a while, the shimmering waters of W&H came into view. It had been over a decade since Li Shi NGP Ing last visited this place. Back then, he and his second brother had journeyed here to collect jade from the lake when they were merely 15 or 16 years old. Now, they had families of their own, even children. How swiftly time flies. Li Ti Ingyi murmured in agreement. The trio searched along the lakeside, employing their spiritual awareness, and eventually discovered a stretch of shoreline subtly resonating with magical fluctuations, closely resembling the descriptions in the L11MGN. Following the method outlined in the scroll, left by SUNBI in the L11MGN for accessing the marketplace, they picked up a small stone from the lakeside, infused it with a spell of golden light, and cast it towards the center of the lake. The stone soared momentarily before plummeting down, triggering a concealed magical array that revealed shimmering silver lines before swiftly vanishing. With the array activated, a large vessel should arrive shortly. As the trio waited quietly on the shore, the moments passed, and anxiety began to creep in. Missing this opportunity would complicate their dealings with the fire within them. After some time, Li Shi NGP Ing suggested they engage in light conversation to pass the time, reminiscing about their youthful escapades. At last, a faint silver glow emerged from the lake's depths, signaling the arrival of the vessel. A wooden longboat, swaying gently, approached, adorned with a grand sail draped in soft white feathers. The vessel radiated a magical aura, appearing to be quite a treasure. Before it reached the shore, a voice called out, "Fellow traveler, do you wish to board this W&H marketplace? Why do you arrive so late? Indeed, this is our first visit to the W&H marketplace, and we are unfamiliar with the customs, having miscalculated the timing." Haha, no need for formality. The man laughed heartily as he maneuvered the large boat closer to the shore. Stepping forward, Li Chj Ing scrutinized the individual with caution, voicing his concerns. "Are you here to take us to the marketplace?" Indeed, the man chuckled, noticing Li Chj Ing's hesitance. One must provide a pound of spiritual rice or its equivalent in spiritual items. Hearing this, Li Chj Ing felt a sense of relief. With a swift motion, he tapped his storage pouch, and a pale blue token floated into the air, casting several large characters. QNGCHZ Ing Q Engsu Fing. I am Li Chj Ing, a disciple of QNGCHZ Ing Q Engsu Fing, on an important mission passing through this area. Thank you for offering us passage. Ah, a disciple of the celestial sect. My apologies, please come aboard. Nodding in acknowledgement, the group stepped onto the vessel. Noticing the cabin was furnished with tea tables and exquisite tea sets, decorated in a richly traditional style. Having no acquaintances in the marketplace, the old man was understandably apprehensive and did not dare emerge from the cabin to greet them. Upon seeing the celestial sect token, he felt reassured. The elderly man smiled and repeatedly apologized, to which Li Chj Ing responded, "It's quite all right. It is customary to behave this way when traveling. It would be best for you to arrive by the hour of the rat in the future, as surrounding families typically enter at that time, making the procurement of spiritual rice and the sale of spiritual items most convenient." Now I understand. After engaging in conversation with the old man, the vessel suddenly jolted, and a cacophony of voices could be heard. They turned their gaze outside the window to behold the W&H marketplace. The marketplace was established on a small islet in the lake, not large in size, roughly resembling half a village. White lanterns illuminated the streets, and at this hour, there was a decent flow of people, some stopping to haggle over goods with the vendors. However, the old man refused to accept any tolls. He expertly docked the boat and hurriedly declined the spiritual rice offered by Li Chjing, insisting he would not take any payment. The group bade farewell to the elderly man and enthusiastically strolled along the street. Li Ti compared the items on display with those at the Gu New York NF marketplace. The merchandise was largely similar, yet the W&Ju marketplace primarily priced items in spiritual rice, with goods being sold in bulk rather than in rolls. As he pondered this, Li Chjing remarked, "The quality of items at this stall varies greatly. If we seek to purchase something, we must go to the counter." Li Ti hesitated, recalling the day he had spent circling stalls at the Gu New York NF marketplace without uttering a word. After walking a few more steps, the stalls became fewer, and several shops came into view. Li Chjing surveyed the scene and selected a shop selling magical artifacts. Stepping over the threshold to inquire if the shopkeeper had any interest in the fire within, the staff member hesitated, then turned to examine the various magical artifacts on the wall in silence, quickly rushing off. Shortly, a shirtless man burst through the back door, moving swiftly and jingling with the sound of numerous iron tools hanging from him. "Do you have any information regarding the fire within?" The man, rugged in appearance but with a surprisingly gentle voice, asked. "Indeed. I am Li Chjing of QNGCHZing, and I have a portion of fire within for sale." "Ah, a disciple of the celestial sect." The rugged man clasped his hands together and smiled. "I am Anglian, and I run a small shop in this marketplace. May I inquire what price you have in mind for your fire within?" Li Chjing raised an eyebrow and replied solemnly, 70 spiritual stones, preferably in exchange for goods." The group, accustomed to frugal living, gazed wide-eyed at Anglian with eagerness. Anglian shook his head and chuckled. "That seems a bit steep. What items from my shop have caught your interest?" "Symbol pens." With little time to waste, Li Chjing pointed directly at 2 symbol pens hanging on the wall and continued, "Could you provide some details?" "Of course." Anglian nodded, retrieving the 2 pens. He held up the blue one, explaining, "This pen is crafted from spiritual blue jade, and its nib is made from the tail hair of a peak weasel demon, suitable for both and chi cultivation, priced at 15 spiritual stones." Setting it down, he picked up the white pen and said, "This pen has a body made from spiritual wood and is crafted from the tail hair of a fox demon, suitable for chi cultivators, priced at 60 spiritual stones." Li Chjing waved his hand, pointing to the spiritual blue jade pen with a smile. "I'll take that one. I also require a storage pouch, something suitable for ordinary chi cultivators." Anglian smiled lightly, retrieving a brown-gray pouch from the shelf and stating, "This one measures 3 feet square and costs 30 spiritual stones." After negotiating the prices, Anglian was satisfied with the exchange of the 2 magical artifacts along with 20 spiritual stones for the fire within. Li Chjing exited the shop with the storage pouch and symbol pen, while behind him, Li Ngping and the others had yet to recover from their surprise when they noticed Li Chjing entering another store. 300 sheets of symbol paper, 10 spiritual stones. Li Chjing pointed at 3 dozen sheets of brown-yellow blank symbol paper on the counter and inquired, "Is this indeed Qing I would symbol paper?" "Precisely," the shopkeeper confirmed, after counting out 10 spiritual stones and receiving the symbol paper into his pouch. Li Chjing then handed the storage pouch to Li Ngping, muttering to himself, "With the symbol pen, symbol paper, and storage pouch, I still have 10 spiritual stones left. How shall I spend them?" Li Chijing's fluid maneuvers left Li Xiangping and the head of the household exchanging glances, prompting them to approach and say, "The remaining spirit stones may as well be kept at home for unforeseen needs." Li Xijing nodded, observing the gradually thinning crowd at the market. Stretching his limbs, he chuckled. "Are there any pressing matters at home?" "There are no significant affairs. With your 3rd brother and me around, you need not worry," replied Li Tongya. He smiled, extracting 10 spirit stones from his storage pouch, and added softly, "I had completely forgotten that we still owe our senior brother 10 spirit stones." The trio continued their conversation while strolling past the scattered stalls, gradually exiting the market. Boarding a large vessel bound for Wangyue Lake and heading towards Lijiang Mountain. In a state of daze, Liu Jiangxian heard a cacophony of noises, a torrent of information and dialogues swirling in his mind, yet it slipped away like sand through fingers. Brother Jiangxian, the The Taiyin Yuehua is exceedingly precious. Our sect, Dashuejuefeng, is just in need of this essence of heaven and earth. Today, I express my profound gratitude to the Qingqi sect. Should there be any way we can assist, we shall certainly extend our utmost support. A melodious female voice resonated nearby, and Lu Jiangxian vaguely discerned a hazy visage, yet he could not recollect anything. Qingqi sect? Is it not the Qingqi zone? He murmured, suddenly jolting awake and gazing at the tea table arrangements within the small abode. The incense beside the stone table had burned for a long time, emitting wisps of white smoke. Li Mutian sat on the opposite stool, dozing off, while the moonlight cast a splendid glow upon his grayish body. The ritual of essence extraction, this technique, akin to the Xianzhu Si Ling Shu, is also executed via the medium of the body, utilizing offerings of incense, souls, blood essence, and spiritual energy to harmonize various energies, thereby refining a talismanic aura. The scroll claims this aura can enhance cultivation, broaden perception, fortify one's foundation, improve aptitude, elevate appearance, and mend various deficiencies, wondrous and ineffable. Yet, it seems impossible to repair my mirror body. It appears I must seek out resources for mending the mirror. With a sigh of regret, Lu Jiangxian focused his consciousness, connecting with several talisman seeds drifting outside. He soon realized that Li Qijing and the others had exited the market and were now heading towards Lijiang Mountain. Regrettably, having missed this incident, he could not investigate the allure within the market and would have to await the next opportunity. With a flicker of consciousness, the grayish mirror floated upward again, gently absorbing the moonlight under the soft glow. When initially refining this spirit talisman, one need not use genuine talisman paper or ink. The pain of failure can be quite disheartening. He then fetched a cup of clear water, adding a drop of talisman ink, which instantly diffused, transforming the water into a pale, wine-red hue. Taking a piece of cloth, he arranged it on the stone table, securing it with stones on either side. He allowed the jade talisman brush to soak quietly in the clear water for a time. This will suffice. He swiftly dipped the brush onto the cloth, and within the span of a single incense stick, the talisman head and body were completed, revealing a pale red talisman character that emanated a gentle light. Li Qijing gently set down the brush and waited a few breaths. The cloth suddenly crackled and ignited, soon reducing to a wisp of ash that clung to the table surface. If this talisman were completed, the cloth could not withstand the talisman force and would naturally ignite. If it were not completed, the ink could be washed away, allowing for a fresh start. Li Xiangping's eyes brightened, exclaiming, "Qijing, this is truly an excellent method. It avoids wasting talisman paper and ink, significantly reducing costs." Li Qijing nodded, chuckling softly as he explained, "This is merely a little technique my master taught me. The Qingqi zone has been passed down for 600 years, naturally acquiring some clever methods." Glancing at the sky, Li Qijing became serious, asking, "I still have 1 day's time. Are there any cultivation doubts? Has anyone at home mastered the Xian Shui Jianzhu?" Li Tongya immediately became interested. Unfastening his azure sword and smiling, "I have indeed mastered the sword's radiance, yet the sword aura still lingers within me. I wonder if that counts as mastery? Sword radiance and sword aura are merely the threshold." Li Qijing waved his hand. Sword techniques vary significantly, yet they generally encompass several realms: sword radiance, sword aura, sword essence, and sword intent, which are nearly indistinguishable. The differences lie merely in the complexity of the sword techniques. Li Xiangping's expression faltered as he reflected on his futile attempts to comprehend the sword technique, let alone achieve sword radiance. He lowered his head and resumed studying the spirit talisman method diligently. Li Qijing, having spoken, unsheathed his sword, revealing its pristine white blade, and smiled, "Observe closely." As soon as he spoke, a grayish-white sword radiance ignited along the blade, pulsating like breath. With a raised eyebrow from Li Qijing, the sword radiance surged forth, transforming into a sword aura approximately 3 inches wide, soaring into the air, piercing through a distant banyan tree with a sharp shriek. Li Tongya observed with furrowed brows, and Li Qijing personally guided him as he practiced. Once Li Tongya began to practice independently, Li Qijing clapped his hands, suddenly enlightened. "I comprehended a sword technique atop Qing Sui Peak, but only a single strike. It must be recorded at home, lest it be lost to time should I perish outside. Do not speak carelessly." Li Xiangping admonished softly, stating seriously, "Qijing must take care of himself while outside. Your second brother and I cannot shoulder your burdens. We merely safeguard the family." The world is perilous, and you must exercise caution. Li Xiaoping spoke at length, noting Li Qijing's focused attention before falling silent for a moment. He then continued, I am not particularly gifted, and over these years, I've struggled to reach the fourth stage of Tai Chi, becoming increasingly ineffectual. Without some elixirs or spiritual items, I fear I may only achieve the initial stage of Yujing Lunling. Your second brother is more talented than your third brother, yet his potential is also limited. He cannot be compared to you. However, he has hopes of breaking through to Qi refinement. With the two of us maintaining the Li family's territory and possessing the mirror, our lineage shall not face extinction. Sitting on the ground, Li Xiaoping's expression turned reminiscent. Your second brother inquired while visiting Guanyin Peak. The Qingqi sect has strict requirements for accepting disciples from subordinate families. They must at least reach Qi refinement. With only 1 in 10 or 12 even able to establish a foundation. I may perish, but you must not. Listening to Li Xiaoping's words, Li Qijing felt a warmth in his eyes, softly responding, as long as our family remains well, third brother need not worry. I will strive diligently within the sect to secure resources for our family. Chapter 62. Communicating the essence. Is there a world where joy and peace reign perpetually? Life and death, prosperity and decline may change in an instant. I fear not. My only concern is whether future generations can bear great responsibilities. Li Xiaoping gave a bitter smile, steering the conversation away from this topic. He retrieved cloth and ink, urging Li Qijing to write down the sword technique. I have only written a single sword technique, which I shall name. Li Qijing tilted his head in contemplation, envisioning the moon-white arc of the sword aura, and stated, let us call it the moon crescent sword arc. With that, he took up the brush, skillfully inscribing several sheets of cloth, meticulously detailing the flow of energy, distribution of spiritual power on the sword body, and the technique for drawing the sword. Finally satisfied with his work. When you reach the Immortal sect, I shall transcribe it onto a wooden slip. Li Xiaoping treasured the sheets of cloth, grinning widely. Looking at the sky, an hour had passed. Li Qijing imparted some key points of talisman crafting to Li Xiaoping, spent the night discussing matters with Li Mutian, and nourished the elder's health with some restorative techniques before finally setting off towards Lichuankou. After sitting aboard the Shiguang Yun boat for a quarter of an hour, Li Qijing's thoughts remained tethered to family matters. Noticing his distraction, senior sister Yuan Tuan gently inquired, how is the elder's health? He can still eat. I have helped him regulate his condition, and he should manage for a few more years. Yuan Tuan let out a low sigh, interpreting it as Li Qijing's inner turmoil, and offered a comforting remark. Even cultivators cannot escape the inevitability of aging, illness, and death. How much more so for mortals? It is best to endure less suffering. Li Qijing engaged in a casual conversation, but was preoccupied with devising a way to explain the origins of the Tainyuehua to Si Yuanbai. It was no small task to seek permission from the sect for the coveted item from the lake in autumn, and even borrowing the Yuehu Ingqiuju required the approval of his master. The prospect of privately practicing this technique was utterly unattainable. He needed to first communicate with his master. With that thought, Li Qijing smiled at Yuan Tuan and softly inquired, Senior sister, is master a kingswifing? Huh? Li Qijing was momentarily taken aback, a wave of emotion swelling within him. Eventually, the commotion attracted disciples from several peaks, and it was Si Yuanbai, the master of Yuanwu Peak, who personally apologized, dissipating the thick clouds. I truly appreciate Master S efforts. Li Qijing offered a wry smile. He felt no grievance, but rather it was Deng Qiuji who had suffered a minor setback at his expense. The Deng family, being a prominent lineage, made Li Qijing wary of offending them too gravely. The cloud boat glided swiftly, and after a brief conversation, the mountain gate of Kingsuzing came into view. Yuan Tuan set Li Qijing down at Kingswifing and piloted the boat towards the main peak. Once on the ground, Li Qijing walked a short distance and spotted his senior brother, Xiao Yuanci, gathering medicinal herbs in the morning glow. Upon seeing Li Qijing, his eyes brightened, and he cheerfully remarked, did my brother manage to get some vengeance? Did you give Deng Qiuji a good beating? Thank you, senior brother. Li Qijing laughed heartily, lightly skipping up the stone steps to inquire, what elixirs are you concocting? Just experimenting with some ideas, Xiao Yuanci replied, shaking his head, patting the still-warm alchemical furnace. Master is at the mountaintop. You should hurry to see him. That is precisely where I'm headed. Li Qijing nodded, retrieving 10 spirit stones from a storage bag, saying, I had forgotten that I owed you 10 spirit stones, and now I can repay you. Xiao Yuanzi waved his hand dismissively, casually accepting the spirit stones and tossing them into his bag, his attention returning to his alchemical tome. Li Qijing bowed in farewell and lightly trod down the path, soon catching sight of a small pavilion shrouded in misty white clouds. Upon reaching the mountaintop platform, he beheld a figure clad in azure robes. Appearing to be in his 30s, handsome with a gentle smile, a radiant sword at his waist, standing gracefully amidst the pavilions. Li Qijing hurried up the stairs, respectfully clasped his hands, and greeted Master. Si Yuanbai's eyes glimmered with mirth as he softly remarked, "I was reminded of Li." His expression shifted slightly as he looked down at Li Qijing. Unexpectedly, Li Qijing bowed his head and knelt before him with a thud. Si Yuanbai's demeanor changed instantly, quickly assisting Li Qijing to his feet, stating earnestly, "Why such formality? Quickly rise and speak." With his head bowed and a hint of trepidation, Li Qijing began. "A year ago, I received a letter from home, revealing that an ancestral cave had been discovered. After much effort, they breached the array, only to find the cave meticulously clean, with nothing but a green jade vial remaining. Upon seeing the vial, my family discovered it contained a pure essence of spiritual energy, as white as frost and flowing like water." Si Yuanbai furrowed his brow, speaking gravely, "As white as frost, flowing like water? Snowy frost energy? The northern pine winds? No, it cannot be suddenly." Si Yuanbai's eyes widened, exclaiming, "Tainhua." Li Qijing nodded emphatically, stating solemnly, "Let us see it." He quickly presented the slender green jade vial, which Si Yuanbai accepted, nodding thoughtfully. "This vial indeed resembles those from a century ago." After a moment of closed-eyed contemplation, Si Yuanbai's eyes flew open in surprise, exclaiming, "It truly is Tainhua. You have done well." After a careful examination, he looked down at Li Qijing, speaking softly, "This Tainhua is exceedingly precious. You must contemplate how to handle it properly. Leave it to Master S discretion." Li Qijing replied eagerly, "You are quite clever, my child," Si Yuanbai chuckled, ruffling Li Qijing's hair before becoming serious again. "Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of fetal breath. If you wish to master the Yuehu Ingqiuju, the Tainhua must not be reported to the sect. Only your senior sister should borrow the technique, while I will seek the allocation for the lake's autumn. First, we must cultivate this technique until it is perfected, like turning raw rice into cooked. Once it is accomplished, we can report it to the sect. Should word leak, even if some elders in the sect refrain from intervening out of propriety, the people from Yuehu Peak will surely devise a way to seize the Tainhua from you." Si Yuanbai's expression was fraught with concern, as if he harbored deeper worries. He murmured, "Qingqi sect has been deprived of this lineage for 3 centuries. They have waited long enough." Hearing these words, Li Qijing felt a pang of guilt, responding affirmatively while grappling with a complex array of emotions. Both Li Xiangping and Li Qijing were naturally suspicious, and having been away from home since childhood, Li Qijing remained vigilant about his surroundings. Now, gazing at the warm countenance of Si Yuanbai, he was deeply moved, finally lowering his guard against King Swifeng and his fellow disciples. "Thank you, Master." Chapter 63. The sacrificial method. Li Tongya sent Li Qijing off and soon saw Li Mutian emerging from the backyard, his face stern and voice hoarse as he said, "Go check on that mirror." 2 years prior, Tian Shushui had passed away, leaving behind a complete set of wooden toys prepared for his grandson, Li Xianfeng. From wooden horses and carts to wooden bows, everything was there. The moment Li Xianfeng could grasp the smallest pine wood figurine, Tian Shushui had a fatal fall while transporting lumber in the heavy snow that night. Li Mutian personally buried him, and he and Rin Pinyin spent the entire night conversing by the grave. Perhaps due to the chill and heavy dew that night, Li Mutian's voice gradually became hoarse. The 3 men, once brimming with youthful vigor as they ventured into the military, had their fates altered. Tian Shushui, brave and daring, left behind scars from countless battles. Passing away early, Li Mutian, ever cautious and discerning, was surrounded by grandchildren, yet his mind began to falter. Rin Pinyin, the quiet one, remained to oversee Jingyang village, ensuring that the annual tax payments to the Li family were met without fail. Such events took a toll on Li Mutian, who aged significantly in recent months. Fortunately, the nourishment from Li Qijing's spells and supplements had improved his complexion, his once dull white hair now gleaming. Yet his demeanor still bore signs of fatigue. and even his straightened posture could not conceal the subtle sluggishness in his speech and actions. As Li Tongya saw the elder enter the front courtyard, he hurried to assist Li Mutian, only to be brusquely brushed off as he grumbled, "Your father told you to check on that mirror." Li Tongya forced a smile and retreated to the backyard. Only then did Li Mutian lean against the wall and slowly make his way to the threshold of the inner door, sitting down against the doorframe. He pinched his numb thigh with his frail hand, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Damn it, I might need a cane soon." In the backyard, Li Tongya gazed at the enchanted mirror floating in the moonlight. As words flickered across its reflective surface like shadows, he swiftly extended his spiritual sense, gradually immersing it into the mirror. The consciousness of Lu Jiangxian stirred, and he transcribed the modified technique derived from the sacrificial method regarding the requirements for the priest, naming it before sending it into his spiritual sense. Instantly, a torrent of vast information flowed into him, causing Li Tongya to close his eyes as a scroll of the technique gradually materialized in his mind. The sacrificial method requires the ritualistic slaughter of a beast awaiting sacrifice, performed within the incense offerings of the entire clan. By using incense, souls, essence blood, and spiritual power to perform the sacrifice, one may obtain a talismanic energy, known to enhance cultivation, sharpen the senses, improve innate qualities, and rectify deficiencies. The sacrificial method was extensive, and Li Tongya spent a full incense stick's duration absorbing it before finally opening his eyes, astonished. He hurriedly grabbed a knife and blank wooden slips to meticulously record the details, writing until dawn before urgently setting out to find Li Xiangping. Li Xiangping was diligently cultivating within the confines of Meichi Mountains cave dwelling. Having recently entered the fourth layer of Tai Shi, the Qing Yuanlun, his pace of cultivation had considerably diminished. At his current rate, it would take him at least 6 or 7 years before he could even attempt to break through to the Yu Jingluan, not to mention the possibility of failure, which would require an additional 6 or 7 years of waiting. Just yesterday, the Wan family had dispatched one Jia Kai to discuss the ambush of Jidingqi. This young man had already broken through to the 5th layer of Tai Shi, achieving the Yu Jingluan. Thus, it seemed that the Wan family now boasted 2 Yu Jingluan practitioners, not to mention that one Xiaohua, the head of the Wan family, had attained the Yu Jingluan 5 years ago and could very well have progressed to the pinnacle of Tai Shi by now. Li Xiangping squinted, contemplating over the years. My Li family's strength has significantly increased, yet the Wan family has not remained stagnant. The urgency of seeking assistance grows by the day, and it is likely that the Ji family has also made advancements. Each family is currently in a state of concealment. The Ji family is diligently digesting the territories they have seized, while the Wan family quietly accumulates strength and seeks aid. My Li family is gradually expanding to its rightful size, and when the Ji family has fully absorbed the newly acquired lands, the Wan family will reveal its fangs. At that point, my Li family will also possess the strength to enter the fray, and a conflict among the 3 families is inevitable, necessitating early preparation. As Li Xiangping pondered the situation, his second brother, Li Tongya, approached from outside the cave, holding a wooden slip and smiling as he said, "Third brother, take a look at this." Curious, Li Xiangping accepted the wooden slip, untying the white cloth that bound it, and softly remarked, "Shangji Fa?" After scrutinizing it for a while, his expression shifted to one of increasing astonishment, and he inquired, "This text bears a striking resemblance to the Jian Fa. Utilizing the Fa Jian as a medium, could it be a bestowed technique from the Fa Jian?" Li Tongyan nodded with a smile, rising to retrieve the copied Yu K Jian Hu from the shelf for a closer examination. After studying it for a while, Li Xiangping spoke solemnly. This technique mentions the incense offerings of 1,000 people, which yield the gray talisman for Qi cultivation demons, and for 10,000 people, it yields the white talisman for foundation building demons. This seems rather challenging. Although it is enticing, our family struggles to fulfill even the most basic sacrificial rites. Li Xiangping shuklad, tucking the wooden slip away as he waved his hand dismissively. There is no hurry. Acquiring Qi cultivation demons is not a matter of mere chance. I have another matter I wish to discuss with you. With this thought, he glanced at Li Xianxian, who was seated on a stone bench perusing the sword technique, and continued solemnly, "I intend to train a battalion of clan warriors among the 4 villages, one from every 5 households, focusing exclusively on martial affairs and warfare strategies for unforeseen contingencies." Li Tongyan nodded thoughtfully, his expression turning serious. Is the Yuan family seeking assistance again? Has the situation escalated to this extent? Not just that. I also worry about the Shan Yu to the west. The spiritual energy on the northern slopes of Lijiang Mountain is gradually returning. No one can predict whether the Shan Yu might extend its reach. Although no sightings of a Shan Yu have occurred in recent years, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Indeed, Li Tongya concurred. Speaking gravely, if we wait until the Shan Yu encroaches upon our territory to organize the village militia, it will be too late. The Shan Yu are not merely shamanic beings. They also include those with severed hair and tattoos who may prove difficult to contend with. Li Xiangping stood to adjust his attire, smiling. Jiangxian is still young and struggles to command respect, while Qiuyang, though of suitable age and prestige, is not a prominent clan. I cannot entrust this matter to just anyone. It requires your personal attention, second brother. Rest assured, I will take charge of this matter. Young clan leader, Lu Rochuan said gently, bowing slightly, her expression brightening as she leaned closer to Li Tongya, beaming. Husband, I have good news. Li Tongya's face lit up with joy as he laughed heartily, lifting her into his arms. Is it true? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Lu Rochuan's cheeks flushed as she whispered. Li Xiangping chuckled softly, adding, Congratulations, second brother. Chapter 64. Susan 5 years later. The morning sun broke through the layers of mist in the mountains, casting gentle golden rays down through the gaps in the trees, illuminating the ground with fragments of soft gold. The Li family had cultivated land by Wanwell Lake for another 5 years. It had been 16 or 17 years since they had found the Jianzi. The stone path on Lijiang Mountain had gradually turned green, and birds chirped merrily in the branches, heralding the arrival of spring. Meanwhile, old Su sat vacantly beside a moss-covered gravestone, his hunched figure complementing the cold monument. His withered hands gripped a handful of soil tightly. How could this old man still be alive? Old Su had come to Lijiang Mountain years ago, claiming he would guard the graveyard for the Li family. Li Xiangping and the others could not dissuade him, so they reluctantly allowed him to stay. Li Xianxian built a small hut beside the grave and often brought him supplies. Old Su could entertain the children with tricks, craft grasshoppers, and even draw a little. The Li family's children frequently visited the small hut, and since there were no peers of suitable age for Li Xianfeng on the mountain, he had spent these years playing with Old Su. Old Su smiled as he played with the children, secretly awaiting death, pondering each night. Perhaps I shall die tomorrow? Yet, each morning he awoke, as usual, the sun rising in its normal course. Just yesterday, Old Su slowly and unsteadily welcomed his 80th birthday. How can anyone live to 80 and still be alive? Old Su squinted towards the distant hillside, where a small figure waved in the golden sunlight, the rays stretching his silhouette. Xianfeng has come to see you, Su Di. The child, covered in grime and with dirt smudged on his face, appeared somewhat carefree, even exuding a hint of unruliness, brandishing a small wooden bow and a tiny quiver at his waist. The child bounced down the hillside, bathed in golden sunlight, while Old Su remained huddled in the dark corner, struggling for breath. At that moment, they seemed like the polar opposites of the world, new life and impending death meeting on the slopes of Lijiang Mountain. Is it Xianxian? Old Su's awareness sharpened as he lifted his head, stuttering. Su Di, I am Li Xianfeng. My father is Li Xiangping, not Li Changhu. Li Xianfeng chuckled, loosening the string of his trousers as he sought a gravestone of similar height beside Old Su, humming a tune as he relieved himself. Just as he finished, preparing to pull up his pants, Old Su's eyes widened, and he strained to lift his cane, smacking Li Xianfeng on the rear while scolding. You rascal, that is your great-grandfather's grave. Li Xianfeng stumbled slightly, feeling wronged as he shook off the embarrassment, finally pulling up his trousers and fastening the string. His face contorted in discontent. He's dead. Why can't I relieve myself? How did he die? Poisoned, Old Su replied, his spirits lifting as he sat up with effort. Recounting, many years ago, your Li family was not so powerful. A wealthy family called the Yuan family poisoned your great-grandfather and your second-grandfather, intending to seize their land. Li Xianfeng propped his small hands on a moss-covered gravestone, chuckling mischievously. Good riddance. Old Su shot him a glare before continuing. Hey. Li Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed suddenly, his slender lashes fluttering as he retorted. It is all because Grandpa was unkind. He should have wiped out the Yuan family entirely, yet one managed to escape. Old Su stared at him in disbelief, softly murmuring, What a wicked soul. Li family children are born wicked. Li Xianfeng shook his head defiantly, proclaiming loudly, Why should only the Yuan family be allowed to kill my Li family? If my family spares one, should we just wait for them to extinguish our entire clan? If my family spares a child, should we expect them to retaliate? What is this good or evil dispute? Old Su shook his head as well, speaking solemnly. When will grievances ever cease? If one is not agile, grievances will never end. If entire clans are exterminated, what grievance remains to settle? Li Xianfeng cursed, his youthful face radiating disdain, entirely uncharacteristic of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Su Laohan coughed twice and self-deprecatingly remarked, having witnessed the cycle of life and death, I have grown fearful of taking a life, while you, young lad, are far more straightforward. Li Xianfeng stood earnestly beside him and spoke. Sheep graze, wolves prey on sheep, humans consume meat, and demons feast on humanity. Such is the eternal cycle of predation among all living things. My father used to say this. Straightening his posture, he assumed a serious demeanor and feigned age as he declared, Fenger, the world is indeed a battleground. After which he burst into laughter, rolling on the ground, causing Su Laohan to cough and chuckle along. After a while, Su Laohan began, Once there was a family residing at the edge of a village. The father diligently tilled the land, while the mother tended to their 3 children. However, upon returning home, Su San stumbled upon a scene of bloodshed. A dozen individuals were gathered in his courtyard, setting up a large pot, in which lay his parents, while his 2 brothers had already been butchered. Their remains piled in 2 heaps. Su San was horrified and fled, hiding in the mountains for 10 days. Later, he learned that the neighboring village had suffered a severe drought, leading the villagers to desperation, and because his family lived far from the village, they fell victim to this calamity. Li Xianfeng listened intently, his expression darkening as he murmured, I shall slay them all. Yet Su San, consumed by cowardice, lived his life in hiding, harboring deep-seated hatred for them, and even more so for that great bird and the Immortal. Su Laohan, lost in thought, exclaimed. Urging Li Xianfeng closer, Su San encountered 2 laborers in the mountains who spoke of luring that great bird to the Dali Mountain to consume humans, in order to extract the dark essence for the young master of the Jiangxian men to cultivate. Su San understood this clearly, yet he remained silent for decades. Su San, alas, they're all dead. Su Laohan gasped, his eyes bloodshot, spewing a few droplets of blood before collapsing to the ground. His withered hand finally releasing its grip on Li Xianfeng's pant leg. Li Xianfeng gazed at him in shock, and, after a long moment, he suddenly spoke, Su San, you 2 have perished. Warm tears streamed down his face, falling onto Su Laohan's cold, lifeless body. Li Xianfeng sobbed quietly, collapsing onto the body and weeping profusely, overwhelmed by sorrow and indignation. Chapter 65. 2 foxes. Li Xianfeng continued to cry incessantly, resting on Su Laohan's body for a quarter of an hour until his sobs subsided. He grasped Su Laohan's left foot, straining to drag it to a gravestone that stood half his height, only to discover that the old man's body was as light as a bundle of firewood, easily movable even for a child. With effort, he propped up the old man's upper body against the gravestone, striving to smooth the pained and twisted features of the elder, wishing to lend him an air of tranquility. As he gazed upon the old man's face, lined with wrinkles that seemed to oscillate between laughter and tears, Li Xianfeng could not contain himself and burst into tears once more, quickly turning away to wipe his eyes as he ran up the mountain. After a while, when he could see the courtyard bathed in golden sunlight, he hastily dried his tears and made his way inside. Upon entering, he found a ground paved with blue bricks, where a little girl clad in a small leather jacket sat quietly at the table, cradling a pure white kitten in her arms and murmuring softly. The sunlight illuminated her downcast brows, and her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with beauty, inspiring those who beheld her to smile alongside her. She was none other than the sole daughter of the Li family, Li Jiangxian. Feng Jier, the girl lifted her head, placing the white kitten on the table, and smiled. Who has dared to bully you? Who would dare to bully him? He is always the one bullying others. Just then, a young man strolled into the courtyard. His eyebrows gentle and long, his eyes warm and soft, bearing a slight resemblance to Li Changhu, as he cheerfully interjected, Xian Jier, you have emerged from seclusion? The girl's eyes brightened, and with a joyful bounce, she ran over, taking Li Xuanchuan's hand, her voice brimming with anticipation. But what about the 3rd layer of fetal breath? Li Xianxian nodded with a smile, but noticing Li Xianfeng remained silent, he bent down to inquire, What troubles you, Feng? Su Yi has passed away. What? Li Xianxian was momentarily taken aback. The gentle smile on his face vanished, replaced by sorrowful eyes as he opened his mouth but found no words. Having lost his father at birth, Li Xianxian had been doted upon by his grandfather, Li Mutian, who, though loving, was stern and rarely spoke, leaving Li Xianxian uncertain whether he felt more respect or affection for him. As he grew older, Li Xiangping took him under his wing, and he, Li Xianxian, remained vigilant, meticulously interpreting his uncle's words and commands, never daring to slacken his efforts. Throughout his childhood, only Su Laohan had shared with him crickets, drawn his portrait, and recounted tales of his father, Li Changhu. Despite his profound grief, Li Xianxian quickly composed himself, placing a comforting hand on Li Xuanfeng's shoulder, and solemnly said, "Take me to see him." Li Chengfu bent low, crossing the high threshold of the grand hall, where several elderly men sat with stern expressions, discussing matters. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor, clad in a gray wool fur coat, nonchalantly sipping tea. "Master, Su Laohan has passed away," Li Chengfu whispered as he approached the middle-aged man. The man raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice to inquire, "What did the master say?" "To bury him on the mountain, as commanded by the young master." The middle-aged man nodded, pondering for a moment before placing his teacup down and clapping his hands, saying in a hushed tone, "We shall adjourn for today. There are still important matters to attend to on Jing Mountain, so I shall not keep you all." Li Yeshing had been in charge for over a decade and was now 30 years old, exuding an air of authority, especially in a mountainous region where lifespans rarely exceeded 60 and marriages commenced at the tender age of 13 or 15. Even his eldest son, Li Xiaowen, was already 12 or 13 years old. Seeing everyone leave, Li Yeshing took a sip of tea and solemnly said, "Go fetch Xiaowen. I shall report to the family master on Meichi Mountain." Li Xiangping had been managing affairs for over a decade, and the subordinates naturally referred to him as the family master. When Li Xiaowen hurried into the room, Li Chengfu glanced at Li Yeshing, his face lighting up with joy as he chuckled softly. Thanks to Li Xiangping's unwavering dedication over the years, it was evident to discerning eyes that Li Xiangping genuinely regarded Li Changhu's posthumous son as the next head of the Li family, leading the villagers to address Li Xianxian as the young master. "Congratulations, Uncle Fu." Li Yeshing smiled in return, bowing slightly to Li Chengfu. "Ah, ha ha." Li Chengfu chuckled a couple of times, exchanged glances with Li Yeshing momentarily, nodded, and then bowed respectfully before departing. Once Li Chengfu had left, Li Yeshing coldly snorted and turned to Li Xiaowen, speaking in a grave tone. "Do you know why I congratulated Li Chengfu?" "I do not know, father." Li Xiaowen scratched his head, looking puzzled at his father. "Yet, Uncle Chengfu has been inquiring about Xianjier as cultivation for years. It is neither clear nor vague." Li Yeshing sighed deeply, his brows furrowed, scolding, "I told you to stop frolicking about. Spend more time learning from me. You never listen." In the eyes of the master, only Li Xianxian has a spiritual aperture. As for Li Xianfeng and Li Xianling, their talents are unknown. And you, Li Qiuyang, have been cultivating for a long time. If you were to surpass Li Xianxian in cultivation, would the master not be wary? Now I understand. Father fears that when this generation has all withered away, only Li Xianxian and Li Qiuyang remain, the weak will be under the strong. It is still too early. Li Yeshing waved his hand dismissively and replied coldly, "The master is indeed strategic and farsighted, yet he may not fear him. However, as I'm surrounded by the main lineage, I must remain vigilant. If that day of upheaval truly arrives, no one will meet a good end. Fortunately, Xianer possesses remarkable talent, and Li Qiuyang can act freely without being on guard against the master family." As he spoke, Li Yeshing took a sip of tea and said solemnly, "Let me test you. If Li Xianxian truly progresses slowly in his cultivation, do you know what to do?" Li Xiaowen lowered his head, deep in thought, and replied softly, "Investigate whether Li Qiuyang has misreported his cultivation level. Correct, the child is indeed teachable, and it is no small feat for you to have thought of this." Li Yeshing nodded earnestly and continued, "If he were to misreport his cultivation, how could the master family not see through it? That old fox is not so foolish. He would only allow Li Qiuyang to slow down his cultivation to observe changes. You should prepare your personnel and await the master's orders. You must remember, we have done much for the master family, and with no cultivators at home, we have no path forward except to rely on the master family unless what?" Li Xiaowen, who had grown up alongside Li Xianxian and shared a deep bond, frowned and retorted. A flicker of fear crossed Li Yeshing's face as he trembled slightly and replied, "Unless, after 100 years, All four branches of the master family wither away and can no longer produce children with spiritual apertures. Chapter 66. Urgent Li Xianping was a year older than Li Yesheng, but appeared younger due to his cultivation. At this moment, he was holding a scroll of techniques, leaning against a stone chair, carefully reading. Li Yesheng and his son stood respectfully beside him, heads bowed to the ground. As for Xian'er, let him arrange as he sees fit. Old Su is also a benefactor of our Li family, and it would be excessive to cause him any trouble. Li Xianping read a few lines from the wooden tablet and slowly spoke. Is there anything else? The young master has already broken through, and Li Qiuyang has come to visit. Indeed, Li Xianping raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile appearing on his face as he casually inquired. How long has Li Qiuyang been stuck at the third layer of fetal breath? He has not broken through for 3 years. Upon hearing this, Li Xianping lifted his head and smiled. I see. Li Yesheng nodded and continued. The Wan family has sent people for aid again this month, even requesting food and medical supplies. Oh, Li Xianping frowned slightly and spoke softly. Last year, they claimed Wan Xiaohua had already broken through to the initial spiritual wheel and reached the peak of fetal breath. How could they still be in such a predicament? This Ji Dingxi is no simple character. As long as it is not excessive, let him have what he needs. Meanwhile, Li Xiaowen was carefully listening with his ears perked up. Li Xianping shot him a glance and quietly remarked, Xiaowen has grown up now. Li Xiaowen quickly bowed and replied, Greetings, master. Tomorrow, go to Li Daoku to assist Su Wenshan. Loitering around the village is not a good idea. Li Xianping smiled and addressed Li Yesheng. It seems Yesheng has been too indulgent with him. Li Yesheng hurriedly apologized, and upon seeing Li Xianping wave his hand, he led Li Xiaowen away. The two walked silently along the mountain path, descending Meichi Mountain. Only after a while did Li Yesheng speak. You and Jiangxian share a deep bond. The master wishes to utilize you. When you reach Su Wenshan's side, learn well and do not create conflicts. Su Wenshan is a clever man and will not put you in a difficult position. Li Xiaowen responded glumly. Is the master arranging for me to take charge? Yes. Thank you for your guidance, father. In the cave dwelling of Meichi Mountain, Li Xianping furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of worry. For the past 5 years, he had remained stuck at the 4th layer of fetal breath, unable to touch the Yujing wheel. Li Tongyao wished to find a Ming Shun sand for him, but he heard from Wan Tiansong that such a pill was worth 20 spirit stones, and whenever it appeared on the market, it was quickly snatched up without connections. It was utterly unattainable. He was left speechless and retreated in frustration. Master, just as Li Xianping was deep in thought, a child's voice called out from outside the cave. A boy, around 11 or 12 years old, entered. It was Chun Erniu's young son, Chen Dongha, who had been discovered to possess spiritual apertures a few years ago and was now cultivating under Li Xianping at Meichi Mountain. Looking at the only child to have been identified with spiritual apertures in nearly a decade, Li Xianping smiled and asked, What brings you here? The Wan family, Wan Tiansong, seeks an audience. Let him in. Li Xianping took out the tea set, watching as Wan Tiansong entered the cave with a furrowed brow. Chen Dongha wisely excused himself, and Li Xianping greeted, What brings you, Wan brother? Only you, Li brother, can still smile. Wan Tiansong forced a bitter smile, bowing deeply as he spoke. Our family wishes to execute an ambush. Everything will be delivered as agreed. Why the urgency? My second brother went to Guanyin Peak to deliver offerings 7 days ago. Has the Wan family not sent anyone? Why ambush at this time? Li Xianping asked, puzzled. Ji Dingxi must have learned that these days are when the Qingqi sect collects offerings, and for 3 consecutive nights, he has attacked my Huaiqianshan. If only an hour passes, that old man will immediately retreat to avoid being attacked by the Qi practitioners coming to aid. My family has been worn down by him, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of mortals and even 2 cultivators. Wan Tiansong's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth and explained, My Wan family cannot even produce the offerings to deliver. We have reached a point of no return. After more than 10 years of depletion, we have exhausted nearly all our resources. If we do not fight for our lives now, we may never have the strength to fight again. All right. Li Xianping gritted his teeth upon hearing this and said solemnly, as agreed, once the formation of Huaiqianshan is activated, I will activate the talismans to strike at Ji Dangxi from a distance. Regardless of the outcome, this formation's legacy must be delivered to my Li family. After saying this, Li Xianping furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He spoke with a heavy tone. The dates for the offerings at Yueha Peak are not fixed every 5 years. They are communicated by the Taoists. How could Ji Dengqi know when the offerings are due? Could it be that the senior Xiao Hua has spread this information everywhere? Tiansong. There must be something strange here. Wan Tiansong, momentarily dazed by the messages from his family, calmed down and began to ponder, frowning in silence. Li Xiangping, ever cautious, sensed something was off and began to contemplate. Ji family must have some backing, if they have devised a way to eliminate the Wan family. Wan Xiaohua must be terrified and hastily dragging my Li family into this. But how can my Li family stand idly by and watch the Wan family face extinction? Li brother. Wan Tiansong's face turned pale as he seemed to realize something. Trembling as he spoke, Ji Dengqi likely knows that my Wan family has support behind us, deliberately applying pressure to force out our backing. This is a blatant scheme. Li Xiangping's expression darkened as he coldly glared at Wan Tiansong and cursed, "Damn it. This is not only Ji Dengqi's scheme, but also your family head Wan Xiaohua's scheme." After sending away the desperately pleading Wan Tiansong, Li Xiangping took a deep breath, feeling a tumult of emotions. When he saw Li Xianxian slowly enter the cave, he quietly recounted Wan Tiansong's words. If Ji Dengqi did not know that these days were when offerings were collected, he would not have surrounded Jiangxian, attempting to prevent the Wan family from delivering their offerings. It seemed he had a method to eliminate the Wan family in mind, and now, allowing the Wan family to send out a plea for aid suggested he had a plan to capture all reinforcements at once. Li Xianxian pondered for a moment, his face filled with concern as he sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, we have no choice but to save them. The only road to the county is this one. If the Wan family falls, my Li family will be left isolated in the mountains, cut off from everything and subjected to harassment and oppression from the Ji family. We must save them. Li Xiangping shook his head, speaking solemnly. We do not seek to kill Ji Dengqi. We only wish to relieve the siege on the Wan family. However, we must ascertain Ji Dengqi's true capabilities and what gives him such audacity. Chapter 67. Ji Dengqi. In that year, Ji Dengqi knelt behind his father, trembling in the chilly autumn breeze, as he witnessed the head of the Wan family slowly hoist his father, spitting contemptuously upon his blood-stained visage, mockingly uttering, "The Ji family is but this." He lowered his head, tears streaming down his cheeks, dripping from his chin and dampening the thin autumn garment he wore, saturating the cracks in the ground. With great effort, he raised his head, only to see a young man clad in luxurious robes standing silently behind the head of the Wan family, coldly smiling at him. Later, he would learn that the youth was named Wan Xiaohua, the young master of the Wan family. While Wan Xiaohua stood there with a sneer, Ji Dengqi knelt weeping. What an utter humiliation it was. The Wan family had launched a surprise attack on Huazhong Mountain, dismantling the protective array built over 3 years in a mere 19 breaths, slaying the current head of the Ji family, and dragging out every member of the Ji clan, even those still clad in thin garments, lost in slumber. 29 direct descendants of the Ji family, the vast majority still dressed in their night clothes, trembling as they knelt before the courtyard, witnessing the disgrace of their young master. Even beyond the collapsed courtyard walls, a multitude of common folk, subjects under the Ji family, watched as the once immortal lineage suffered humiliation, family women huddled in their bedclothes, and clan members trampled underfoot in their struggles. Each night, the scene haunted Ji Dengqi in his dreams, his eyes bloodshot with tears that flowed incessantly as he sat up to practice once more. The head of the Wan family delivered a vicious kick to his father, causing him to spew blood and collapse weakly. Ji Dengqi, weeping, clung to the man's leg, exclaiming, "The Ji family will serve you as dogs," keeping watch over the Yu family beneath the gates of Tangjin, paying tribute year after year. The man let out a cold laugh, kicking Ji Dengqi away, leaving him dazed and losing 2 teeth. He chuckled. The 2 families are sworn enemies. Countless clans have perished on the border. If it weren't for the fear of your Ji family aligning with the Yu family, will my Wan family still tolerate your existence? You wish to be a dog, yet my Wan family dares not accept. Wan Xiaohua trailed behind the man, gazing at him with a smirk, his eyes filled with mockery. The man plundered the Ji family's wealth, departing with the arrogant members of the Wan family, leaving behind a desolate Huazhong Mountain, the Ji family in disgrace, and the bewildered common folk amidst the corpses scattered throughout the courtyard. 3 days later, his father passed away, shattered by the Xuanzhen wheel, his spiritual energy dissipating as he lay on the bed, groaning weakly. Ji Dengqi pressed his ear close, hearing his father's frail voice utter, "Do not forget the grudge of my father's murder." Ji Dengqi bit his lip until it bled, ascending to the position of family head. 2 years later, news arrived that filled Ji Dengqi with both joy and regret. That man, skilled in chi training and adept in arrays, had met his demise at the hands of his enemies in the Dali Mountains, bringing an end to the Wan family's glorious era. The hastily appointed head, Wan Xiaohua, began to retract his influence, ceding lands in the east to the Lu family. Yet this was insufficient. Wan Xiaohua's talent surpassed that of others, and the Wan family's deep-rooted legacy loomed large, rendering Jiangxi's efforts inadequate. Fortunately, an opportunity arose. The young master of the Tianjin Gate sought a rare spirit essence at Wanhua Lake. Jiangxi, like a dog, ingratiated himself before the bored young man seated beneath a tree, amusing him under the watchful eyes of the cold guards. The man clad in golden robes finally burst into laughter, inquiring what he desired. Jiangxi understood that the question was not about his desires, but rather about his worthiness to demand anything. He replied, "The dog desires nothing for itself, but wishes to present a maiden." Noticing the indifference in the guards surrounding the golden-robed man, he whispered flatteringly, "Your Highness requires a confidant, someone possessing a commendable aptitude for spiritual talent." Jiangxi offered his own younger sister, a girl endowed with spiritual potential and innocent charm. The 12-year-old who would giggle and call him brother. The girl, covering her face in tears, sobbed yet resolutely declared, "Brother, I too wish for vengeance." Thus, he watched his sister lie on that man's bed, her delicate feet swinging at the foot of the bed, both too fearful to weep. His sister followed him, becoming the young master's maid, and subsequently, each year, elixirs and provisions were sent to their home. Jiangxi practiced tirelessly, finally breaking through to chi training, and rather than celebration or cheers, the Ji family wept tears of joy. He immediately executed the Wan family's old cultivator guarding the lands once lost to the Ji family, Wan Xiaohua's uncle, only to discover that Wan Xiaohua of Huashan Mountain was merely a jade mirror wheel. No one anticipated the sudden demise of the Wan family's chi cultivator, nor that Jiangxi would ascend to chi training in a mere decade. Just nights ago, Jiangxi received a message from his sister, stating that the young master of the Tianjin Gate was to visit Wanhua Lake once more. He read the letter repeatedly, a plan forming in his mind. He had his sister divulge the deep-seated blood feud between their families, exaggerating the impenetrability of the Wan family SRA, ultimately igniting the man's competitive spirit. The golden-robed man laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Wan Huaqian was a prodigy recognized for his unparalleled talent in formation centuries ago. For the sake of you, I shall test the depths of this array." Thus, Jiangxi led the Ji family, armed with long knives, slowly halting at the foot of Huashan Mountain, his kin clad in leather armor, quietly gazing at the shimmering white light emanating from the mountain. "Where is your assistance, Wan Xiaohua?" Jiangxi muttered to himself. "No amount of chi training will suffice. The annihilation of your Wan family begins today. Your assistance, your trump cards, will bear no effect." A profound sense of destiny enveloped him. His father's gaze, his grandfather's gaze, silently watching him from behind as he prepared to breach Huashan Mountain. This battle bore the weight of the Tianjin Gate's might behind the Ji family. Human strength has its limits, which you cannot comprehend nor foresee. Tears once again streamed down his cheeks, his expression and resolute demeanor no longer marked by servility. The surging malevolence and unending sorrow coalesced within Jiangxi's frail form, rendering his diminutive physique remarkably solid, resolute in not allowing himself to diminish further. Chapter 68. Preparing for an ambush, Li Xiangping slowly entered the courtyard, gently cradling the mirror atop the stone platform. The reflection of Lu Jiangxian suddenly awakened, his consciousness sweeping over Lijing Mountain, instantly capturing the changes of the past 5 years. The younger generation of the Li family had grown. Li Changhu's posthumous son, Li Xianxian, was in the courtyard perusing scriptures, flipping through wooden slips as if troubled by some concern, while Li Xiangping's eldest son, Li Xianfeng, sat listlessly beside a tombstone on the mountainside, his hair disheveled. Tianyun was in the courtyard, joyfully accompanying Li Jingtian in reading, while Li Tongyao was absent, likely at Guanyin Peak, to pay tribute, leaving Lu Rochuan to affectionately converse with their child, Li Xianling. Li Xiangping's mind was in disarray, myriad thoughts flashing through his consciousness as he stepped into the side courtyard. Silan Liu Shudabing Li Xuanshuan. Li Xianxian, in a state of agitation, was organizing the wooden slips. Upon noticing Li Xiangping's entrance, he was momentarily stunned and spoke, "Family head." Li Xiangping waved his hand to interrupt, speaking in a solemn tone. Li Xianxian was taken aback, unsure how to process Li Xiangping's words, his voice trembling as he asked, "Uncle, why go to such lengths?" Seeing Li Xiangping's furrowed brow, Li Xianxian had no choice but to adjust his demeanor, striving to maintain his composure, saying, "What if we cannot find them? Conceal the information, declare that uncle is in seclusion for a breakthrough, and immediately dispatch someone to control the clan soldiers, securing the area east of Li Dao Pass that borders the Wan family, ready to call for aid from the county at any moment." Li Xuanchuan's expression turned grave as he spoke rapidly. Li Xiangping raised his hand to interrupt him, speaking with a hint of melancholy. "That is enough." He patted Li Xuanchuan's shoulder and continued solemnly, "Your seasonally departing father left me 3 talismans, and with this mirror, even if we encounter Qi practitioners, we can still put up a fight. There is no need to worry too much about me. The Li family has members seeking immortality within the sect. Regardless of how dire the situation becomes, the sect will surely intervene to protect the bloodline of the Li family. As long as this mirror remains in hand, my Li family possesses the foundation to rise again. Go summon Fenger." Li Xiangping has always prohibited illegitimate or non-clan practitioners from interacting with the legitimate offspring, primarily to conceal whether the legitimate heirs possess spiritual orifices. Now, as he prepares to ambush Jiangxian amidst perilous circumstances, he must first plant a talismanic seed in Li Xianfeng, anticipating the worst outcome. Soon, Li Xianxian arrived with the sullen Li Xianfeng, and Li Xiangping, without a moment to spare for conversation, channeled his spiritual power into Li Xuanfeng's body. Upon traversing the Qihai acupoint, he found it utterly vacant. Li Xiangping sighed inwardly. However, as his spiritual energy coursed through Li Xianfeng, he suddenly froze. To his astonishment, a swirling vortex was manifesting in the Xiaofu acupoint of Li Xianfeng's right hand. Li Xiangping was struck with immense shock, his mind blank as he muttered, "How could this be? Why does my son's spiritual orifice reside in his Xiaofu acupoint? Are spiritual orifices not confined to the Qihai acupoint? Could they also exist in the Xinjiangfu or the Naiwangong?" Before he could ponder further, a second thought emerged in his mind. If the legitimate heirs of the Li family were to possess spiritual orifices, would they still be granted talismanic seeds? It is known that only those who receive talismanic seeds can cultivate the Taiyin Tuna, Yangluan Jing. If one possesses a spiritual orifice, they cannot receive the talismanic seed, which would mean they could only practice the Qinyuan Yangluan Fa like the illegitimate offspring. What kind of logic is that? The Xianzhu Zhendan, at the onset of its cycle, descends into the heart's network. Hence it is said that the Dan cave resides in the central palace. Once the Dan descends after the initial cycle, one must close the breath of the 9 postures for 1 cycle, and up to 99 times for 9 cycles. It seems that it is indeed possible to bestow it upon those who possess spiritual orifices. The celestial figure Lu Jiangxian observed Li Xiangping, who was momentarily stunned, and had already surmised his thoughts. He murmured, "My Xianzhu talismanic seed can naturally be sown by anyone. For mortals, it leads to ascension. For those with celestial orifices, it yields twice the result with half the effort." The question is, does Li Xiangping prefer 2 mediocrities or a singular genius? It appears that Li Xianfeng, possessing a spiritual orifice in his right hand's Xiaofu acupoint, harbors a profound secret behind this matter. Li Xiangping, unable to dwell on these thoughts, felt the seconds ticking away as the appointed hour drew near for the Wan family. He solemnly addressed his son, "Feng, do you still remember the incantation I instructed you to memorize last year?" Noticing the grave expressions on both Li Xianxian and Li Xiangping, Li Xianfeng unconsciously felt a surge of tension and quietly replied, "I have memorized it all." "Come," Li Xiangping said, grasping Li Xianfeng's hand and leading him into the solemn ancestral hall of the back courtyard. Li Xuanfeng's eyes widened as he scrutinized the room he was never permitted to enter. His gaze swept over several ancestral tablets in the rear, and he saw his grandfather Li Mutian standing within, leaning on a cane and gazing towards the stone platform at the center of the room. Following Li Mutian's line of sight, Li Xianxian observed a pale moonlight wafting down like mist from the stone platform, where a bluish-gray mirror was hovering in midair. Li Xiangping whispered instructions into Li Xuanfeng's ear, prompting him to bow and recite. Li Xianfeng, disciple of the Li family, respectfully requests the Xianming wondrous method to calm the spirit and dedicate myself to cultivation. I shall fulfill my duties with sincerity, following the talisman's incantation and offering my spirit to the Taiyin. Suddenly, a white orb leapt from the mirror, round and radiant, illuminating the courtyard in a blinding white glow as it ascended into Li Xianfeng's crown. Li Xianping observed as Li Xianfeng seated himself in meditation, beginning to channel the Xianzhu talismanic seed within his body. He turned to Li Xianxian and instructed, "Take good care of Feng'er and explain everything clearly to him." He then bowed, retrieved the mirror, and tenderly placed it in his embrace. His expression complex as he sighed deeply. The arrow is knocked. It must be released. Lu Jiangxian watched as Li Xianping descended from Lijing Mountain alone. He activated a swift movement technique, stealthily departing from Lijing village and following the ancient Li road for a while. As he approached the boundaries of the Wan family, he halted and quietly uttered, "Li Xianping of the Li family humbly requests the Xianming wondrous method to emit the Taiyin Xiangui to vanquish the wicked and capture the demons." With a flicker of thought, Lu Jiangxian shared his perception with others, only to realize he was still far from Huaiqin Mountain, beyond the range of the Taiyin Xiangui's spell. Li Xianping recognized this predicament as well, cautiously moving forward, gripping the talisman tightly and occasionally checking his position with the mirror. As Huaiqin Mountain gradually entered the range of his perception, various auras flickered within his awareness, and Lu Jiangxian finally sensed something amiss. 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, 10 Qi practitioners. Li Xianping closed his eyes to feel the situation, his face instantly paling as he gritted his teeth and muttered curses. 10 Qi practitioners? How could this calamity be remedied? Where did the Ji family acquire so many Qi practitioners? In the mirror, Lu Jiangxian tirelessly urged the mirror to relay information, observing 7 auras surrounding the central figure and silently lamenting, "What is this?" If it were not for Li Xianping's extreme caution, anyone else would have rushed in recklessly and met their demise. With a sigh of relief, Lu Jiangxian suddenly noticed another aura of qi rising from Wangyue Lake. Li Xianping again closed his eyes to inspect, sensing a formidable aura ascending from the direction of Wangyue Lake that gently swayed in the air, moving towards the west. Alarm bells rang in Lu Jiangxian's mind as he recognized the intense familiarity and allure of that aura, nearly erupting in expletives. This is unmistakably the aura from Wangyue Lake that was capable of repairing the law mirror. The aura of the Qi practitioner was radiating unrestrained greed and malice, glowing like a bright light bulb within his spiritual awareness. Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Jiangxian's mind. This person must be coming for me. They have likely been lying in wait in Wangyue Lake for at least a decade. Li Xianping also froze, perceiving that the aura was hurtling towards him like a shooting star. His hair stood on end as he activated a swift movement technique, veering northward. Who could this person be? How could they so distinctly pursue me from such a distance? This situation has surely been orchestrated by the Wan family. As he sprinted, Li Xianping's mind raced with thoughts. This person is soaring through the air. They must be a Qi practitioner, and I cannot lead them to my home in the west. My demise would be trivial, but if this individual reaches my home, it would be an irredeemable disaster. The law mirror is still in my possession. I absolutely cannot lose it. Wan Xiaohua observed Ji Danqi standing silently outside the formation, a seething hatred nearly bursting from his eyes. Beside him stood a man clad in a stone-blue cloak, with a broad forehead and an arrogant demeanor, who voiced his discontent. "Wan brother, why hasn't this family member made a move? Did we not agree to strike once the Huaiqin Grand Array was activated? Pingyuan brother, be patient. Just wait a moment longer." This man was none other than the newly initiated Qi practitioner from the Lu family, whom Li Tongya had encountered atop Guanyin Peak. Now, the Wan family had expended considerable resources to enlist his aid, intent on killing Ji Dingqi. Wan Xiaohua smiled bitterly, his heart filled with doubts as he thought. Li Xianping is a clever man. How could he not understand the principle of interdependence? Once the Wan family perishes, the Ji family will be adjacent to the Li and Lu families. Even the foolish Lu Pingyuan can see the necessity of assisting the Wan family to maintain a breath of life. Why is Li Xianping oblivious to this? With a deep sigh, Wan Xiaohua felt increasingly uneasy. After another incense stick's worth of time had passed, Lu Pingyuan erupted in frustration, disregarding Wan Xiaohua's pleas, and soared out of the formation, calling down to Ji Danqi beneath the mountain, "You, the head of the Ji family, if you cannot break through this tortoise shell, what purpose does it serve to waste time circling this mountain? The Wan family is under the protection of my Lu family. Hurry and depart, lest you and I engage in a futile battle." As soon as the words left his mouth, Both Wan Shaohua on the mountain and Jiangxian below fell into silence. Wan Shaohua felt a wave of suffocation as he thought bitterly. How can such a fool even cultivate qi? It is truly unjust. Jiangxian squinted his eyes, filled with disdain, and muttered, "This idiot has less sense than my undergarments." Upon drawing his blade, he was poised to leap forward when a hearty laughter echoed through the void, as if an invisible curtain had been drawn back, surrounded by a throng of cultivators. A man clad in golden robes finally revealed himself, clutching his belly and pointing at Lu Pingyuan below, exclaiming, this is quite amusing. There exists someone even more arrogant than I." Wan Shaohua, amidst the formation, glanced skyward, his face turning pale as he beheld the group of cultivators suspended in the air, his mind buzzing with confusion. 1, 2, 3, 8. How could they all be at the qi refinement stage? He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration rise within him, nearly spitting blood, and he managed to cry out, "Yuan Kai, Yuan Wan Kai, Yuan Wan Kai," equally alarmed, rushed to support the clan leader, his eyes reddening as he solemnly said, "Clan leader, Yuan Kai is here." Wan Shaohua took a breath and coldly stated, "Today my Wan family is likely doomed." The absence of a Xiamping bodes ill. He ordered the gathering of all direct descendants. Should the formation shatter, they were to disperse in different directions over the mountains towards the Li and Lu families. Wan Xiaohua's complexion was ashen, yet his mind was remarkably clear. He slapped himself hard and murmured, "No, Jiangxian would never allow my Wan family to escape so easily." He commanded, "Only those from the direct line aged 7 to 15 who have entered the Lingxiao stage may head west. The rest, including you and I, shall remain on the mountain, ready to scatter upon the formation's collapse. Jiangxian will not cease until he has eradicated my Wan family." As he gave these orders, the formation trembled violently, and a torrential blood rain began to fall from the heavens. Lu Pingyuan, unable to plead for mercy, met his end at the hands of the golden-clad man, who laughed heartily as he tore him to shreds. The golden-clad man flicked his wrist, casually retrieving Lu Pingyuan's storage bag. Upon probing its contents with his spiritual awareness, he frowned and muttered, "Pauper." Turning his gaze towards the dazzling golden Zhua Huaqian formation, he brandished a long knife engulfed in crimson flames, grinning as he declared, "Let me test the prowess of Wan Huaqian." Li Xianping had just sprinted a distance when he sensed a fierce wind swirling around him. An elder draped in a Taoist robe, riding a flying shuttle, gradually came to a halt before him. With a gentle flick of his whisk, he smiled and inquired, "Where in such haste are you off to, friend?" The figure of Lu Jiangxian in the mirror stiffened, feeling an irresistible force emanating from the elder, as if an invisible thread connected them. A thought crossed his mind. This person has reached the mid-qi refinement stage, appearing to be at the 5th or 6th layer. This is troublesome. Li Xianping gritted his teeth and softly replied, "Who are you, sir, that you obstruct my path?" The elder laughed heartily, leisurely responding, "I have been guarding this Wangwell Lake for nearly 30 years, and at last, I have awaited your arrival." With that, he delicately waved his hand, producing a flawlessly white jade pendant that emitted a faint glow, its end seemingly tethered by an invisible thread, pointing directly at Li Xianping. "Friend, if you surrender that item, I may yet spare your life." Chapter 70. Crisis the Elder appeared confident of his victory, leisurely forming a hand seal, his left hand emanating a brilliant white light. Smiling at Li Xianping, the latter remained silent, producing a pale yellow talisman which he slapped against himself, instantly conjuring a pure white barrier, before turning to flee towards the lake. The elder, unfazed, patted his storage bag, stowing away the jade pendant, and cheerfully followed Li Xianping, though his small eyes remained watchfully fixed upon every move the latter made. Inwardly, he pondered, how does this resemble the jade talisman of Qingqi sect? Hadn't the two sects reached an understanding long ago? The disciples of Qingqi sect should have retreated from Wangwell Lake to Xunlin by now. No, if they were from Qingqi, there would be no need to flee. This person must have some connection to Qingqi sect. I must proceed with caution to avoid a misstep. For now, I shall let him run. Once he exhausts his spiritual energy, he will be unable to utilize any talismans or magical artifacts. Like a ghost, the elder trailed behind Li Xianping, growing increasingly exhilarated at the thought of fortune smiling upon him. With the disciples of Qingqi sect retreating and those from Tangjinmen stirring trouble in the south, this young man was haphazardly heading north into Tangjinmen's territory. It seemed fate conspired to deliver this opportunity into my hands. The more he contemplated, the more thrilled he became, recalling the chaos of the Immortal estate's heir centuries prior, and remembering his master's final words. Once a loose cultivator under Tang Jinmin, the elder's master had given him a jade pendant as he neared the end of his life, saying to the then 20-year-old, "My lineage also participated in the chaos surrounding the Immortal estate's heir hundreds of years ago. This pendant was obtained from that individual. That villain had cultivated a magical body, with flesh and bones composed of heavenly materials, and thus was torn apart by the 3 sects and 7 factions. We loose cultivators could only gather the blood that splattered during the conflict using our tools, and your ancestor found this jade pendant amidst the blood rain, sustaining severe injuries in the process, and passed away shortly after." The elder, then just a novice, had listened attentively as his master, with labored breaths, weakly murmured, "After researching together with your master's uncle for over 130 years, we have gathered some clues. This jade pendant should contain the Immortal estate's legacy. But another artifact is needed, and you may seek it out." As the elder contemplated, he suddenly saw Li Xiangping halt abruptly, turning to reveal his fierce gaze, akin to that of a hawk, which startled the elder into stopping in his tracks. Momentarily feeling a loss of face, the elder sneered, "What? Have you come to your senses?" Li Xiangping replied with a cold smile, brandishing a grayish-blue mirror that shimmered with white light, exuding an intense sense of danger towards the elder. "Damn, he indeed has something." The elder let out a shriek, and in an instant, 12 talismans erupted around him. A dazzling golden shield arose in front, and he swiftly formed a seal, channeling his power into it. This sequence of actions was executed seamlessly, occurring in the blink of an eye. The elder had dedicated over 30 years to refining this technique, relying on it multiple times to preserve his life. However, the sense of danger dissipated almost as quickly as it had come, and the elder realized Li Xiangping had darted away like a rabbit. The elder cursed in realization, dissipating the spells in his hands, and coldly remarked, "So many tricks up your sleeve." With a light step, akin to a specter, he closed the distance, only to see Li Xiangping brandish the mirror again, its white light illuminating him. A wave of danger surged forth, and the elder, seasoned from years of experience, did not hesitate to unleash another 12 talismans, raising a radiant golden shield once more. "Fool!" Suddenly, a derisive laugh echoed from ahead. The elder, despite his years of cultivation and good temperament, felt an uncontrollable surge of anger rise within him. He gathered several beams of golden light in his hands, preparing to unleash a spell to strike down Li Xiangping. Just as the shield dissipated, the elder's pupils reflected a pure, boundless white light. Li Xianxian paced anxiously in the courtyard. The clan leader Li Xiangping had not returned for an entire night, and the personnel stationed at Li Dao Pass reported no sightings of any unusual white light. As he gazed upon the slowly rising dawn, an increasing sense of unease settled within him, almost compelling him to burst through the door to investigate the situation at the Wan family. The golden streaks that had illuminated the eastern sky the previous night extinguished in mere minutes, and Li Xianxian stood alone atop Lijing Mountain all night, his fists clenched in silence. Should the worst come to pass with reddened eyes, Li Xuanxuan's mind churned with names: Li Yexing, Li Qiuyang, Chen Erniu, and Li Tongya still at Guanyin Peak. With Li Xiangping's fate uncertain, the only direct descendant capable of managing affairs in the Li family was merely 13-year-old Li Xianxian, while Li Xianfeng was just 7 and Li Xianling only 5. "Young master!" A low exclamation awakened Li Xianxian. As the young man raised his head, a warm smile graced his face as he gently inquired, "Uncle Yisheng, what troubles you? I have searched several times around Meichi Mountain and Lijing Mountain, yet the master remains elusive," Li Yisheng replied, stroking his beard with a furrowed brow. He had witnessed the golden light at dawn the previous night and was preparing to report to Li Xiangping, but despite his efforts to find Li Xiangping, he had been unsuccessful. "Uncle, the master felt a sudden premonition last night and has entered seclusion to make a breakthrough," Li Xianxian explained with a soft smile as he gazed into Li Yisheng's eyes. "Ah, I see," Li Yisheng exclaimed, his understanding dawning upon him. "So the master is in seclusion at the rear courtyard of Lijing Mountain?" "Indeed," Li Yisheng nodded, skillfully shifting the topic to report on village matters before taking his leave. As Li Yisheng exited the mountain, Li Xianxian slowly took his place at the main seat in the empty courtyard, his face clouded as he gazed towards the horizon. At the foot of the mountain, Li Yisheng hurriedly entered the courtyard, shedding his outer robe and handing it to a servant who approached. Frowning, he called out Li Xiaowen. Observing several individuals gathering in the courtyard, Li Yisheng accepted the tea bowl offered to him and took a seat at the main position, solemnly asking, "Has there been any news from Lichoyang?" "None," came a reply. After taking a sip of tea, Li Yisheng's brow furrowed deeply as he inquired, "Have any of the Wan family sent someone to seek assistance today?" The gravity of the situation reflected on his face as he looked towards the others present, his voice lowering to an almost inaudible whisper. "Has the master dispatched anyone to control the clan soldiers?" Receiving only shakes of the head in response, Li Yisheng exhaled deeply, a hint of a smile emerging on his face. "I must have been overthinking." Chapter 71. Qingqi Demon Sect. The old Taoist cultivation level and quick reflexes save his life. A mere instinctual sidestep had caused the Taiyin Xiangui to evaporate his left arm and hand entirely, leaving his upper body encrusted with frost and his face a deep shade of purple. Coughing, the old man spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, which crystallized in the air before falling onto the soft earth below. "Good, very good." He managed to force a rigid smile, his remaining right hand conjuring a pale white shield that deflected all of Li Xiangping's ensuing attacks. This small action, however, caused him to cough up another frosted mouthful of blood, feeling the chilling aura coursing through his body. The old Taoist swiftly formed a protective gesture to safeguard his heart pulse, clinging to life. Meanwhile, Li Xiangping observed that even a barrage of attacks could not shake the old man's shield, given that the talisman provided by Li Qijing was primarily for escape. He gritted his teeth, abandoned the old Taoist, and slapped the talisman onto his leg, riding the wind as he continued his flight northward. The western route was off-limits due to the Li family, while heading east would lead him directly into the ambush of 10 cultivators from the Wan family, thus sealing his fate. The south, with its uneven terrain of Dali Mountain, would take longer to traverse than a flyover, leaving him with no choice but to press onward to the north. Ji Dingqi coldly regarded Wan Xiaohua, who was half severed but still propped up on his upper body, his lower half pinned by Ji Dengqi's long knife. "Your Wan family should have been prepared for this since the day you attacked Huazhong Mountain." The peak vitality of life kept Wan Xiaohua from perishing immediately, and the agony forced him to widen his eyes, emitting a series of anguished cries. Why? Ji Dingqi recalled the proud young man in splendid attire from years past, bending slightly as he spoke softly. "What do you think we are? Merely the pigs and dogs raised by these two families, a mere weight on the scales of their transactions. They do not care about your stance. They await our flesh to grow fat, ready to exchange us for slaughter when the time comes." Observing Wan Xiaohua struggle before closing his eyes, Ji Dengqi shed a single tear, lifting his head as he solemnly declared, "Now I shall drive your entire Wan clan's bloodline, along with the 8,000 mortals under your rule, to offer as tribute to that esteemed individual. Subsequently, that esteemed one will descend upon the unguarded mushroom forest of Qingqi sect, to sacrifice 5 to 70% of the mortals and cultivators there to gather resentment and blood energy." A sardonic smile graced Ji Dengqi's lips as he looked upon the body of Wan Xiaohua, now growing cold, and continued in a hushed tone, "Meanwhile, your Qingqi sect, for which you yearn for aid, is mobilizing troops to invade the borders of Tangjin sect, engaging in the same vile deeds." As he gently closed Wan Xiaohua's eyes, Ji Dingqi let out a series of raspy laughs from deep within his throat, raising his gaze to the figure of the golden-clad man in the sky, full of vigor. "Xiao, senior." Li Tongya respectfully clasped his hands as he saw the old ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Shooting, squinting as he sipped his tea. "Tongya, my young friend, why not remain at the Xiao family for a few more days?" Li Tongya hesitated for a moment, a cloud of doubt rising in his heart. Lowering his gaze in silence for a breath, he replied respectfully, "May I ask?" Xiao Shooting waved his hand, interrupting Li Tongya's words. In a low voice, he remarked, "My words reveal much information." Li Tongya paused, a flash of realization dawning upon him, and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Xiao." Xiao Shooting nodded slightly, closing his eyes in contemplation, prompting Li Tongya to comprehend and take his leave. As Li Tongya exited the courtyard, a young man in splendid attire emerged from behind the ethereal screen, revealing himself to be Xiao Yongling, whom Li Tongya had encountered years ago in a tavern. He respectfully took his seat and inquired, "Grandfather, is the Li family truly worthy of our association?" Xiao Shooting remained silent, sipping his tea as he gazed at his most cherished direct descendant, softly stating, Li Qijing has broken through and successfully cultivated the Yu, Huing Qiuju, causing quite a stir within the sect. Xiao Yongling's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Yu Huing Qiuju? Where did he obtain the Tying moonlight? Do not concern yourself with how he acquired it. Xiao Shooting waved dismissively, adding, maintain a good relationship with the Li family, but do not appear overly eager, for that would be unbecoming. Noticing Xiao Yonling deep in thought, Xiao Shooting shifted the conversation, coldly asking, do you know why the 3 sects and 7 gates never intervened to stop the slaughter and annexation among the clans under their control? They even encouraged the mutual hatred between the families at the borders. Qingqi sect does not merely seek a few spiritual stones as tribute. They require the emergence of powerful families like ours to cultivate mortals and cultivators who can provide assistance to foundational and Purple Mansion cultivators with spiritual items. Can Qingqi sect not produce these cultivators themselves? Must they rely on our family, and the spoils must be divided among us? Have you seen how many spiritual items and magical artifacts my Xiao family has amassed in the Lixia County over the centuries? Does Qingqi sect not know? Xiao Shooting took a sip of tea, slowly countering. Xiao Yongling fell silent, grasping some understanding yet hesitant to voice it. I will speak for you. We, these great families, are merely the herbs planted by Qingqi sect in the ground. Xiao Shooting let out a cold laugh, his voice stern as he continued. It takes centuries to cultivate a great family, only to consume them entirely, and then elevate a few small families to engage in mutual slaughter and annexation, fostering the next generation of great families. Xiao Yongling shuddered, lowering his head, and spoke tremulously. Is this truly the way of the Immortals? The conflict between Immortals and demons ended thousands of years ago. Who still plays those outdated games? Xiao Shooting retorted. Which of the 3 sects and 7 gates does not stand tall upon the flesh and bones of the slain? Xiao Shooting laughed heartily before countering. Do you think the moonlight glazed tree on Qingqi Peak was cultivated without effort? It was planted in the flesh and blood of Li Jiangxian and nurtured with his blood. Is there a corner of Qingqi sect untouched by blood? Qingqi Immortal Sect, Qingqi Immortal Sect. What a delightful name. Xiao Shooting rose with a cold smile and inquired of Xiao Yongling. Are you aware of what the Qingqi Xinzong was called 5 or 6 centuries ago, before it ascended to the ranks of the 3 sects? Uncertain. Xiao Yongling shook his head. Xiao Shooting gradually leaned closer to his ear and whispered coldly, Qingqi Demon Sect. Qingqi Demon Sect. Chapter 72. Ancient Techniques and Secret Arts. What does this mean? Even the Xiao family is aware of the news regarding Tang Jinmen's descent southward. Why does Qingqi Zong remain indifferent, allowing Tang Jinmen to wreak havoc in Xuanlin Yuan? As a thought crossed his mind, Li Tongya's heart skipped a beat. He inwardly lamented, alas, if the Wan family perishes, the Ji family will inevitably corner my Li family in the Dali Mountain. The loss of lips means the teeth are left exposed. Xiang Ping will surely resort to the law to take action. I cannot fathom the current situation. I should hasten home. However, the mushroom forest is now engulfed in flames of war. To take a detour would only extend the journey. So it will be wiser to wait another 2 or 3 days. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Tongya's brow gradually furrowed, when suddenly a voice called out, Brother Tongya. Li Tongya turned his head in astonishment and saw Xiao Yongling hurriedly catching up from behind. With a smile, she grasped Li Tongya's hand and exclaimed, It has been many years since we last met. Why did you not come to find me upon your arrival at the Xiao family, Tongya brother? I have wandered around that dilapidated tavern for several days, yet I have not caught sight of the 2. By the way, why have I not seen Wan Xiong? As I departed from home, I passed by myriad households, yet did not encounter Wan Jia, and I have since heard that the resounding clang of golden gates has journeyed southward. It seems that they have already breached Hua Qinshan, and I fear for Wan Xiong's safety, as the situation appears dire. Xiao Yongling momentarily paused, a shadow of sorrow crossing his countenance, and he sighed deeply. Alas, fortune and misfortune are often unpredictable, and the heavens can be capricious. Such matters are beyond our control. While strolling through the marketplace at the foot of the mountain with Li Tongya, Xiao Yongling engaged in light conversation before adopting a serious tone. I have heard that Brother Tongya has cultivated at Yujing for many years, and you are merely a step away from the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing phase. Have you prepared the methods for the qi refining period? And what type of earthly essence do you intend to consume? Li Tongya sighed wryly and softly replied, "To be honest, Brother Xiao, my household possesses only one set of second-tier cultivation technique, the Tianyuan Lianqiju. This technique relies on the ingestion of the small Qingling qi for cultivation. And without any method to gather qi, I fear I shall have to purchase the small Qingling qi from the market, which is quite bothersome." Li Tongya, however, remained unperturbed, quietly contemplating this year's harvest. After deducting the 200 gene owed as tribute, he still had over 260 gene of spirit rice and 7 baiyuan fruits in his storage pouch, approximately worth 4 spirit stones. His 3 wuzhao worms had produced silk 12 times over the past 5 years, yielding 3 bundles of silk cotton valued at half a spirit stone. As for the spirit talisman technique left by Li Qijing, Li Tongya had studied it for 5 years and had only just begun to grasp some insights. Having successfully drawn a few prototypes, yet he had not dared to utilize talisman paper for a true attempt. While Li Tongya was pondering where to sell these spiritual items, he heard the complex expression on Xiao Yongling's face as he spoke. The small Qingling qi typically costs around 30 spirit stones. "Brother Tongya, have you prepared the spirit stones?" Li Tongya shook his head and chuckled, stating, "I am in no rush. This Xiao Qingling qi is exceedingly costly, equivalent to several decades of my family's income. I shall accumulate spirit stones for the time being. After all, the lifespan of those in the Tai Shi realm often reaches 120 years, and I have ample time." Xiao Yonling gazed at him in a daze and suddenly remarked, "Brother Tongya, achieving Yu Jing at the age of 30, with the prospect of further cultivating qi, is indeed commendable. It is truly a pity that you are burdened by family obligations. Were you born into a prestigious family, you would undoubtedly surpass me by 100-fold. Li Tongya raised an eyebrow, noticing that Xiao Yonling appeared quite contemplative, and chuckled, saying, "Haha, what kind of words are these? The affairs of the world are indeed arduous, compelling individuals to seek solace in unity. Though the current predicament of the Li family appears dire, it is, in truth, the result of a century's worth of accumulated efforts by our ancestors that has afforded us this singular opportunity to ascend into the realm of immortality. It cannot be deemed a burden upon our family. Rather, it is a testament to our family's accomplishments." Xiao Yonling, deep in thought, nodded in understanding and remarked with a smile, "Yonling has learned much today." Li Tongya, chuckling softly, shook his head and, shifting his gaze from the stall, inquired earnestly, "Brother Yonling, may I ask the price of this qi cultivation technique? If one were to consider the rudimentary cultivation techniques of the common practitioners, it is likely that they would require merely a few spirit stones readily available at the stalls along the roadside." Xiao Yonling then gestured towards the loft ahead, elucidating that to acquire authentic techniques of the second rank or higher, one must visit several establishments, typically costing dozens to hundreds of spirit stones. Some shops offer a combination of cultivation methods along with the ethereal spirit energy, thus saving time spent on searching and gathering, albeit at a considerably higher price. Naturally, there also exist ancient secret techniques, with prices fluctuating significantly, varying from person to person. Li Tongya furrowed his brow and inquired with a hint of skepticism, "Ancient secret techniques?" Xiao Yonling smiled gently and explained, "All methods originate from singular essence. If one cannot locate the essence sought within the techniques, then the practice of such techniques becomes impossible. As time progresses and the world changes, one may lose the method of gathering essence, or the environment that nurtures the spiritual energies of heaven and earth may be destroyed. Thus, certain spiritual energies may become irretrievable, rendering many associated techniques incomplete and thereby useless. Such techniques are referred to as ancient methods." Noticing Li Tongya's rapt attention, Xiao Yonling nodded and continued with a smile. "There exists another category of techniques known as secret methods. Some families or sects have inherited extraordinary ancient methods, yet lacking the essential essence to practice them. They gradually alter the techniques, using alternative essences in their place, which are termed secret methods." Li Tongya, suddenly enlightened, nodded in agreement and added, "This approach is indeed commendable." Xiao Yonling shook her head, her desire to express herself intensifying, and remarked, "The hastily modified techniques of later generations cannot compare to the security forged through centuries of refinement by their predecessors. Such secret methods not only weaken the original versions, but often carry various flaws. My Xiao family has several practitioners of secret methods. While their slow progress is fortunate, Some even require elixirs to sustain their lives. Understanding dawned upon Li Tongya, who nodded and mused, regardless of ancient methods, secret methods, or orthodox techniques. I find myself utterly devoid of resources, rendering me incapable of acquiring anything. Xiao Yongling, with a serious demeanor, responded, Brother Tongya, do not underestimate yourself. Your innate talent is exceptional, and with your prudent stewardship, it will not be long before the reputation of the Li family of Lijiang reverberates throughout the ancient realms. Li Tongya smiled wryly, shaking his head and exchanging polite words, while inwardly contemplating the actions of the Qingqi sect are fraught with intrigue. There are many secrets surrounding the assassination of the celestial lineage. I can only hope that Jinger remains safe within the sect and does not become entangled in those whirlpools. Chapter 73. Counterattack. Li Xiangping soared through the winds for a while, and soon encountered a small orchard enclosed by a fence of palm wood, with golden kumquats hanging from the branches, indicative of a farmer's harvest. Assessing his pace, he realized he had ventured deep into the territory of the Ji family. This must be one of their farming households. Having fled throughout the night, Li Xiangping's complexion was pale, and the talisman in his hand had dimmed, nearly exhausted. He retrieved a grayish-blue talisman from his bosom, gently caressed it, and closed his eyes slightly, sensing the presence of the old Taoist still trailing far behind. He could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. The figure of Lu Jiangxian in the mirror appeared even clearer. The old Taoist, forcing himself to suppress his injuries, had consumed several elixirs to stabilize his breath, his eyes filled with malice as he soared toward Li Xiangping's direction. If that old Taoist were to employ any spells to capture or attack me, I shall feign a natural counterattack, striking him down decisively. Lu Jiangxian furrowed his brow, observing for a while, realizing that the old Taoist had lost his left arm, and his mana was flowing unevenly. The residual power of the Taiyin Shuangguang was still causing disturbances within him, necessitating moments of closed-eye meditation to recuperate, which naturally slowed his pace. Yet he remained slightly faster than Li Xiangping. If he could just catch up, if he could just catch that young man, he would strike him down with a single palm and seize that talisman to depart. In the old Taoist's mind, anger, greed, and reason were engaged in a relentless tug-of-war. He thought viciously, holding this talisman in the state of Taishi can yield such power. How much more formidable would it be in my hands? This person has used it only once, and continues to flee rather than pressing the advantage. Surely this attack must have consumed a considerable amount of energy, rendering him unable to wield it again for the time being. The old Taoist gradually accelerated on his flying shuttle, and a village appeared before him. Ahead, an orchard was filled with kumquat trees, and a figure was weaving through the trees, increasing in speed, no longer riding the wind, suggesting that his talismans had been exhausted. Li Xiangping flipped his hand, placing the last talisman into his palm. It was a Vajra talisman, which, when activated, would render his skin and bones as strong as steel, allowing him to withstand a few blows from the old Taoist in a desperate struggle. As the old Taoist descended slowly on his flying shuttle, he noticed Li Xiangping suddenly turn around, raising the grayish-green mirror once more. Another attempt? The old Taoist nearly coughed up blood, forcibly twisting the shuttle to land awkwardly among the branches, only to see Li Xiangping standing there with a cold smile, leaning against a kumquat tree, observing him. What a clever boy! The old Taoist felt a surge of delight rather than anger. He clapped his storage bag to stow away the flying shuttle and gently descended to the ground, where he found Li Xiangping had already charged toward him. Without further ado, the old Taoist conjured a brilliant beam of golden light, aiming directly at Li Xiangping's chest. A resonating sound emanated from Li Xiangping's body, as he too emanated a soft, white glow, attempting to dissolve the incoming golden light. The old Taoist's spell swirled within that gentle light before ultimately crashing into Li Xiangping's body. With a thud, Li Xiangping's internal organs shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the mirror slipping from his hand, wobbling toward the ground. The old Taoist's gaze was immediately drawn away, as the white strands of his whisk brushed against the wind, resembling a massive hand reaching for the mirror. A glint of ferocity flickered in Li Xiangping's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, while the old Taoist was distracted, he conjured the golden light technique in his left hand, preparing to strike at the old Taoist's head. In the mirror, Lu Jiangxian watched as the strands reached for him, a wave of intense revulsion rising within him, akin to a presumptuous child brandishing chopsticks at his own eyes. Yet, inwardly he mused, what a splendid opportunity. Just as the strands grasped the mirror, they recoiled as if they had touched a searing coal, and the grayish-green mirror, seemingly humiliated, floated upward, hovering a foot off the ground, pulsating with white radiance. The 12 seal symbols along the edge of the mirror began to glow one by one, the dazzling white light undulating like waves across the mirror's surface, making it difficult to open one's eyes, as if a small sun hung quietly above the two. A profound sense of danger enveloped both individuals, the overwhelming pressure rendering Li Xiangping and the old Taoist immobile, as if the play had been paused, leaving them frozen in place. This is bad. A sudden realization struck the old Taoist. Filled with regret as he contemplated, I should not have attempted to capture that mirror with my whisk. After years of cultivation, he had heard tales of extraordinary artifacts possessing great sentience, requiring reverence and caution. For instance, the Dashue Yuefeng of the Qingqi sect, which would remain inert in the hands of anyone unrecognized by it. This is disastrous. This mirror is indeed extraordinary. It appears I have offended the mirror's taboo. Li Xiangping was about to unleash a golden light, strike upon the old Taoist's head, but the oppressive force rendered him immobile. He perceived the mirror ascending, engulfed in white light, just as his father and second brother had described encountering a wolf demon, and he understood that the old Taoist had likely triggered the mirror's autonomous attack, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Little did he know what method the old Taoist employed, as a low voice resonated in Li Xiangping's ear. Young friend, the old Taoist, foolish as a pig, has unknowingly offended a taboo, provoking this artifact to retaliate against you. If you possess any incantations or techniques, I beseech you to assist me, and I shall offer ample rewards afterward. Li Xiangping rolled his eyes in exasperation, disregarding the old Taoist's nonsensical pleas. Observing the immobile old Taoist, Lu Jiangxian gained a newfound understanding of his own strength, contemplating silently. So, by gathering the Taiyin Shuangguang as long as the distance is close enough, it can even immobilize those in Qi training. Upon scanning the area with his spiritual sense, Lu Jiangxian discovered that some villagers had begun to awaken. A young lad in tattered hemp clothes was stealthily approaching, crouching behind a tree, intently watching the two. We must resolve this swiftly. Plop! A small silk pouch fell to the ground, and the handle of the whisk, made from an unknown spiritual material, transformed into a puddle of pale blue metal, gently landing on the ground. Subsequently, Lu Jiangxian gradually extinguished the white light, quietly floating in the air. Li Xiangping finally moved again, spitting out another mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Just as he prepared to recuperate, he felt a sharp blow to his head, stars exploding in his vision, and he struggled to turn over. There, a young villager, clad in ragged hemp clothing, sat astride Li Xiangping, his face alight with greed and joy, brandishing a stone and preparing to rain blows upon him. How audacious! How dare you pick up a fallen celestial's remnants? Li Xiangping strained to muster the last remnants of his power, extending his left hand to block the incoming stones, while his right hand groped around until he finally grasped a branch. Just as the lad struck him, dizzy and seeing stars, he managed to imbue the branch with a golden light technique and thrust it toward the boy. The enchanted branch pierced through the boy's neck with remarkable sharpness, causing him to go wide-eyed, sputtering blood, clutching his throat as he collapsed and writhed on the ground. Li Xiangping lay sprawled on the ground, watching the boy struggle and thrash, fearing he might attract more attention. He hastily snatched up the silk pouch and metal piece, stuffing them into his clothing, grasped the mirror floating in the air, and staggered to his feet, fleeing toward the edge of the village. Chapter 74. Maintaining the status quo, Li Tongya had been in the county for several days, and upon hearing that the people from the Tangjin Gate had retreated, he anxiously bid farewell to the Shao family, mounted his cart, and traversed the gully road through the mushroom forest to return home. Li Tongya had no driver. Coming from a farming background, he could not ride a horse. He was only able to manage an ox cart, so he had to drive it back alone. After an hour of travel along Gully Road, he could not help but cover his nose. What a pungent stench of decay. It had rained just the day before, and the accumulated corpses by the roadside had swollen grotesquely from the soaking, their skin ballooning like large blisters, a sickly dark color, their flesh and blood rotting inside, emitting a foul odor that intensified under the morning sun's rays. Such a tragedy. Covering his mouth and nose, Li Tongya found himself pausing intermittently to wipe away tears that welled up from the stench. A tumult of inexplicable and fierce emotions filled his heart as he walked amongst the numerous corpses, having gone a day and night without food. How will the Qingqi sect record this? A thought suddenly surfaced in Li Tongya's mind, and mimicking the tone, he coldly remarked, "In the 4th month of summer, the Tangjin Gate invaded the mushroom forest, and after several days, they retreated." He pushed aside the heavy layers of corpses and sat for a while on a blood-stained blue stone, laughing coldly. Li Tongya had seen the living. Those village guards emerging from the piles of corpses seemed to have lost the ability to speak. Upon encountering one another, they would embrace their heads and weep. And after crying, they would continue searching the ruins for food. Li Tongya, appearing relatively clean, wielding a long knife with no visible bloodstains, looked like a traveling merchant passing through the mushroom forest. Soon, a few children began to follow him, most around 5 or 6 years old, gazing up at him with pitiful eyes. Li Tongya walked silently along the mountain path, hunting a wild boar or a wolf, tossing it to the children behind him, allowing them to cook it half raw before eating. After a bumpy journey, he finally reached the territory of Wanjia. The few villages of Wanjia were now desolate, devoid of inhabitants or guardians, the ground littered with blood and decomposing bodies. Xianfeng, as Li Tongya walked, he spotted a tiny figure wandering among the heap of corpses. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his eldest son, Li Xianfeng, rummaging through the bodies with disheveled hair, covered in dried blood. Li Tongya furrowed his brow, a pang of unease gripping his heart as he lifted the child, gazing at his cracked, pale lips. Li Xianfeng pouted, kicking a severed hand on the ground, murmuring, "I am searching for my father. Xiang Ping, has your father not returned home?" Li Tongya, sensing an ominous premonition, inquired softly. "Xiangu does not inform me, but my father must have gone to support the Wan family. At this moment, he is surely untraceable." "Oh," Li Xianfeng replied, his voice low. "The Ji family is truly ruthless. Not a single village among the 5 of the Wan family remains. All have been mercilessly slaughtered. What purpose does this serve?" "It was the Tang Jinmen and Qing Qizong who perpetrated the massacre," Li Tongya blurted out mindlessly, leaving Li Xianfeng momentarily stunned. Inwardly, he chastised himself, vowing that when he matured, he would annihilate Tang Jinmen and sever the head of their young master to serve as a ball for his amusement. Li Xianxian sat alone in the courtyard, plagued by an unusual restlessness. Over the past few days, he had quietly searched the Li Daoko, yet found no signs of struggle, let alone any trace of his uncle, Li Xiamping. Fenger too had vanished, sending someone out to search for a day without any luck. The persistent headache tormented Li Xianxian. Li Xianfeng had just received his talisman and vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, he was calling out to inquire about Li Xiamping, leaving Li Xianxian to concoct ways to placate him. Yet, the clever child, having eavesdropped on the adults' conversations and grasped the situation regarding the Wan family, had hastily dashed out. "Young master," as Li Xianxian was lost in thought, he heard footsteps outside the courtyard. Li Yeshing entered with a smile and said earnestly, "Li Xianxian." Startled, he felt an immediate lightness in his burden, and his spirits soared as he joyfully made his way down the mountain to greet him. Li Tongya had arranged for the children accompanying him to rest and refresh themselves as they arrived on the mountain. He encountered Li Yeshing and Li Xianxian, but his expression remained inscrutable. He patted Li Xuanfeng's shoulder and whispered, "Go wash up and rest well." Once Li Xianfeng had nodded and departed, Li Tongya entered the courtyard with Li Xianxian, dismissed Li Yeshing, and softly inquired, "Now, tell me, what matters weigh upon you?" Li Xianxian gloomily recounted the events of the past few days. Upon concluding, Li Tongya coldly remarked, "Have you gathered any intelligence regarding the Wan family's territory?" Li Xianxian shook his head and murmured, "I merely ordered the people of Li Daoko not to leak our whereabouts to the east. I have not sent anyone across the border." Li Tongya sneered softly, his voice laced with disdain. "The Wan family have been obliterated for over a month. Yet you remain ignorant of the emptiness beneath Hua Qian Mountain. Your uncle has been missing for over a month, and you still engage in trivial matters with those few in charge. You have failed to uncover a single piece of information, yet allowed Fenger to slip alone into the Ji family's territory. Li Xianxian, what commendable deeds you perform." Struck as if by lightning, Li Xianxian fell to his knees in the courtyard, a wave of bitterness washing over him, his mouth opening but no words emerging. What is there to fear? Li Tongya shook his head and solemnly stated, "Even if Xiang Ping is in trouble, I am out here, and your Uncle Ji is still within the clan. Who would dare harbor ill intentions toward you? The moment your uncle failed to return, I dispatched the clan soldiers to patrol the woods. sending Li Qiuyang to guard Li Daoko. With weapons in hand, who would dare to belittle you, even if some suspect that Li Xiangping is in peril? Who among them would dare to speak? With a soft sigh, Li Tongya continued, do not indulge those few in charge in their probing. They are merely dogs of the Li family. When they're in good spirits, reward them with a few bones. If they dare to dilly-dally, a single strike will suffice. The power of the Li family stems from martial prowess and cultivation. We must be resolute, ruthless, and unafraid to take lives. The Li family does not require a ruler who merely hopes to maintain the status quo. We seek a leader who will lead with the ferocity of wolves and tigers. Chapter 75. The Return of Xiangping. Noticing Li Xuanxuan's bowed head, Li Tongya softened his tone, saying gently, fortunately, this is your first time in charge, and you have not committed any grave errors. After contemplating for a moment, Li Tongya looked at him with lowered brows and said softly, go to Meichi Mountains cave and reflect deeply. Break through to the fourth layer of the Tai Shi before returning. Thank you, uncle. Li Xianxian clasped his hands respectfully and withdrew, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Li Tongya changed into fresh garments in the back courtyard, seated himself in the main position, and perused Li Xuanxuan's records of various matters, frowning as he muttered, call for Yeshing. Naturally, clan soldiers were dispatched to summon him. Li Yeshing entered the main courtyard, bowing hurriedly upon noticing Li Tongya's head lowered over a wooden tablet, not deigning to raise his gaze. Instantly, Li Yeshing's heart skipped a beat, realizing he had inadvertently exposed himself. Although Li Xiangping and Li Tongya had raised Li Xianxian as the head of the family since childhood, at that time, Li Xianfeng and Li Xianling had yet to be born. Who could predict the thoughts of these two brothers now? Observing Li Xuanxuan's errors and inaction, Li Yeshing seized the opportunity to test their attitudes. Seeing Li Tongya remain silent, he understood that his little scheme had been uncovered. He hastily knelt and offered his apologies. Li Tongya frowned, gestured for him to stop, and said quietly, once you have spoken, put away the wooden tablet. He then commanded, sound the drums and muster the troops. Li Xiangping staggered as he walked, finding a large tree to lean against, resting for a while. After regaining a semblance of his strength, he performed a spell of swiftness and, despite his fatigue, continued southward. After an hour and a half, Li Xiangping finally dared to relax, climbing a large banyan tree, where he dozed in a half-awake state for several hours, feeling his strength slowly returning. In this desolate wilderness, devoid of human presence, Li Xiangping caught a wild rabbit to roast and spent several days absorbing spiritual energy and refining his meridians before resuming his southern journey. Upon entering his family's territory, he spotted several squads of clan soldiers patrolling the woods and mused, it seems the household remains stable. The Ji family has not advanced westward. Although the soldiers donned their family attire, Li Xiangping, out of caution, chose to circumvent them, quietly making his way to Li Jing village. Finding everything normal and devoid of signs of turmoil, he felt relieved and ascended the mountain. Li Tongya, furrowing his brow as he polished his sword, heard footsteps and looked up, momentarily stunned to see Li Xiangping, disheveled yet grinning, standing at the door. A smile crept onto his face as he said, I knew you were clever. You would not meet your demise so easily. Li Xiangping grimaced, sat at the table, and gulped down a bowl of tea before exclaiming, what is the meaning of this? I was pursued by a Qi training practitioner for a day and a night, nearly struck down by a single blow. After recounting the details of his escape over the past 20 days, Li Xiangping loosened his outer robe and gently placed the law tablet on the table, watching the bluish-gray tablet slowly levitate. He then produced a brocade pouch and a piece of pale blue metal, grinning as he asked, what do you think? Li Tongya Nudda, probing into the storage pouch with his spiritual sense, and a small pile of items spilled forth. Aside from a heap of clothing and miscellaneous goods, as well as gold and silver, the old Taoist storage pouch still contained 25 spirit stones, several healing elixirs suitable for the Tai Shi realm, a carefully sealed jade bottle labeled Yu Dan, a bundle of faded talismans, and a jade pendant radiating white light. Finally, with a clink, a grayish-white, long sword fell out. As Li Xiangping picked up the jade pendant, the previously drowsy Lu Jiangxian perked up, sensing the pendant merely an inch away, and gently beckoned it closer. The pendant leaped as if a joyful bird, soaring towards the bluish-gray law tablet. What? The sudden occurrence caught Li Xiangping off guard, and he could only watch as the pendant leaped, lightly adhering to the mirror's surface. releasing waves of white vapor that flowed into the mirror like weary birds returning to their nests. The 12 engraved symbols along the edge of the mirror flickered to life, and Lu Jiangxian felt a surge of comfort, his spiritual awareness expanding as streams of information flowed forth, prompting him to enter a meditative state to process it. Life had been austere for the old Taoist. The healing elixirs were merely of the Taishi realm. After securing the several bottles of healing elixirs along with the 25 spirit stones, Li Xiangping gently opened the Yuyadan, and an enchanting fragrance wafted forth. Merely inhaling, it caused both to feel their internal energy surge with vigor. The potency of this pill surpasses that of the remaining 2 Shiyuan Dan at home, which are said to be suitable for both fetal breathing and qi training. This Yuyadan must undoubtedly be a pill for the qi training period. Hastily sealing the Yuyadan, Li Xiangping noticed that Li Tongya had already taken a liking to the long sword, examining it with great interest. He could not help but smile and ask, "What do you think of this sword?" Li Tongya shook his head with a chuckle, replying, "It appears to be a weapon meant for those in the fetal breathing realm. It seems to be worth no more than 3 to 5 spirit stones. It surpasses common iron by a considerable margin." This remark reminded Li Xiangping of his own Qingwu Bao, which Li Tongya had purchased for 2.5 spirit stones. Though it was somewhat heavy, he had initially considered using a Taiyin Shuangguang and retreating, leaving the Bao behind as it would hinder his movements. Little did he expect to encounter that old Taoist, and in the heat of battle, he found himself without a suitable weapon. Yet, one could argue that had he carried the Bao, he might have been caught by the old Taoist long before. While Li Xiangping was lost in thought about this escape, Li Tongya quietly opened a stack of talismans, meticulously comparing them to the key points in the Ling Zhong Fu Fa. This appeared to be a talisman for summoning a protective shield in the fetal breathing realm. After some time of comparison, Li Tongya solemnly stated that there were a total of 24 talismans, valued at about 8 spirit stones. It would be wise to reserve some for Xianxian and Xuanfeng's defense, especially since Xianfeng had a tendency to wander off. Recalling the massive shield conjured by the old Taoist using 12 talismans, Li Xiangping muttered an expletive and laughed. That old fellow's precious techniques were successfully deceived by me twice. It is no wonder he was filled with rage. Li Tongya then picked up a pale, blue metal block, scrutinizing it without identifying its nature. He glanced at Li Xiangping and, furrowing his brow, asked, "Are you still injured? You should take some medicine and recuperate first." Chapter 76. Seeking the method, Li Qijing gently sheathed his sword as the azure-white radiance of the moonlight autumn element flowed around him like a living stream, illuminating patches of moonlit water. Behind him, Xiao Yuanxi waved away the nearly dissipating Yuan Law shield, which bore numerous scars, and chuckled, "Junior brother, your sword energy is remarkably sharp. The moonlight autumn element cultivated through the Yuehu Ingqiuju is indeed exceptional." Li Qijing frowned and replied, "I have heard that the Tangjin sect has invaded the Xuanling plain." Xiao Yuanxi sighed, her expression darkening, and comforted him. "I have heard from my family that the Li family has suffered no major harm. You need not worry." Lowering his head and tightening his grip on his sword, Li Qijing spoke with a lingering discontent. "Sister, you have already discussed matters at home with me. But why have I heard that no one is stationed at the Xuanling plain?" Xiao Yuanxi hesitated, her brows lowering as she quietly explained. "The Tangjin sect took advantage of our Qingqi sect's defense shift, and the cultivators fell into their trap." After a few vague remarks, seeing Li Qijing deep in thought and nodding, she quickly changed the subject, saying, "In recent years, the demonic creatures in the south have been quite unruly, and our sect plans to reassign personnel to combat them." I glanced at the list, and aside from Master, our Qing Sui Peak still needs to send 2 people. Li Qijing tilted his head and inquired, "What does Master intend?" Xiao Yuanxi bent down with a smile, saying, "Of course, it is you and me going together. Yuan Tuan is not adept at combat, so he will remain at the peak." Patting Li Qijing on the shoulder, Xiao Yuanxi added, "You practice sword techniques. How can you become proficient without experiencing the blood and bones of the battlefield? As for me, I have some skills in alchemy, and the sect likely intends to deploy me to support you." Li Qijing suddenly understood and felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, "That sounds promising, but I wonder how long we will be away." "That is true. You should find a moment to send a letter home, and the sect does not expect us to work for free. It is perfectly acceptable to make some requests to benefit our family," Li Qijing said, invigorated by this prospect. Upon hearing this, he eagerly asked, "Can the sect grant us some methods?" "Methods?" Xiao Yuanxi furrowed her brow and replied quietly, "You have already mastered the Yuehu, Ing Qiuju. Why seek more?" Suddenly realizing something, Xiao Yuanxi whispered, "Are you asking for methods to benefit your family?" Seeing Li Qijing nod, she pondered for a moment before speaking. Cultivation methods are traditionally kept as secrets within families. It would be difficult to request them. Calculating the days, Li Qijing reflected that his brothers at home were approaching the pinnacle of fetal breathing, yet they lacked suitable qi training methods, and he thought to make a request. Li Qijing placed his qing feng on the table and murmured, "Methods are particularly precious. Few would sell their family as practices in the market, and even fewer would carry them at hand. When families face destruction, they would rather destroy their methods than let them fall into enemy hands. Finding an appropriate method to inherit is indeed challenging." "How about this?" Xiao Yuanxi nodded and said solemnly, "The methods will be provided by the Xiao family, and in exchange, you will procure a Sui Yuan Dan from the sect for us." "Sui Yuan Dan?" Li Qijing was taken aback and anxiously asked, "Are you aiming to break through to the foundation establishment?" "This is merely for a family uncle," she replied. "The Sui Yuan Dan can increase the success rate of breaking through to the foundation establishment. While the materials are not particularly rare, the recipe is controlled by the sect, and the pills are only given as rewards, rendering them quite scarce. Thus, I am willing to exchange it for a third-grade cultivation method." "You are quite cunning, brother." Li Shijing Shukulat Sufli. "Though the Sui Yuan Dan is a qi training pill, it is indeed rare and valuable. I cannot trade it for just a third-grade method." Seeing Xiao Yuanxi's helpless expression, Li Qijing laughed heartily and then said, "I will choose 2 third-grade methods from your Xiao family and add 1 qi gathering technique. 1 third-grade and 1 second-grade method, along with the qi gathering technique. But do not offer me the common methods circulating in the market. I seek authentic techniques, not ancient or secret methods." Xiao Yuanxi chuckled at his insistence and described several methods one by one. After listening carefully, Li Qijing frowned and asked, "Does brother have the qi training method for the Golden Autumn in the lake? Since Dali Mountain is adjacent to Yuehu, it would be best to utilize the essence of the lake." Xiao Yuanxi shook her head. "Such good fortune is rare. The only one I have seen successfully cultivate with the Golden Autumn in the lake is your Yuehu, Ing Qiuju." Li Qijing nodded, contemplating for several moments before saying, "Then I will choose the third-grade, Jianghe Ichiju, and the second-grade, Qingling Yuanfa. With the abundant Reed River nets in our family's territory, it would be convenient to draw upon the clear energy from the river." In the cave of Meichi Mountain, Li Xiangping had been in seclusion for several days. Finally adjusting his aura to its peak, he exhaled deeply, feeling that his internal magical power had become more refined. After years of stagnation, he finally sensed progress, drawing closer to breaking through to the 5th layer of fetal breathing, the Yujing Luan, and he could not help but smile with joy. Upon exiting the stone chamber, Li Xiangping found Li Tongya quietly drawing talismans in the hall of the cave. Upon noticing Li Xiangping, he smiled and softly remarked, "You have emerged from seclusion." The 3 stone chambers in the Meichi Mountain cave had been renovated, one storing spirit rice and spiritual objects, while the other 2 were designated for closed-door cultivation. Li Xianxian was currently in one of those chambers, engaged in her own seclusion. Sitting at the stone table, Li Xiangping listened as Li Tongya recounted his experiences and the affairs at home, frowning in contemplation. The schemes of the Tangjin sect and Qingqi sect were beyond their control. The Ji family had already cornered his family in the mountains, necessitating caution. Though the Tangjin sect had retreated for now, the Ji family's strength still far surpassed theirs. Li Tongyan nodded solemnly, saying, "Hua, Qianshan, and the entire Wanjia territory have become a wasteland." While passing through the eastern Liu family territory, I heard that the Liu family suffered losses at the hands of the Ji family, and enmity has formed between the 2. They will not let this matter rest easily. "That is indeed good news," Li Xiangping replied, sipping tea. "With the Liu family holding Jiangxian in the east and Hua, Qianshan reduced to ruins, the Ji family will not be able to venture west for at least a decade or 2. By that time, second brother should also be at the qi training stage." "Indeed," Li Tongya confirmed. Li Tongya halted his writing and softly remarked, "When we next journey to Guanyun Feng, I shall sell these items of the old Taoist, which should yield a modest sum of spiritual essence." Li Xiangping narrowed his eyes and replied earnestly, "Xin'er still lacks decisiveness. Perhaps it is because he has never witnessed bloodshed. Once he ascends to the Qing Yuanlin, I shall summon him to oversee the clan's warriors and slay some demonic creatures to experience the reality of blood. After all, he is merely 14 or 15 years of age. Li Xiangping shook his head, only to see Li Tongya's subtle smile as he jested. Chapter 77. Seeking Assistance. What's the matter? Li Yeshing spoke in a hushed tone. Family head. A group of children from the Wan family have descended from the mountain, claiming to have once been allies. Now, their family is in ruins, and they seek refuge under our family's protection. The two men were momentarily taken aback. Setting down their teacups, Li Xiangping's expression grew complex as he softly inquired, among these individuals, are there any with spiritual apertures? Qiu Yang went to investigate and reported that the leader was at the first layer of the Taishi realm, while the others were mere mortals. Disperse these Wan family members and integrate them into the various villages. Those in their teenage years can be allocated some land to establish their own households, while those under 10 should be temporarily fostered at the academy, and the younger ones should be placed with families for care. As for the leader, bring him to see me first. Wan Tianjing had spent a night hiding in the mountains with the children, and upon witnessing the grand formation atop Hua Qian Mountain shatter, he felt utterly defeated. Remembering his uncle's words as he descended the mountain, he covered his tears and stumbled westward. He walked in silence, his heart ashen, while behind him, the children, having received their family's admonitions, remained quiet, the occasional sound of weeping intensifying the desolation. Wan Tianjing avoided the familiar boundaries of the village, foraging for fruits and wild hares to nourish the children following him. He clumsily entered the domain of the Leaf family, inquiring for assistance until the Leaf family cultivator arrived. This cultivator, a young man in his early 20s named Li Qiuyang, was a branch member of the Leaf family. He spoke courteously, expressing sympathy for the plight of the Wan family, guiding Wan Tianjing toward Meichi Mountain while conversing quietly. Have you practiced cultivation? Li Qiuyang gently inquired. The third layer of the Taishi realm is the Zhou Xinglun, and he had been at this stage for 2 to 3 years without opportunity for breakthrough. So he was curious about Wan Tianjing's cultivation level. I have embarked on the path of immortality and currently possess the cultivation of the Xian Jinglin. Observing Wan Tianjing's youthful visage, Li Qiuyang felt a sense of relief, contemplating silently. Not everyone cultivates as swiftly as Li Xianxian, who reached the third layer of Tai Shi in merely 14 or 15 years after 7 years of practice. The Leaf family was efficient. After only a few exchanges, a dignified middle-aged man approached to escort Wan Tianjing up the mountain. With his head bowed, he ascended the stone path and witnessed the middle-aged man respectfully bend in greeting as he led him into the cave dwelling. Wan Tianjing cautiously raised his brow to glance, finding a middle-aged man clad in robes seated at the center of the grand hall, engrossed in reading. The family head, it is he, thought Wan Tianjing. Upon hearing the voice, the middle-aged man lifted his gaze, his elongated brows arching slightly as his hawk-like eyes met Wan Tianjing's. Startled, Wan Tianjing immediately knelt, his heart racing with trepidation, inwardly exclaiming, "This man is clearly not an ordinary individual. He must be the family head of the Li clan." Li Xiangping nudda, standing to place down the wooden tablet he held, quietly observing Wan Tianjing. The latter was drenched in sweat when a gentle voice resonated from above. "Lift your head." Wan Tianjing felt as though a great weight had been lifted and raised his gaze, discovering that beside the Li family head stood another person, who appeared kind and scholarly, adorned with a sword at his waist and holding a greenish-blue talisman brush, smiling warmly at him. "What is your name?" The middle-aged man finally spoke. Wan Tianjing hesitated for a few breaths, sorrow and hatred surging within him, and gritted his teeth, declaring, "I am Wan Tianxiu." Though timid and lacking in strategy, he possessed a modicum of loyalty, which was far inferior to Wan Tiansong. Li Tongya chuckled softly and shook his head, remarking among the Wan family, "Only Wan Xiaohua and Wan Tiansong are worthy of caution. Should either manage to escape, the Wan family may still have a chance to recover, but alas, they both perished on Hua Qian Mountain." Li Xiangping waved his hand and replied solemnly, "Unless our ancestor Wan Hua Qian rises from the earth, the annihilation of the Wan family is a foregone conclusion. We should focus on future matters instead. Has my second brother prepared a breakthrough to the 6th layer of Taishi? After a few days of recuperation, I shall be ready to enter seclusion." Pouring a pot of clear tea, Li Xiangping swept aside several wooden tablets on the table, marking them on the cloth with his brush, and stated gravely, "My second brother is on the verge of breaking through to the 6th layer of Ling Chulin, while I have the opportunity to challenge the 5th layer of Tai Shi. As for the others, my second sister, Li Qiuyang, and Xianxian are all at the 3rd layer of Tai Shi. Wan Tianxiu is at the 1st layer of Tai Shi, and we also have Xianfeng and Chun Donghe, who have just embarked on the path of immortality. Excluding Jing'er, the current strength of the Li family is not far from what the Wan family once was." Indeed, Li Tongya nodded, but then recalled another matter. Speaking softly, "A few days ago, I heard reports that in the Western Mountains, herds of beasts have been inexplicably migrating, and a demon beast even escaped. Fortunately, it was of low cultivation. Qiuyang dealt with it along with the village militia. However, this may not bode well. Although we have not spotted any signs of the Shanyu tribe, they had previously roamed in the western vicinity, so it is likely they are behind these disturbances. We must remain vigilant. I have dispatched people to investigate thoroughly. Perhaps we may uncover some information." Li Tongya tidied the talisman ink on the table as he conversed with Li Xiangping, exiting the cave dwelling and heading toward Li Jing Mountain. Lu Jiangxian, having sorted through the myriad pieces of information in his mind, sent forth his consciousness, revealing familiar stone platforms and skylights. The cracks in his reflective surface had not changed significantly. However, a luminous white line had illuminated around his talisman, indicating that the white mist within the jade pendant was not merely enhancing the Tai in Shuangguang, but bestowing new capabilities upon the talisman. The talisman could employ the qi obtained from the ritual gathering of Yuan to condense a talisman pill, which cultivators could consume once per major realm to break through barriers and advance their cultivation, with effectiveness dependent on the quantity of qi within the pill, and it could even yield remarkable results for foundation establishment in the Zifu realm. The talisman's utility remained as pragmatic as ever, and Lu Jiangxian couldn't help but sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. Although he had acquired the ritual gathering of Yuan a few years prior, the stringent conditions had delayed the extraction of qi, and he could only wait until Li Tongya achieved his breakthrough in qi training to attempt it again. Chapter 78, The Attack. Ahuelai's eyes widened, the clash of beast teeth and jade stones producing a clattering sound as he exclaimed in anger. Ahuelai snorted disdainfully, took a sip of fruit wine, and soon several tribesmen entered the tent, dragging forth a pristine, clean captive with tightly bound hair. Tossing him before Ahuelai with a laugh. "So this is the scout sent by the Li family. But his skills in reconnaissance pale in comparison to the seasoned Shanyu who traversed the mountains, and now he has been captured." Ahuelai stroked his face, revealing 4 markings on his cheek, signifying his cultivation at the 4th layer of Tai Shi, and grasped the man, coldly stating, "Immortal? It has been quite some time since I encountered one." Observing the man's wide eyes and terrified struggles, Ahuelai let out a cold laugh, tossing him to the ground and calling out, "Bring him!" Immediately, a tribe shaman dragged the man away, arranging for venomous insects and bee stings. And anguished cries soon echoed from outside the tent. Ahuelai savored his fruit wine, and the captive divulged everything. "Li clan?" Ahuelai frowned, shaking his head as he listened to the shaman's mutterings. Not hearing the term qi training, he raised his voice. "What does it matter? We shall seize it first. Everyone, get up and get to work." Qin Erniu's hair had grown increasingly white, a testament to the years of prosperity he had enjoyed, especially with his youngest son, Qin Donghe, entering the path of immortality. He couldn't help but boast about it to anyone he met. Qin Donghe had cried loudly upon his birth, and Qin Erniu grew increasingly fond of him, dismissing the name he had originally chosen and seeking the sage Han Wenxiu to bestow a new name. In the midst of winter, Han Wensu arrived at the door, braving the snow while carrying fine wine and dried meat, leaving Qin Erniu both amused and exasperated. Following the tradition of naming children after rivers and lakes, he named his son Qin Donghe. From a young age, Qin Donghe displayed remarkable intelligence, and Qin Erniu felt a sense of relief watching his otherwise inept brothers. However, a few years later, it was discovered that Qin Donghe possessed a spiritual aptitude, which delighted Qin Erniu beyond measure, leading him to send the boy to Li Xiangping for training. Sighing deeply, Qin Erniu recalled the death of Wan Tiansong at Huaqian Mountain and the subsequent replacement of Wan Tianxiu at Lichuankou. The new arrival was rather amiable and got along well with Qin Erniu, but the western mountains were plagued by lurking beasts. causing Chun Erniu many sleepless nights filled with anxiety. As he lay in bed, on the verge of slumber, a sudden cacophony of screams jolted him awake. "Father! Father!" Chun San Shui burst into the room, crashing through the door and startling Chun Erniu, who tumbled from his bed with a painful yelp. "Ungrateful wretch!" Chun Erniu barely had time to scold when Chun San Shui dragged him unsteadily towards the door, pointing eastward. To his horror, Chun Erniu leaned against the doorframe, stunned as he beheld flickering lights on the eastern hillside. A group of bare-chested mountain tribesmen, adorned with tattoos, emerged, laughing maniacally while brandishing long knives as they charged down the hill. The once serene village was now filled with the echoes of cries and screams. Behind him, Chun San Shui was frantically rummaging through their belongings, trembling as he urged, "Father, we must flee while there's still time." Feeling a surge of anger, Chun Erniu nearly choked on his frustration, and with a swift motion he slapped Chun San Shui on the head, barking, "Go inform the clan leader." When Chun San Shui stood frozen in shock, Chun Erniu kicked him out, watching as he scampered away in fear. Overwhelmed by the chaos, Chun Erniu felt a deep sense of helplessness wash over him. Regaining his composure, he entered the house, lifted his youngest son, Chun Xiu Shui, who was sleeping soundly, and gritted his teeth, stating, "The clan leader has already noted the unusual activity in the east. The clan soldiers are stationed behind the village. You must go assess the situation." As Chun Xiu Shui, still half asleep, meandered about the room, Chun Erniu's irritation reached a boiling point, prompting him to mutter, "Calm down. Calm down, we still have Dongha." With determination, he took up his sword, donned his vine attire, and stealthily made his way into the shadows. Clan leader. Li Xiangping slowly opened his eyes to find Li Yeshing, covered in dust and looking disheveled, entering the courtyard. He spoke gravely. "The mountain tribes have attacked Li Chuankou." Li Xiangping was taken aback and immediately rose, donning armor from the wall, grasping his Qing Wu Bao, while Chen Dongha deftly fastened his quiver. "What is the situation? How many are there? Are there any cultivators among them?" Li Yeshing reported that there seemed to be hundreds, but no signs of airborne cultivators were visible. Although Li Yeshing had not cultivated himself, he was familiar with the hierarchy of martial prowess, having witnessed cultivators slay demons before, and understood that most ground-bound beasts were not to be feared. Channeling a surge of energy into his legs, Li Xiangping commanded, "Send someone to summon Li Qiuyang and Li Xianxian." After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to disturb Li Tongya, who was in seclusion, and swiftly descended the mountain. "Yeshing, gather the villagers for support," he called, seeing Li Xiangping vanish into the mountains before hastening to rally the people. As he navigated the path, nearing Li Chuankou, Li Xiangping found the encampment of 800 clan soldiers in a state of alarm, drums beating loudly. A few centurions, looking troubled, were pacing, while one man sat on the ground, weeping into his hands. Noticing the resemblance to Chun Erniu, Li Xiangping tossed a jade tablet and continued westward. The centurions recognized Li Xiangping and promptly gathered the soldiers, moving through the woods toward Li Chuankou. Meanwhile, Chun Xiu Shui remained dazed in the dirt, bewildered by the chaos, rising to dust himself off and looking around, unsure of where to go. Chapter 79. Repelling the mountain tribes. The flames at Li Chuankou had already ignited, and scattered villagers confronted the mountain tribesmen in the alleys, protecting their wives and daughters, while many others fled in disarray, allowing the mountain tribes to pillage at will. When Li Xiangping and his soldiers arrived, the mountain tribes had fully infiltrated the village, and he could only frown as he led his men along the stone path toward Ling Tian courtyard. Fortunately, Ling Tian was unharmed. Wan Tianxiu likely still had some formations left. He would seek an opportunity to examine them. Upon arrival, Li Xiangping observed the scene and nodded, signaling his soldiers to advance. The sight of them sent the mountain tribes scattering in fear, and several were swiftly captured. Clan leader, Wan Tianxiu, observing the situation from within the formation, promptly dismantled it and called out awkwardly. The Wan family had been obliterated in a single night, with Wan Shaohua destroying all their legacies on Huaqian Mountain, leaving no trace of the promised formations. Escaping, Wan Tianxiu had only managed to salvage a few formation discs and, having learned little, had only grasped 3 of the 10 foundational breath techniques. Yet he still understood how to set up the formations to protect Ling Tian from harm. Just as he was about to order a pursuit, a deep horn sounded, causing the mountain tribesmen in the village to retreat like a receding tide. Li Xiangping raised an eyebrow, knocked an arrow, and, listening intently, released a white streak that soared into the mountains. "Let us pursue." With a wave of his hand, the soldiers moved in the direction of the fleeing tribesmen. "What brings them here so swiftly?" Akwai sat in the woods, observing wave after wave of clan soldiers entering the village. He quickly stood up and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Do not engage those people. Just take what you can and leave." His few hundred ragtag soldiers were only interested in plundering. They had no desire to clash with the clan soldiers. Preserving their numbers was paramount. As long as his forces remained intact, Akwai could find sustenance in any tribe. If they perished here, his power and worth would diminish greatly, reducing him to mere muscle. Just as he began to relax, a white streak shot toward him, and a nearby clan shaman's head erupted like a smashed watermelon, showering Akwai blood. Startled, he gazed at the quivering arrow embedded in a tree and swallowed hard, stepping back slowly, whispering, "Retreat into the woods." Instantly, another shaman nervously blew the horn twice before crouching down, causing Akwai to grit his teeth in frustration, yet he dared not intervene personally. Hiding behind a large tree, Akwai peered at the scene below, his breath steadying as he recognized the clan soldiers had captured nearly 100 tribesmen, eliciting cries for mercy. With this obstruction, the mountain tribes finally entered the forest. "What a coward!" Akwai muttered bitterly, turning to lead his men deeper into the woods. After a flurry of attacks, witnessing the mountain tribes retreat into the forest, Li Xiangping ordered the retreat and, seeing the captured tribesmen, felt his anger subside somewhat. "Many thanks to Master Chen." "Cough, cough." "I dare not," Chen Erniu replied, dismissing the praise. Li Xianxian approached, armored and flanked by a line of bound mountain tribesmen. Li Xiangping nodded and quietly said, "Xianer, take the men to rest here. This will not be overlooked. We cannot allow hundreds of mountain tribes to plunder Li Chuanko's wealth and women without consequence." Li Yesheng raised his hand in greeting, accompanied by several village men, as they arrived at Li Chuanko. With the arrival of Erge, the situation seemed more promising. Li Xiangping clenched his teeth and smiled, a flicker of anger evident in his eyes. After changing into fresh attire, he entered the ancestral hall, performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows. He passed by the altar adorned with offerings of fruits and incense, and respectfully bowed to the statue on the stone platform, requesting the divine oracle. "Be cautious in your actions." He suddenly heard a frail voice. It was his father, Li Mutian. Li Mutian appeared withered, quietly seated in the courtyard, rasping out a few words while taking deep breaths. The elderly man often dozed off in the courtyard, rarely waking to eat in the main hall, requiring Li Xianfeng to call him. Yet he was acutely aware of footsteps. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Xiangping startled him awake. "Yes," Li Xiangping replied, observing his father's state. A wave of concern rising within him as he pondered how much longer his father could endure, a hint of reluctance crossing his face. Gritting his teeth, he turned and exited the rear courtyard, addressing Li Tongya. "There is no need for Taiyin Shuangguang. The oracle will suffice to discern the distance and capabilities. Should the Shanyu be caught off guard, with the oracle present, even Qi practitioners can retreat unscathed." Li Tongya followed Li Xiangping down the mountain, listening intently as his brother recounted the events of the past few days, nodding in contemplation. The two pressed on without rest until they reached their encampment, where the night was still deep and the village men and clan soldiers were drowsily asleep. 2 loud gongs rang out, and everyone sprang to their feet, donning their armor and arming themselves with swords and shields, tightly binding cloths around their faces to prevent them from falling off, gathering together. They awaited Li Xianxian and Li Qiuyang to assemble their troops. Li Xiangping closed his eyes, quietly probing the oracle, gaining a clear understanding of the entire mountain situation. With a swift draw of his Qing Wu bow, several beams of light soared into the mountains, each striking down the sentinels left by the Shanyu in the forest. Only then did Li Xiangping sling the bow across his back and call out, "Let us go." Chapter 80. Capturing Ahuilai. Ahuilai gathered all the treasures and captives, first dividing the grain and wealth, then scrutinizing the captives. He selected the most striking woman and embraced her, laughing heartily at her shivering form, declaring, "Indeed, the beauty of human women surpasses all." The surrounding tribesmen erupted in laughter, and Ahuilai joined in, muttering bitterly, "If it weren't for Jiani Shi, that ravenous wolf advancing eastward, How could we have fallen to such depths? It is infuriating that my camp of 3,000 has been completely destroyed by his hand. At the mention of Jiangxi's name, the laughter faded, replaced by fear and hatred on their painted faces. Someone whispered, "The people of the south say Jiangxi, she was born to unify the northern foothills as the Wolf King. I have heard he is the offspring of a human and a wolf, fierce as a wolf, cunning as a fox, obeying the Ancestor's command to advance east." Ahuilai shivered, abruptly interrupting, shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting? How unfortunate!" He then raised his cup and bellowed, "Drink! We have just plundered the Li clan. How can we not celebrate? Kulme, each person shall have one captive." The tribesmen instantly cheered, laughter filling the air, while Ahuilai laughed boisterously, cursing the Li clan's weakness. Yet internally he contemplated. Something is amiss. Suddenly he was startled, roaring, "Fear not, great king! How could these humans detect our spies?" Ahuilai felt a sharp sting on his face, looking up to see a white light slowly illuminating before him. He was alarmed, his legs giving way, collapsing to the ground and scrambling back as an arrow struck the earth before him, kicking up a spray of sand and leaving a small hole. The area erupted into chaos, flames igniting in the surrounding woods, as the Li clan soldiers charged into the fray, the drunken tribesmen rapidly falling to arrows. Ahuilai gradually stood, incredulous, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Gripping his hammer, he shouted, "Get up! Everyone rise!" The scattered Shanyu warriors seemed to find their resolve. Rallying around him, Ahuilai surveyed the scene, calculating that only 200 or 300 remained by his side, while the entire Shanyu tribe had been torn into 4 or 5 factions, struggling amidst the chaos. It was over. A jolt of dread surged through Ahuilai as he noticed a middle-aged man approaching, clad in light armor and wielding a gray-white longsword, its blade shimmering ominously, sharp gray light flickering unpredictably, causing Ahuilai's eyelids to flutter. Damn it! The man took a light step forward, instantly closing the distance, and thrust his sword towards Ahuilai. The latter swiftly raised his hammer to block, nearly losing his grip from the impact, pain shooting through his insides. And he realized this man's cultivation far surpassed his own. Li Jiangxian felled the nearby Shanyu warriors effortlessly. His 3-layered cultivation made him a formidable force amidst the chaotic ranks, akin to a fully armed adult battling a group of children, dispatching 3 or 4 with ease, each punch capable of killing. Moreover, he was flanked by 12 elite clan soldiers, diligently guarding the young master, each a chosen warrior, casting cold glances around. Li Jiangxian fought with fervor, awakening a ruthless edge within him, his eyes reddening as he seized an elderly Shanyu, preparing to hurl him, only to be taken aback by the elder's gaze. The man's white hair, deep wrinkles, and terrified eyes felt like a resounding slap across Li Xuanxuan's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Unexpectedly, the old Shanyu, tears streaming down his face, bit into Li Xuanxuan's arm, shattering a decayed tooth, akin to another slap across his face, causing him to reflexively strike back. The old man collapsed, bones shattering, spewing forth blood and excrement, emitting a wretched cry. His eyes fixed on Li Jiangxian with a piercing hatred, leaving the latter teary-eyed. Li Jiangxian felt dizzy, standing still for a moment, a chill creeping from the crown of his head down to his spine. The world around him suddenly grew silent, the raucous shouts fading into the distance. This world, shrouded for 15 years, finally revealed a corner of its veil before him. So this is how it is. Slowly drawing his large knife from his waist, Li Jiangxian calmed himself, silently resuming his slaughter. "Not far away, my king, retreat quickly." Several tribesmen cried out in terror. Ahuilai shook his head, blocking Li Tongya's sword, causing his hammer to slip from his grasp. He cursed loudly, "How can we retreat? We are completely surrounded." Ahuilai gazed at his fallen tribesmen, calling out in anguish, "Stop! Stop! I am willing to surrender." The gray light on Li Tongya's sword gradually dimmed as he fixed his gaze on Ahuilai. The surrounding tribesmen instinctively crouched down, while the clan soldiers hesitated, hearing a command ring out. "Those who surrender shall not be killed. Those who surrender shall not be killed." In an instant, many tribesmen discarded their weapons and knelt. Ahuilai sighed, discarding his remaining hammer, lowering his head in defeat. The clamor of battle and cries gradually subsided. The Shanyu warriors were bound and captured, while the Li clan soldiers maintained a strict discipline, silently leading the captives away. Ahuilai's heart raced. pondering whether these humans differed from the tribesmen, fearing that even in surrender, they might meet their end. It would indeed be a great loss. It is better to confront him to the very end. As Awila pondered deeply with his head bowed, he suddenly noticed a pair of gray wolfskin boots halting before him. He quickly raised his head with a fawning smile and was met by a sharply defined visage, characterized by elongated brows and fierce eyes. Jiangxian? Awila was taken aback, his heart racing, his lips quivering as he nearly leapt from the ground, the turmoil within him indescribable. Upon closer inspection, Awila tremulously realized that those eyes were not the nightmarish, venomous brown he had feared, but rather a calm, grayish-black. Chapter 81. Intelligently Xiangping looked down at the obsequious Awila, his gaze resting on the latter's corpulent neck. He mused silently. This individual possesses some utility. Yet his treachery is evident, and his subordinates from the mountain tribes are unruly. Mishandling them could endanger my own position. Awila, observing Li Xiangping's scrutinizing gaze upon his neck, felt a chill run down his spine and his mind raced as he sought an escape. In a mournful tone, he implored, "My lord, we were all compelled to advance eastward due to the slaughter and oppression by Jiangxian. We only seek a place to rest. Please spare our lives within 10 years. Jiangxian will inevitably advance eastward, and we will still be of use to you, my lord." Li Xiangping chuckled softly and gestured dismissively. Li Xianxian and Li Qiuyang stepped forward to restrain Awila, while Li Xiangping turned and commanded, "Return the belongings to their respective families. These mountain tribesmen are to be escorted down. As for you, you shall first be taken to Lijiang Mountain." Watching Li Xiangping walk away alongside Li Tongya, Chun Erniu shook his head disapprovingly from the back of the crowd, glancing at Chun Sanshui, who trailed behind with his head lowered. He reproached softly, "I've already been thoroughly subdued by Li Mutian. Yet look at the sons we have. This fool is even inferior to Li Yesheng's son, Li Xiaowen, who at least understood the importance of diligence over the years at Li Dao Pass." Rakaling Li Mutian, Shen Arnius Mud Darkanat. He glanced toward Lijiang Mountain in the distance, his expression complex as he murmured, "How is it that this old wolf still lives? Has it consumed some elixir of immortality? For over a decade, it has lingered in the mountains, always keeping one on edge." "Speak," Li Xiangping commanded from his seat of authority, with Li Tongya standing beside him, sword in hand, his gaze fixed intently on Awila. Li Xiangping looked down at Awila, who knelt dutifully, sipping his warm tea, and smilingly inquired, "What manner of person is Jiangxian?" Awila was drenched in sweat, raising his gaze to Li Xiangping, momentarily transfixed. Only when Li Tongya frowned did Awila's thoughts return. Jolted by Li Xuanchuan's firm strike to his head, he trembled and stammered, "Jiangxian is a figure akin to a king." Yet within Awila's heart, a deep fear surged as he reflected. Although these two men appeared distinct, their demeanor and expression were strikingly similar, both exuding an eagle-eyed vigilance. While Awila was still contemplating, he was struck again on the back of his head. He raised his gaze resentfully, only to find Li Xuanchuan's face flushed, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "How can a mere mountain tribe leader compare to my uncle?" Li Xiangping frowned and waved his hand, solemnly stating, "Do not waste words. How many troops does he command? What is his strength? How many shamans does he have under his rule?" Awila quickly bowed his head, smiling ingratiatingly. "When we were driven from our ancestral lands in the northern foothills, she had already unified over a dozen tribes, commanding approximately 3,000 to 4,000 troops. She himself possesses qi refining skills, with 2 shamans who have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth serving him. And there are over 10 shamans of the fetal breath realm among his tribes. 4,000 troops, 3 qi refining practitioners, and over 10 fetal breath realm practitioners." Li Xiangping exchanged a glance with Li Tongya, both recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. The Li family had cultivated their strength for many years, and the total number of villagers under their command barely reached 10,000, with at most a little over 1,000 warriors. In times of conflict, they could muster only a few thousand poorly organized villagers. Facing she would be a greater challenge than confronting Jidenki. "Do your mountain tribes understand agriculture? Given your usual pursuits of foraging and hunting?" Awila hesitated before replying, "Yes, somewhat. We cultivate medicinal herbs and cotton." "Very well," Li Xiangping stroked his chin, speaking softly. You shall disperse the remaining 500 or 600 of your followers among the villages as tenants or hunters. Those with skills can work as tanners or carpenters to make a living. Fortunately, your prior plundering did not result in significant casualties, and the villagers will not harbor deep resentment towards you. Conduct yourselves well and avoid inciting chaos. My followers have always been peaceful hunters. Had it not been for our family's ruin, we would not have resorted to looting. I shall ensure my people are well taken care of. You, Awila, may first plant some spiritual rice at the foot of Lijiang Mountain. Li Xiaoping rose gently, smiling. I will send someone to teach you literacy and how to cultivate spiritual rice. After all, it would be a shame to lose laborers of the fetal breath 4th level. At Qingqi Peak, Si Yuanbai knelt quietly before a stone door intricately etched with complex spiritual patterns, tightly pursing his lips, gazing with a complex expression at the formation before him. Yuanbai, what is the necessity of this? Si Yuanbai closed his eyes briefly, weariness etched on his face. He opened his mouth and continued, seeing the silence from those beyond the stone wall. I assert resolutely, my Qing Sui Peak shall not venture to the southern wilderness. Nonsense. A thunderous rebuke rang in Si Yuanbai's ears, causing blood to pour from them. With a cold smile, he persisted. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You merely wish to consume Jing'er, so that your faction may fill the void left behind. Perhaps the cauldrons of several demon kings in the southern wilderness are already simmering, and arrangements have been made regarding the exchange of mortals and treasures. Si Yuanbai, you are audacious. The oppressive aura of the Zifu stage surged forth, causing Si Yuanbai to spit blood. He bitterly wiped his mouth and gritted his teeth, saying, years ago, when Yuxia was sent by you to gather the 12 lunar essences, I pleaded for 156 days, and you claimed this was the last one. I foolishly believed your words. Silence. Si Yuanbai received a heavy blow, crashing against the stone wall, once again spitting blood as he laughed maniacally. Qingqi Xianzong, what a splendid sect. What a celestial sect. Si Yuanbai's long hair cascaded down, his usual gentle demeanor replaced by a fierce countenance, his eyes ablaze as he rose, swirling with vibrant and relentless energy around him. Si Yuanbai, your inner demons plague you. We are not here to quibble with you. The heavy, ancient voice resonated once more, forcefully suppressing Si Yuanbai, softly instructing, seal his cultivation and send him to the tower. Chapter 82. The pillars of the Great Hall collapse. So much time has already passed. On the day, Li Xiaoping retrieved the talisman from the river, Li Mutian was still a solemn and powerful patriarch, his gaze heavy with experience. Now, he had aged into a frail old man, unable to walk, well past 70 years. Throughout the years since his crossing, Lu Jiangxian had remained in a half-dream state, and it felt as though nearly 20 years had slipped by in a haze. Though in his perception, it had only been about a month. The Li family had firmly established itself, evolving into a new clan of cultivators. Before him, Li Mutian was withering day by day, as if the rapid expansion of the Li family had drawn the last vestiges of vitality from his being. Now nearing the end of his journey, Li Mutian leaned against the door, his expression solemn, yet softened with a hint of a smile, gazing at the lively Li Xianfeng, who was chattering animatedly. His throat moved slightly, and after years of silence, he issued his first command. Li Mutian said, I would like to eat lamb rice noodles. Li Xianfeng was momentarily taken aback, and Li Mutian continued, your granduncle dearly wishes for lamb rice noodles. Father wants lamb rice noodles. Li Xuanfeng's words left Ren Shi momentarily stunned. As she gazed at the tears streaming down the child's face, she hurriedly summoned several women from her household. She gently patted Li Xuanfeng's shoulder and whispered with a sense of secretive urgency. The steaming lamb noodles are garnished with a sprinkle of scallions. The translucent noodles shimmer with glimmers of oil, and a rich aroma wafts through the air. They are served in a porcelain bowl, which, despite a small chip, is placed neatly on the wooden table, accompanied by a pair of wooden chopsticks, creating a clean and tidy presentation. This bowl has been used by Li Mutian for 31 years, the chip caused by the young Li Xiaoping, who consequently received a severe beating, crying out in pain and avoiding Li Mutian for several days thereafter. The lamb noodle soup was far from exquisite, lacking vinegar and being overly spicy, with insufficient broth. Yet both his mother and Li Mutian understood that his father was attempting an apology. Nevertheless, he smashed the bowl and left home, disappearing for 28 years. Li Mutian berated his father for being indecisive, believing he had doomed the entire family. Li Jinshui, in turn, scolded his son Li Mutian, calling him a heartless wretch born of his wife's dalliance with a wolf. He drew his knife and pointed it at his father. Witnessing Li Gunshui's lips turn purple with rage, tears also tracing down his face. Memories only flickered through Li Mutian's mind for a brief moment. As he had barely taken a mouthful of noodles before collapsing, he felt as if a piece of charcoal had embedded itself in his chest, burning and sizzling, while a steel knife twisted in his abdomen, causing intense pain from head to toe. The charcoal seemed to leap from his chest into his mouth, his tongue and throat drying out, and his limbs stiffening, becoming so rigid that the surrounding women could not lift him. Grandfather! Grandfather! Li Mutian faintly heard Li Xuanling's muffled cries. This child, the eldest son of Li Tongya, though only 5 years old, exhibited remarkable composure, mirroring his father's demeanor in childhood. Anxious, he attempted to move his tongue, hoping to produce some sound to prove he was all right, but only managed to emit a few pitiful whimpers. Lift him to the bed. Rin Shi cried tearfully, having recently bid farewell to her own father, Rin Ping'an. Realizing the old man was nearing his end, she knew she could not allow him to die on the cold ground and urgently called for others to help lift him. Where's mother? Tian Yun asked hastily, only to learn that Li Mutian's wife, Lu Shi, had recently gone down the mountain to visit her family. The few people hurriedly transported the rigid Li Mutian to the bed, bustling about in a flurry. In the backyard, Lu Jiangxian observed with a complex emotion, quickly performing a calming technique and channeling a bit of moonlight energy to prolong the old man's life. Noticing Li Xiangping and others hastening up the mountain, he finally withdrew. This is the end. Lu Jiangxian san salimutians, brad gradually veyakaning. At last, Li Xiangping and Li Tongya entered the courtyard, followed closely by the tearful Li Xianfeng. With a worried expression, Li Tongya grasped Li Mutian's hand, slowly channeling his peak energy into Li Mutian's body. Li Mutian trembled, exhaling deeply, finally opening his eyes. Xiangping, Tongya, Li Mutian murmured, his gaze wandering among the people around him, his lips moving silently as he whispered something barely audible. Li Tongya, tears streaming down his face, leaned closer. Hearing Li Mutian faintly say, "Father, you should rest first. We will talk when you feel better." Li Xiangping choked back a sob, urging him not to speak. But Li Mutian shook his head and forcefully articulated, "Among the Li clan, there are many arrogant individuals. We must establish a family order, strictly manage the direct descendants, designating the main branches, while the remaining Li family members become minor branches, maintaining a flow between them. You all must take care of this. Xianxian can manage the household, but you must watch over him. Xianfeng is wild and intelligent, yet he must be guarded against indulgence and violence. Xianling is steady and composed, capable of achieving great things. Jing Tian possesses beauty, yet must be careful to avoid calamity. The threats from the mountains are far more perilous, so exercise utmost caution." Li Mutian's voice grew fainter. Li Xiangping, tearful, leaned closer, watching as the old man suddenly raised his hand, gripping his wrist with unexpected strength, his dying eyes flashing with fierceness. On the bed, he writhed, his voice rising suddenly as he gritted his teeth and declared, "When necessary, all villages may be abandoned. Do not emulate the Wan family. Any one of us, if we escape, can achieve something." Li Xiangping wept profusely, resolutely affirming, "Father, your children will remember this." At that moment, Li Mutian abruptly released his grip, succumbing to his exhaustion, and the others immediately fell into deep mourning. Yet the old man's gaze remained fixed on the bowl of lamb noodles on the table, its broth rich, spicy, and still steaming. Chapter 83. Jiangxian. Li Mutian's funeral was overly grand, resembling that of a county magistrate rather than an ordinary elder. Long white cloths adorned the various villages, while the direct descendants of the Li family, clad in white garments, solemnly dragged the coffin along the stone path. Putting down the willow branch in his hand, Chun Erniu rinsed his mouth and quietly sat at the table, a profound sadness welling up within him. No matter how great a person may be, death is an inevitable fate. Unless one becomes an immortal, one ultimately returns to dust. Chun Sanshui, however, scoffed at this, curling his lips in disdain. The Li family's 3 brothers must have ascended the immortal path. How could the death of an ordinary elder warrant such a spectacle? This Li Mutian isn't anything remarkable. Chun Erniu narrowed his eyes, swinging the willow branch down heavily upon Chun Sanshui, spitting words of scorn. Fool. You'll eventually get yourself killed with that nonsense. Yes, fourth brother is the best. After all, he has a spiritual aperture, right? Chun Sanshui muttered a few words, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and left the table, disregarding Chun Erniu's dark expression as he walked out of the courtyard. Li Mountain. Lu Jiangxian looked at the courtyard draped in white mourning attire. The empty wooden chair, where Li Mutian often sat in the backyard, evoked a sense of desolation within him. After witnessing Li Mutian's burial, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in his consciousness, observing a streak of light rushing towards him from the horizon, steadily halting outside the great formation of Li Mountain. Xiao Yuan Si of the Xiao family has come to pay a visit. Please open the mountain gate. Although Xiao Yuan Si, having broken through to the 8th level of Qi training, found the mountain's protective formation trivial, he still politely halted at its threshold. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiangping and his brother opened the formation, allowing Xiao Yuan Si to descend into the mountain courtyard. He found Li Xiangping and Li Tongya clad in white, and upon seeing the somber atmosphere, he reined in his smile and spoke solemnly. Is the elder unwell? This is the 3rd grade Jiang He Yi Qi Ju, which absorbs the pure qi from the river, requiring locations rich in river networks and abundant with cattails and rushes. At dusk and dawn, when pure qi rises and turbid qi sinks, one can gather from the river surface using the qi gathering method. Around June, one can obtain a wisp, and 10 wisps constitute a portion. Xiao Yuan Si produced a silk pouch, extracting several jade slips, and continued, as for this 2nd grade Qing Ling Yuan Fa, it utilizes minor pure spiritual energy. Although it is not as effective as Jiang He Yi Qi Ju, it surpasses the average methods available on the market. Li Tongya hurriedly accepted the wooden slips from Xiao Yuan Si, expressing his gratitude in a hushed tone. He then noticed Xiao Yuan Si sigh lightly, his expression tinged with complexity as he remarked, the protection from Qing Sui Peak is limited. As the winds and waves surge, take care of yourselves. The abrupt seclusion of Master Si Yuan Bai, with the disciples of Qing Sui Peak not having seen him even once, coupled with the increasingly urgent calls from within the sect to send people to the southern border, filled Xiao Yuan Si with a sense of foreboding. He suddenly recalled how the territory of Xuanlin Yuan was silently given to the Tang Jin men amidst chaos, making him feel a chill run down his spine, as if he were merely a pawn in the hands of those from the Purple Mansion. For a moment, he was lost in thought. The Immortal sect has been active in recent years, frequently interacting with the mortals under its rule. Is it true, as rumored, that a certain figure within the sect is on the verge of passing? What is it? Li Tongya clasped his hands respectfully and inquired. I would like to ask if there is any pure qi from the river available. We have some savings and would like to attempt purchasing a portion. Xiao Yuanxi's worried expression and veiled words instilled a sense of tension in Li Tongya and his companion. The mountains to the west were stirring restlessly, while the Ji family in the east watched with hawkish intent. Li Tongya contemplated advancing his cultivation in the qi refining stage. If he were to spend 5 years gathering the pure qi from the river and an additional 4 or 5 years to break through to the qi refining stage, it might be too late. Fortunately, having slain the old Taoist, he acquired some valuables which should amount to around 30 or 40 spirit stones, alongside the old Taoist's spacious storage bag that could yield 80 to 90 spirit stones. This would surely suffice to purchase the pure qi from the river. I have some. Xiao Yuanxi nodded, smiling as he untied a small jade vial from his waist. There is still a portion within. The price at Shichi Peak hovers around 50 spirit stones. Can you afford it? Li Tongya nodded and flipped his hand, retrieving a piece of pale blue metal from the old Taoist's belongings. He respectfully inquired, what is the value of this item? Xiao Yuanxi glanced at it, furrowing his brow and weighing it in his hand. He pondered, this should be Qingwen steel, a material suitable for the qi refining stage. Such a piece is worth around 20 spirit stones. Exchanging glances with Li Xiangping, Li Tongya nodded and took out 25 spirit stones from the old Taoist storage bag, along with 5 spirit stones accumulated over the past few years, and handed them to Xiao Yuanxi in exchange for the river's pure qi. The old Taoist's storage bag was quite expansive, measuring a full yard on each side and standing a yard tall, making it invaluable for both travel and storage. which is why they were reluctant to part with it. They poured the river's pure qi into the jade vial previously used to store the fire's malevolence, and then presented the old Taoist Yuyudan to Xiao Yuanci. After merely sniffing it, Xiao Yuanci remarked with a smile, "A fine resource for qi cultivation. This could fetch 7 or 8 spirit stones." Gratefully, they engaged in conversation with Xiao Yuanci for a while before bidding him farewell. Once Xiao Yuanci had departed into the distance, Li Tongya gently opened the jade vial, gazing at the ethereal river qi that shimmered like sunlight upon water. Within him, the embryonic breath stirred restlessly, inciting a desire to consume this essence of heaven and earth immediately. Li Xiangping chuckled softly and remarked, "Once you break through to qi refining, that qi creature will be within reach, and we can also use the ceremonial talisman to test that talisman qi." Li Tongya could not suppress his joy as he retrieved the jade slip containing the Jianghe Yikiju, allowing his spiritual consciousness to delve into its depths. The techniques and methods for the qi refining stage were often lengthy. Had they been inscribed on wooden slips, they would have formed a small mountain. Thus, they were recorded in this warm jade slip, from which one could extract information simply by probing with spiritual consciousness. However, this jade slip was delicate and fragile, primarily used for recording methods, while conveying messages still relied on more durable materials like spirit silk. After thoroughly studying this authentic method, Li Tongya's countenance brightened, and he declared solemnly, "After a few days of adjustment, I shall enter seclusion to break through to qi refining." Chapter 84. Beast slaying 5 years passed swiftly, like an arrow soaring over treetops. Lijing village had transformed into Lijing town, with prominent families such as the Liu, Chun, and Su moving in with their families, as the authorities proclaimed it a reward, blessed by proximity to the Immortal Mountain. Li Xianxian, sporting a mustache, had broken through to the 4th layer of the embryonic breath, and Li Xiangping had appointed him as the clan chief. The demeanor of this youth had shed its initial innocence and gentleness, giving way to a mature calmness that instilled awe in the Li family disciples. What amused the townsfolk most was the 12-year-old Li Xianfeng, who had garnered attention for his boisterous antics on the training grounds, shattering 6 bows and tossing the broken limbs aside, shouting, "Bring it on!" Li Xianfeng paid no heed to the fearful gazes of the surrounding clan soldiers, lifting his head and laughing heartily, as if he were born to revel in chaos, effortlessly hitting every target he aimed at. By the Meichi River, Li Xianling, just over 10 years old, had previously been tested and found to lack spiritual apertures. As the legitimate and sole son of Li Tongya, he naturally inherited the Xianzhu talisman seed. Now, he followed behind Li Xianfeng with a troubled expression, observing him peeking around a stone. "Look!" Li Xianfeng mischievously pushed Li Xianling forward, who stumbled and, unprepared, caught sight of a woman's voluptuous shoulder and rounded hips reflected in the river, prompting him to quickly cover his mouth and step back, glaring at Li Xianfeng and whispering, "You're so naughty." Li Xianfeng chuckled at Li Xuanling's flushed face and softly asked, "Is it beautiful?" "Not really." Li Xianfeng was disappointed by Li Xuanling's lack of praise, indignantly patting his backside and muttering, "What do you know, kid? You're quite idle." Li Xianling shook his head, his small face displaying a serious expression as he inquired, "Have you broken through to the 3rd layer of embryonic breath?" "I've already entered the 4th layer." Li Xianfeng replied casually, a hint of pride in his voice. Li Xianling froze momentarily, disbelief flashing across his face as he stammered, "You've caught up to Xianji?" Li Xianfeng nodded nonchalantly, smiling, "Of course, look." He produced a dark, large bow from behind, stepping onto a stone with his left foot, drawing the bowstring, and his entire demeanor transformed. He exuded an aura of sharpness that made Li Xianling involuntarily tense. Li Xianfeng grinned as he slowly aimed the bow at Li Xianling. Although there was no arrow nocked, the sudden intensity made Li Xuanling's hair stand on end, feeling as if a cold wind sliced across his face, accompanied by a buzzing in his ears. Impressive, Li Xianling swallowed hard, gradually backing away from Li Xianfeng, who remained focused on aiming, his aura intensifying, causing the surrounding shrubs to tremble. Li Xianling's eyes widened as he noticed the quiver at Li Xuanfeng's waist subtly quivering, prompting him to rub his eyes in disbelief. Witnessing every arrow within the quiver shuddering, as if anticipating something. Now, Li Xianfeng suddenly released his grip, and a great tree several dozen paces away erupted with a thunderous sound, splintering into fragments, leaving a transparent hole in the stump, which swayed for a moment before toppling to the ground, startling a flock of birds. "Brother," Li Xianling stared in awe, whispering, "Have you already cultivated qi? What are you thinking?" Li Xianfeng gasped, his face slightly flushed, and he chuckled. "This is about technique I devised myself, utilizing the spiritual apertures in my palms, combined with the intent of drawing and shooting. It's not particularly difficult." Li Xianling silently shook his head, but noticed Li Xianfeng's slightly embarrassed expression as he pulled him along, dragging him several meters away in an instant. "That rascal peeked at my mother bathing." Hearing the curses behind them, Li Xianling's face paled, and he quickened his pace, terrified, exclaiming, "That's Aunt Sue from the village." "Li Xianfeng, what have you done?" Li Xianfeng chuckled awkwardly, murmuring, "I was just curious." On the shores of Wanyue Lake, Li Tongya gently treaded the water, standing suspended in mid-air as the clear essence of the river surged from his gray-white long sword, transforming into arcs of sword light. He gazed down at the coiling scaled beast in the water, silently forming his incantation while remaining poised in the air. Crimson blood gradually spread through the river, and the river beast, unable to contain itself, unleashed a barrage of transparent qi blades that sliced through the air toward Li Tongya. Li Tongya stepped forward, evading most of the river beast's attacks as shimmering water enveloped him, deflecting two of the curved qi blades. He mused inwardly. The pure qi shield from the Jianghe Yikiju is quite robust. This river beast lacks any understanding of incantations and relies solely on brute force, expending immense energy yet failing to breach my shield. This river crocodile had no significant lineage, having solely relied on its relentless cultivation to reach the pinnacle of embryonic breath, not knowing how many years it had taken to cultivate a small amount of pure qi, which had finally allowed it to advance to qi refining. Seeing its attacks thwarted, the river crocodile promptly submerged, swimming upstream against the current, with Li Tongya closely pursuing. Li Tongya had broken through to the first layer of qi cultivation 2 years ago and had been contemplating hunting a qi refining creature to offer as a sacrifice to the Fajian. After searching for over a year in the mountains, he finally stumbled upon a foolish Jiang crocodile, which he could not afford to let slip away. In the qi cultivation stage, he could traverse the air, although not as swiftly as a flying shuttle. His speed was still significantly faster than that of a peak stage fetus. The river crocodile, having been ambushed and injured by him previously, could not escape far. The Xianshui, Jianju, and Jiang, Ju complemented each other remarkably. The sword light he wielded increased in power by a notable margin, much to Li Tongya's delight. The two streams of light struck the crocodile's back, causing it to roll in pain. Fearing a desperate counterattack from the creature, Li Tongya followed closely behind, occasionally slashing with his sword to continuously deplete the crocodile's stamina. After half an hour of relentless pursuit, the crocodile finally collapsed by the riverbank. Li Tongya deliberately refrained from killing the creature. Instead, he infused it with Jianghe Zhenyuan to lock its vitality and cultivation, wary of accidentally ending its life. Once he confirmed the crocodile was no longer in danger, he grasped its tail and dragged it back towards the village, as if hauling a small mountain. Chapter 85. Avoiding death for longevity. The Li family. Both the main and branch clans had gathered. The main clan stood on the sacrificial altar while the branches knelt around it. At the forefront of the first-tier platform was Li Xiangping, the current head of the Li family, with Li Tongya standing a step behind him, including Li Qijing, who was far away in the southern frontier. This represented the second generation of the family's leadership. On the next tier, the foremost figure was Li Xianxian, the clan elder, followed closely by Li Xianfeng and Li Xianling. The first dozen or so procedures were complex and lengthy, until Li Xiangping placed incense on the altar and performed the sacrificial rite to communicate with the Fajian, at which point Lu Jiangxian slowly awakened. After a few steps forward, Li Xiangping plunged the sacrificial knife directly into the center of the crocodile's brain. The creature, already on the brink of death, with its limbs and meridians bound by Jianghe Zhenyuan, perished instantly. Guided by Lu Jiangxian's spiritual awareness, streams of essence coalesced from the crocodile, merging with its dissipating soul and gushing forth through the wound created by the sacrificial knife, resembling a plume of vitality. In a realm imperceptible to the onlookers, faint golden mist flowed from each individual present, converging into the plume and tinting it with a subtle golden hue. The smoke rose for a few moments before dispersing into countless nearly invisible gray specks, flowing towards Lijing Mountain. As Lu Jiangxian gathered the energies and began to form a gray talisman, an intense sense of attraction arose within him, as if trying to establish a connection across vast distances. The aura gradually descended, lingering for a while before reluctantly retreating. The Jinyu sect is one of the three sects of the Yu Kingdom, alongside Qingqi sect and Xiuyu sect, collectively known as the Three Sects. Its disciples are adept at artifact manipulation, and its main peak is called Jinyu Peak, where a bright talisman hangs. It is rumored that the talisman seals 6 solar essences, specifically to subdue evil spirits. At the highest point of Jinyu Peak lies a cave dwelling, where a purple-robed cultivator often retreats, with radiant purple smoke frequently wafting from within, leading the disciples to refer to it as the Purple Smoke Cave. However, chaos currently reigned within the Purple Smoke Cave, as 3 ethereal purple-robed cultivators each held a dark iron chain, tightly securing a crystal-clear shard the size of a quail egg. The ground was littered with collapsed artifact furnaces and shattered magical tools, exuding a faint glow. Why did this mirror suddenly go haywire? The transparent shard crashed against the array multiple times, and the purple-robed cultivators wore grim expressions, muttering, "It seems we cannot gather the required share of Xianmingqi this time." Could the immortal artifact have appeared? Another purple-robed cultivator mused. Impossible. Our sect cultivators are patrolling the entire Yu Kingdom with their artifacts, and there have been no traces. Could it have already fallen outside the Yu Kingdom? What news from the Qingqi sect? As soon as the question was posed, the first purple-robed cultivator cursed. The entire sect is focused on finding spiritual herbs to prolong his life. Who has the time to worry about this? Enough, enough, the questioning cultivator shook his head. His expression one of melancholy. Though he was a petty man, he was undeniably a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Bah! The irascible purple-robed cultivator spat, exclaiming, "I only wish for him to die soon, and die well." What a wretch! Another chuckled mockingly. "Junior brother, how clean is our Jinyu sect's hands? No need to blame him too harshly." The irritable cultivator fell silent, and after a long pause, he sighed deeply. Cultivating virtue, enhancing one's senses, refining one's bones, improving one's talents, and elevating one's appearance. This is truly a fine talisman. The gray talisman leaped from the mirror, guided by Lu Jiangxian's spiritual awareness, spiraled around Li Xiangping, and flew towards his Shenyang mansion. Before Lu Jiangxian's eyes, several lines of large characters appeared, the topmost written in deep red strokes, emanating a fierce aura, strength of 1,000 Jun. The middle was inscribed in pale gray strokes, twisting and winding like a long serpent, longevity. Finally, the last was in a light blue stroke, appearing crisp and clean, avoid death for longevity. Lu Jiangxian immediately understood. This was the gray talisman's power to grant him a choice of sealing. He pondered deeply, knowing that Li Xiangping was the patriarch, thus selecting the avoid death for longevity. This talisman could only be conferred upon those possessing the Xian Zhu talisman seed, while ordinary individuals could only enhance their cultivation or refine their bones. Below, Li Xiangping trembled, his aura rising continuously. Having reached the 5th layer of fetal breath just 2 years ago, he ascended to the peak of fetal breath, suddenly perceiving a pale blue character in his mind, avoid death for longevity. Before he could fully comprehend, Li Tonya looked over with concern, gesturing to indicate the end of the sacrificial rite. Li Xiangping closed his eyes in contemplation. They would discuss matters further up the mountain. The two hurriedly ascended the mountain, and upon scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Tonya quickly realized that Li Xiangping had reached the peak of fetal breath. He whispered, "Is it the talisman?" Li Xiangping nodded and recounted everything he had seen and heard. Both were elated, only to be informed by the clan soldiers of yet another incursion of mountain rebels. In recent years, with the progress of Jiangxian into the eastern territories, many tribes have been vanquished, and the number of mountain rebels fleeing east had increased, sometimes numbering in the dozens, other times in the hundreds. Li Xiangping had to station the clan soldiers west of Lichuankou to safeguard against attacks from the fleeing mountain rebels. "What's the situation?" Li Xiangping inquired. To which the soldier replied, "It is said there are hundreds of them, currently assaulting the military formation. Under Li family's governance, the population had reached over 15,000. of which 2,000 were fleeing mountain rebels, and the clan soldiers numbered around 1,000, which was quite substantial. Let us head to Lichuankou. Li Xiangping nodded, exchanged a glance with Li Tongya, and they hurried down the mountain. Chapter 86. Prelude to Battle. When Li Xiangping arrived at Lichuankou, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Ahuilai was prominently wielding a large hammer, pursuing the fleeing enemy soldiers. In previous years, as mountain rebel deserters crossed the border, Li Xiangping had summoned Ahuilai to Lichuankou to persuade the tribes he was familiar with. He had proven his valor in several battles, earning the respect of the clan soldiers, which reassured Li Xiangping considerably. How many waves of mountain rebels have there been this year? Li Xiangping furrowed his brow as he gazed at the distant mountains, a sense of unease swelling within him. Li Qiuyang, now at the 4th layer of fetal breath cultivation, had recently married a daughter of the Chun family and had 2 children of his own, appearing much more mature. Li Xiangping nodded, turned, and entered the courtyard, leaving Li Qiuyang with a message. After cleaning up, have Ahuilai come to see me. Li Xiangping gently set down the talisman brush in his hand, quietly observing the fabric spread across the table. Several years prior, he had already transcended to the 5th layer of Tai, Shi's Yu Jingluan, and now he had reached the pinnacle of Tai, Shi, fully capable of wielding the brush to draw talismans. Meanwhile, Li Jingtian was in the room, adding oil to the lamp. The girl, now 12 years old, had grown quickly and was both agile and graceful, blossoming into a poised young lady. Among the 6 talisman seeds of Lu Jiangxian, the 3 brothers of the Li family had each used one, leaving 2 for Li Xianxian and Li Xianfeng, while the last one was naturally reserved for Li Tongya of this branch. Master, Akwai is here to see you. Chen Dongha, clad in leather armor and with a sword hanging at his waist, entered the courtyard with a spirited demeanor. His gaze lingered for a moment on Li Jingtian's profile by the window before he lowered his brows and spoke in a hushed tone. The youth appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, having already attained the 3rd layer of Tai Shi, and his features were rather handsome, reminiscent of Chun Erniu. Gumin, Akwai, now stripped of the beast fangs he once wore, had replaced them with a fur coat akin to that of the residents of Li Jing Town. Upon entering the courtyard, he shouted, my lord, trouble is brewing." Behind him, Chen Dongha's lips twitched, suppressing the urge to strike the back of this fellow's head. He discreetly lowered his head, using Akwai's large frame to shield Li Xiangping's gaze, stealing a glance at Li Jingtian. Li Jingtian was trimming the lamp wick at the window, the dim yellow light dancing gently on her cheek. Her beauty was not of the delicate sort, but rather a clean and brisk elegance with striking features, save for her eyes, which inherited Tian Yun's roundness, giving her an endearing quality. "What is it?" Li Xiangping cast a low glance at Li Jingtian, who was focused on lighting the wick, a faint smile curving his lips as he found the situation amusing. After breaking through to the 5th layer of Tai, Shi's Yu Jingluan, he had developed a spiritual awareness, allowing him to perceive the happenings in the courtyard without the need for sight. "My old brother crossed the Dayu Creek and reported to me last night that the Garniki has dealt a significant blow to the enemy forces and will soon advance eastward." Akwai's words stirred a tempest of emotions. Both Li Xiangping and Chen Dongha were taken aback, and even Li Jingtian, by the window, turned her head slightly, listening intently with concern. "What is the current strength of the Garniki?" Li Xiangping furrowed his brow, asking in a grave tone. "The Garniki should be at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, having united the 10,000 mountains of the northern slope of Lishan, commanding about 5,000 to 6,000 troops. Currently, there are 4 Qi refinement practitioners who have absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth under his command. And there should be dozens of generals at the Taishi realm, though fortunately, these individuals are stationed at various locations on the northern slope and have not marched with the troops." Upon hearing this, Li Xiangping was momentarily taken aback, his brows knitting together as he spoke solemnly. "My Li family has been paying tribute to the Qingqi sect each year as a family under its governance. The Garniki is merely a band of mountain tribes. It is one thing for them to rampage in the northern slope, but do they dare to invade the east? Do they truly believe the Qingqi sect is powerless?" Akwai hastily knelt down, his forehead pressed firmly to the ground, trembling as he spoke. According to the words of the clansmen who fled from the west, the demonic sect, Qingqi sect, will not intervene. Li Xiangping lowered his head, a surge of impotent rage rising within him. Even the foot soldiers of the mountain tribes understood that the Qingqi sect would not take action. Yet as the patriarch of a family under its jurisdiction, he was utterly oblivious to the nature of the transaction that had taken place. "Be on your way, father," Li Jingtian softly called, approaching Li Xiangping's side and bowing gently. "Our family may become others' prey. We must plan ahead." Li Xiangping wearily raised his brow. Speaking in a low voice, "Continue." Li Jingtian lowered her brows and spoke softly. The audacity of the Garniki to advance eastward must indicate that a consensus has been reached between the Qingqi sect and the mountain tribe's great shaman regarding the exchange of territory with mortals. Yet they have not informed our Li family, unwilling for us to react. Are you suggesting that our Li family has essentially become the goods of this transaction? Li Xiangping raised an eyebrow, looking down at his eldest daughter. "In my opinion, our Li family faces the danger of financial loss and the distress of the populace. But there is no existential threat. Uncle Ji remains within the sect, and with our Li family's connections to the Shao family, the Qingqi sect should not abandon us without a word. They likely only permitted the mountain tribes to invade and plunder, rather than intending to annihilate the entire Li family. The Qingqi sect and the various mountain tribes' territories are intricately intertwined, involving numerous families. Since the Qingqi sect has reached an agreement, they must turn a blind eye to the mountain tribes' incursions, leaving each family to fend for themselves." After Li Jingtian finished speaking, Li Xiangping finally put away the wooden tablet in his hand and raised his head. "What do you believe our Li family should do in response?" Li Jingtian fixed her gaze on Li Xiangping, tentatively suggesting, "That is not permissible." Seeing Li Xiangping shake his head resolutely, a smile blossomed on Li Jingtian's face, making her round eyes appear even more charming. "If that is the case, our Li family would be no different from the Qingqi sect." Li Xiangping shook his head, a weary expression crossing his face. When he saw Li Jingtian about to speak again, he waved his hand to interrupt her. Speaking in a serious tone, Li Jingtian obediently nodded and withdrew, while Li Xiangping walked slowly out of the courtyard, gazing at the mountains and forests illuminated by the moonlight. He felt a strong premonition rising within him. This Garniki was the most formidable opponent he had encountered in many years. This youthful mountain tribesman not only possessed a keen sense for warfare and a cunning mind, but also overwhelming strength. What kind of bottom line has the Qingqi sect established for the mountain tribes? And how much time have they granted you? Chapter 87. On the city of Yishan, Li Qijing stood atop the high, gray-white city walls, silently watching the surging beast horde below. Time had left no traces on his face. He still bore the appearance of youth, though his demeanor had matured considerably. After 5 years of fighting in the southern frontier, Li Qijing's swordsmanship had become increasingly refined. He had mastered several sword techniques within the sect and had gained some renown, with many aware of the emergence of a young sword immortal from Qingsu Peak, possessing formidable sword skills. Wiping the blood from his long sword, Li Qijing faced the rising sun and exhaled deeply, releasing a plume of pure, white spiritual energy from his lips. This city of Yishan is indeed sturdy. Behind him, a disciple of the Qingqi sect, Deng Qiuji, spoke cheerfully, the artifact bead in his hand bobbing up and down. Li Qijing nodded, swallowing a spiritual pill and continuously adjusting his internal energy to restore his condition, hoping to make the next shift a little easier. How coincidental that just as we take our shift at this city of Yishan, a beast tide arrives, ever more ferocious than the last. Deng Qiuji spoke with a mocking tone, eliciting glances from those around him. Noticing that Li Qijing remained unfazed, engrossed in his own cultivation, Deng Qiuji sat down on the ground and muttered, "But they will all pay the price for you. That one has started to go mad again. Isn't that typical of the Deng family?" Those nearby murmured, casting strange looks at Deng Qiuji. Seeing this, Li Qijing frowned and spoke in a low voice, "Enough. Focus on restoring your energy, lest I have to save you again." Deng Qiuji was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head, just as a cheer erupted from below. They have retreated. The beast tide has finally receded. It turned out that this wave of beasts had finally receded, granting everyone a moment to breathe. They cheered and descended the city tower, and a smile graced Li Qijing's face as he descended the ladder, contemplating writing a letter home. However, Deng Qiuji stubbornly followed, smiling brightly in the radiant morning sun. "Don't you think something feels off?" "What feels off?" Li Qijing raised an eyebrow, retracting his blue-white blade with a grin, teasingly gazing at him. Have you become so deeply engrossed in your cultivation that you've lost your senses? Having fought side by side in the southern frontier for 5 years, Li Qijing and Deng Qiuji had long forgotten their initial grievances, becoming close friends. Every time I'm utterly exhausted, the beast tide just happens to retreat. How can this be so convenient? Deng Qiuji chuckled, his eyes filled with deeper meaning. In life and death situations, who can afford to hold back? Not just you and I. Which sect's disciples on the walls aren't utterly drained? Li Qijing dismissed with a remark, greeting the person beside him with a smile. Consider this, Deng Qiuji said, patting him on the shoulder, his voice lowered. If you were the demon king of the southern wilderness, would you recklessly command thousands of beasts and monsters to their demise? Wouldn't it be wiser to consume that energy to enhance your own cultivation? Can these monsters truly topple Yishan City, sending them to the hands of the 3 sects and 7 gates? Wouldn't that be foolish? Moreover, if the demon king wished to eliminate these disciples from the sects, he could simply unleash a tide of beasts to wear us down, instead of sending wave after wave, taking breaks in between, as if offering us a feast. Li Qijing chuckled, greeting the person beside him again, interrupting Deng Qiuji. Angered, Deng Qiuji glared, leaning closer to whisper, do you know when Yishan City fell last time? 25 years ago, many perished from the 3 sects and 7 gates, including the foundation building cultivator Yu Xie, who practiced the Panchi Yuzhen Juan, had consumed the Tying moonlight. You know this, don't you? Of course I do, Li Qijing responded with a nod, still smiling. The two ascended the mountain in silence, and entered Li Qijing's cave dwelling. As Deng Qiuji followed him inside, Li Qijing formed a hand seal, isolating the interior from the outside world, then gazed silently at Deng Qiuji. I have been in this cursed place for 5 years. I have read all the secret scrolls within the city, and considering the events in Xuanlin, it is evident that something is amiss. I just don't know when they will act or how long they intend to keep me alive. But why just you? Deng Qiuji clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. The Qingxi sect has long severed the transmission of Tying moonlight. My Deng family possesses a unique constitution, forcing us to practice that secret method for generations, refining supplements to trade with the Southern Demon King for spiritual items. In the early years, the method was incomplete. One member would go mad after another. Over the past few centuries, we have gradually improved it, yet we still have to feign madness. Li Qijing remained silent, removing his feathered robe and preparing tea at the stone table. Deng Qiuji sighed deeply, pausing before stating, the various spiritual herbs and pills provided by the sect are all concocted with deep-rooted ingredients. They are attempting to refine a human pill. Human pill? Li Qijing filled their teacups, smiling as he remarked, I wonder which demon king of the southern wilderness is attempting to make a breakthrough. It is quite the grand endeavor. Seeing Li Qijing's cheerful demeanor, Deng Qiuji relaxed considerably. Although he retorted, you still managed to laugh. What choice do we have? Li Qijing shook his head, replying, the Qingxi sect is powerful, and we have no way to retreat. If I were to die here in the southern wilderness, it would appear as a sacrifice for the sect, and at least my family might receive some compensation. Can I really escape, risking the annihilation of my entire family? Deng Qiuji took a sip of tea, feeling a sense of injustice. He muttered, even so, we have lived our lives in vain, destined to end up in the mouths of beasts. Li Qijing's smile faded, and a look of despondence crossed his face as he replied, I am but a knife on the chopping block, and I must have the awareness of meat. Hasn't your Deng family endured generation after generation? The Qingxi sect has thrived for 500 years. Can it continue to prosper indefinitely? There will come a day of decline, and as long as the family endures, silently accumulating strength, there will be a day of vengeance. Li Qijing slowly rose, gazing at the azure blade in his hand, saying, we shall take it one step at a time. Deng Qiuji sat cross-legged, dejectedly stating, no matter what, we cannot dare to escape. If we manage to flee from Yishan City, our families would be doomed. Chapter 88. He has arrived at the moment Li Xiangping lifted his gaze towards the distant mountains. A neighing sound echoed from the mountain's peak. A jet-black horse, devoid of any blemish, frolicked joyously upon the slope, moving gracefully across the rugged terrain, revealing itself to be a beast of qi cultivation. With a gentle stomp of its hooves in the mud, it leapt into the air, revealing a rider clad in leather armor, devoid of any beast bones or jade adornments, resembling an ordinary human. Jian Nishi lightly patted the head of his old companion, squeezing his legs to guide the horse to survey the village below. The people of the northern foothills claimed that Jian Nishi had 4 eyes and 8 arms. Yet in truth, he appeared quite unremarkable, even with somewhat small eyes and sparse brows. If he were to stand idly in the fields with his eyes closed, no one would suspect him of being anyone of significance. However, when those brownish-yellow eyes opened and fixed their gaze upon someone, it sent shivers down their spine. My lord, ahead lies the domain of the Demon Gate. Upon hearing his long-haired attendant speak, Jian Nishi raised an eyebrow, his brownish-yellow gaze scanning the military formation below, nodding as he declared, "To break through them will take a quarter of an hour." His voice was light, high in pitch, and monotone, as if reciting words. The long-haired man bowed his head slightly, listening intently to Jian Nishi's words, as they had seen no soldiers in sight. As the king unifying the northern foothills, he had ventured with his retinue into the territory of the Qingqi sect, a mere 300 paces from Li Xiangping's military tent. After glancing around, Jian Nishi quickly lost interest in the clan soldiers below. With a nudge, he guided his horse to turn back, traversing the rugged mountain path with ease. "We do not have much time. There is no need to wait any longer." The long-haired retinue urged their horses to follow, hesitatingly adding, "Yet, humans are treacherous. Who knows how many shamans are in the Demon Gate's army? My lord, do not underestimate them." Jian Nishi chuckled softly, lifting his long blade. Gazing up at the moon obscured by dark clouds, his lips moving. "Who said I intended to fight them?" When Chen Sanshui groggily awakened, a mountain dweller clad in leather armor stood before him, firmly gripping his collar, nearly suffocating him. With a thud, he was violently thrown out of the courtyard, causing him to see stars and feel dizzy, losing 2 teeth in the process. Everything around him spun, and, as he caught sight of the rigid mountain soldiers flanking him, Chen Sanshui wiped the blood from his face, groping for his lost teeth. Yet his hand was pinned down, looking up into the brownish-yellow eyes. He was forced to confront the harsh reality. In the brief moment he had slept, Li Chuanko had fallen without resistance. How could it happen so quickly? Li Xiangping's forces, stationed across the river, had been silently vanquished? What Li Tongya, floating above? What the other immortals of the Li family? How had they managed to seize control of Li Chuanko without a sound? Chen Sanshui felt suffocated. The pain in his mouth no longer mattered as countless questions surged in his mind. Where was the Li family's stronghold? The man pressing down on his hand spoke calmly, and as Chen Sanshui gazed at his sparse brows and fearsome eyes, a single question remained in his mind. What would his father, Chen Erniu, do in this situation? Before Chen Sanshui could ponder further, Jian Nishi casually tore off his left hand, blood gushing forth, flesh and tendons exposed. Chen Sanshui's eyes rolled back, spittle spewing from his mouth, as pain overwhelmed all his thoughts. It hurts so much. Jian Nishi tapped his head lightly, casting a spell to restore clarity to his consciousness, making him acutely aware of the suffocating pain while suspending his life to prevent him from bleeding out. Li Jingmungi. As the thoughts of heroism struggled momentarily in his mind, the filth beneath him reminded him. He was merely an ordinary person, not a martyr impervious to pain. Not his father, nor Li Xiangping. Moreover, placing Li Xiangping in this predicament would not yield a better outcome. Take us there. The surrounding mountain soldiers stirred. Simple runes carved on their ankles rendered their movement silent. 2 battalions of mountain soldiers followed Jian Nishi out of Li Chuanko, heading towards Li Jing Mountain. Chen Sanshui caught sight of the mountain man behind Jian Nishi, who was also holding another person, a pillar of the village. He understood that falsely reporting the route would only increase his own suffering. He harbored a deep-seated resentment, thinking to himself how cunning the world is. Since childhood, he had lived in the shadow of the Li brothers, just as his father, Chen Erniu, had lived in the shadow of Li Mutian. He often listened to his father speak of the 4 Li brothers. Li Changhu, gentle and pitiable as a good deer. Li Tongya, calm and cautious as a dragon. Li Xiangping, treacherous and ruthless like a hungry wolf. And Li Qijing, wise and handsome as a white fox. And what about me? What am I? Chen Sanshui looked at his father with eager anticipation. Useless. Chen Sanshui was greatly disappointed and truly became a useless person, drifting through life, marrying and having children, relying on his father's prestige and influence to indulge in leisure. It was only when Jiangxian severed his left hand that he seemed to awaken, and everything before him became clear. He even felt anger towards Jiangxian for not having taken his left hand 10 years earlier, thus sparing his father years of unnecessary worry. How often do you communicate with those soldiers? Jiangxian spoke gently, having already discerned that the man in his grasp was terrified and would not deceive him. Little did he know, the person he held was no longer the 30-year-old Chun Sanshui, but rather resembled the 60-year-old Chun Erniu. 3 hours. Chun Sanshui's heart was as calm as still water as he feigned trembling and spoke, finally feeling a hint of peace after 20 years of living under the family's opulence. Dali Mountains slowly appeared before them, and Jiangxian halted the horse, casually twisting off Chun Sanshui's head. He gazed at the headless corpse, its flesh and bones twisted together, the crimson blood staining the ground, and let out a cold laugh. Useless. In a chaotic, spinning world, Chun Sanshui's head gently fell to the roadside, his eyes wide open, staring at the night sky filled with dark clouds. A single thought floated through his mind. Li Xiangping, I can only do this much. You are truly formidable, having run into a brick wall. Chapter 89. Westward advance after sending off his daughter, Li Jingtian. Li Xiangping felt uneasy, as if a thorn were lodged in his back. He could not settle down while meditating on the couch, and after several failed attempts to enter a trance, he finally rose and spoke in a deep voice. Come here. Chun Dongha had been donning armor while standing guard at the tent entrance. Upon hearing the call, he entered the tent and responded, Head of the family. Have the scouts uncovered any news? None. Li Xiangping shook his head, watching Chun Dongha as he stepped back, his mind racing with thoughts. Jiangxian had just launched a surprise attack and defeated the enemy. Could he be advancing eastward today? That makes no sense. Does he have an army that never tires or falters? Moreover, the mountains to the west are filled with my spies. It is impossible for there to be no sound at all. He donned his armor, gazing at the blazing fire pit. The flickering red light reflected in his eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat, and he thought to himself, this is bad. He sheathed his long knife and slung his blue-black bow over his back, commanding loudly, Sound the drums. Instantly, a messenger was dispatched, and the resounding drum beats stirred up a clamor. As Li Xiangping stepped out of the camp, he encountered a hurried Chun Dongha, head of the family. Chun Dongha approached, his voice filled with shock, whispering in Li Xiangping's ear, Head of the family. The Lichuan Pass has fallen under the control of the Mountain Yu. All those sent have been killed. There are 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers stationed across the river, having destroyed several floating bridges. Our retreat has been cut off. This news struck Li Xiangping like a bolt from the blue. He stood stunned for a moment, his long knife gripped tightly in his hand, creaking under the pressure, his fingers turning white. The news has not spread, has it? Chun Dongha quickly shook his head and lowered his voice. No, I have sealed the information, fearing it would shake the morale of the troops. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiangping murmured, Prepare the troops. Chun Dongha left with a solemn expression, and Li Xiangping closed his eyes, silently calculating. Jiangxian had just defeated the enemy and was likely advancing rapidly. The rear must be unstable. It would be better to venture westward for reconnaissance. Every moment spent here increased the danger. Li Xiangping slowly paced to the back of the tent, gazing at the high grain mound. After careful calculation, he opened his storage pouch, and a mountain of rice and beans flowed into his pouch, which was large enough to hold these provisions. Approaching the gathered soldiers, Li Xiangping took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and loudly declared, Westward advance. As Jiangxian's troops stepped into the territory of Li Jing village, their cultivation levels became evident, awakening Lu Jiangxian. His consciousness swept over from above, and he thought to himself, it seems that Jiangxian has already taken control of the Lichuan Pass and intends to advance eastward to seize Li Jing town. Expanding his consciousness to the limit, Lu Jiangxian quickly located several members of the Li family. Li Tongyao was with his wife, Lu Rochuan, in the reed marshes, gathering the pure energy from the river to aid his third brother, Li Xiangping, in breaking through his cultivation. They were performing a hand gesture, waiting for the moment at dawn when the pure energy would rise while the turbid energy descended. Li Xianxian and Li Xianfeng had just cleared away the demons at the west entrance and were calming the injured villagers. The demons had wreaked havoc on the streets, necessitating manpower for repairs. On Li Jing Mountain, Tianyun and Rinshi were seated by the fire chatting. As they aged, particularly Rinshi, who was over 40, Sleep became elusive. Li Jingtian leaned against the window, her round eyes filled with concern as she gazed into the distance. The gentle night breeze lifted her dark hair, while Li Xianling obediently slept beside her. Although Lu Jiangxian could see all the Li family members, his consciousness could only roam within the confines of Li Jingtown. After pondering for a moment, he performed an illusion technique and projected it into Li Xuanling's mind. Lu Jiangxian's consciousness far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, especially since Li Xianling was merely a second-layer novice. He smoothly took over Li Xuanling's dream. With a crack, Li Xianling was jolted awake by the sharp sound of shattering porcelain, sitting up in a cold sweat, staring blankly at the empty windowsill. A delicate hand was carefully picking up the shattered tea set pieces. Li Jingtian softly apologized. "Linger, did I disturb you?" "Sister, I dreamt of many dead people. Jia Nishi defeated uncle and brought soldiers up the mountain, killing many in our family." Li Jingtian's expression grew more anxious, as Li Xuanling's words struck at the heart of her sleepless night. Forcing a smile, she gently comforted him. Li Xianling nodded absent-mindedly, pondering for a few moments before mumbling, "I need to go to the restroom." With that, he slipped off the bed, crossed the threshold, and quietly made his way to the backyard, out of Li Jingtian's line of sight. Upon entering the backyard, he spotted a solitary broken wooden chair placed in the center. Li Xianling pouted, recalling Li Mutian. He pushed open the door and was greeted by a strong scent of sandalwood. The candlelight flickered dimly, revealing a cold, tall stone platform, upon which a small gray vessel gleamed with pale moonlight. He tiptoed, reaching through the slightly cool moonlight, and carefully picked up the vessel, discovering it to be pleasantly warm to the touch. Remembering his father's words, Li Xianling held the vessel with reverence and earnestly declared, "I, Li Xianling of the Li family, humbly request the profound and miraculous laws to issue the light of the lunar Yin, eradicate the wicked, and capture the demons." Lu Jiangxian silently nodded, releasing his vision. Instantly, Li Xianling felt himself lift effortlessly into the air, soaring high above Li Jingtown. The night moon was serene, and Li Jingtown lay peacefully in slumber. As Li Xianling gazed into the distance, he noticed the Lichuan Pass swarming with Mountain Yu warriors, with 2 squads of soldiers clad in leather armor heading southward. Their intentions clear as day. Li Xianling was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. He shook his head, finally slipping out of sight, hastily stuffing the magical mirror into his bosom before rushing out of the back courtyard. Chapter 90. "Escape, sister, we must leave," Li Xianling exclaimed, dashing into the side courtyard and crossing the threshold. He grabbed Li Jingtian and urged her toward the front yard, startling her into a daze as she repeatedly inquired. "There is no time for explanations. The soldiers of Jia and I, she will arrive at Li Jing Mountain within moments. You must trust me." Hearing this sudden news, Li Jingtian quickly gathered her long, dark hair into a bun, retrieved a slender dagger from between the bedding, and concealed it in her sleeve as she walked. Lowering her head to ask, "Has mother been informed?" Li Xianling secured his long knife on his back and nodded affirmatively. The two hastened out of the side courtyard. However, as Li Jingtian had not cultivated the way of immortality, her pace was rather slow. Thus, Li Xianling employed a technique to carry her, swiftly making their way down the mountain. Li Jingtian tucked her stray hair behind her ears, gazing at the rapidly retreating scenery beside her. Her mind was filled with concern for her father, Li Xianping, and she glanced up at Li Xianling, a look of deep envy flashing across her eyes. "If only I possessed a spiritual aperture," she thought. After a while, Li Xianling used the magical mirror to observe Jia and Shi's movements, only to discover that one faction of the mountain tribe had entered Li Jing town, nearly controlling several exits. Another group cunningly ascended from the foot of the mountain to prevent anyone from escaping to Jingyang village on the other side. Had he not utilized the magical mirror, Li Xianling would have collided directly with that troop. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he muttered under his breath, "Jia and she is truly cunning." With a scowl, he quickly changed direction, hastening his steps just as he descended the mountain before the encirclement could close in. At the foot of the mountain in Li Jing town, he sought refuge in an old courtyard, scaling the wall to enter. Inside the courtyard, a thin layer of dust covered the ground, indicating that the owner had likely been away for a long time. Li Xianling kicked open the door, and he and Li Jingtian entered the house. Li Jingtian surveyed the surroundings, pulled out 2 plain garments from a cabinet, and changed alongside Li Xianling. At 12 or 13 years of age, She was of similar size to the daughter of this household, and the clothes fit her perfectly. However, as Li Xianling had yet to fully mature, Li Jingtian had to cut and modify the fabric to fit him, awkwardly wearing the attire while stuffing the discarded fine robes under the bed. Outside, footsteps began to echo. Listening intently for a moment, as the chaotic footsteps hurriedly faded away, Li Xianling raised his head to examine Li Jingtian's spirited face and remarked in a childish tone, "Sister, your demeanor is too striking." Li Jingtian suddenly realized, nodding in understanding. She fetched water from the small well in the courtyard, dabbed it onto her face, furrowed her brows, and lowered her gaze, adopting a more delicate and modest appearance. Li Xianling pursed his lips, acknowledging that despite her inherent beauty, it was difficult for her to appear unappealing. Although she lacked her usual spirited aura, she now possessed a captivating charm that left Li Xianling speechless. After all the commotion, the two finally appeared as ordinary townsfolk. Li Jingtian tiptoed to peek outside, whispering, "The foggy maze is merely a trivial technique for Jia and I. Fortunately, we have descended from the mountain. If we can hide here for a day and night, Jia and I, she will surely withdraw." Li Xianling nodded, discreetly feeling the warmth of the magical mirror in his embrace, which provided him with a sense of reassurance. On Li Jing Mountain, Jia and I, she squinted his eyes as he listened to his subordinate's report, a smile creeping across his face as he retorted, "They led the troops over the mountain?" "Yes." Jia and I, she raised an eyebrow, glancing at the cold stone platform, surveying the burning incense candles around him before kicking over the offering table before him. With a crash, the fallen offering table spilled fruits and vegetables all over the ground. Jia and I, she's yellowish pupils narrowed as he gently stroked the smooth yet empty surface of the table, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Mu Jiao Man, what kind of magical artifact requires offerings?" The long-haired mountain warrior behind him shook his head, warily observing the surroundings. After pondering for a moment, he hesitated to say, "I have heard that there's a large tribe in the mushroom forest that offers a wooden statue possessing various supernatural and extraordinary qualities. The Li family holds treasures." Jia and I, she chuckled lightly, slowly exiting the courtyard. He then saw Mu Jiao Man appear relieved, saying, "That magical artifact must be among those troops." Thankfully, we did not attack recklessly. Otherwise, we would have fallen into the trap of the demonic sect. Jia and I, she wandered around the main and side courtyards, observing the clothes his subordinates had uncovered and feeling the warmth of the bedding, nodding thoughtfully. "This boy is rather perceptive." He stepped forward, gazing down at Li Jingtown at the foot of the mountain, slowly extending his arms in a gesture of embrace. After contemplating for a moment, he declared loudly, "Take all living beings aged 7 to 15 from this tribe. Not a single one shall be missed." Mu Jiao Man responded solemnly, and the two exited the Li family's courtyard. Suddenly, Jia and I, she halted, his face beaming with joy, saying, "Especially those who are elegantly dressed and beautiful. Keep a close watch on them. If any cultivators show themselves, capture them immediately and bring them to me." With that, he mounted his horse and rode down the mountain, while Mu Jiao Man hurriedly followed, asking in a low voice, "My lord, time is of the essence." "Indeed." Jia and I, she nodded, softly stating, "Capture the people and seize their belongings before retreating, lest the demonic sect's reputation be tarnished, attracting unwanted reinforcements and unnecessary casualties." As they descended the mountain, cries erupted throughout the town, accompanied by the sounds of struggle between the villagers and the mountain tribes. Jia and I, she's army was well disciplined, having gathered all the children and youths in the village, resulting in a chorus of wails. Mu Jiao Man lowered his head to observe for a moment, then spoke quietly. Upon uttering these words, Jia and I, she's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a cruel, murderous intent. Yet, with his back turned to the crowd, no one noticed anything amiss. Jia and I, she's smooth neck bore the markings of slavery, which he later had removed by coercing the tribal shaman after slaughtering the tribe that had purchased him. Since then, he refrained from adorning his body with any markings, regardless of his accomplishments. Mu Jiao Man continued, "These young women are indeed beautiful. They hold a certain allure." Jia and I, she nodded non-committally, lifting his long knife, and Mu Jiao Man added, "Now that you have unified the northern foothills, it would be wise to consider progeny early on. There are many ambitious wolves and leopards in the mountains, and having offspring would bring peace of mind. Indeed, head west and entertain that fellow." Chapter 91. Entering the camp, excellent archery. Li Xianxian stood atop the massive corpse of a brown-haired pig demon, admiring the bloodied hole the size of a bowl, while Li Xianfeng, grinning with pride, sheathed his longbow and boasted, "What do you think? This arrow of mine is no ordinary shot. It is indeed impressive, but what a pity to waste such good leather." Li Xianfeng paused, a sheepish smile forming on his face. Just as he was about to speak, a tribal soldier rushed in, only to be intercepted by an armored guard after just a few steps. Drenched in blood, the soldier knelt down, crying, "Young master, the mountain tribes have taken Li Jing town and are advancing on Li Jing Mountain." Li Xianfeng, unable to believe his ears, looked down in disbelief, grabbing the soldier by the collar and bellowing, "Do you understand what you're saying?" Xianer. Li Xianxian was also drenched in cold sweat, his limbs trembling in shock. He quickly rescued the soldier, disregarding the blood on him, and helped him up, urgently asking, "How could the mountain tribes be in Li Jing town? What about the troops led by father? What happened at Li Chuankou?" The soldier, aware of the urgency, replied hastily, "The patriarch and 1,000 troops have gone missing. We want to seek help at Li Chuankou, but were met with arrows. Li Chuankou is also under the control of the mountain tribes." Hearing this, Li Xianxian felt a chill run down his spine, slowly retreating a step as terrifying images flooded his mind. He sheathed his weapon without uttering a word. "Investigate Li Jing town and Li Chuankou." Li Xianxian uttered a single phrase, then solemnly added, "Send someone to the Reed's Marsh to seek out Uncle Zhong." "No need." Li Tongya stepped down from the void, arriving beside Li Xianxian, his expression grave as he spoke. "I have visited Li Chuankou, where 3,000 troops are stationed, guarded by a Qi training cultivator. As for Li Jing town, it hosts over 3,000 Shanyu, with at least 3 Qi practitioners. Originally, Li Tongya had been collecting the pure essence of the river along the banks, and upon reaching Li Chuankou, he observed the village illuminated by numerous torches, with shadows flitting about, leaving him perplexed. Approaching the village, he saw that it was filled with Shanyu adorned with long hair and tattoos, causing his heart to sink. As he neared the village, a Qi practitioner among the Shanyu soared into the air, directing a thick black mist toward Li Tongya. After a few exchanges, Li Tongya, utilizing the Xian Shui sword technique in conjunction with the true essence of the river, managed to force the wild-born Shanyu back repeatedly. However, fearing the presence of reinforcements, he reluctantly retreated. The master, Li Xianxian, began, but Li Tongya furrowed his brow and shook his head. "Upon reaching Li Chuankou, I was obstructed. No military formations were visible on the riverbank, nor were there any signs of battle. Xiangping must have withdrawn early or moved in another direction." Hearing this, Li Xianxian exhaled deeply, and the tense expression on Li Xuanfeng's face also eased. Li Tongya then patted a silk pouch, producing a jade seal, the very proof from Qing Qi, upon which the words forbearance were inscribed. Li Tongya's countenance darkened as he stowed away the jade seal. Earlier, he had sought help through it, but after half an hour of silence, all he received were these 4 characters. Qing Qi sect could no longer be relied upon. He could only wait to see where Jian Niki would move. After Li Xianling and Li Jingtian had rested for a while, the main door was suddenly shattered open, and a dozen Shanyu streamed in. A small leader among them, brandishing a knife, caught sight of Li Jingtian and exclaimed with delight, "What a stunning little girl." The two were taken aback. Li Jingtian was puzzled by how Jian Niki had managed to find this place, and seeing only a few commoners sent, her suspicion only deepened. Feeling that something was amiss, Li Xianling clenched his fist, silently contemplating. It would not be difficult to defeat these individuals, but I fear it might attract more Shanyu from the streets. If a practitioner among them were to arrive, escape would become exceedingly difficult. The Shanyu leader scanned the room, raised his hand, and shouted, "Take them away." Instantly, 2 individuals approached with ropes to bind Li Xianling and Li Jingtian. Li Xianling looked up at Li Jingtian, who shook her head gently, compelling him to allow himself to be bound. He twisted slightly, feeling the ropes were loose enough to break free with minimal effort, realizing these captors had not anticipated the capabilities of a 10-year-old child, especially since Li Xianling had already reached the 2nd level of fetal breathing. As they followed behind and exited the courtyard, they witnessed groups of children and youths being herded like cattle into the forest. Above them, a figure adorned with intricate designs and long braids floated gracefully. "Qi training," Li Xianling murmured, as he and Li Jingtian were led into the woods, feigning stumbling and awkwardly falling to the ground, splattering mud all over themselves. I have been frequenting the mountains these past few years, and everyone knows me. I must disguise myself. Rubbing his head against his clothing, Li Xianling lowered his gaze to appear less conspicuous, observing Li Jingtian ahead and secretly sighing in relief, pondering. Fortunately, my elder sister has not ventured down the mountain in recent years, remaining reclusive. Otherwise, her striking presence would surely have drawn attention. They had now reached Dayu Creek, and beyond it lay the territory of the Shanyu. Li Xianling, unwilling to give up, quietly reached for his mirror, only to bitterly smile and release it. The entire procession was overseen by 3 Qi practitioners soaring above, with Shanyu soldiers enforcing strict surveillance, making escape exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, the range of perception for Qi practitioners was limited, and their altitude prevented them from noticing Li Xianling below. The two had no choice but to press onward, trudging for an entire day and night until a rudimentary encampment finally came into view. Within the encampment, many living beings could be seen, shackled and laboriously moving various tools and supplies. At first glance, it appeared rather lax. For commoners, escaping from this camp would be arduous. However, for cultivators, it would be a different story. Deep into the night, one could kick off the shackles and slip away with the elder sister. Li Xianling felt a wave of relief wash over him as he saw a crowd gathered ahead, each person shackled and kneeling in anticipation of several Shan Yu shamans marking their necks with the symbols of slavery. Someone approached to untie the ropes, leading the girls and young women away to another area, and Li Jingtian was pulled out of the crowd, eliciting gasps from the surrounding Shan Yu and slaves. Whose daughter is this? So beautiful. What a lovely little girl. Li Jingtian discreetly smeared mud across her face. Yet her prominent nose and elegantly contoured profile could not be concealed. The striking gray-black eyes inherited from Li Xianping, so unlike those of the Shanyu, sparkled captivatingly. Before Li Xianling could ponder further, he was dragged into the camp, where Shanyu placed a wooden collar around his neck. The Shanyu were not skilled in metallurgy, and their scarce copper and iron were reserved for weaponry, resulting in the use of sturdy wood for the restraints. As the shaman marked his neck with symbols, Li Xianling discreetly observed the commotion surrounding Li Jingtian, noticing the long-braided Shanyu descending gracefully from the air, standing before the crowd to scrutinize her. Chapter 92. Yi Tian Mu Jiao Man descended from the sky, causing the shaman crowd below to kneel and respectfully call out, "Great Commander." Ignoring those beside him, Mu Jiao Man tilted his head, observing for a moment, causing Li Jingtian to lower her gaze slightly, realizing her left eyelid was twitching. Having practiced Qi for over a decade, her body remained steady and fluid, never exhibiting involuntary movements, let alone in this moment when she found it hard to look away and breathe freely. "She," Mu Jiao Man stammered a word, and the shamans nodded eagerly, fawningly responding, we understand, great commander." The crowd quickly brought Li Jingtian away, while Mu Jiao Man turned coldly, rising into the air amidst the gazes of the onlookers. Naturally, Li Jingtian was pulled into the camp, where her restraints were removed, and the mud on her face was washed off. She was adorned with the colorful patterns commonly used by the Shanyu, painted on her neck and face. She was then dressed in a set of Shanyu garments, embellished with feathers and animal teeth, interspersed with glimmering gemstones. This wild ensemble, combined with her strikingly beautiful features, gave her an air of authority, momentarily stunning the elders who assisted her, causing their movements to soften. After the intricate preparations were completed, darkness enveloped the sky. Li Jingtian was led into the military tent, and as she neared the curtain, she heard a rough male voice say, "The king has issued orders," and headed west, stating the need to guard against disturbances in the sandbar. The commander must organize the rear troops and escort these human slaves to the Juting, while sending 1,000 men to pursue that human army. What was the outcome? The voice was deep and hoarse. Li Jingtian recognized it as the leader of the Shanyu with the long braids from earlier. Mu Jiao Man frowned, tightening the bone cup in his hand, and spoke with confusion. "You led the pursuit yourself, yet allowed them to escape? Was it not said that the individual possessed only fetal breathing cultivation?" The kneeling Shanyu warriors raised their heads, about to respond, when they saw Li Jingtian being pushed into the tent, the clash of beast bone and gemstones ringing melodiously. The Shanyu, accustomed to the wild appearance of their women, with their hair disheveled and their bodies covered in mud, were utterly taken aback by the sight of a girl with bright eyes and white teeth, her clear, captivating eyes contrasting sharply with those of the Shanyu. Both men stared blankly, lost in thought. No wonder our ancestors have long proclaimed the beauty of human women. On the ground, that person swallowed hard. Staatling Manavaka. He glared at the individual with fury, coughed forcefully, and was about to reprimand Li Jingtian to withdraw. However, the words that came to his lips became a stammer. He. After calming himself, that person, under Mu Jiao Man's intense gaze, mustered the courage to say, that man seemed almost divinely aided, skillfully avoiding all the traps we laid, and even attracted a demon that relentlessly attacked us, disregarding the hundreds of us present. Enough. Gout. Mu Jiao Man, uninterested in hearing his defense, waved him away. Noticing the man's lingering reluctance as he exited the tent, Mu Jiao Man snorted coldly, unleashing the aura of his fourth-level chi refinement, which sent the man fleeing in panic. Watching as the clan shaman pushed Li Jingtian inside, Mu Jiao Man hurriedly stood, only to sit down again, his heart racing anxiously as if he were 7 years old, awaiting a test for his aptitude in witchcraft. Gazing at Li Jingtian, who looked up at him, he hesitated before speaking. Li Jingtian, however, remained unafraid, calmly meeting the imposing Mu Jiao Man's gaze and retorted, "If you lay a finger on me, I shall throw myself against this tent to end my life." Upon uttering those words, he felt a strange sense of relief and thought to himself, "Once I am dead, Xianling need not concern themselves with me. It would be far easier to escape alone." Mu Jiao Man quickly raised his hand, speaking in a cordial tone. "What is your name?" Upon hearing this, Li Jingtian immediately became wary, furrowing her beautiful brows as she softly replied, "Yitian." Naturally, she could not use her real name and had to fabricate one to use as a disguise. Observing the seemingly expressionless Mu Jiao Man, she curiously pondered, why does the leader of Shanyu appear so breathless? Meanwhile, Mu Jiao Man, noticing the frown on Li Jingtian's face, was suddenly overtaken by a complex and wild thought that sent shivers down his spine, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. He thought to himself, no, absolutely must not let Jia and she see this woman. Young master, Shanyu has retreated. Li Xianxian anxiously gazed at Li Jing Mountain as the clan soldiers below shouted, filling him with joy. He looked up at those around him, who were all eagerly awaiting his response, and felt a sudden jolt. His uncle had already gone westward to search for his father, leaving the rest of the family relying solely on him. This was a critical moment. He thought, I must not be careless. Clenching his fists, he realized the situation was dire. Li Qiuyang and Chen Dong, he had accompanied Li Xiangping into the Shanyu territory. The only ones remaining at home were a few children who had just embarked on their cultivation journey, along with his aunt, Lu Roxian, who was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and Li Xianfeng. First, send someone to Li Chuankou and Li Jingtown to pacify the situation and assess casualties and losses. Lu Roxian, now in her 30s, appeared youthful due to her cultivation in the way of immortals. She looked worriedly towards the west and nodded in response. Leave Li Chuankou to me. Tianxiu. Wan Tianxiu stepped forward at the call, listening to Li Xianxian's orders. You have been stationed at Li Chuankou for many years and are familiar with the situation. Accompany my aunt there. Watching Wan Tianxiu nod and depart, Li Xianxian sighed and said solemnly, As for Li Jingtown, I will go personally. Chapter 93. Returning to the mountain on Li Jing Mountain. Li Xianxian stood before a chaotic courtyard, followed closely by Li Xiaowen, the eldest son of Li Yisheng. Shaking his head, Li Xianxian frowned and asked, Still no sign of Jingtian and Xianling? Report to young master. We have sent people to scour the surrounding mountains and forests, but have not found the two. Li Xianxian's heart sank as he surveyed the disarray of the courtyard, propping up a fallen wooden stool before sitting down despondently. Xuan Yi. Shanyu has taken away the eligible youth from Li Jing town. While not many were killed, several hundred villagers were injured during the looting. However, many lives were lost at Li Chuankou, including the eldest son of the Qin family. Li Xianxian nodded glumly, muttering a few words. It's all right. The losses are manageable. He recalled that the eligible children in Li Jing village had already been checked for spiritual aptitude, and the few discovered to possess it were all from outside families, having followed Li Xianxian closely, resulting in no losses. As long as Chundong, he is unharmed. It matters not who from the Chun family perished. Young master, Li Xianxian shook his head gently, speaking softly. The clan leader has taken away the clan soldiers. We must rebuild a force to manage the villages. This is merely a pretext. Currently, Shan Yu is too powerful, and I will not act foolishly. Seeing Li Xie when nod in compliance before departing, Li Xianxian hurriedly entered the rear courtyard, pushing open the door to a small room. He paused, staring at the collapsed desk and the empty stone platform. Damn it! A wave of disappointment and anger surged within him, which soon transformed into a resigned sigh. He gazed at the broken wooden chair where Li Mu Tian had sat year after year, and despondently took a seat, staring blankly at the forlorn stone platform. Li Xianxian quickly stood up, respectfully inquiring, "Uncle Zhong, have you found any news of the clan leader?" Li Tongya shook his head, brushing off the dust from his garments using a cleansing technique. He explained, "I ventured into Shanyu territory for 2 hours, but found no trace before being forced back. However, I did see that group from Shanyu setting up camp in the west, guarding 4 realms of qi refinement." Noticing Li Xianxian's look of despair, Li Tongya, instead, felt relieved and smiled brightly as he said, "There is no need to panic. If I cannot find them, then neither can Shanyu's qi refinement practitioners. There is no immediate need to worry about Xiang Ping's safety. Moreover, Ling Er is clever and has already taken the legal tokens away in advance." Gently lifting the desk, Li Tongya slowly explained, "Jia and I Shi's sudden assault on Li Jing Mountain. If he had captured Xianling and Jing Tian, he would surely send someone to extort us, aiming to profit mightily. The current silence suggests that Xianling must have sensed something amiss and withdrawn beforehand, leaving Jia and I Shi empty-handed." Li Xianxian nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "I see. So Xianling detected the anomaly and took the legal tokens down the mountain, but was instead caught up in heading west. He resolved to seek another opportunity for support, instructing, 'You maintain order at home, and take stock of the spiritual fields that were plundered. Chun Dong He and Li Qiuyang have both gone west with the army, so ensure those fields are properly managed.' Yes, Uncle Zhong, be careful." Li Xianxian expressed his concerns, only to see Li Tongya wave his hand dismissively, saying, "These Shanyu are merely a group of wild rogues, relying on sheer numbers. They consume nothing but chaotic and wild energies. I have cultivated the Xian Shui sword qi. I can dispatch them without difficulty. No need for worry. Had your father, Li Qi Jing, been here, he could have taken down 5 with a single sword strike. Appropriate for the family, flourishing and thriving." The image of an elderly man who had been trapped on the mountain for half a lifetime due to a single foundation-building rumor flashed in his mind. He wiped his eyes and resolutely exited. Just as he stepped outside, Li Xianxian collided with Li Xianfeng, who was shouldering a dark longbow. Noticing his hurried demeanor, Li Xianxian called out to him, "Feng, heir." Li Xianfeng looked up, and after listening to Li Xianxian recount Li Tongya's words, he finally exhaled, though his face still bore a trace of worry. He said in a low voice, "Father is alone leading the troops into Shanyu territory. I still worry for him. You must not do anything reckless." Li Xianxian immediately raised his head in alarm, realizing that Li Tongya had gone to rescue Li Xianling and Li Jingtian, and urged, "Do not let Li Xianfeng fall into danger as well. Refrain from thinking of entering the Shanyu territory to seek him out. It would only hinder everyone." "I understand." Li Xianfeng waved his hand, speaking with a tone of resentment. "It's still a matter of strength. If I had the cultivation of qi refinement, what difference would it make? Shanyu, Jia and I Shi, it's all the same, just a matter of a single arrow. Forget it." Li Xianfeng gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall now enter seclusion to break through to the 5th level of Yu Jingluan." Hearing this, Li Xianxian was momentarily taken aback, inwardly contemplating, is breaking through something one can simply do at will? Not all of us are seeking an opportunity. Li Xianxian has been trapped within the 4th layer of the Tai, Shi Qing Yuan Luan, for over 2 years, unable to find a breakthrough. Sighing inwardly, he retrieved a jade vial from his bosom and gently said, "This Shi Yuan Dan was left for me by Senior Shao during his alchemical practices for my family. There are 3 in total. My 2 elders each consumed one when they broke through to Yu Jing, leaving the last for me to use upon my own breakthrough. Please take it and use it." With a wistful sigh, he lamented, "It is a pity that my family lacks an alchemical legacy, and these 3 Shi Jiao fruits have remained unused all these years." Li Xianfeng expressed his gratitude as he accepted the jade vial, smiling, "Brother Xian need not worry. Our family has only embarked on the path of cultivation for over 30 years, and we cannot compare to those families steeped in deep-rooted heritage. Once we have a few more practitioners of qi, we can find a loose cultivator with alchemical knowledge, eliminate them, and seize what we need. Upon hearing this, Jiangxian shook his head and chuckled. You are too bloodthirsty, my child. Such legacies cannot be obtained by carelessly slaying others. They must be acquired through the accumulation of spirit stones. Li Xianfeng retorted with a smirk. As long as our strength far surpasses that of our opponents. Whether we seize or purchase, is it not for us to decide? With a low chuckle, he prepared to head to the Meichi Mountain cave for seclusion. Chapter 94. Contemplating escape, Li Xianling toiled for over 10 days within the encampment, while the nearby slaves lamented their suffering. His cultivation at the second layer of Tai, she allowed him to bear the labor with ease, though he had to feign weariness. These slaves were confined within a makeshift enclosure resembling a sheepfold, where filth piled high, creating an unbearable stench. Surrounded by a dozen soldiers watching over them, Li Xianling longed to kick off his shackles and escape on the first night, but he awaited news from Li Jingtian, enduring the drudgery for several days. The mountain tribes appear to be preparing to establish a large stronghold to monitor and resist the Li clan. Li Xianling observed the situation carefully, seizing the chance to escape while transporting timber, knowing he could evade the skilled fighters within the encampment by eliminating a few soldiers. I could easily flee, but it would be far more challenging for my elder sister, he mused. Li Jingtian frequently entered and exited the tents, causing Li Xianling to feel anxious, always hovering nearby in search of an opportunity to lead her to freedom. While moving timber around the encampment, he discreetly scrutinized the layout. He overheard two mountain tribes shamans muttering, who said otherwise. I heard the king is to construct a great stone platform in the Daiju court for the purpose of worshipping the shamans, to affirm the achievement of unifying the northern foothills. After hundreds of years of chaos, we may finally have some peaceful days ahead. Li Xianling was instantly alarmed, contemplating that action was necessary. If tomorrow we venture into the heart of the mountain tribe's large city, it will be as though heaven has barred my path and earth has closed its doors. He gently set down the timber he carried and touched the talisman in his bosom, realizing he could locate Li Jingtian and hurriedly sought her out. In the mirror, Lu Jiangxian appeared perplexed. As Li Xianling moved westward, a powerful aura, reminiscent of a bloodline connection, slowly emerged in the distance. Impossible? Lu Jiangxian mused, feeling the formidable presence akin to a torch in the night, shock coursing through him. The aura of a talisman. Deep within the mountains lay the familiar aura of a talisman, stirring a profound sense of kinship within him. He quickly understood that this was a talisman emanating from the law talisman he possessed. It was not the gray talisman from Li Xianping, but rather a shimmering yellow talisman. Talismans come in gray, white, blue, and yellow, corresponding to the cultivation realms of qi refinement, foundation establishment, purple mansion, and golden core. This yellow talisman could only be condensed from offerings and incense of the golden core realm. As Li Xianling moved steadily, Lu Jiangxian was able to establish a connection with the talisman, but he remained silent, filled with doubts. After contemplating for a moment, a name gradually surfaced in his mind. Li Jiangxian, the heir of the immortal abode. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed, as more questions flooded his mind. Li Jiangxian appeared to be merely at the Purple Mansion level. During the ambush years ago, he had only engaged with some Purple Mansion cultivators from the 3 sects and 7 factions. How could he possibly command a yellow talisman? The summoning of a talisman was no trivial matter. It required the sacrifice of a living creature and vast amounts of incense. Lu Jiangxian pondered deeply, unable to comprehend. Yet he sensed a lurking danger. He quietly concluded that he could not venture into the Daiju court lightly, for there might be lurking demons or monsters. And the events surrounding Li Jiangxian served as a cautionary tale. The forces behind the law talisman were certainly not limited to the trifling 3 sects and 7 factions. A greater power must be at play. Li Jingtian, clad in beast skin and adorned with jade, cast a sidelong glance at the clumsily water-laden Li Xianling and suddenly spoke. Wait. The nearby mountain tribesman immediately smiled ingratiatingly. Li Jingtian's soft voice continued, Count him among us. Instantly, 2 mountain tribesmen stepped forward to seize Li Xianling. Lowering his head, Li Xianling followed, realizing that Li Jingtian had indeed found a means to communicate with him. He He willingly went along with them. After a brief wash, Li Xianling was ushered into Li Jingtian's tent. The mountain tribes had little regard for etiquette, and as Li Xianling stepped in still damp, he looked around to find only Li Jingtian present, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Li Jingtian set aside her belongings and quickly approached, whispering in his ear, "I have obtained news about the family head." It turned out that during these past 10 days, Li Xiangping had bravely traversed westward into the heart of the mountain tribes, eluding multiple pursuing forces. He had gathered some of the mountain tribes' desperate refugees, causing unrest in the area. Li Xianling stared in disbelief, lifting his head in astonishment, murmuring, "What is the family head planning? Is it feasible? We must be cautious of the patrolling mountain tribesmen." "Do not worry," Li Jingtian reassured him. Li Xianling nodded and replied solemnly, "I have meticulously observed the tents of the mountain tribe's second-layer commanders over these past days. I will not alert them." Li Jingtian pondered for a moment, then nodded firmly, quietly asking, "What if we disturb a large number of soldiers?" Li Xianling hesitated briefly, murmuring, "In that case, I will let you head east while I draw them away." Li Jingtian shook her head, gently saying, seeing Li Xianling keep his head down in silence. She hesitated before asking, "What if that Mu Jiao man comes after us personally? What if a Qi refinement general pursues us?" Li Xianling touched the talisman in his bosom, feeling uncertain about the strength of Mu Jiao man after receiving the Tai In Xianguang, and replied gravely, "The mountain tribes are our enemies, fierce and uncouth. If we fall into their hands, we will surely face dire consequences. We may be subjected to their whims and used to threaten our family." Gazing deeply at Li Jingtian, Li Xianling gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "If it truly comes to that, I will end your life before taking my own." Chapter 95. Escape. Li Jingtian was momentarily taken aback, her expression tinged with sorrow as she gently patted Li Xuanling's head, softly saying, "I must trouble you to take action." As Li Jingtian's words left her lips, a commotion erupted outside the tent, filled with raised voices. The air was thick with the deep, furious voice of Mu Jiao man. "You again? Who are you? Do you truly think us mere clay to be molded at your whim?" Li Xianling and Li Jingtian exchanged glances before swiftly parting the tent flap. They beheld a middle-aged man, sword in hand, standing imposingly above the encampment. His translucent, light blue jiang, true essence flowed around him as he surveyed the gathering mountain tribesmen below. It was Li Tongya. Li Tongya, wielding the Qing Feng sword, maintained a calm demeanor as he surveyed the throng of mountain tribesmen below. He spoke softly, his voice amplified by his magical power, resonating throughout the encampment. "The Li clan has always kept to ourselves, and you have without cause launched an assault on our Li family's Li Jing mountain, seizing our spirit rice and abducting our people. Yet you dare to question who I am? Below." Li Xianling let out a long sigh and softly expressed his joy. "It is Father, Mu Jiaomon." Unable to contain his fury, leapt into the air, followed by 2 practitioners from the Shanyue tribe. He spoke in a deep voice. "The passage through the 4 mountain ridges has already been promised as compensation by your demonic sect. How is it that you now come to renege on this agreement? These spiritual rice and fruits, once they have entered our possession, belong to the Shanyue tribe." Casting a wary glance at the sword light flickering in Li Tongya's hand, Mu Jiaomon gritted his teeth and said, "If you withdraw now, we shall not pursue the matter further." Li Tongya scoffed, raising his grayish-white sword and unleashing several waves of sword energy, causing Mu Jiaomon and his companions to feel a sense of imminent danger. Just over a week prior, Li Tongya had crossed the border seeking Li Xiangping and had already clashed with Mu Jiaomon and his companions, who were well aware of his formidable prowess. Thus, they hurriedly began to cast spells and hand signs. The 3 of them, relying on the secret techniques of the Shanyue tribe to cultivate their energy, were using unrefined techniques that paled in comparison to Li Tongya's capabilities, especially in controlling the wind and energy, leaving them at a disadvantage once again. Having diligently practiced the Xian Shui sword technique for nearly 30 years, Li Tongya's sword light was swift and sharp, forcing the 3 to dodge repeatedly, creating chaos akin to an exploded military camp. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xianling swiftly kicked off the shackles on his legs, pulled up Li Jingtian, and with one swift motion, broke the neck of a Shanyue guard at the entrance. In a flurry, he leapt over the wooden fence, moving with the grace of a panther. And as everyone else was distracted looking up at the sky, he managed to carry Li Jingtian outside the camp in mere moments. By the time the guards began to react, they had already vanished from sight. There were no formidable experts nearby, and the few at the Qi gathering stage had long since gone to quell the chaos. Their spiritual perception barely extended beyond Tianzhong, leaving the individuals above completely unaware of the unfolding events. Enraged, Mu Jiaomon shouted, "If the king were here, you would not dare to act so recklessly." Jianishi, a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi gathering, had once experienced a fortuitous encounter and practiced authentic techniques. He had also consumed a unique form of spiritual energy, mastering a remarkable knife technique that allowed him to dominate many forces in the northern foothills, including 7 Qi gathering practitioners. Yet here he was, merely at the 2nd level of Qi gathering, while facing 3 opponents, 1 at the 4th level and 2 at the 2nd level, merely relying on the Xian Shui sword energy to suppress them. If this continued, he feared he might be exhausted to death. As a wave of sword energy pushed back the encroaching trio, Li Tongya glanced down, noticing that the camp was slowly regaining stability. After fending off several attacks, he silently soared eastward, prompting Mu Jiaomon to bellow, "What audacity! You come and go as you please?" Clenching his teeth, Mu Jiaomon rubbed his hands together, unleashing a surge of dark energy, his vitality noticeably waning. Utilizing the Shangyue tribe's most formidable shamanic secret technique, the thick black energy swirled, magnifying several times, topped with a massive skull, and rushed directly at Li Tongya. Watching the spectacle from below, Lu Jiangxian paused, recognizing the familiar black energy, which faintly bore the essence of a spell artifact, even feeling as if he could summon it with a mere gesture. After pondering for a moment, he opted for discretion, choosing to remain hidden while carefully observing Li Tongya's condition. Though Li Tongya did not comprehend the spell used by the Shangyue leader, he sensed it was no trivial matter. After dodging for a while in the air, he noticed the black energy surging faster and crashing into his back. Mu Jiaomon laughed triumphantly, proclaiming, "The shamanic curse is extraordinarily powerful. No matter where you flee, you cannot escape." A chill ran through Li Tongya's limbs as he felt his internal energy becoming sluggish, and his speed decreased. Upon further reflection, he felt no significant change. Is this all? Li Tongya was momentarily taken aback, observing that even as his speed diminished, the distance between him and the 3 pursuers was gradually increasing, leaving him with a perplexed expression. Mu Jiaomon, filled with anger and confusion, sensed the unusual gazes of his 2 subordinates, feeling a prickling sensation along his spine, murmuring, "What on earth is happening?" Meanwhile, Lu Jiangxian, weaving through the forest alongside Li Xianling, couldn't help but chuckle silently, feeling that he had largely seized control of the black energy, which was now motionless, adhering to Li Tongya's garments as he analyzed its structure. It bore some resemblance to talismanic energy, but lacked the essence, more akin to a desperate measure without a spell artifact. A shamanic curse must be intricately linked to spell artifacts. Recalling the golden talisman from the direction of the Daiju Ting, Lu Jiangxian silently noted the insights gleaned from the black energy, casually dispelling it on the spot, reflecting that he might take the time to study such an entity, rather than idling away in the spell artifact, merely sleeping. Chapter 96. Lost with faces filled with embarrassment. Mu Jiaomon and his companions pursued for several breaths before finally halting, cursing as they retreated. Li Tongya even had the leisure to glance back at their departing figures, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After merely circulating his energy once, the minor discomfort brought on by the curse dissipated, leaving him puzzled, concluding that the Shangyue leader's skills were lacking, resulting in a public embarrassment. He meticulously searched the area, flying low for half an hour until finally, his expression relaxed as he spotted the dirty Li Xianling and his companion. Li Xianling was holding Li Jingtian, utilizing a spell that emitted a soft white glow, cautiously navigating through the woods, but in his haste, he was covered in mud. The child had deliberately chosen a long route to avoid encountering Mu Jiaomon and his companions, who had failed to capture Li Tongya. Thus, it took Li Tongya a while to find them. Gently landing in front of Li Xianling, Li Tongya smiled warmly at the pair, causing Li Xianling to freeze momentarily, his eyes reddening. After days of fleeing and servitude, having faced life and death considerations, Li Xianling felt a swell of grievances within him. He set down the now tearful Li Jingtian and choked out, "Father." Li Tongya's heart tightened as he swiftly embraced him, softly reassuring, "It's all right now. It is our elders who did not fulfill their duty, causing you both to suffer." With a low sigh, he lifted one child in each arm and ascended into the air, gently explaining that Jian Nishi is indeed a formidable figure, having put our family in a dire predicament. Your uncle was forced to retreat westward, and we have received no news of him since. Recalling the coldly inscribed words "merely endure" on the jade seal from the Qingqi sect, Li Tongya gazed up at the dimming night sky and murmured, "We must strive to strengthen ourselves. Father, I've heard that the clan leader has ventured deep into the heart of the Shanyu territory. Have you received any news?" Li Xianling wiped his tears but still recalled what he had learned, repeating his inquiry. Li Tongya paused, comforting him, "Do not worry. Your uncle will emerge from this crisis." After gently placing the two down, Li Xianling instinctively went to the back courtyard to return the spell artifact, while Li Jingtian, exhausted from the ordeal, headed to the side courtyard to report to his mother, Tian Shi, and freshen up for rest. Upon seeing the two, Li Xianxian also sighed in relief, then inquired about Li Xiangping's whereabouts. Li Xianling recounted the information he had gathered, leaving Li Tongya and the others in silent contemplation. Li Tongya suddenly recalled the four words LQBSYNSHing, which brought him a measure of solace. He spoke in a solemn tone. Li Xianxian promptly produced 3 formation flags and respectfully stated, 5 spiritual fields have been ravaged, resulting in a loss of over 300 gene of spiritual rice and several spiritual fruits. The affected fields have already been replanted, and upon careful calculation, the losses should amount to around 20 spiritual stones. Li Tongya nodded, noticing the worried expression on Li Xianxian's face as he continued. However, the misty maze has been breached by Jia Nishi, and now Li Jing Mountain has lost its protection, leaving us without any other formations at home. What does Wan Tianxiu say? Li Tongya asked softly, putting away the 3 formation flags into his storage pouch. This fellow has not mastered his craft well. He has only learned 2 formations from the Wan family's numerous teachings, the concealment formation and the defense formation, which are both minor arrays suitable for the fetal breathing stage and cannot serve as a protective mountain array. Upon hearing this, Li Tongya pondered for a moment before responding solemnly. This. Li Xianxian displayed a troubled expression and whispered, "It will waste Uncle Zhong's cultivation time to gather this pure energy." "No matter," Li Tongya reassured. "You have not yet broken through to the 5th level of the fetal breathing stage to manifest spiritual awareness, and even if you do, cultivating this pure energy will be slow, potentially taking 8 to 10 years, which would only waste time. It is regrettable that the spiritual energy of this world is exceedingly harsh. It takes 5 years for such a vast reed marsh to barely gather a portion." Seeing Li Xianxian nod, Li Tongya continued. "Furthermore, someone from the Li family has broken through to Qi training, and Qingqi sect should issue higher-grade spiritual material seeds and adjust our offerings." Li Xianxian hesitated before inquiring. "In that case, the Li family will have to pay more tributes. I wonder if we can keep this under wraps?" "There is no need," Li Tongya replied. "Even if we delay for another 20 or 30 years, when facing enemies and slaying monsters, it will eventually be exposed, which would unnecessarily offend Qingqi sect. Although Qingqi sect appears indifferent as it nurtures various families every year, it is wise to exercise caution. Their actions are enigmatic, and we must remain vigilant. The Qingqi sect treats us like cattle and sheep." A spirited voice interrupted. As Li Xianfeng strode into the room, his face radiating joy, Li Tongya, sensing with his spiritual awareness, smiled and said, "Have you broken through?" "I have already broken through to the 5th level of the fetal breathing stage and achieved the Jade Capital Cycle. This spiritual awareness is indeed extraordinary," Li Xianfeng replied. Li Xianxian chuckled, casting an envious glance at Li Xianfeng, and offered his congratulations. However, Li Xianfeng shook his head, his thoughts lingering on Li Xiangping, and without much expression of joy, he lifted his longbow and said, "I will venture nearby to hunt some monsters to supplement our supplies. Do not venture too deep," Li Tongya cautioned. Li Xianfeng's strength was sufficient to handle a few monsters in the periphery of Dali Mountain, but Li Tongya still feared for his safety. Watching Li Xianfeng leave with a nod, Li Tongya turned his gaze to Li Xianxian and said softly, "Do not neglect your cultivation. Achieving Qi training as soon as possible will give me peace of mind." Yes. Li Xianxian nodded vigorously, just as a voice called from outside the courtyard. Young master, someone from the town has come, claiming to be visiting from the eastern Xiaoyan Lu family. Let him come up, Li Tongya replied, glancing at the clan soldier who had delivered the message, pondering. It is highly likely this has to do with the Ji family. The Xiaoyan Lu family and our Li family are positioned on either side of the Ji family, and they probably seek our assistance. As he contemplated, an elderly man was brought into the courtyard, draped in a white robe, his hair white yet youthful, holding a jade rui. Upon seeing the two, he smiled and clasped his hands, saying, under the governance of Qin Shi, I am Lu Sisi from the Xiaoyan Lu family. Pleased to meet you both. Li Tongya from the Li family of Li Jing. Li Tongya returned the gesture, scanning with his spiritual awareness. He assessed the man's cultivation to be around the 5th or 6th level of Qi training. The jade rui in his hand emitted a brilliant glow, far superior to the sword at Li Tongya's waist, which was of the fetal breathing stage. Please, Li Tongya invited, and he and Lu Sisi entered the courtyard to sit, while Li Xianling and others withdrew. After receiving the tea offered by a servant, Li Tongya inquired, May I ask what brings you here, senior? Lu Sisi raised his gray-white eyebrows, a smile lingering on his lips, and responded in a low voice. I come to congratulate young friend Tongya. Was there to celebrate? Li Tongya frowned, unsure of the man's intentions. Numerous incursions have occurred in the mountains, with dozens of families suffering losses, 6 of which were annihilated. Yet upon my arrival at Li Jing Mountain, aside from a few anxious commoners, I did not encounter any mourning or lamentation, suggesting your noble family has suffered little. Lu Sisi remarked with a smile. Li Tongya felt a sense of discomfort and frowned. Please speak plainly, senior. Lu Sisi took a sip of tea, cutting to the chase. Oh? Li Tongya replied softly, but felt little inclination, countering, What grudge does your family hold against the Ji family? You may not be aware, but my Lu family once sent a Qi training cultivator to provide support, who perished on Huaiqia Mountain. Lu Sisi explained, his expression awkward. Li Tongya responded, How many Qi training cultivators does the Ji family possess, and what is their background? Have you investigated? Lu Sisi nodded, clarifying. The Ji family currently has 2 Qi training cultivators with a family head, Ji Dangqi, at mid-Qi training, likely around the 5th or 6th level. Additionally, another Ji disciple has just recently entered Qi training. As for their background, it is rumored that the Ji family has a daughter serving beside a prominent figure of the Tangjin sect. Since Elder Lu is aware of this, you know the Ji family is not to be trifled with. Lu Sisi chuckled, placing his teacup down, and said, I would not seek you out if I had not gathered sufficient information. Lowering his voice, he continued, Oh? Li Tongya finally showed some interest and pressed. What is being said within Qin Qi sect? Naturally, they have issued commands, Lu Sisi replied, producing an edict inscribed with the characters Qin Qi, containing several phrases indicating that Qin Qi sect has shifted the boundary northward by several thousand li, claiming all of the eastern shore of Wanwell Lake as their own. The mid-purple palace cultivator of the Tangjin sect has passed away, and only a nascent purple palace cultivator remains to oversee it. Li Tongya was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing shock, and he immediately questioned. Such a significant event as the fall of a purple palace cultivator must be meticulously concealed by the Tangjin sect. How is it that Qin Qi sect is now fully aware? The 3 sects and 7 schools maintain their high status precisely because they possess 1 or more Purple Palace legacies. It is said that the 3 sects each hold more than 3 Purple Palace inheritances, while the 7 schools have 1 or 2, alongside Purple Palace cultivators stationed within their ranks. The demise of the mid-Purple Palace cultivator from the Tangjin sect, while not leading to their destruction, would certainly diminish their power significantly. What do we know of the intrigues among Purple Palace cultivators? Lu Sisi shook his head and countered, Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Is your Li family in or out of this deal? Li Tongya closed his eyes in contemplation. The Li family currently lacked inheritance and spiritual materials, making this a considerable temptation. Aside from a Ji family, it could also eliminate a lingering concern. Out of caution, Li Tongya confirmed, is the prominent figure the Ji family has allied with rumored to be the young master of the Tangjin sect? What connection does he have to the fallen Purple Palace cultivator? He is a descendant of that Purple Palace cultivator. Currently, that faction is likely struggling to maintain its own power and cannot afford to deal with the minor Ji family. Very well, Li Tongya nodded. Gritting his teeth, I have several conditions. Please, young friend Tonya, go ahead. First, should the Ji family's techniques and manuals fall into our hands, my Li family shall copy them entirely, and they will not count toward the spiritual materials we are owed. Lu Cece readily nodded and said softly, agreed. Secondly, I will act in the capacity of a loose cultivator at Wanwell Lake and not as a member of the Li family of Li Jing. If faced with an enemy of overwhelming strength, I will withdraw immediately. Should I take any lives, all spoils will belong to me. Lu Cece was momentarily taken aback, offering a wry smile tinged with envy as he remarked, Young friend, you truly exhibit caution. If one of my family's younger generation possessed even 60% of your abilities, I would have no cause for concern regarding the matters behind me. However, regarding the treasures on Jiangxian Mountain, my Lu family shall exchange all spiritual springs and fields for 30% in spirit stones or treasures for your family. Li Tongya took a sip of tea and quietly stated, I require you to issue the Xianjing spirit oath. Lu Cece nodded without hesitation, responding solemnly, that is only fitting. The two invoked a secret method to swear an oath, feeling a mark gently imprint upon the Xianjing wheel. Li Tongya inquired, when? I shall return here in 3 days to accompany you to Jiangxian Mountain, he replied. I have a jade bud pill obtained from killing Xiangping in my storage bag. I will enter seclusion to break through to the 3rd level of Qi training, which should enhance my chances. Li Xianxian then rose and cupped his hands, addressing him respectfully, Zhongfu, do not worry about the family while you are in seclusion. I shall take care of everything. Li Qijing gazed at the surging beast horde below, his imposing aura emanating from his entire being, the white robes fluttering in the evening breeze, drawing the reverent gazes of those around him. Is this the Qing Sui sword? Li Qijing? Indeed, look at his aura. He is likely on the brink of foundation establishment. However, Li Qijing understood his own situation well. He was not merely a step away. He was constantly suppressing the true essence within him, preventing it from spontaneously liquefying. The moment he focused his thoughts, the fetal breath state he cultivated would immediately liquefy, consolidating his entire cultivation, forming the foundation of the great Tao in his Qi Si, and he would instantly break through to foundation establishment. I can't delay any longer. Those sent from the sect have urged me thrice already. Li Qijing thought to himself, just as a figure in white, with a handsome visage, patted his shoulder and softly remarked, Junior brother, you have reached the pinnacle of Qi training, haven't you? Indeed. Senior brother Qi has come to persuade me to establish my foundation. The man, referred to as Senior brother Qi, hesitated slightly before nodding. The sect has this intention. The breakthrough elixirs have already been prepared for you, Junior brother, and you can enter seclusion to break through at any time. The sect is indeed thoughtful. I'm immensely grateful. Naturally, but I wonder, how confident are you, Junior brother? Li Qijing appeared troubled as he softly replied, perhaps not more than 80%. 80%? Senior brother Qi furrowed his brows. This probability was frightfully high compared to others, yet he knew how many rare resources Li Qijing had been provided. To hear merely 80% raised his suspicions, and he mused silently, perhaps he cannot spare that Su Yuan Dan. Senior brother Qi sighed softly, retrieving a jade vial from his pouch, smiling as he said, I still have a Su Yuan Dan. You may take it for now. Li Qijing expressed his gratitude with a nod, accepting the jade vial, and declared, thank you, Senior brother. Senior brother Qi suppressed the pain in his heart, maintaining a smile as he gently advised, prepare well, and then enter seclusion to break through. Li Qijing nodded vigorously and slowly descended the mountain, brushing past Senior brother Qi, only to overhear a chilling remark. Li Qijing, foundation establishment must succeed and cannot fail. You wouldn't want to know the consequences. Li Qijing paused momentarily, raising his gaze to Senior brother Qi's gentle smile, shaking his head with a wry laugh as he continued down the mountain. Senior brother Qi, however, coldly watched Li Qijing's departing figure, murmuring to himself, what are a few elixirs worth? Just a dying man. If given, then so be it. But the ancestral Yuan Dan must not be lost at any cost. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Li Qijing pondered for a brief moment before entering a small pavilion at the base of the mountain. He ascended the lightly yellowed perilous staircase, where a young man was sprawled drunkenly over a reddish-brown square table. Deng Xiuji, Li Qijing exclaimed, lifting him up. The moonlight autumn essence in his hand swiftly coalesced, forming a handful of clear lake water, which he poured directly onto Deng Qiuji's face. The lake water splashed upon Deng Qiuji, awakening him. As the liquid flowed down his hair and evaporated into spiritual energy upon hitting the ground. This display of magic was executed with such ease that it showcased the caster's remarkable prowess. Deng Qiuji jolted awake, gazing at Li Qijing with bleary eyes, and exclaimed with a grin, "Jingge, you have come early today?" Li Qijing gently sat down, rummaging through the wine jug on the table until he finally poured himself a cup, taking a sip before solemnly stating, "I shall break through to Foundation establishment tomorrow." Deng Qiuji was momentarily stunned, and with glistening eyes filled with tears, he stammered, "Jingge, have you truly considered this?" Li Qijing nodded, smiling as he replied, "Isn't it just about being consumed?" Deng Qiuji paused, silently raising his cup only to find it empty, murmuring instead, "You are still so generous. We have studied this well over the years. I am the main ingredient, and you are the auxiliary material. Who knows what kind of divine elixir we can concoct?" After draining the cup, Li Qijing turned and exited the pavilion, leaving behind a dazed Deng Qiuji and the echo of his words hanging in the air. "This wine is not strong enough." Leaving the small pavilion, Li Qijing headed straight for a cave dwelling in the mountains, gently knocking on the stone door. Before long, someone came to open it. Yingya. The visitor was his senior brother, Xiao Yuanci, who held several herbs in hand. Upon seeing Li Qijing's face, he felt a wave of guilt and softly called out, "Why didn't you invite me in, senior brother?" Li Qijing cheerfully replied, and Xiao Yuanci quickly stepped aside to welcome him in, serving tea at the stone table while gazing at Li Qijing in a daze. "Senior brother, your cultivation has also reached the pinnacle of qi training. How confident are you in establishing your foundation?" "I cannot compare to you. I have only about 30 to 40% confidence. I still need a few more years to accumulate." Li Qijing nodded, exchanging pleasantries before finally steering the conversation back to the main topic. "I have a few matters to entrust to you, senior brother." "Jinger, please speak." Li Qijing produced the jade vial, explaining. Xiao Yuanci nodded, hesitating before saying, "Then I have no use for this." Li Qijing shook his head, smiling confidently as he retrieved several items from his storage bag, explaining each one in turn. Xiao Yuanci, understanding Li Qijing's intentions, had tears welling up in his eyes as he sorrowfully said, "Jinger, my Qing Sui peak has wronged you." Li Qijing was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head with a smile. "Senior brother, there is no need for such sentiments. All my cultivation is owed to Qing Sui. Returning to the sect now is by no means inappropriate. Please do not let others speak ill of you. Regardless of the sect's circumstances, the Xiao family and Qing Sui Peak have done much for me and the Li family. Both Qi Jing and Li Jing remember it in our hearts." With that, Li Qijing rose and respectfully bowed towards the north, where Si Yuanbai was imprisoned in the prison tower, performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations. He then respectfully bowed to Xiao Yuanci, tears finally glistening in his eyes as he earnestly declared, "Senior brother, I entrust the family to you from now on. Jinger, as long as I, Xiao Yuanci, am alive, the Li family's legacy will never be extinguished." Li Qijing wiped his eyes and embraced Xiao Yuanci warmly, only to hear his senior brother softly ask, "Do you have any remaining wishes?" Li Qijing laughed heartily, replying coldly, "This life's wishes have been fulfilled. If I truly have a wish, it would be for that old ancestor from Zifu, who summoned us for alchemy, to fail in breaking through to the golden core, exhausting his lifespan and perishing." Chapter 98. The Siege Li Tongya consumed the jade bud pill, feeling a surge of power within, as spiritual energy burst forth from his qi si, successfully breaking through to the 3rd level of qi training. He spent an entire night breaking through and then took 2 days to solidify his cultivation. Calculating the time, he murmured, "I have reached the 3rd level of qi training. Jinger must be at the pinnacle of qi training by now. I wonder how confident he is in establishing his foundation. I have heard that the southern regions are perilous. I hope he has not sustained any injuries." A wave of doubt coursed through him, prompting Li Tongya to suppress his unease as he exited the cave dwelling at Meichi Mountain and sought out Li Xianxian, whispering, "Have the Wuzhai insects spun silk this year? Have someone pull the threads to weave a foot of spiritual cloth." Li Tongya stroked his chin, observing Li Xianxian nodding in agreement. He pondered that only this Lingbu could isolate spiritual senses and provide some concealment, thus preventing others from recalling his appearance. Unfortunately, the supply was too limited. It would be ideal if it could be fashioned into a cloak. He retrieved the wooden tablet left by Li Qijing from the shelf. Having read it countless times, the leather cord now frayed and worn. Each reading revealed new intricacies. The Yueke Jianhu had been memorized by Li Tongya over a decade. Yet its consumption was considerable, and he had not employed it in real combat. The disparity in swordsmanship talent was indeed undeniable. With a wry smile, he noted that among the younger generation of the Li family, only his eldest son, Li Xianling, displayed some aptitude after studying the Xianshui Jianjue and the Yueke Jianhu penned by Li Qijing, while Li Xianfeng and Li Xianxian struggled to grasp them. After a while, Li Xianxian had retrieved the Lingbu. Li Tongya accepted the grayish cloth, his spiritual sense sweeping over it and confirming its impenetrability. Nodding, he stored the fabric away and rose to exit the cave dwelling. He took several jade vials containing healing elixirs from his storage bag, securing them. He then handed the storage bag to Li Xianxian. Lu Sisi had already descended from the clouds at the foot of the mountain. Li Tongya leaped into the air, quietly landing beside him, and clasped his hands, greeting Senior Lu. Lu Sisi nodded, and without further ado, they both soared eastward, with Li Tongya trailing at a leisurely pace. He observed Lu Sisi exuding a robust aura, and realized that his true essence was far clearer than that of the average Qi practitioners. He mused that the Lu family practiced a legitimate method, likely absorbing the small, pure spiritual energy. Years ago, when he and one Yanka submitted their offerings, he had heard that the Lu family's Qi cultivation utilized this small, pure spiritual energy, and now he was witnessing it firsthand. As they traveled, Huqian Mountain loomed in the distance. Suddenly, Lu Sisi ascended to a higher altitude, slapping his storage bag with his left hand, producing a talisman that appeared in his palm. With a flick of his hand, the talisman shot into the sky, exploding into a vivid crimson flower, revealing several figures weaving through the trees. The inhabitants of Huqian Mountain reacted swiftly. A semi-transparent barrier emerged, and two figures ascended into the air, led by the serious-looking Ji Danshi wielding a long knife. "How dare you appear in Huqian Mountain?" Lu Sisi said, his expression peculiar. As he launched the jade rui from his hand, laughing, "This is fortuitous. No need for ambushes any longer. Brethren, come out." As soon as he spoke, another individual emerged from the forest. Li Tongya glanced sideways and saw a man with stubble and a bald head, his energy fluctuating, indicating he was at the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. Lu Sisi, Ji Dangqi, squinted coldly, assessing the group for a moment before striking back at the jade rui, suddenly exclaiming, "What happened to the T-NGJ in gate?" Li Tongya observed Ji Dangqi's grim countenance, recalling the day he had been ambushed by the mountain and the cold. Unyielding words of forbearance. He suddenly understood that, as per the agreement between SHNYU and QNGCHZ-ing, the surrounding families attacking had likely been promised by QNGCHZ-ing and TNGJ-ing gate to cease their assault, which explained Ji Dangqi's lack of information. Seeing Ji Dangqi engaging with the others, Li Tongya stepped forward to confront the Qi practitioner from the Ji family. This young man wielded a long staff and appeared to be in his late 20s, his face displaying tension and shock. Li Tongya raised his hand, unleashing a sweeping sword energy that forced the young man to retreat repeatedly. This lad possessed commendable talent. Yet it was evident he had spent over 20 years solely focused on cultivation, his spellcasting clumsy and unrefined. After another strike that nearly disarmed him, Li Tongya noted Ji Dangqi struggling against two opponents, and Ji Dangqi's peripheral vision caught sight of his distress, prompting him to call out, "Friend with the sword. My Ji family is a trusted ally of the TNGJ N-Gate's young master. Do not be deceived by those two. Withdraw now, and my Ji family will not hold it against you." Li Tongya chuckled coldly, striking the young man's staff away with his sword, and inexplicably declared, "My surname is Wan." Ji Dangqi was instantly rendered speechless, parrying Lu Sisi's jade rui and leveraging the momentum to escape northward. "Do not flee." Lu Sisi hastily teamed up with a man named and to intercept Ji Dangqi, while Li Tongya caught the staff. Observing that the Ji family's Qi practitioner was making his way southward, his true essence evidently composed of the same small, pure spiritual energy, This is my spoils. Li Tongya sliced through an incoming spell with his sword, discerning the comparative strengths. The true essence refined from the river's clear energy was indeed more robust than the small, pure spiritual energy, allowing for a quicker flight, though slightly slower in agility during leaps and turns, which was inconsequential. After flying several miles, Li Tongya severed the man's protective true essence with a single strike, swiftly thrusting his sword into the youth's back. The young man cried out in pain, spiraling downwards. Li Tongya followed closely, witnessing the youth in agony, struggling to maintain his spell, bloodied and broken, yet still reaching for his storage bag. With swift precision, Li Tongya severed the young man's arm, watching him writhe in torment before swiftly ending his life. Claiming the man's storage bag, Li Tongya also stowed the long staff he had seized and secured the pouch at his waist, rendering it useful. Without time to inspect his spoils, he soared towards Jiangxian Mountain, observing the three combatants still clashing in the air, and directed his sword towards the protective formation of Jiangxian Mountain. The formation at Jiangxian Mountain was certainly not the same as the former Su Jiangxian formation, but rather a newly constructed array by the Ji family. However, its pinnacle of defensive capability was pierced by a single strike, gradually healing itself. After delivering over a dozen strikes, the formation faltered under the assault from below by Lu family members, flickering uncertainly as it lost its magical energy before ultimately collapsing with a thunderous roar. Charge! The mountainside erupted with the sounds of clashing blades as Li Tongya concealed his presence, diving directly into the courtyard. The surroundings were desolate and chaotic. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed that all the inhabitants had retreated to the foot of the mountain, and several storerooms lay empty. Li Tongya grimaced, soaring through the air for a moment, until he located the entrance to the cave dwelling. The array at the cave's entrance remained relatively resilient, and it took Li Tongya several strikes of sword energy to render the formation flickering before he heard a violent rumble. Boom! In the sky, Lu Cece, having exhausted all his true essence, fell to the forest, blackened and spitting blood, while the bald man hastily retreated, exclaiming, "What kind of talisman is this?" Jiangxian remained silent, his complexion ashen as he swung his sword at the bald man, who quickly dodged, shouting, "That one fellow! I cannot contend with him alone. Quickly come my aid." Li Tongya cursed under his breath, abandoning the cave dwelling as he soared from Jiangxian Mountain, confronting Jiangxian with a blade of sword energy aimed directly at his back. Descendants of the Wan family, Jiangxian's true essence surged fiercely, his technique overwhelming. Li Tongya parried several of his strikes with sword light, retreating several steps as Jiangxian found himself flanked and overwhelmed, struggling to fend off the onslaught. As the cries of Ji family members grew fainter below, Jiangxian gritted his teeth and produced a talisman, casting it with urgency. "Not good. I've been deceived," the bald man lamented as Li Tongya charged forward several steps, declaring in a deep voice, "We cannot let him escape. Pursue." Having battled for some time, Jiangxian, witnessing his dwindling strength, resorted to using his last talisman, now nearly drained of true essence, and fled northward in desperation. Just as Jiangxian had barely escaped, a jade rui struck him from above, forcing him to halt and raise his sword in defense, coming to a standstill. Lu Cece, appearing battered and bloodied, struggled to ascend on the winds, his legs stained with blood and seemingly broken. With blood at the corner of his mouth, his hair disheveled, he sternly commanded, "Do not let him escape." With a sudden collision from YRY, LT Ingyi's sword had already caught up to JD-NGQ. JD-NGQ, his eyes aflame with anger, knew that today he might not escape with his life. As he observed JD-NGQ's resolute expression, LT Ingyi hesitated for a moment, watching as the bald man approached, sword in hand, coldly fixing his gaze on JD-NGQ. JD-NGQ let out a hearty laugh, untied the storage pouch from his waist, and threw it far away before turning to slash at the advancing bald man with his knife, radiating golden light, wielding immense force, clearly expending all his strength. LT Ingyi exchanged glances with LSZ, both using their true essence to seize the storage pouch, while the bald man endured several blows from JD-NGQ, his hands numb and legs weak, retreating with a cry. Yet, JD-NGQ, emboldened by his advantage, thrust his long knife towards the bald man's chest, displaying a willingness to exchange lives. The bald man had no choice but to sidestep, but he caught sight of a glimmering light emerging from J.D. and GQ's chest. With a soft thud, the two men fell, and after casting a few more spells, it was evident that J.D. and GQ was beyond saving. At that moment, LSZ, having seized the storage pouch, flew closer, his leg injury already wrapped, and cheerfully said, "Who will accompany me to the J family stronghold at Huzich, NGSHN? You two go ahead. I will search Huchi and SHN. L. Tiangi sighed, his enthusiasm waning. Most of the spiritual stones and treasures were likely in JD and GQ's storage pouch. LSZ was far from JD and GQ, yet he was in a position to gain the first opportunity, which was indeed a pity. The Huzich NGSH and was merely the J family's inheritance, and LSZ had already sworn an oath to share the spoils. Thus LT Ingi held little interest and preferred to explore the cave at Huchi NSHN instead. Huchi NSHN was in disarray, filled with cries and pleas for help. A circle of L family members surrounded the cave entrance, having witnessed him fighting alongside LSZ against their enemies. They all lowered their heads and addressed him as senior. LT Ingi nodded, taking a moment to breach the cave's protective array, and walked in boldly, leaving the L family members staring at each other, unsure of what to do, confined to waiting outside the cave. Upon entering, LT Ingi was greeted by a crystal-clear spring bubbling forth. Using his spiritual sense, he reached into the spring and retrieved several jade stones. After securing the jade stones, he continued without pause, forcefully opening a stone door, revealing a stone table with 2 jade bottles, one large and one small. The smaller bottle contained YYDN, which LT Ingi casually collected, while the larger bottle proved uncollectible. A probe of his spiritual sense revealed it held a potent essence of natural spiritual energy, sharp and dazzling, compelling LT Ingi to tie the bottle to his waist. It turned out that the master of T Ing Jane Min was named STY. After reading the note, LT Ingi furrowed his brows, a hint of surprise rising on his face as he murmured, "The QNGCH sect has been quite active in recent years. One must exercise caution at home. If SHN you were to invade the East, do not engage in conflict. That great shaman has waited a century for someone to unify the northern ridge as a sacrifice. He must not be killed. The wrath of the ZF period is not something we can withstand." LT Ingi felt a chill wash over him, his hair standing on end, silently placing the letter into his storage pouch, murmuring to himself, "No wonder GNX attacked LJNGSHN and the northern Tiing Jane Min clans were left unchallenged. We were advised to tolerate it. I wonder how much the great shaman has sacrificed, allowing all the various SHNU incursions merely to cover for GNX alone. How ruthless! How grand a scheme! Sweeping through the tribes to create the only unified clan of the northern ridge in a century, only to use this destined child as a sacrifice. How vicious! Once GNX is dead, who knows how much turmoil will follow in the northern ridge." LT Ingi gazed at the darkened sky above, slowly lifting his head and squinting at the ceiling of the stone chamber, as if peering through layers of rock and a cloudless night sky, envisioning a hand maneuvering chess pieces. Chapter 99. Cursed techniques. Upon exiting the cave, LT Ingi found Huchi NSHN enveloped in silence. The L family had sealed numerous courtyards, capturing all the J family members, with the stone path stained with specks of blood. After wandering the mountains, he spotted LSZ and the bald man descending on the wind, the latter carrying JD and GQ's corpse, appearing pleased with their haul. With a smile directed at LT Ingi, he remarked, "We have been fortunate. Chaos reigns at Huzich and GSHN. The J family has only one peak of fetal breath, a young master just over 20 who knew to shatter the inheritance jade slips. We smashed his head and salvaged 3 out of 6 jade slips. We shall discuss the jade slips later." He gestured towards a small courtyard in the mountains and the cave behind them, continuing, "The WN family was indeed extravagant in the past. After surveying the area, I found that Huchi NSHN has plenty of spiritual fields, yielding over 100 gene of spiritual rice annually. That spring is of excellent quality. If we were to convert it, we could easily gather over 200 spiritual stones. Can you manage that, El brother? Do you recognize this item?" El Tiangi stepped back a few paces, cautiously taking to the air and hesitantly asked, "The array flags?" "Precisely. LSZ. Realizing that LT Ingi was overly wary due to his overly sensitive actions with the array flags, quickly clarified. These array flags are the WN family's treasured by YZZQ, commonly used by WN Hu Chi-in the past. It was later left here to form the Hu Chi-in array. A few years ago, it fell into the hands of the J family. It is certainly worth at least 200 spiritual stones. Having been to LJ Jiangxian, LSZ knew that the L family's protective mountain array was pitifully inadequate, which had led to the sudden assault by G and X, leaving the entire family in a state of unease, desperately needing a reliable protective array, striking at LT Ingi's weak point. The Bai YZZQ is merely an array flag of the Qi refinement stage. No matter how extraordinary it is, it cannot exceed 100 spiritual stones. You are overpraising it. LT Ingi chuckled and shook his head. While the proposal was indeed tempting, spending 200 spiritual stones for a set of array flags seemed excessively extravagant. Then I shall add an additional 50 spiritual stones. LSZ retrieved 50 spiritual stones from his pouch and handed them to LT Ingi, stating earnestly, "This is quite generous. You have already gained from the cave. So this journey has not been in vain. As the L and L families would become neighbors in the future, it was unnecessary to be overly meticulous." Indeed, LSZ also handed 3 jade slips to LT Ingi, a broader smile on his face as he softly said, "We have transcribed these jade slips. This is the original of the techniques. Take it with you." Understanding that LSZ was hinting that he had not yet handed over the transcribed and modified techniques to ensnare him, LT Ingi accepted the jade slips, probing them with his spiritual sense for a thorough inspection, nodding and smiling. "El Senior, your kindness is admirable. I shall take my leave first." As he watched LT Ingi depart, the bald man also clasped his hands and said, "El brother, this matter is settled. Uzich NGSH now belongs to my family. The Y family to the north is powerful. I hope for your continued support. Safe travels, and brother." LSZ nodded slightly, watching as the bald man took to the wind before turning back into the cave, gazing at the spring's shimmering waters. He let out a breath, his face beaming with joy. "At last, we have acquired this spring. The cave's vital energy is secured. And future generations need not practice the common goods of the first grade." At LJ Jiangxian, as LT Ingi landed, he saw Su and Su-in pacing anxiously. Upon noticing LT Ingi, he breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully said, "Xingf." LT Ingi smiled and nodded, retrieving the long staff and tossing it into El Sun Su-in's hands, gently saying, "See if it feels right." El Sun Su-in, lacking a magical artifact, was instantly captivated by the sight of the long staff. After examining it for a while, he noted that it was merely a fetal breath-level artifact. Yet it was quite decent for the L family, as LT Ingi was still using a fetal breath-level longsword. Inspecting the storage pouch from the J family, it measured barely 2 feet square, filled with clutter, containing only 2 spiritual stones, with talismans and pills of no better than fetal breath level. Leave it for Su and effing. The array flags, however, were of premium quality among Qi refinement items. LT Ingi summoned 12 by YZZ flags, admiring them before storing them away and retrieving 3 jade slips. He took the first jade slip, probing it with his spiritual sense. "In the realm of you, there exists but one grand mine of gold and jade, located at the entrance of the Tianjin Gate, from whence emanates the sharp aura of gold and stone." Li Tongya extracted a jade vial from his dwelling, and with a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he discerned a glimmering radiance, sharp as a blade. Indeed, it was the essence of gold and stone. After securing these 2 items, he examined the remaining 2 jade slips. One bore the title, "A mere first-tier technique utilizing minor pure spiritual energy." Li Tongya shook his head and set it aside for future reference. The other slip contained a record left by a peak Qi refining practitioner, detailing the exquisite applications of foundational talismanic arts. The author, known as Si Bo Xiu, remains a mystery in relation to Si Yuan Bai. Upon a cursory reading, Li Tongya noted at the conclusion, the essence of talismanic mastery is epitomized by the Yuehua Yuanfu, wherein many transformation talismans are arranged, and the art of transmuting talismans into energy is particularly refined. Should one master this technique, the talismanic energies of Yuehua Yuanfu would be at their disposal. Li Tongya sighed softly, aware that the law mirror was likely intertwined with Yuehua Yuanfu. A realization that brought him little joy. Entangled in such causality, it remained uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. In a fit of rage, Mu Jiaoman smashed the head of a foe before him, hoisting up the captured member of the Mountain Yu tribe, gritting his teeth as he bellowed, "Useless! How could this be Li Xiangping? He is a living man, and you present me with the head of a Yu person?" A punch sent the captured warrior reeling, blood pouring forth, and Mu Jiaoman's eyes burned with fury, unable to contain his wrath. Had he known a shamanic spell would have incapacitated her, he would have acted differently, yet her presence had only allowed her to escape. This wretched creature seemed to have eyes on both ends, a ravenous wolf, a locust devoid of patterns. This so-called Li Xiangping had been wandering the heartland for numerous cycles. When the first news reached him, he had rallied over 1,000 men, only to be effortlessly vanquished. By the time the next report arrived, he was already to the south, having slain tribal elders and seized their provisions. The station chi practitioners were left dizzy and disoriented, scuttling about, while Li Xiangping always managed to withdraw before their arrival, only to infiltrate again upon their departure. After several sleepless nights, Mu Jiaoman finally received word of Li Xiangping's demise, exhaling in relief, only to discover he had reorganized a band of refugees in the west and dared to venture southward anew. Without hesitation, Mu Jiaoman mobilized his troops to crush him, yet found no trace of any living men among the enemy ranks. Instead, reports of Li Xiangping's appearances continued to flood in from all directions, leading Mu Jiaoman to question the very prowess of his adversary. Only the king could truly slay this ubiquitous locust. General, he is not merely a practitioner of the prenatal realm. He is a cunning wolf. He is a demon, compelling the refugees to follow him as if entranced. The tribal shaman quivered. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped Mu Jiaoman, while the silent figure of Qian and Shi at the Tangjin gate deepened his dread. "I care not what he is," Mu Jiaoman exclaimed coldly. "Either he dies, or I do." That very night, he sought out the location of the shaman within the Great Witch Mountain, presenting offerings of women and spiritual artifacts, and surprisingly, one shaman was moved and agreed to intervene. "Very well, either he dies, or you die." Trembling, Mu Jiaoman gathered all the tribe's shamans, loading a cart with women, spiritual artifacts, and the captive children of the Leaf family, hastening toward the mountain. Along the way, some warriors, jubilantly brandishing the heads of the Mountain Yu, claimed they had captured Li Xiangping, nearly provoking Mu Jiaoman to strike them down. What manner of monstrosity is this? Lost in thought on the cart, Mu Jiaoman heard voices calling softly from outside, "General, General, we have arrived at the Witch Mountain." Disembarking, he beheld a staircase of white jade, trembling as he removed his shoes to ascend barefoot. The path was shrouded in darkness, the mountain winds howled, and the owls screeched. Mu Jiaoman dared not lift his gaze, silently counting as he climbed 1,622 steps before reaching a vast platform, also crafted from jade, gleaming like a mirror. He fell to his knees, observing the reflections of several figures seated regally upon the jade dais, all clad in splendid attire, resembling human practitioners. "Speak of the matter," one voice commanded coldly from above. Mu Jiaoman hastily recounted his tale, hearing whispers of scorn from the onlookers. "What do you know? For disrupting our master's grand design, prepare to be devoured." "Humph, these people are utterly useless, unable to handle even a practitioner of the prenatal realm." Mu Jiaoman pressed his forehead to the ground, not daring to utter a word, until the speaker finally addressed him. "Since my esteemed colleagues are reluctant to intervene, let us resolve this with sorcery to avoid unnecessary travel." A voice from below interjected. "Master forbade us from employing magic to interfere with earthly affairs. You must exercise caution." "No matter. This individual is not of the Mountain Yu, and among the many spells, this cursing technique is the safest, posing no influence. He could not possibly have learned the art of cursing, nor could he summon forth any monstrosity." The inquirer nodded and ordered, "Bring forth the sacrificial offerings." Thus several large, black-furred creatures, resembling pigs in their bulk and dull-wittedness, were presented. Each bore an aura of peak chi refinement. Mu Jiaoman noted the thick calluses on their hooves and the horizontal markings indicating servitude, piquing his curiosity. Why mark these creatures? Before he could ponder further, the ground suddenly trembled, and the central jade stone of the platform shifted, revealing a massive, circular pit. Peering down, he saw it filled with boiling blood and floating human bones. "Shall we curse the remnants, or shall we slay?" A voice from the left queried, to which the leading figure replied softly, "If we are to be concerned, let us proceed with the slaying." The figure nodded, casting several incantations, and in a hoarse voice began, "I beseech the Xianming true talisman, for there are rebellious forces and wicked spirits, entangling lives, moving against my common folk. I humbly request the true talismanic magic to blind their eyes, transmute their bones, and obliterate their flesh." He is a living man, the boy of the Leaf family, born of a concubine, had his head severed, blood flowing into the pit, while the pig-like creatures struggled in the blood pool, splashing crimson droplets. The pungent scent of blood struck Mu Jiao Man, reminding him of the day he and Qian and she revolted against the king. They had slain a similarly corpulent tyrant, dividing a granary full of provisions, watching as the common folk cheered with joy. Qian and she laughed heartily, while he felt a profound fear, questioning why Qian and she had initiated the uprising. Qian and she sat astride a great steed, pointing with a long whip at the jubilant Mountain U citizens, laughing. For the people. Now, with the northern foothills pacified, Qian and she remained embroiled in battles, and outside the great K court, a multitude of 10,000 refugees had gathered. Mu Jiaoman, caught in a quandary, could not fathom how Li Xiangping had managed to amass such a vast army within enemy territory. "My king, does any of this still hold significance?" he thought, eyes closing, tears unbidden, trembling with fear, for the first time foreseeing the true nature of events before his king did. Chapter 100. An inescapable fate. Li Xiangping sat quietly by the fire, the crimson flames casting a golden hue upon his weary visage. His leather garments were tattered, his expression fatigued, and the hairs on his legs curled slightly from the heat, yet his gaze remained fixed on the taro in the fire pit. In recent days, he had fled from place to place, narrowly escaping the clutches of Qi practitioners, witnessing countless partings of life and death, slaying numerous Mountain U commanders, inciting them to assault the great K court. Li Xiangping's demeanor no longer bore the tranquility of his former life within grand estates. Instead, it had morphed into a raw, earthy ruggedness. The blood and fire of these days had tempered him into a figure of iron will, increasingly resembling Qian and Shi. "My king has yet to amend his address, and even led a group of Shanyu to call Li Qiuyang and Chen Donghe your majesty. What is the intention of Mu Jiao Man in Wushan? Your majesty, be exceedingly cautious." "Indeed, well said." Li Xiangping chuckled softly, quietly clutching the translucent pearl at his waist, pondering that this was likely a quest to seek the foundational cultivators. The matter could not be delayed any longer, and he must expedite the delivery of this treasure to his home. Li Xiangping ventured to the far west, and from the altar of a prominent clan, he spotted the transparent gem. The mysterious pearl symbol in his energy stirred inexplicably, and he immediately understood that this object was likely connected to his family's talisman. Thus he took the pearl and kept it close at hand. Observing the solemn expression on Chen Donghe's face, Li Xiangping playfully decided to tease him, glancing up with a smirk and saying, "Hey, are you fond of my sister Jing Tian? Should I arrange a marriage proposal for you?" Chen Donghe's handsome face flushed crimson, and he lowered his gaze to his toes in silence, while Li Qiuyang laughed heartily, clutching his belly. Enraged, Chen Donghe kicked him, too bashful to meet Li Xiangping's eyes. Li Xiangping shook his head with a grin, saying, "If Tian is willing, I have no objections, but my sister must be the rightful wife." Chen Donghe's face burned with embarrassment, unsure where to place his hands, and stammered, "I will never let Tian down." This elicited another round of hearty laughter, leaving Chen Donghe wishing to sink into the earth. Ahuila chuckled so hard he began to cough, muttering curses. Li Xiangping raised an eyebrow and smiled, causing Ahuila to plead for mercy, while Chen Donghe managed a gentle smile, finally escaping the awkwardness. The fragrant aroma had begun to permeate the air. Li Xiangping ate meticulously, reminiscent of the days when, at the tender age of 12 or 13, he would secretly roast taro by the pit with his elder brother, Li Changhu. Back then, he was still young, and Li Changhu always found ways to procure food for him. Beside him, Li Qiuyang cautiously surveyed the surroundings, wary of the eagle-eyed predators above, and cast a gaze filled with profound respect towards Li Xiangping. Li Xiangping had led them out of numerous dire situations and brought forth unimaginable victories. Much like the Shan Yu believed that Jia and she was the child of destiny, the clan soldiers followed Li Xiangping, equally convinced of their lord's invincibility. The attention of all gathered upon Li Xiangping, yet he abruptly dropped the taro in his hand, lost in a daze. Visions of crises and the directions of peril surged in his mind, and the aura of avoidance and prolongation suddenly shone brightly, a strong sense of danger enveloping him. Li Xiangping vaguely perceived himself kneeling on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, surrounded by cries for help and wails. I am to perish with no escape. No prolongation possible. A chilling dread coursed up his spine, and Li Xiangping murmured, seizing the map from Chun Dongha's hands. Picking up a still-hot piece of charcoal from the pit, he closed his eyes in contemplation and began to sketch on the map. Your Majesty, Chun Dongha was taken aback, unsure of what to do, hurriedly kneeling on the ground, anxiously watching him. After finishing his sketches, Li Xiangping stuffed the translucent pearl into Chun Dongha's embrace. Speaking in a hurried tone, you must ensure that this pearl reaches Li Tongya. My friends, Li Xiangping rose, disregarding the still-dazed Chun Dongha, proclaiming, after my death, you all shall accompany Dongha back to the east and must not linger here. Li Qiuyang and others were bewildered, yet they noticed Li Xiangping's voice diminishing, gently sinking to the ground. Your Majesty, head of the family. Li Xiangping gazed skyward at the blazing sun. His eyes reflected myriad illusions. It seemed as if a piece of the sun was gently falling like a shooting star, landing before him. That piece sparkled with fiery sparks, landing squarely in his heart, scorching him to the point where he felt blind. He had once roasted the corpulent chief of the Shan Yu tribe alive with fire, and now such suffering extended equally to himself. Your Majesty, the world around Li Xiangping had darkened, rendering him blind to all, only feeling someone collapsing onto him, hot tears cascading onto his face. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he summoned the remnants of his strength to emit a soft chuckle. Li Xiangping's long hair unraveled, revealing sparse white strands. He had lived to the age where ordinary farmers cherish their grandchildren, having never endured great grievances. Yet what lingered in his heart was the survival of the Li family amidst the pressures of various powers. Dense black mist surged from the void, enveloping his ashen eyes. Wilting his form, Li Xiangping spat a mouthful of black blood from his throat, rasping. In this lifetime, I have truly lived well. His mind flashed with vivid scenes, finally settling on a winding river, where a young boy, having just caught a blue fish, curiously raised a tattered gray talisman, sunlight illuminating his face, a radiant smile. The black mist hesitated, surging into Li Xiangping's rising Yang palace like famished ghosts drawn to a feast, all vanishing without a trace. Only the withered body of Li Xiangping remained, kneeling on the ground, a faint white light emanating from his energy